Chapter 1 Hinata. The sun was blazing, and cicadas were chirping. In a classical and luxurious Japanese courtyard, a child about 4 or 5 years old was standing upright in the center of the courtyard, doing a horse stance, punching out one punch after another, hitting the air, causing muffled sounds in the courtyard. The child's skin color was different from that of ordinary people. It was pale and lacked vitality, a little blue, but it looked a little translucent in the sun, and the hair color was the same as the skin color, bluish-white. What was even more eye-catching was the pair of bluish-white pupils, which looked a little scary at first glance, but against the background of these handsome and heroic facial features, they were strangely handsome and beautiful. Hoo! Heavy panting came from his nose, and sweat wet the ground under Hyaga Ryusuke's feet like raindrops. This land was the clan land of the Hyaga clan, a powerful family in Konoha, and this place was the residence of the Hyaga clan. As a member of a branch family, the reason why Ryusuke can stand here is because of his talent and because he married into the family and became the son-in-law of the head of the Hyaga family, Hyaga Hayashi. Ryusuke, he became the child husband of Hyaga Hinata. Ryusuke-kun. A faint voice sounded in the courtyard, and the hinged door was pulled open. A girl with blue-white eyes like Hyaga Ryusuke came out of the house. She was holding a plate of watermelon carefully in her hand, standing on the wooden aisle nervously, wanting to say something, but knowing whether it would disturb him, she kept hesitating. Stopping the action, Hyaga Ryusuke looked at the somewhat nervous girl gently. "Do you want to let me rest for a while?" "Yet." Guessing what she was thinking, the girl nodded gratefully. "Father said that you are still young, your body is not fully developed, and you can't exercise too much." I know. Listening to the girl's instructions with a smile, Hyaga Ryusuke walked over obediently and sat with her on the corridor to rest. "Thank you." Ryusuke Hyaga extended his hands to take the piece of watermelon handed over by the girl, and thanked her. The lovely girl in front of him was his future daughter-in-law, the eldest daughter of the Hyaga clan, Hinata Hyaga. But this eldest daughter really didn't have the temper of an eldest daughter at all. Facing his adopted son, she was very humble. Under her beautiful and well-behaved face, her character seemed a little cowardly and timid. But this was also within Ryusuke's known range. The reason why his daughter-in-law was so timid in character was that she was the head of the Hyaga clan, but she had no talent as a ninja, which disappointed her father, Hyaga Hayashi, again and again. As for why Ryusuke knew so much, it was because he was a time traveler. Under this immature appearance, he had a mature soul inside. Ryusuke Hyaga's soul came from another world, and the ninja world he was in now was actually the content of a comic book in his previous life. And in that comic book, he did not exist in all the plots. He was an outsider, an anomaly. Ryusuke-kun. It seemed that because Ryusuke's eyes stayed on her for a long time, Hinata bit her lower lip and spoke anxiously. Sorry, because little Hinata looks so cute." Ryusuke said apologetically, but his face was smiling, not embarrassed at all. "Well." The sudden compliment made Hinata a little confused. She seriously recalled the previous sentence in her mind, and her heart couldn't help but become more nervous. I actually." After holding it in for a long time, she didn't say the self-deprecating words. This was the first time she was praised by her peers. In the past, those children in the village laughed at her appearance and her eyes. But there is something I have always been curious about. Sitting in the corridor, looking at the little girl's blushing face, Ryusuke Hyaga stretched out his free hand and gently stroked her hair. "Hinata, do you know what husband means? Do you know what kind of relationship is between you and me?" The tone was very gentle and the action was also very gentle. Feeling the warm hand caressing her head, Hinata said in a daze, Father said, I am your wife, and I will listen to you and stay by your side forever." Unconsciously, she moved her body a little closer to Ryusuke so that his palm would not be so tired. It seems that little Hinata doesn't understand the relationship between us at all. This answer was basically expected, but it still made Hyuga Ryusuke a little helpless. Then if you know and understand the relationship between us in the future, you must explain it to me. Okay. A faint answer sounded, and the person looked confused, and it was unknown whether she heard it clearly. The two sat quietly. After eating the watermelon in her hand, in Hinata's lost eyes, Hyuga Ryusuke retracted his palm. Hinata, please ask my father to come over, I have something to talk to him about. Father, father. When Hinata mentioned this person, she hesitated a little, but still nodded and stood up obediently. The father that Ryusuke Hyuga mentioned is the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Reborn into this world, Ryusuke, as a member of the Hyuga branch family, should have been branded as a bird in a cage, becoming a tool to protect the bloodline of the main family. But relying on his special ability, after he was born, he showed talents and abilities far beyond those of ordinary branch families, and opened the Byakugan with extremely high purity. So, after his mother died, he was adopted by Hyuga Hayashi as an orphan. And after Hyuga Hayashi's second daughter was born, his identity became Hinata's husband, the man of the future head of the family, and the real head of the family. Hinata left, and only Hyuga Ryusuke was left in the quiet courtyard. He did not get up to continue training. As the chakra in his body surged, several blue veins suddenly popped up near the blue-white pupils on his face. Opening the Byakugan, he scanned the vicinity of the main house with his insight and perspective eyes, confirmed that there was no extra peeping, and then retracted his gaze and waited for Hyuga Hayashi to arrive. Only reached about 1/3, there is no change from the observation a week ago, it seems to have nothing to do with the time and intensity of training. Taking advantage of this time, Ryusuke observed the progress in his mind, which was like an experience bar. The progress bar in the brain is the special ability of Hyuga Ryusuke, and it is also the reason why he has opened his Byakugan and has a physical fitness far beyond his peers. It can be called a limiter or a gene lock. This is the name he gave to this progress bar, because there is no instruction manual for this thing, and everything has to rely on his own exploration. As a reborn person who is familiar with the plot, Ryusuke knows very well that this ninja world is not simple. Fighting and killing are definitely daily life. It may even take a few years, after the excluded yellow-haired boy in the village graduates, in addition to fighting and killing, their village, which is considered peaceful in the ninja world, will also usher in devastating shocks again and again. If he is content with the status quo, then there is a high probability that he will not be able to end well. And if he wants to have the ability to protect himself or even change the crisis when a crisis occurs, the first thing he needs to figure out is how to use this experience bar. From the discovery of the experience bar to now, Ryusuke has tried many methods. For example, eating a lot, or taking a medicinal bath, or even photosynthesis, but it is obvious that this experience bar has nothing to do with the nutrients taken in by the body. Recently, he has been working on the intensity and duration of his training, but unfortunately, after a week, the growth rate of this experience bar is still the same as before. In other words, this experience bar has nothing to do with the strength of the body or the amount of chakra. So, can we just wait quietly for time to pass and wait for it to reach 100%? Ryusuke pondered. Now this progress bar has only gone 1/3, and in the 4 years of rebirth, this progress bar has been completed once and reached 100%. After the progress bar was completed, his body seemed to have opened some kind of restrictions, evolving and changing, and improving a certain level of life. The thin blood of the branch family has been improved, with a purity that exceeds the main family, and opened the white eyes that are different from the Hyuga clan. The pale skin and hair color on his body are enough to prove that the concentration of his blood is far beyond the detection of the Hyuga main family. As a reborn person, the various changes in his body clearly tell Ryusuke that he has returned to his ancestors. The source of this power now comes from the Otsutsuki clan. As one of the two major families in Konoha, the Hyuga family has a 1,000-year-old eye technique inherited from the Otsutsuki family. Since they are from that family, the ability of the Byakugan is naturally not weak. At least, it is not just ordinary and only applicable to physical skills and sensory detection. Chapter 2 Two Things. Father. Footsteps sounded in the house behind him, and Hyuga Hayashi, with a serious and old-fashioned face, came to the courtyard. Beside him, was the little Hinata, who was timid and kept her head down. Hinata said, "You have something to ask me." Looking at Ryusuke standing in the courtyard expressionlessly, Hyuga Hayashi's eyes contained a hint of admiration. He was very satisfied with this son-in-law. This child made him a little proud of his character and talent as a ninja. Of course, the most important point, the reason why he threw away the old rules of the clan, was that the child's blood returned to his ancestors. "Yes, father, there are mainly two things." Looking at the serious father-in-law in front of him with a soft face, Hyuga Ryusuke spoke easily. "The first thing is the knowledge about the human meridians and various acupuncture points. I have almost learned them, and my physical fitness has reached the standard of practicing soft boxing." Oh! Hyuga Hayashi was a little surprised. But apart from the surprise, there were no excessive doubts and inquiries. He stepped forward a few steps to the ground and stood in front of Ryusuke. "Now I will test you personally. Attack me with all your strength. No matter what method you use, as long as it can show that you have enough foundation to learn the soft fist, you will pass. Even if ordinary people are from a noble family and master the method of chakra extraction, they cannot successfully extract chakra if they do not meet the practice standards physically and mentally. For example, the children of the Hyuga clan usually start to contact chakra at the age of 6, and then after a year of training to extract chakra, they start to learn soft fist, because their physical fitness has been basically polished at this age. And the general admission standard of ninja schools is also children of this age. Even the more talented people, like his younger brother Hyuga Hisashi's son Hyuga Niji, or Uchiha Itachi of the Uchiha clan, only started to learn how to become a ninja at the age of 5. But Hyuga Ryusuke is different. Although he is only 4 years old, he is the only genius in the long history of the Hyuga clan who has returned to his ancestral bloodline, and genius cannot be judged by common sense. Opposite him, facing Hyuga Hayashi who wanted to test him, Ryusuke put his hands behind his back, hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can I really attack at will?" "Father." "Dang." Hyuga Hayashi nodded, and was about to let him attack with all his strength, without worrying about his identity. But as soon as the voice came out, Ryusuke suddenly disappeared in front of him. At the moment when Hyuga Hayashi answered distractedly, his leg muscles had already burst out at that moment, and the next second, he suddenly appeared in front of Hyuga Hayashi. Whoosh! The high-speed movement brought a whistling wind, and a palm mixed with chakra hit out from his hand. The advantage of the height brought by the young body was impartial, so that this palm just hit Hyuga Hayashi's abdomen. And from beginning to end, the smiling expression on Hyuga Ryusuke's face never changed. Frontal. Although it was through verbal interference and sneak attack, Hyuga Hayashi was still the patriarch of a clan, and he was also a genius of their class. At the moment when Ryusuke exerted his strength, he had already calculated the position where he would attack, but such a fair and above-board palm still made him feel a little disappointed. But it is understandable, after all, he is still a child. But the next moment, Hyuga Hayashi's expression changed slightly. When the palm that had been prepared for blocking was raised and touched Ryusuke's palm, he did not feel any substantial physical contact. This is a clone. Not good. Although his mind was full of thoughts, the fight was just a blink of an eye. Hyuga Hayashi had no time to turn around, and he felt a momentary sharp pain from the Teizui point on his back. Bang! A dull sound of hitting came from his body. Then, he was pushed out by a huge force behind him, flying out like a cannonball, passing through the phantom of Hyuga Ryusuke's clone, and directly hitting a tree in the courtyard. Boom! The big tree was broken, and it roared when it hit the ground, and the dust scattered in the courtyard like mist. At the place where Hyuga Hayashi was standing, Ryusuke withdrew his palm with a gentle smile on his face. Those enviable white eyes had been opened for a long time. Father! The scene that happened in the blink of an eye made Hyuga Hinata, who was watching the game next to her, a little confused. After a while, she shouted nervously. But just as she was about to run over, she was stopped by Ryusuke. Don't worry, I will be careful when I attack. He stopped where he was, and his white eyes scanned the dust, and he had seen through Hyuga Hayashi, who stood up without any damage. Care? I don't think you have any spare energy when you attacked just now. There was no trace of anger, but a somewhat happy voice sounded from the dust. He walked out of the dust slowly with his hands behind his back. Hyuga Hayashi's eyes were full of admiration. You took advantage of my ignorance of your mastery of the clone technique to set a trap for me? You have a very good sense of battle. Although I know my limits, it doesn't mean I will hold back. Ryusuke replied softly, I don't think you will be knocked down by this palm of mine. After all, you are the head of the Hyuga clan. As he spoke, he scanned his physical condition with his white eyes. Hinata Hayashi's pure white robe had been stained by the collision, but through his Byakugan, he could clearly tell that his body was not affected by the palm strike. Comics are still comics after all, and there is a gap between them and reality. Ryusuke was a little surprised. The physical fitness of people in this world is much stronger than he imagined. If it was in the previous life, the palm strike could easily knock a strong adult to the ground, but in this world, even for an unguarded person, it did not achieve the expected effect. Although it's rude, I'm really satisfied with your performance. In combat, you've become a ninja. Hearing Ryusuke's seemingly casual flattery, Hyuga Hayashi's serious face rarely showed a stiff smile, which was very useful. In terms of physical fitness, it has indeed reached the standard of practicing soft fist, but soft fist is not just as simple as covering chakra on the palm and hitting acupoints. Starting tomorrow, I will personally teach you all the techniques of our Hyuga clan, including the secret techniques that only the clan can learn. The movements were very fast and powerful, and it seemed that he had secretly learned some soft fist techniques, but a child is a child. No matter how talented he is still an underdeveloped child. In terms of ninja, he has just started. I will study hard. Hinata Ryusuke nodded seriously, then the next thing, is the second thing I asked you to come for. After a pause, the gentle smile on his face from beginning to end was slightly restrained, and his voice was unconsciously lowered. You should know, my eyes are different from those of other people in the Hyuga clan, including your eyes. As soon as these words came out, the stiff smile on Hinata Hayashi's face also restrained, raised his hand to signal him not to speak first, and instantly opened his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings to confirm. You can rest assured, I have just confirmed this area. There is no third person except you and Hinata. Hinata Ryusuke signaled him to relax. Whether it is in the sky or underground, there is no trace of any perception ninjutsu nearby. But even if he said so, Hinata Hayashi still carefully checked the situation nearby again, and then put his eyes on him again. It's always right to be careful. Hinata Ryusuke's Byakugan is different from their Hyuga clan, and he knows this very well. Perhaps it was because his blood had regressed, his Byakugan and physical abilities were stronger than theirs. In the long history of the Hyuga clan, although some records were missing, the overall record was still complete. The result of the changes in Hyuga Ryusuke made him look very similar to the original ancestor in the clan history. Whether it was physical appearance or ability, his existence was the biggest secret of the Hyuga clan, and only the Hyuga clan knew the history of Hyuga. So now only he, the clan leader, and the great elder of the Hyuga clan knew about this matter, and he would be an important opportunity for the family to rise. And Hyuga Ryusuke's external identity was that he was chosen to be Hinata's husband because of his good talent. After all, only geniuses who were alive and able to grow up could be considered true geniuses. Their Hyuga clan was different from those arrogant guys in the Uchiha clan. They would not spread the news because of the appearance of a genius. Caution was the reason why their clan could become the second largest clan in Konoha, second only to the Sarutobi clan. Looking at his father-in-law with amusement, Hyuga Ryusuke was quite emotional. He was really lucky to be reborn into the Hyuga clan, whose style of doing things was similar to his. If he were the Uchiha clan, he would never reveal his abilities, otherwise he would most likely be roasted on the stove. Konoha is not a simple place. The second reason I came to you is that I heard that the envoy from the Hidden Cloud village came to Konoha recently. Chapter 3 This is the future of our race. Late at night. The Hyuga clan's home, Hyuga Hinata's room. At this time, in the room, in addition to Hinata, the owner of the room, there are many people. Next to the closed door, several elites of the Hyuga clan are holding their breath and staring, opening their byakugan to scan the surroundings of the room and observe the situation nearby. And farther away from them, in the innermost position, Hyuga Ryusuke and Hyuga Hayashi are quietly sitting next to Hinata. The whole atmosphere is very quiet, no one speaks, as if waiting for something. Ryusuke-kun. A faint voice sounded. Lying in the quilt, little Hinata faces the serious father beside her and the future husband who always has a gentle smile on his face. With her personality, how can she sleep? Hush! Feeling the little girl's nervous eyes, Ryusuke shook his head with a smile, stretched out his hand and stroked her palm. Sleep well, when you wake up tomorrow, I will take you out for a walk. But... She wanted to ask something, but in her nervous eyes, Hyuga Ryusuke's eyes seemed to have magic, making her immersed in it. Go to sleep, you have to get up early tomorrow. The gentle voice was very light, and slowly, even in this strange environment, Hinata actually unconsciously became sleepy, and slowly closed her eyes as he spoke. The sound of even breathing slowly sounded, and Hinata fell into a deep sleep. It seems that Hinata is really afraid of you, can't you be nicer to her? While gently using his fingers to push away the hair stuck to her face, Ryusuke looked helplessly at his father-in-law beside him. She is eager to get your approval. These words came out as if they were the real father and son, and Hinata was married to their family as a daughter-in-law. With a cold face, Hyuga Hayashi ignored his words, but stared into his eyes. Is this the illusion ability of the byakugan? As recorded in history, the byakugan possessed by the original ancestor of the Hyuga clan not only has the ability of perspective and insight, but also has many incredible powers. Well, but it still needs to be practiced. Ryusuke was a little helpless about his father-in-law's indifference to his daughter, but he couldn't say anything more, and refocused his attention on the vicinity of the house. Now they are waiting for the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village, and tonight is the third night that the Hidden Cloud village envoy has come to Konoha. And in the first 2 nights, they were just like today, guarding in Hyuga Hinata's room, but they didn't wait for the so-called enemy to appear. Are you sure, you saw the future? The waiting time was very long, and the atmosphere was silent for a while before Hyuga Hayashi spoke again. I didn't worry about being heard by others. After all, the room was quite large, and they deliberately lowered their voices a little. The so-called future is just the future I see. Looking at the doubtful Hyuga Hayashi, Ryusuke replied with a mysterious smile on his face. When I saw this so-called future and made some responses, the future had changed. The white eyes may indeed give him the ability to see through the future, but unfortunately, he has not awakened yet. All he relies on is his familiarity with the plot. When he heard the 2 keywords, young Hinata and the arrival of the envoy from the Hidden Cloud village, his first thought was that his wife was going to be kidnapped. This kind of thing is too much. Based on his own identity and strength, Ryusuke's first thought was to rely on his bloodline and his perfect performance in front of Hyuga Hayashi to convince him to believe that he could see the future by chance. The envoys from the Hidden Cloud village were escorted by only one Hidden Cloud senior ninja on the surface, but it was uncertain how many people were actually ambushing outside the village. The number of enemies is unknown, and he is just a 4-year-old child on his side. No matter how strong he is, he has no ability to stop this from happening alone. So without much thought, his first reaction was to take advantage of the situation and use the power of others to stop all this. There is no doubt that the family he relies on and his father-in-law who has high hopes for him are the best choices. He is the head of the Hyuga clan and the husband of the future head of the family. In Konoha, he has the highest power. Although he is young, he is already the top group of people. And it just so happens that Ryusuke can also take this opportunity to explain to Hyuga Hayashi in advance for his future prediction. But at this moment, the whispers of the two suddenly stopped. Outside the door, the rustling footsteps were very faint. But everyone present was an elite of the Hyuga clan, and each of them had the ability to open the Byakugan, and had outstanding achievements in the field of perception. The veins around the eyes of the crowd bulged, and the pairs of Byakugan easily passed through the closed door in front of them and saw several intruders who were sneaking outside. Under the pairs of Byakugan, the traces of chakra flow on these intruders were clearly visible. It's a ninja, and judging from the amount of chakra and the level of control, it's at least Chunin or above. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi, as the head of the family, looked at the back with some surprise, the child who was sitting cross-legged next to the sleeping Hyuga Hinata with a faint smile on his face. In his heart, the importance of Ryusuke increased by 1 point, far surpassing his own children, reaching the same level as the family. Ka! The moment the door was opened from the outside, the Hyuga elites who had been ready in the house shot towards them like sharp arrows. Bang! The silent night was broken by various sounds in an instant. Among the intruders outside the house, the ninja with the strength of Chunin was directly captured. The two Union Jonin reacted the moment the matter was exposed. There was no extra dialogue. They retreated very calmly and tried every means to retreat outside. But how could the Hyuga clan, who had already laid a net, let them escape before they knew it in advance? They didn't have time to run out of the Hyuga clan. The two Jonins were captured by the elites of the Hyuga clan, and their acupuncture points were pressed to seal their chakras and brought back. The acupuncture points all over their bodies were pressed, and the Union who had no power to resist were thrown together like human dolls, piled up into a small mountain. The whole process was smooth, the battle and the capture lasted less than 3 minutes, and the noise was kept very low, without bringing too much noise to the night of Konoha village. At this time, in the room, the two people who always kept their white eyes in the state, even if they did not stand up, clearly saw the whole process of the capture. "Father, I'll trouble you with the next thing. It's not convenient for me to show my face," Hyuga Ryusuke said, while chuckling and removing the white eyes. The amount of chakra consumed in this state is not small. Even though his physique is inherited from the Otsutsuki clan, it is still a little scarce due to his age. "You have a good rest." Sitting opposite him, Hyuga Hayashi nodded and stood up, very satisfied with his humble and cautious mentality. This is the future of their Hyuga clan. Chapter 4 Restaurant. The captured Kumagakure ninja was sent to the Hokage building as a witness. On the second day of this incident, the Konoha High Level held an emergency meeting. However, this matter has nothing to do with Ryusuke for the time being, because he is not qualified to attend such a meeting, so he can only wait for Hyuga Hayashi to return before he can learn from him about the subsequent handling of this matter. "Miss Hinata, Master Ryusuke, the tempura in this restaurant is quite famous in the village. After we go on a mission, we often come here to get together. The food street is a very lively area in Konoha village, whether it is day or night. There are all kinds of snacks such as meatballs, takoyaki, sushi, and fried skewers. In addition to some small stalls, there are also dessert shops and many popular restaurants. For example, the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan, such as Ichiraku Noodle House. At this time, Hyuga Ryusuke held Hinata's hand and stopped in front of a restaurant with a lot of traffic. Behind them were two Hyuga elites as guards. On the surface, they were sent by Hyuga Hayashi to protect Hinata, but secretly they were assigned to Ryusuke to be his right-hand men. Let's go here. Looking at this restaurant full of fireworks, Hyuga Ryusuke nodded and looked at Hinata next to him gently. I promised to take you out to play a few days ago, and I have fulfilled my promise. The storefront of this restaurant is very large, just like a big cafeteria. Looking inside from the door, both the hall and the front of the counter are full of people, and the smell of fireworks is strong. The taste of the food should be good. Yet, little Hinata looked very happy, staring at the store eagerly, her nose moving from time to time, deeply sniffing the delicious food coming from inside. Although the 4 words "can't wait" were already written on her face, she still followed Ryusuke obediently. Let's go in and have a good meal, and then go shopping. Looking at her cute appearance, Hyuga Ryusuke smiled softly and took Hinata's hand to go inside. However, when he took a step forward, he found resistance in his palm, and the people around him stood still and did not follow. Puzzled, Ryusuke turned his head and found that Hinata was staring at the front, and following her gaze, he saw a father and son walking out of the aisle with laughter. They looked like they had finished their meal and were about to leave. It seemed that the two people's attention attracted the attention of the father and son, and they looked over here. The father's eyes were full of doubts, but after seeing the white eyes on their faces and the guards behind them, he quickly retracted his gaze and pulled his child to speed up the pace out. But the child, after seeing Hinata, his eyes lit up and made a face at her before leaving. Hinata's tension on her face was not suppressed until the father and son were far away. Looking at her expression thoughtfully, Ryusuke did not say much, and gently pulled her palm, and this time she followed him into the store obediently. The flow of people in the store is much more than what you see outside. There are ninjas, civilians, merchants, and people of all professions. They gather here, drinking and enjoying food, chatting about daily trivialities. After Hyuga Ryusuke and his friends entered the store, the atmosphere in the store slowly became quieter, and many of them were secretly looking at them. This restaurant is not small in scale, and for this reason, it has private room services. The 2 guards behind him were responsible for negotiating with the boss. After explaining the food and private rooms, a young and beautiful girl came out from the other side of the cabinet. She seemed to be the boss's daughter. She walked in front enthusiastically and was responsible for leading them. In this way, under the attention of everyone in the store, Hyuga Ryusuke pulled Hinata towards the private room. And after they left, the store occasionally heard discussions about their identities. That is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, right? It is said that she is weak, and it seems to be true. Who is the kid next to her? Although the discussion was subtle, it still reached the ears of Hyuga Ryusuke and the 2 Hyuga clan members behind him. Except for Hinata, who was relatively young and had not yet been exposed to the perception of ninjutsu, they all heard these voices. Go and tell them to shut up. Stopped his steps, Hyuga Ryusuke turned his head and ordered the guards behind him, Soji, tell them that it is okay to talk behind Hinata's back, but it is too presumptuous to say bad things about me in front of me like this. After a pause, he repeated the key point again, remember, it is Hinata's message. Yes. Behind Ryusuke, Hyuga Soji responded and turned to walk towards the lobby. Ryusuke-kun. Holding Hyuga Ryusuke's hand tightly, Hinata, who was in a bad mood just now because of the father and son, was a little at a loss. She didn't know what happened yet. Let's go in first. Ryusuke smiled gently, reaching out and stroking her hair. Tempura is an extremely simple dish, just wrap the ingredients in batter and fry them. But the simpler the dish, the more you want to give customers a different experience in the delicious taste of the food, the more advanced skills you need to bring out all the flavors of the ingredients. The trick is to control the heat and the frying time, which determine the taste of the final product. Listening to the introduction of the boss's daughter, Ryusuke picked up a piece of fresh shrimp with a golden surface and a hissing sound just out of the frying pan, and put it to his mouth and took a bite. A crisp snapping sound rang in his mouth, followed by the sweet taste of fresh shrimp exploding in his mouth. Although it was fried, it was not greasy. The chef had a very good grasp of the heat when cooking. The layer of golden flour wrapped on the outside of the shrimp was already cooked and red, but part of the shrimp meat inside was still raw. It was also for this reason that the sweetness of the ingredients itself could be felt under the crispy coat. After all the ordered food was served, everyone else left the room and did not disturb the two of them to eat. The atmosphere in the room was very quiet. Except for the subtle chewing sound, there was no other sound. Eating is a lonely thing for Ryusuke, and this habit has continued from his previous life to the present. Because he had few friends since he was a child, he developed the habit of not talking when eating. And if he didn't speak, Hinata would not take the initiative to find a topic. The food in this restaurant is really good. After eating until he was 80% full, Ryusuke put down his chopsticks. I'm full. Opposite him, Hinata spoke softly, also put down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth. Are you eating so little today? This is only 4 portions, not like your usual portion. Ryusuke looked at the plate in front of her table in confusion. Only 4 portions. The restaurant does not eat staple food, and although the food they ordered is fried food, it is easy to get greasy, but you have to know that when she is at home, this little girl eats at least 5 bowls of rice in one meal. Is it because I'm in a bad mood? He continued to ask. From the beginning, Hinata's interest has been low, and she was fine when she went out. No. No. As if someone had hit the nail on the head, Hinata shook her head hurriedly. Is it because of the father and son just now? Hyuga Ryusuke continued to speak, staring at her seriously. And then the more flustered look on her face basically admitted the matter. Then let me guess. Is it that kid? Did he bully you before? With a gentle smile on his face, Ryusuke spoke slowly, trying to minimize the pressure on Hinata. He was sure that the discussions of the diners outside had never reached Hinata's ears. Then the reason why she was in a bad mood was the father and son she ran into when she entered the door just now. And it was obvious that the middle-aged man still had some insight and knew what the Byakugan meant in Konoha, so it was only the child who looked innocent and knew nothing. Chapter 5 I Raise My Own Wife. So you were laughed at because of your Byakugan? What a ridiculous reason. It seems that it was because Hyuga Hayashi asked her to listen to Ryusuke. So Hinata had no intention of hiding anything about her. After Ryusuke guessed it, she lowered her head and whispered everything to him. The Hyuga clan has Byakugan, which makes them look different from ordinary people. So some children of the same age in the village like to bully her because of this. Although they didn't do it directly, many people laughed at her appearance and didn't want to play with her. Obviously, verbal violence and cold violence also made her sad. After listening carefully to Hinata's narration, Ryusuke didn't show that he was angry about this matter. He always had a gentle smile on his face, so because of this matter, are you afraid of those children? As the future head of the Hyuga family, are you afraid of them as ordinary people? Although it's a bit ridiculous, it did happen. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, just like the news he saw in his previous life. The daughter of the emperor of an island country can be bullied in school. Most of the children in Konoha village who have not yet attended ninja school do not know what the name Hyuga and these eyes represent. Adults generally do not intervene in matters between children in the same village, especially in this world where force is supreme. When children are bullied, few of them cry and go home to find their mothers. In this case, it suddenly became natural for Hinata, who was cowardly, unsociable, and often alone, to be bullied. Hinata lowered her head and did not reply. She knew very well that she had disappointed Ryusuke and her father. Your father is a very proud and old-fashioned man. The eldest lady of the Hyuga clan was scolded and cried by a few ordinary children. He will definitely not help you. He can't afford to lose this man, and this is a matter between children. Looking at Hinata, who lowered her head, Ryusuke continued to speak, his voice neither hurried nor slow. With her eyes closed, Hinata silently endured the pressure. However, unlike her father's old-fashioned and indifferent voice, Ryusuke's voice was very gentle, which made her feel a little better. Come here. Ryusuke waved to Hinata across from him, motioning her to sit down next to him. Hinata also stood up obediently, and came to Ryusuke from the opposite side of the table and sat down next to him. No matter who you are, no matter what age or status, those who laugh at others' appearance are the most childish people. As he spoke, Ryusuke picked up a piece of vegetable tempura with chopsticks, because everyone's appearance at the beginning of life is determined by nature, given by their parents, not by him or her. Hinata ate the vegetables Ryusuke picked up for her obediently, and she seemed to understand. But people will change, and time will not stand still. He continued, even if someone is not good looking, as long as they are good enough and work hard, they can make up for their shortcomings in various ways, not to mention. You are so cute, they just don't know how to appreciate it. The Hyuga clan is whiter in skin color than others, and those with ancestral blood like Ryusuke are even whiter. As for the eyes, they are wearing pure natural white contact lenses. This makes them look different and strange compared to ordinary people. But it is just like in ancient times, when Eastern countries faced Westerners, they always thought that their looks were strange, so they were defined as ugly. In fact, it is just a difference in aesthetics, which Ryusuke knows, but there is no distinction between the East and the West in this world, so he can't explain it to Hinata like this. Opposite him, Hinata, who was originally a little gloomy, became shy because of his words. Looking at the cute girl with a slightly blushing face, Ryusuke asked softly, Hinata, do you want to believe them or me? Biting her lower lip, Hinata whispered a few words for a long time, I believe Ryusuke-kun. Very good. Nodding with satisfaction, Ryusuke stretched out his palm and stroked her hair, since the fault is not yours, I will take you to find them later, and you can ask them to apologize to you. Ah! Hinata, who was still shy, raised her head in panic. Are those three the children who often bully you? The summer sun is quite scorching, but it does not affect the energetic children playing. The park in the center of Konoha village is where children often gather. Ryusuke took Hinata to stand outside the park, observing the situation inside through the gaps in the treetops. Instead of answering his question, Hinata whispered, Ryusuke. Ryusuke-kun, let's go back. Because she held her hand very hard, Ryusuke could easily feel her fear and nervousness. Do you remember what I just told you? Softly comforting Hinata, Ryusuke leaned his head close to her ear and whispered, a person's appearance can be changed through hard work, and not only appearance, but many other things can be changed through hard work. Submissiveness and cowardice are your natural dispositions. I believe you should know this yourself, but you can also change this and make your father look at you with new eyes. Hinata was a little nervous at first, but she was stunned when she heard the name of father. Walking behind her, Ryusuke stretched out his hands from behind her and put his palms on her cheeks, straightening her head so that she no longer lowered her head, but looked directly at the children in the distance. The three children down there, they often laugh at your appearance, right? He whispered softly and gently in Hinata's ear, since you believe what I said, believe that you are not ugly, but they don't know how to appreciate it, they are just talking nonsense, then, should you go down and let them apologize to you? But... Hinata spoke nervously again when she mentioned this, and her head unconsciously wanted to lower, but Ryusuke held it down and couldn't do it. As the future head of the Hyuga clan, if you want to satisfy your father, you must not keep your head down like this. Ryusuke's voice seemed to have some kind of magic, which made her forget her nervousness temporarily. Do as I say, walk over with your head held high and your chest held high, and ask them to apologize to you. You just need to explain the matter clearly, then stare at them expressionlessly, and wait for their apology. The rest, Suji and Zinke will solve it. After saying that, he gently reached out and pushed her from behind. Hinata, who was pushed out, only felt a force that seemed to pass through Ryusuke's palm to her body. Unconsciously, she followed his words and began to walk forward, and kept her head held high. Looking at Hinata walking towards the park, Ryusuke instructed the two guards behind him, "Follow her, look a little fierce, and scare those 3 little ghosts." "Yes." Hinata Suji and Hinata Zinke nodded and chased after Hinata. Without following their footsteps, Ryusuke stood there, with his hands behind his back, looking at the park, with a smile on his face. A delicious shrimp tempura needs to be controlled in terms of heat and frying time to make the best finished product. He has not had a perfect understanding of the concept of wife in his past and present lives, but this does not affect his cultivation of a best partner for himself. If possible, he also hopes that this partner can be his umbrella of protection and become the future of the Hyuga clan before he grows up completely. As for this, the cowardly and incapable person in the comics cannot do it, and he does not want his partner to be such a person. Hinata needs to grow up. He will correct the wrong way of education of Hyuga Hayashi, and raise his wife himself. Chapter 6 Freedom of Speech. The park in the center of Konoha can be said to be a paradise for those children who have not yet attended the ninja school. At this age, they have a lot of free time, and coming to the park to play with people of the same age can be said to be the thing they look forward to most every day. Here, not only children from ordinary families, but also children from some families in the village, such as children from large families such as Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Nara, will come here to play. Maybe only the Uchiha clan in the village are proud of themselves, and no children from the clan will come here to join them. At this time, there are many small groups in the park. However, the most noteworthy one is a small group of 4 people in the most central area. The reason is that 2 girls in the group sat on the sculpture dummy of the 3rd Hokage, which is very unscrupulous. Shikamaru. Find something to do, it's so boring. Sitting on the left shoulder of the statue of the 3rd Hokage, Yamanaka Ino was very annoyed. "I finally don't have to help my mother in the flower shop, I don't want to sit like this for an afternoon." Next to him, lying on the grass, Nara Shikamaru yawned, "You let Sakura accompany you, I really don't know what you girls like to play. Lazy guy, it's obviously you who want to lie down." Ino rolled her eyes and looked at the pink-haired girl sitting on the other shoulder of the sculpture next to her. "Sakura, let's find something to do." "But I don't know what to play." Harano Sakura lowered her head a little uneasily. For sitting on the statue of the 3rd Hokage, which is something that only bad kids would do, she felt very exciting. But she couldn't show her inner thoughts. Her mother said that only by being a well-behaved girl can people like her. At this time, sitting next to the lying Shikamaru, Koji, who was silently eating potato chips, suddenly said, "That guy, here he comes again." "Which guy?" Shikamaru sat up and looked in the direction he was looking. All of a sudden, his expression became strange. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, who was often bullied in this park, was slowly approaching the group of people who bullied her. Ino, who was sitting on the sculpture, half closed her eyes and asked Shikamaru, "Should I go over and help her?" Next to her, Harano Sakura's eyes were also filled with questions and a hint of sympathy. Once upon a time, she was often bullied by that group of people, and it was also because of her appearance and her wide forehead. If Ino hadn't saved her later and absorbed her into this small team, she might have been bullied all the time, and she might not even come to this park to play again. "No need." Shikamaru shook his head, "I've already said that she is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, and too much contact with her will affect us. This is not the first time Hinata has come to this park, and it is not the first time they have seen her being bullied. But unlike Harano Sakura, the 3 of them represent the future pig, deer, and butterfly. And Hyuga Hinata is the future heir of the Hyuga clan. As one of the few big families in Konoha, their contact is likely to have an impact on certain things. Shikamaru is young after all. Although he has been smart since he was a child, based on his knowledge, he can only think that there will be trouble, but he can't guess what the specific consequences will be. It seems that she is much smarter this time and knows to bring 2 guards. He saw 2 people from the Hyuga clan walk in at the entrance. They should be Hinata's guards. However, Shikamaru looked in the direction where the 2 people walked in, and he saw another person from the Hyuga clan. This person from the Hyuga clan should not be a guard. Judging from his height, his age is similar to Hinata's. Because the distance between them is a bit far, Shikamaru didn't see the man's appearance clearly, but the other party seemed to be observing them and nodded to him very friendly. After a moment of hesitation, Shikamaru also nodded to him politely. Ino shikacha. Seeing Shikamaru nod at him, the smile on Hyuga Ryusuke's face became even brighter. Although he didn't open his byakugan, his eyesight allowed him to easily see the 4 people in the center and recognize their appearances. The Nara clan, the Akimichi clan, the Yamanaka clan, and Harano Sakura. Unfortunately, he didn't see the blonde boy. Ryusuke felt a little regretful, but only a little. It was enough for Hinata to have the 3 of them, Inoshikajo, witness her performance. Thinking of this, Ryusuke turned his gaze to the small figure in the distance. Hello. Steady, emotionless words came out of his lips. Bathed in the sun, Hinata looked at the 3 people in front of her calmly and spoke politely. I don't know when she couldn't face other people so calmly. Perhaps it was when she first faced her father's disappointed eyes, or when she was forbearing and retreating again and again. Ryusuke's voice echoed in her mind. His palm seemed to be pressed against her back from the beginning, giving her warmth and courage, and making her feel again what kind of attitude a normal person should maintain when communicating with others. A normal person? At least he shouldn't be keeping his head down and being timid. It was as if there was a voice in her heart that kept reminding her to raise her head and look directly at the 3 people in front of her. The 3 children who were playing football were interrupted and turned their heads angrily to stare at Hinata. Among them was the child they met at the restaurant at noon. Hey, White Eyes Monster! As soon as he opened his mouth, it was a familiar name. But before the child finished the insulting words in his mouth, he noticed that Hinata was no longer alone behind her as before, but with 2 guards. All of a sudden, he swallowed the words he had not finished saying, unconsciously took a step back, and nervously looked at the 2 people behind her. You! What do you want to do? Do you 2 adults want to bully the weak? In the park, most of the children turned their eyes to watch the excitement. They were very familiar with these 3 children who often bullied others, and many of them had been bullied before. As for Hyuga Hinata, they were even more familiar, because they were once one of them, but now they were in a group and lived a better life. Apologize. Standing in front of the 2 guards, Hinata said seriously, they won't do it casually, they just want to ensure my safety. What I need, is for you to apologize to me, because what you said to me before has a great impact on me. Apologize. The 3 children looked at each other, but after hearing that the 2 adults would not do it, the tension in their hearts suddenly relaxed. Then, the child who met in the restaurant couldn't help laughing. We are just telling the truth, you are just ugly. Yes, yes, ugly freak, you don't think that you can force us to change our words by bringing 2 people to scare us, right? A child next to him also spoke. You are free to express your own opinions. You are not a Hokage. What qualifications do you have to ask us to apologize? Relying on their height and age, they looked down at Hinata. And standing behind Hinata, Hyuga Tsuji and Hyuga Hashiya, who heard these words, turned black. But they didn't do it. As I said, as long as they don't take the initiative to bully Hinata, they can't do it casually. Bullying children is a shameful thing, and the Hyuga clan can't afford to lose face. Interesting. the children in this world seem to be more mature and tougher than I thought. Outside the park, Ryusuke watched with interest as the three children began to speak recklessly again after knowing that Tsuji and Zinke would not take action. The two guards seemed unable to put much psychological pressure on them. The world is different, and the rules are also different. However, things are still as expected. He wants Hinata to change the views of other people in the village from today, and it must start from today, not every day. Chapter 7. Am I good looking? Panic, at a loss. Standing in front of the three people, Hinata was panicking. This was different from what Ryusuke said. After she did what he said, the three guys in front of her did not apologize to her. For a moment, all kinds of emotions surged in her heart, and fear and retreat once again occupied her heart. Sweat oozes out of her back unconsciously, and she wants to bow her head, but Hinata finds that she can't do it. Indeed, you are right. She was surprised to find that she had spoken unconsciously, and her voice was as calm as before, without the panic in her heart. It is indeed free to express your opinions on people, things, objects, etc. But it does not mean that this is right, especially in front of the parties involved, that is, in front of me, talking about my faults. Looking at the three boys in front of her who are much taller than her calmly and indifferently, Hinata did not show her usual weakness. Although her tone is calm, it has a certain sharpness. This is the momentum that she does not have in the past. The boys who were laughing recklessly were stunned for a moment, looking at Hinata with some confusion. But she did not stop talking because of their doubts, but continued, I originally thought that this was just a matter between us kids, so I came to you and wanted you to apologize to me and pretend that nothing happened in the future. But now I feel that reasoning with you seems to be a bit impractical. Then I will visit your home in a while and talk to your family about this matter. After all, there is always someone who needs to listen to me explain this matter clearly. I believe your parents will be willing to let you apologize to me at that time. You. The three people who were a little overwhelmed by Hinata's sudden change were anxious when they heard that they were going to find their parents. But they just clenched their fists and were about to take a step forward. I advise you not to take the force you are proud of seriously. The two behind me are real chunin. Hinata's cold voice continued to sound. I reminded them just now that as long as you don't take the initiative, they won't do it. We, the Hyuga clan, will not do anything to bully children. As her voice sounded, Hyuga Tsuji and Hyuga Hoshike, who were standing behind her and were also at a loss just now and had no idea what happened to their young lady, seemed to remember their mission. They cooperated very well and released their murderous intent, staring coldly at the three children. Their gazes were like the biting cold wind in winter, chilling the three children from head to toe. It was a kind of unspeakable fear. But compared to the two people behind, what scared them the most was the little figure in front of them. They were sure that the girl in front of them was definitely not the one they often bullied in the past, and definitely not the weak young lady of the Hyuga clan. Yes, I'm sorry. The first one to bend down was the child they met in the restaurant. He seemed to have a good relationship with his father, which could be seen from the meal just now. But at the same time, he seemed to be afraid of his father and didn't want to make trouble at home because of this matter. I'm sorry, we were wrong. Then, the other two apologized one after another. At this time, Hinata seemed to have recovered her original state, and waved her hands in a panic. I accept your apology. Her voice was small, and she didn't have the domineering feeling of the last minute. Hinata was confused now. She didn't understand what happened in the whole process. Of course, she was conscious of the whole process, but it was more like a bystander. Her body seemed to refute the three of them naturally, and then they lined up easily and bowed in front of her to apologize. Is it really me who did it? When the three boys in front of her fled away from the park, Hinata raised her palm in confusion and tilted her head to look at her palm. Standing outside the park, the blue veins around Ryusuke's eyes slowly converged and returned to calm. Of course, Hinata couldn't have done this alone. From the beginning, he didn't think that Hinata could make these three children apologize with just one sentence. If a person wants to change his character, it takes a long time, not just one day or one encouragement. All the words Hinata said just now were said by Ryusuke, who controlled her consciousness with the illusion ability of his Byakugan. And the fact that his Byakugan has illusion ability is top secret, and the fewer people who know about it, the better. So, when Hinata took Hyagasuji and the others into the park, he did not follow them, but stayed outside the park and hid. Very good, Hinata, well done. Ryusuke walked into the park without hesitation and came to Hinata, who was still a little confused. Facing Ryusuke's praise, Hinata was embarrassed, but her mind was still clear, and she whispered close to his ear and asked, Ryusuke, did I do it just now? Didn't you help me? Of course you did it, everyone here is watching, and you persuaded those three brats to apologize to you. Ryusuke replied with a chuckle. Next to him, Hyagasuji was surprised but also very happy to say, yes, miss, you looked very handsome just now, a little like the clan leader. Yes, the clan leader liked to scold people like this when we held clan meetings before. Zinke also quickly agreed. But the praise from the two of them was absolutely from the heart, without any flattery. Hinata's performance just now really surprised them. Hinata, with a red face, wanted to explain what happened just now, but she didn't know what happened. But before she could say it, her hair was held down by a warm hand. You did a good job, you see, you are actually very good, but you just lack a little self-confidence. Ryusuke's voice was very gentle, which made her swallow the words she wanted to say. The original unconfidence and the idea that it was not her own doing were gradually dispersed. Could it be, really done by herself? Hinata's heart was full of doubts, but soon, the warm hand on her head distracted her attention. Don't bow your head. As the future head of the Hyaga clan, you must always raise your head and look directly at everyone in front of you, no matter what the situation is. Ryusuke looked at the girl in front of him with a smile, and stopped stroking her hair. It's almost time to go back. Father should have returned from the meeting. Okay. Hinata replied with a look of disappointment on her face. But for some reason, she felt very comfortable and very excited. She felt that she was slowly becoming different. As soon as this thought came up, Hinata's eyes fell on the center, on the people who had taken good care of her in the past. They were also looking at her, as if they had always paid attention to what happened just now. Facing her gaze, Shikamaru and the others nodded very friendly. Facing their kindness, Hinata felt that she could do what she had never dared to talk to others, let alone try. She had the courage to try. Ryusuke-kun, please wait for me. Hinata left a word, and in Ryusuke's puzzled eyes, she trotted to Shikamaru and the others. Hello. As always, she greeted them politely. Hello. Shikamaru and the others also responded politely, but they all looked at her strangely. Although it's rude to ask this, I always care about this. May I ask, am I ugly? In that impulse, Hinata came to the front of the few people and blurted out this question. Suddenly, her head began to swell with blood. She stood in front of the few people with red cheeks, but still forced herself to wait for the answer. It's so embarrassing. Who would ask others so bluntly whether they are good-looking or not? Will they think I'm narcissistic? But I really care whether Ryusuke-kun praised me for my good looks because he was comforting me. Those three guys said that they were telling the truth. Is it the truth, or is it just like what Ryusuke-kun said, that they just don't have aesthetic taste? Puff. Ha 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 ha. Sitting on the shoulders of the sculpture of the third Hokage, Ino couldn't help laughing out loud, and her laughter was very hearty. Then, under Hinata's nervous gaze, she jumped down and landed steadily on the ground. Although Shikamaru had been warning them not to have too much contact with Hinata, she couldn't help it now. Coming in front of Hinata, Ino stretched out her palm and rubbed Hinata's hair. Very beautiful, you are very beautiful and cute. While rubbing, she also looked towards Ryusuke. Is that your future husband? You two look very sweet. Her movements were imitating Ryusuke. Just now, she saw such a scene from a distance, and inexplicably felt very sweet in her heart, breaking some of her perceptions of love. It was like, the male and female protagonists in the romance stories she had read in the past had an image. Chapter 8 Good. Very good. For this infiltration, the Hidden Cloud Village will make material compensation to our Hyuga clan and the village. The Sandame hopes that this matter can be resolved. When he returned home, Hyuga Hayashi, who had rushed to the Hokage building for a meeting early in the morning, had already returned. The father and son went directly to the study and started a conversation between men. In fact, Hinata, the future clan leader, should also be present for this kind of conversation, but because she is still relatively young and has just decided to make changes, Ryusuke did not ask her to come along. As for Hyuga Hayashi, he did not think much of this heir. He has now focused all his attention on Ryusuke, and he believes that this son-in-law is the future of the Hyuga clan. It seems that you are not very surprised by this result. Have you seen this future? Have you seen the result of this meeting? Sitting at the desk, Hyuga Hayashi half squinted his eyes and looked at Ryusuke, who was opposite him because of his age. Even if he was sitting on a chair, his height could only show a head above the table. As the head of the clan, he was destined to not be able to maintain 100% trust in anyone. But Ryusuke said that his Byakugan could see through the future, and he believed it 70% to 80%. This was based on his age, his identity, and the records of the old times in the Hyuga shrine. Regarding the ability to see the future, it seems to be limited, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I can't master this ability for the time being, but I will do it as soon as possible. After hearing this news, Ryusuke's expression was very calm, and he explained, as for the result of this matter, I just roughly guessed it. I believe that father also roughly guessed it before going to the meeting. After all, the third generation is old. Regarding the intelligence chain within the clan, father, you gave me the highest authority, so I am more or less clear about the personalities of some people in the village and even other villages. From the intelligence data collected by the clan, after the Third World War, most of the orders issued by the third generation tended to be safe, and even tolerant. He no longer had the courage to fight with his back to the river when he was young. And the village is now relatively weak. The three ninjas left, and the fourth generation died early. There are not many people who can carry the banner and go to the front line to fight. Here, he paused and concluded, excessive friction with the Hidden Cloud Village at this time is definitely not a good thing. But there are already witnesses, and those who took action have been captured. It is impossible to pretend that nothing happened. I think the third generation should want to push this problem to the Hidden Cloud Village at the meeting and let them compensate for this matter. Pepe Papa, while clapping his hands, Hyuga Hayashi's eyes were full of praise. Very wonderful analysis, you are right, in fact, I roughly guessed the result before the meeting. If because of this incident, our Hyuga suffered casualties, or even Hinata was abducted, the third generation might start a war to calm our anger. But now there is no loss in our clan, so he will never let Konoha fall into war again because of this incident. Ryusuke nodded silently without saying anything. But I'm a little curious, what will be the trend of this matter in the future you see? Hyuga Hayashi asked again, if there is no advance arrangement, they will take Hinata away, right? Did the Hidden Cloud Village succeed in the end of our Hyuga clan's secret about the Byakugan? He used an affirmative sentence. Judging from the level of the invaders last night, they would undoubtedly succeed without any advance preparation. They did succeed in taking Hinata away, but they couldn't leave the village. Ryusuke shook his head, but these things are no longer important. The important thing is that we have stopped this from happening now. Can't you tell me? The eyes have limitations in this regard. Hyuga Hayashi was a little confused. I just think that letting your brain receive too much useless information will affect your actual judgment. Ryusuke explained with a smile, the future I see is not necessarily what will happen. If in the future I see, the Sandame is a kind and amiable hero who is willing to sacrifice himself to maintain Konoha's face and protect Konoha. But in reality, he is a pedantic old man who is hesitant about many things. So, father, do you think I should believe the future I see or what I am exposed to now? Hinata Hayashi thought for a while and replied. You need to make your own decision. Yes. If I really encounter something like this, I need to judge it myself based on the actual situation. Ryusuke nodded, but if my brain carries too much information about this, then I may be hesitant. Is his personality like the future I see, or the present I encounter? What will he do next? Will it be disadvantageous to me? But if it is according to the future I see, he will undoubtedly help me, but if it is him now, then I think the probability of him helping me is very low. To collect intelligence and analyze the development of things, you need to collect useful information. Too much useless and complicated information will only affect my judgment process. The secret of the Byakugan has actually been cracked by the people of the Hidden Mist Village, and someone in the Hidden Mist Village has even successfully transplanted the Byakugan. The reason why the Hyuga clan protects the clan is to ensure the purity of the Byakugan. But he doesn't want to reveal too much about these things, about what Hyuga Hayashi is worried about. Just like what he once said to Hyuga Hayashi, human destiny is unpredictable. Even if Ryusuke knows the direction of the plot, he has no way to guarantee in which time period, in which place, who will appear there, and whether they will die there. He can't be sure of these. After all, this world has added such an anomaly as him, and many things will change because of his arrival. Before he really gets the ability to see through the future, he will only use the plot in his memory as a reference, and will not believe in any content, including the personality and living habits of those people in his memory. With half-closed eyes, Hinata Hayashi stared at Ryusuke for a while, then spoke in a cold voice, "Are you giving me a hint?" "I'm talking about myself." Ryusuke quickly replied, "I found that in the past, I liked to obtain information based on the intelligence chain of the clan, and then analyze the development of things. I think that only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. But now I feel that even if you know yourself and the enemy, you may not be able to win every battle. I used to be a little too naive and one-sided." The smile on his face remained unchanged, and after he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the study suddenly fell silent. Time passed bit by bit. Hinata Hayashi stared at Ryusuke, and Ryusuke also looked back at him, calmly and relaxed. In the end, it was Hinata Hayashi's laughter that broke the silence. Very good, it is indeed a little too naive and one-sided, your performance is really not like a child. My requirements for you may not be limited to a child." Although a little stiff, it can be seen that his smile is from the heart. As for the reason for the stiffness, it is because he doesn't laugh often. "But father, I have found out some information about this matter and I can tell you." Unlike his stiff smile, Ryusuke's smile is so real that it is hard to tell whether it is a real smile or a fake one. The Sandame's defense against our Hyuga clan may be deeper than you think. Chapter 9 Past and Present Life. The bright stars are like chess pieces, shining on this dark chessboard. The vast night sky seems to have no boundaries. Or maybe there are boundaries, but Ryusuke's vision is not broad enough now, and there is no way to accommodate the entire starry sky. Lying on the bed, looking up at the sky through the huge skylight. There is no expression on his face, and there is no smile that he always keeps even when he is alone. In fact, Ryusuke is not a person who likes to laugh. His smile makes him feel tired. Compared to laughing, he prefers this expressionless face, which is his most comfortable state. But expressionless face will make people feel alienated and indifferent. Rather than making people feel strange, he prefers others to have a good impression of him and a sense of dependence on him, which will make him feel a little bit of existence in this world. This time, we avoided the death of Hyaga Hisashi and prevented the loss of Hyaga's combat power. The following period of time is not described in the original book. Apart from the extermination of the Uchiha clan, no major events occurred. There were more minor events. The major events basically started after Naruto graduated. While watching the night sky, Ryusuke carefully thought about what had happened recently. At the end of each day, he would carefully recall what he had done today and sort out the plans he had made. This was a habit he had maintained since his previous life. Ryusuke's previous life was not ordinary. Compared with ordinary people, his previous life was relatively difficult. Born as an orphan, he was abandoned in an orphanage since childhood. Fortunately, he was precocious and knew that he had lost to most people at the starting line of his life and could not reach the average line at all, so he worked hard enough to complete his studies based on excellent grades. During the entire learning process, he did not spend a penny, and even received a lot of scholarships and social subsidies from various schools. Thanks to his strong adaptability since childhood, after leaving school, Ryusuke has been doing well in society. In general, his previous life was bitter before it was sweet. Although, before it was sweet for long, he came to this world by accident. But Ryusuke did not complain about this. It doesn't really matter which world he lives in. The only thing to be thankful for is that he didn't get married and have children in his previous life. He doesn't want his children to suffer the same thing as himself and become orphans that no one wants. This is also the reason why Ryusuke can accept all this so calmly after coming to this world, and adapt quickly and plan a new life for himself. He has always been alone, from the past to the present. Hinata's self-confidence must be recultivated. To become my wife, she can't be a timid vase. The ninja world is not as peaceful as the previous world. Because of the matter of the Cloud Ninja, I have been delayed for so many days and have not started to learn the soft fist. The progress of training has been affected. I need to remind my father tomorrow. Regarding the experience bar in my mind, it took 3 years to reach 100% for the first time, and now the second time has only been a year. That is to say, if nothing goes wrong, the second time will be completed when she is 6 years old. Sorting out the recent plans one by one, until the last thing was confirmed, Ryusuke slowly got up and closed the skylight. He designed his room himself. As the head of the Hyaga family, he has the financial and human resources, which allows him to easily build the house he wants in this world where the entertainment industry is not well developed. Next is the time for sleep. In order to welcome a better tomorrow, every rest must be completed with full concentration. Soft fist is the secret technique passed down from generation to generation by our Hyaga clan. Only by relying on the convenience brought to us by our blood, that is, our eyes, can the power of soft fist be brought to its fullest. You should already know the principle very well. It is to inject one's own chakra into the enemy's body, thereby damaging the chakra pathway, meridian system and internal organs of the enemy's body. The light of the morning sun fell on the ground. Early in the morning, Ryusuke and Hinata were called by Hyaga Hayashi to teach the soft fist method. It seems that because of yesterday's conversation, Hyaga Hayashi no longer regards Ryusuke as a child. And Hinata is completely because she is also a head of the family, and as the future head of the family. Unlike ordinary physical skills, our physical skills focus more on attacking the inner body. Hinata Hayashi continued to explain, the human body is very fragile. Even if a ninja is very powerful, it is impossible to cultivate the body to the point of being indestructible. Compared with the external body surface and even the bones, the internal organs and meridians of the human body are hundreds of times more difficult to cultivate. He narrated seriously and demonstrated in person from time to time, allowing Ryusuke and the others to feel the chakra of the soft fist method invading the body, sealing the acupuncture points in the body, and cutting off the meridians. Then next, Ryusuke, you can start to try to practice the soft fist method, and I will guide your practice by the side." At this point, Hinata Hayashi paused and turned his eyes to his own daughter. "As for Hinata, your physique is not qualified to practice the soft fist method. Continue to practice as usual today, temper your body, and improve your strength and speed." "Yes." Hinata nodded seriously, walked to the other side consciously, and started her usual exercise. But this decisive answer and expression made Hinata Hayashi stunned for a moment. It was at this time that he discovered that his daughter seemed to be a little different. Thinking back carefully, it seemed that since the dinner together last night, her performance was a little bold. She dared to look up and face him directly, unlike before, when she didn't even dare to look him in the eye. She is trying to get your approval and is also trying to learn to become a family head. Feeling the doubts in Hyaga Hayashi's heart, Ryusuke explained softly, "If Hinata works hard enough, although she has not met your requirements, I hope you can encourage and praise her appropriately." Self-confidence is a very important content in people's changeable emotions. It can make people get twice the result with half the effort when doing anything. This is why Ryusuke wanted Hinata to misunderstand yesterday. That was the result of her own courage to try. He hopes that Hinata will become a qualified family head, not a puppet family head who only listens to his words. Putting his eyes back on Ryusuke, Hyaga Hayashi nodded slightly, but did not say anything more, let alone ask what happened. "Hurry up and start, Ryusuke. The Uchiha genius has the strength of a chunin at the age of 11. Although there is a big age gap between you, I hope that as someone favored by the ancestors, you will not lose to him." "I will try my best," Ryusuke replied with a smile. Unless he needs to step out in the open and show his ability to intimidate, most of the time, he is used to speaking halfway. Chapter 10: The so-called soft fist. Hey! Ha! Under the scorching sun, only the main family of the Hyaga clan can enter the independent training ground. A small figure is trying hard to swing her fists and feet to temper her body. From time to time, she also uttered a very powerful shout. In the center of the training ground, an old man and a young man stood opposite each other with their backs straight. Hinata Hayashi looked at Ryusuke in front of him expressionlessly, and he was closing his eyes at this time. Since he just taught him the general content of the soft fist method, he just stood there with his eyes closed, and he didn't know what he was doing. But Hinata Hayashi didn't think that it was the child's laziness that affected him. He knew very well that Ryusuke was not an ordinary child, and he knew what he should do. So he didn't disturb or ask, but opened his eyes and waited and observed his body quietly. But he was right, Ryusuke was certainly not lazy. At this moment, Ryusuke carefully reviewed every word, every action, every detail of Hinata Hayashi just now, as well as the feeling of his chakra invading his body to cut off the meridians and seal the acupuncture points. Rebirth brought him not only a piece of experience in his mind, but also his memory and thinking ability became stronger than the previous life because of this rebirth. Still with his eyes closed, Ryusuke's body began to move as his consciousness gradually became clearer. Seeing him start to move, Hinata Hayashi standing next to him stepped back and made enough space to avoid disturbing him. Exactly the same action, exactly the same chakra operation method. When the chakra was attached to the palm, Ryusuke perfectly reproduced the action that Hinata Hayashi demonstrated just now. Break! A palm was swung out, and a strong gust of wind rang with the amplitude of the action. And the chakra attached to his palm also hit out, but soon disappeared between heaven and earth because there was no target body to accommodate it. Quietly watching the scene in front of him, Hinata Hayashi's eyes were full of horror. As the head of the Hyaga clan, he knew very well how difficult it was to practice the soft fist technique. In the long history of the Hyaga clan, no one in the main or branch clan could learn the soft fist technique like Ryusuke did with just one look. And after his observation, Ryusuke's movements just now were exactly the same as those he had demonstrated just now. This ability to replicate was no weaker than that of the Uchiha clan, at least the Uchiha clan could not use the Sharingan to replicate the soft fist of their Hyuga clan. But before Hyuga Hayashi's inner surprise settled down, Ryusuke in front of him had already moved again. Bang! 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 The dull sound of sonic booms continued to explode in the void. With each palm strike, Ryusuke attached chakra to his palm very well, and gradually developed his own style, instead of rigidly replicating Hyuga Hayashi's fighting habits like just now. But unfortunately, due to the amount of chakra, he could only strike out 32 of the 8 trigrams 64 palms in the soft fist technique. When there was only a trace of chakra left, Ryusuke finally stopped and slowly opened his eyes. His whole body had been completely soaked in sweat during the practice just now, and the soil under his feet was wet. Taking a deep breath to relieve the internal organs that were running at high speed due to the intense exercise, Ryusuke smiled and looked at Hyuga Hayashi, who was speechless beside him, and said, "Is this the soft fist method of our Hyuga clan? It's really difficult." Suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, Hyuga Hayashi replied with a stiff face, "You are just using it for the first time, which is already amazing." First time? Ryusuke nodded without comment. "Father, I need to extract new chakra and take a rest by the way." "Okay, then you rest first, I'll go see Hinata." As if running away, Hyuga Hayashi left this sentence and hurriedly turned around and left. And at the moment he turned his head, the expressionless face he had forced to maintain on his face had completely collapsed. "It's really difficult?" There were only these 4 words in Hinata Hayashi's mind. His son-in-law was more pretentious than he had imagined. How long did it take him to learn the soft fist method? It seemed to be a week. It was funny to see the flustered movements of Hinata Hayashi when he turned around. Ryusuke had already seen his inner restlessness. But he was really not modest. Although he only tried to use the soft fist method once in the real world, he tried 11 times in the spiritual space and in his mind before he completely memorized the whole set of movements and reproduced them perfectly. The practice of the soft fist method was not easy. Ryusuke tried it once in Hinata Hayashi's test. At that time, he only understood the principle of the soft fist, but unfortunately when he used it, he knew it was definitely not that simple. Although he had no actual combat experience before, when Ryusuke tried to strike out that palm, he could easily feel that the chakra contained in his palm did not penetrate into his body. The chakra in Hinata Hayashi's body, while protecting his body, also repelled the invasion of Ryusuke's chakra. The soft fist method is actually a bit similar to the martial arts in the martial arts novels that Ryusuke read in his previous life. And it is a combination of external and internal skills. The so-called internal skills are, of course, chakra. In the process of using soft fist, the chakra needs to flow in the meridians in a special way. The soft chakra will be endowed with strong strength and penetration during the flow. External skills refer to special force-generating techniques that allow Ryusuke to exert force through various parts of the body while swinging his palm, so that the so-called dark power can burst out in an instant, and better inject the offensive chakra in the body into the enemy's body. One inside and one outside, complementing each other, this is the essence of the famous soft fist method in the ninja world. And why is Ryusuke so tired after just one use? It is completely because it is not easy to control the body to perform what the spiritual consciousness has learned. The whole process consumes a lot of his spirit, and the same is true for the body. Every action requires a strong spirit to correct it to avoid deviations. In the subsequent process, it is even more necessary to integrate your feelings during the use process, which is not easy. There is a saying that the brain says that what you have learned, the body may not necessarily know. But obviously, this situation does not apply to Ryusuke, but it is very hard. This is also the reason why, in the eyes of Hyuga Hayashi, Ryusuke can fully perform the soft fist method just by watching it once, but he still shouts that it is difficult. Because, it is indeed difficult. Patriarch. At this time, a voice sounded outside the training ground. Ryusuke, who was sitting cross-legged and refining and restoring chakra, opened his eyes and looked towards the door. A man who looked similar to Hyuga Hayashi, but younger, was standing at the door with a child, raising his hand to signal Hyuga Hayashi. The child next to him was looking at Ryusuke with curiosity, and seemed to be very interested in his existence. Chapter 11, The Main Family and the Branch Family. Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Niji? The moment he saw their appearance, Ryusuke had the answer to their identities in his heart. The person who came was Hyuga Hisashi's twin brother, Hyuga Hisashi, who is also the head of the Hyuga branch family now. And next to him was his son Hyuga Niji. Sure enough, Hyuga Hisashi, who had just gone to Hinata and started to guide her to exercise, turned around and his expression suddenly became alert. While walking towards them, Hyuga Hisashi said expressionlessly, "Hisashi, people from the branch family cannot enter the clan land of the main family casually." Then he looked at Niji standing next to him, but Niji's grades in school are very good. I heard that he ranked first in the grade in the entrance examination, which brought honor to our Hyuga family. Thank you for the compliment, uncle of the clan leader. For his praise, Niji politely returned the gift. Don't praise him so much, it's just luck. People of the same generation as Niji are all mediocre, and there is no outstanding person to compare with him. When talking about his son, Hisashi was full of modesty, but he smiled proudly on his face. Although there is no difference between Hisashi and Hisashi in appearance, the things they have experienced and the responsibilities they have assumed have made their personalities very different. Especially Hisashi, because he often worries about the affairs of the clan. He is obviously older than Hisashi, who was born only a few minutes later. Uncle Hisashi. At this time, Ryusuke and Hinata also temporarily ended their training and came to greet the elders. Nodding a little coldly, Hisashi said to the two, "Next year, Miss Hinata and Master Ryusuke should go to the ninja school, right? If you encounter any troubles in school, you can ask Niji for help." "Then I'll trouble brother Niji." Ryusuke smiled and nodded. As the younger brother of Hyuga Hayashi and the head of the branch family, Ryusuke and him have certainly met before. The Hyuga clan meeting held every year, all Hyuga clan members with combat capabilities or power need to participate, and as members of the main family, the two of them were also fortunate to participate in the clan meeting as young people. As for Niji, Ryusuke saw him for the first time, but Hinata did not see him for the first time. Because before he officially married into the family, Hyuga Hayashi seemed to have done something wrong, which made Hyuga Hayashi very wary of the people of the branch family. Except for guards and summons, people from the branch family are not allowed to enter and leave the main family land at will. So he didn't have much chance to meet Niji. With a stern face, Niji promised the two elders seriously, "When the time comes, I will take good care of Miss Hinata and Master Ryusuke." Ryusuke silently observed his little adult appearance and confirmed that his words came from the heart, not pretending. This is the first impact after the plot change. Now, Niji should have been branded as a bird in a cage, and he also understands his identity as a branch family and his responsibility to protect the main family. But it seems that because Hyuga Hisashi is still alive, he does not reject this identity for the time being. "Patriarch, I brought Niji here this time because his physical fitness has reached the standard of practicing Bagwazang, so I came to ask for instructions." Hyuga Hisashi said to Hyuga Hayashi. "You don't have to come in person for such things in the future." Hyuga Hayashi nodded, not caring much about this matter. "If there is nothing else, leave the main family as soon as possible." "I understand." Hyuga Hisashi bowed respectfully and replied, leaving with Niji. Before leaving, he looked at Hinata with a rather complicated look. Hyuga Hisashi did not notice it, and Hinata did not notice it either, but Ryusuke, because of his height, clearly saw this scene. It seems that the relationship between the main family and the branch family is much colder than I thought. After Hyuga Hisashi walked away, Ryusuke spoke again. "Hinata, you continue to practice." Hyuga Hayashi first called Hinata away, and then replied helplessly, who would like their life and property to be firmly controlled by others, and besides, Ningji's talent is really good. Compared with Hinata, his son is more suitable to be the head of the family in Hisashi's eyes. Although their identities are different, the two brothers are twins after all. Compared with the previous generation of the main family and the branch family, their relationship was pretty good at the beginning. At that time, Hisashi often brought Niji to their house for a small gathering. But since Hisashi brought Niji to observe him guiding Hinata's practice, the relationship maintained by family affection broke down all of a sudden. After seeing Hinata's clumsy movements and weak temperament, Hisashi could not accept that his talented son lost to Hinata for no reason because of his identity, and might even be restricted by her in the future, so he was murderous. Seeing that Hyuga Hayashi said this and did not continue to speak, Ryusuke replied calmly. Yes, he was murderous. He was murderous towards his own niece. Hinata Hayashi's eyes were full of regret. From that day on, the two brothers were only related by blood, not by family affection. Sometimes he thought, if Hinata had better talent and a tougher temper, would their relationship not be like this? Perhaps Hisashi would willingly let Niji assist Hinata and continue to control the entire Hyuga clan like the two brothers did in their early years, but unfortunately, Hinata has never met his expectations. So he has always been a little disappointed with Hinata. Looking at his expression, Ryusuke said seriously, "This is not Hinata's fault. I know it's not her fault, but as a member of the main family and the future head of the Hyuga clan, she can't lose to the people of the branch family, but she can only disappoint me again and again." Hyuga Hayashi shook his head, "But fortunately, I have you now. As Hinata's husband, you will take good care of her in the future and maintain the status of the main family of our lineage, right?" Staring at Ryusuke seriously, he waited for his answer. In the training ground under the scorching sun, only the sound of Hinata practicing was left. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was quiet for a while. Ryusuke smiled and replied, "I will try my best. You know, fate is unpredictable. Konoha is not as peaceful as we imagined, and the ninja world cannot always be peaceful. If something unexpected happens, I may not have the chance to see that day." Without getting his guarantee, Hyuga Hayashi shook his head regretfully, "With your personality and ability, as long as you grow up enough to become a ninja. Even if there are only 10 people left in Konoha village under the smoke of war, I believe you will be one of them." He seemed unwilling to continue on this issue, and changed the subject, but just now Hisashi mentioned the issue of going to school. "What do you think about this? For you, going to school seems to be an unnecessary thing. It will only waste your time." Chapter 12, Involution. Signed, collect, read, recommend, monthly ticket, reward, anything. School is a good place for socializing. Even if it's not for learning, getting to know more people in school and getting to know more children from other families will be beneficial to the future development of Hyuga. Ryusuke bluntly refuted Hyuga Hayashi's opinion. Besides, although the Hyuga clan has the right to directly grant the qualifications of genin, they can directly participate in the Chunin assessment without going to school, taking graduation exams, or requiring a certain number of tasks, but this is too obvious. This obviously tells other people in the village and the village's top leaders that you value me as a son-in-law, which will cause me trouble. Before I grow up and have enough ability to protect myself, I don't want to show up too much in front of Konoha's top leaders. Although Konoha was originally a village composed of alliances of major families. But as time goes by, many people have now abandoned the concept of family and turned to the village as a collective. These include, but are not limited to, Konoha's top leaders such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Denzo, Ino Shikacha, etc. Just like the will of fire that has been spread in the village, the originator of this selfless spirit, Hashirama Senju, hopes that all the families in the village can put aside the selfish concept of the family and focus on the village in their hearts. As the heirs of this spirit, they are willing to abandon the family for the village. Therefore, the clans in the village that always maintain the concept of family will inevitably be excluded, and the most dazzling one is the arrogant Uchiha clan. Although the Hyuga clan has always shown a non-competitive attitude under the leadership of Hyuga Hayashi, because of their long history and combat power, the vigilance of the top leaders has not weakened at all. In this case, if a little genius like him jumps out, it is too dangerous. And if you want to hide yourself, the simplest point is not to be special. Graduating early like Uchiha Itachi and Hitaki Kakashi is completely exposing themselves to all the top leaders of Konoha and increasing the village's attention to them. This approach may make them famous and praised by many people. But in fact, they did not get any real benefits, but were exploited again and again. I understand. Hinata Hayashi nodded, he was not thoughtful enough. But then, he thought of the speed at which Ryusuke mastered the soft fist method just now, and said helplessly, but with your talent and ability, even if you don't go to school and practice at home, I may not be able to teach you for a long time. Don't worry, although I learn things quickly, it will take a long time to really transform myself. Ryusuke smiled and replied, I just hope you can fight with me seriously once a week. Practicing alone is a very boring and rigid thing. I need to feel the real battle. Or, you can help me cover up so that I can be unnoticed. Leave the village and go outside the village to see real ninjas. I definitely agree to actual combat, but if you leave the village, I won't agree to you leaving the village before you have the real strength to protect yourself. When it comes to leaving the village, Hyuga Hayashi, who has always valued Ryusuke and is willing to listen to his opinions, strongly refused. The Hyuga clan is too obvious in appearance. If you leave the village, you will be ambushed by spies from the enemy village if you are not careful. Your existence is too important to the family. I hope you understand what I mean. After saying that, he looked at Ryusuke very seriously. The attitude is very clear. This issue does not allow him to fool around like before. I understand this, but I also hope you know that a ninja who has not experienced blood is not a real ninja. Ryusuke reminded him helplessly. He felt this doting and attention, but he didn't want to be protected too well, like a mama's boy. After thinking for a while, Hyuga Hayashi nodded, I will find a chance to arrange this. He knew that Ryusuke could not stay in the village all the time. Even members of the Hyuga clan may be forcibly sent out by the village to the battlefield under special circumstances. There is one more thing. Since you choose to go to school, I have a task for you, which is to guide Hinata on how to become a qualified head of the family. Hyuga Hayashi looked at Hinata, who was trying to improve her physique not far away. I know you have been trying to correct Hinata's character recently, and it has been effective. Although it is a bit embarrassing to say it, in terms of education, I, as a father, am not as good as you, a 4-year-old child, but since you have this idea, I will completely entrust this matter to you. If you want me to encourage Hinata, I will praise her from time to time, but I have a request, don't let Hinata fall behind Niji too much. People from the main family must never lose to people from the branch family. She is my wife. Of course I will take good care of her. Ryusuke smiled and nodded, and also turned his eyes to the edge of the training ground, the hard-working figure. The clan and the branch family are actually not important. The Hyuga clan is a descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura, a relative of the Six-Path Sage in ancient times, and is also a branch of the Otsutsuki clan. Thousands of years ago, Otsutsuki Hamura led some of his descendants to the moon through time-space ninjutsu, and observed the ninja world created by his brother from the moon. After 1,000 years, in the present world, the only clan that still considers itself as the Otsutsuki clan is the one on the moon. The Otsutsuki Hamura clan that stayed on this planet at that time became the current Hyuga clan. Regarding the fact that the Hyuga clan's branch family swore to defend the main family to the death, this extremely strict and cruel family inheritance system was also inherited from the Otsutsuki clan. Strictly speaking, the entire Hyuga clan on this planet today is also the branch family of the lineage on the moon. The so-called bird in a cage, the secret art of returning to the sky that can only be practiced by the clan, and any high-level art in the clan, the people of the branch family need to ask the main family first before practicing. These rules are just bad habits that the clan has extended in order to protect its status in the past 1,000 years. But Ryusuke will not tell Hyuga Hayashi about these things, because these are not important. All kinds of conspiracies and calculations are empty in his heart. As an outsider who came to this world, he is a bystander and sees through the essence of this world very clearly. Strength is the main theme of this world. Only by being strong can you decide whether you are a main family or a branch family. Father, I think I've rested enough. I hope to learn all the secret techniques of the Hyuga as soon as possible, so that it will be easier for me to integrate them into my own fighting style later. Turning his head, Ryusuke looked at Hyuga Hayashi next to him. Hyuga Hayashi nodded silently, without any idea of following the rules or biting off more than he can chew. 5-year-old Niji has reached the standard for practicing Bagwazang, and 11-year-old Uchiha Itachi has become a Chunin. Others are working hard, and Ryusuke should be the same as them. Although there is no way to show his abilities wantonly, Hyuga Hayashi hopes that in his heart, Ryusuke can always be the best genius. Chapter 13 The Hunter and the Prey. Ding ding ding. The sound of metal collisions continued to explode in the void. A thin and short black shadow flashed quickly in the forest, and stretched his body wantonly in the huge independent training ground of the Hyuga clan. And behind this black shadow, there was another tall and strong figure, who was following calmly, and from time to time he would throw out the kunao in the ninja tool bag to interfere with him. Similarly, kunao mixed with shurikens, various ninja tools in Ryusuke's hands, were thrown out like bullets, and shot towards the Hyuga Hayashi who was chasing behind him. Trying to stop his pursuit, and at the same time shooting down the ninja tools thrown by Hyuga Hayashi. Speed and strength were exerted to the extreme at this moment. Ryusuke's spirit was tense, but his brain was extremely clear. The internal organs in his body were running fast, adapting to the load on the body itself under the intense movement. In addition to thinking about this battle, he abandoned other thoughts in his mind. This was a battle he had never experienced in his previous life. This kind of confrontation between cold weapons and real battles were strictly prohibited in his previous life. But this did not make Ryusuke feel any discomfort, but extremely excited. In his mind, there were scenes that only appeared in animation or film and television clips, but now he can do it. This feeling is very wonderful, and he enjoys the process very much. But while he is excited, he is also very calm, an extreme calmness after being excited to the extreme. Only in the dark night, when a person alone will have an expressionless face, Ryusuke's face appears. He takes this actual combat very seriously and enjoys it very much. There is no need to look back, with his back to these kunao or shuriken that are also shot at a high speed. The white eyes on Ryusuke's face can give a full and clear insight into all the nearby situations. His petite and tender body nimbly dodges the bombardment of these ninja tools. He seems to be an elf in the jungle, showing his seductive dance. But this beauty is not what Ryusuke deliberately pursues. Compared with fighting well, he pays more attention to practicality. Each of his dodging movements was very subtle, almost brushing past him, and almost scratching his body. But this is not for the pursuit of excitement, not for the rapid secretion of adrenaline, but the smaller the movement range, the greater the room for change. The larger the movement range, the greater the inertia generated. At this time, once the enemy changes the way of attack and the fighting skills, it is very likely that he will not be able to parry. It's like a person jumps up to dodge an attack, but there is no place to borrow strength in the air, so he can only become a living target. And the more subtle the movement is, the more space he has to change his dodging movement once the enemy changes the way of attack. Chasing behind with a stern face, Hinata Hayashi is very satisfied with Ryusuke's performance. After only a few actual battles, he can handle such a fierce battle with ease. His talent is already very high. It's time to increase the difficulty a little. Hinata Hayashi thought in his heart. But at this moment, the power in his hand burst out again, and when the kunai was hit at a faster speed than before, Ryusuke in his eyes suddenly slowed down. Ryusuke's action was wrong. The kunai he had just thrown was aimed at the back of Ryusuke's head. In an instant, a fierce look flashed in Hyuga Hayashi's eyes, and the chakra attached to his feet exploded, and the movement of his feet suddenly accelerated. The figure that was originally clear in Ryusuke's eyes was suddenly reduced to a residual shadow. The strong wind rolled up as he moved, directly splitting the fallen leaves, blocking the way in half. Facing Ryusuke's mistake, Hyuga Hayashi actually tried to intercept the kunai he had just thrown in the air at a faster speed. And just when he came to the edge of the kunai and stretched out his hand to grab the kunai, the next moment, Ryusuke, who had his back to him, suddenly turned around and rushed towards him, and hit him with a palm mixed with chakra, without caring about the kunai that was about to hit him. Then, in Hyuga Hayashi's gratified eyes, Ryusuke in front of him directly passed through the kunai, and the palm that was supposed to hit him also passed through. This was the first time, in such a long period of actual combat training, that Ryusuke tried to change his prey's identity for the first time. But it was a pity. I won't be fooled by the same tactics for the second time. Hyuga Hayashi's tone was full of praise, and then he turned around suddenly and hit his back with a palm. He was fooled last time because he just regarded Ryusuke as an ordinary child. But this time, he no longer regarded Ryusuke as a child, but as a real ninja. The battle between ninjas was not taken lightly. Even though he didn't open the Byakugan now and couldn't defend his whole body, as a senior ninja, he had a strong perception ability and had already noticed something wrong behind him. Sure enough, another Ryusuke came behind him at some point, waving the bagua palm towards him, preparing to bombard the acupuncture points on his back and seal his chakra. Chuckling and waving his palm, Hyuga Hayashi moved forward and also swung the bagua palm, intending to offset his strength. This is the child of their Hyuga clan, the child of their clan. Faced with such an outstanding junior, Hinata Hayashi's sense of relief and pride was greatly satisfied, making him less rigid and serious as usual. Ryusuke made up for the disappointment Hinata gave him. But at this moment, Hyuga Hayashi, who was still rushing forward, suddenly stopped. As a ninja, his alertness made him instinctively aware of the danger. And the source of danger was definitely not Ryusuke in front of him, or his bagua palm. Byakugan, open! Without any hesitation, Ryusuke in front of him was attacking him, but the sense of danger in his heart was so real that Hyuga Hayashi, who had not intended to use the Byakugan, had to open his pupil technique. Veins bulged around his eye sockets, and the chakra in his body surged into his eyes. There was nothing unusual, everything in front of him was still the same as before. But it was the lack of any changes that made Hyuga Hayashi feel even more wrong, because the Ryusuke rushing towards him in front of him was also a clone. There was no trace of chakra flowing in his body. So where was the real Ryusuke? Where was that sense of danger that was enough to kill him? Using the Byakugan to the extreme, and with the injection of more huge chakra, the world in front of Hyuga Hayashi had become different. The expression on his face became stunned, and then he was a little unbelievable. Illusion. The Ryusuke in front of him was no longer one person, but two people. One of them was the Ryusuke who was the first one he saw, waving his palm at him expressionlessly. The other one was Ryusuke who was standing less than 2 steps away from him. At this time, he was smiling, holding a kunai high and swaying it in the air. If he had not noticed the danger just now and rushed straight up, he would definitely hit this sharp kunai, although from the position where Ryusuke placed it, this kunai would only scratch his left shoulder. But if his left shoulder was really scratched, it would mean that Ryusuke could completely win in the actual combat exercise just now. Although it was just an exercise, it was also a very embarrassing thing. I thought that with my ability, the attacks I could cause could not be silent, so I could only come up with this way to let you take the initiative to hit my kunao. Only in this way would there be no sound detected by you during the attack, but I didn't expect that you still saw through it. Is this the so-called combat awareness? Even if you can't see it, your body can instinctively detect danger. Ryusuke smiled and silently took back the kunao. After learning the soft fist technique, he and Hinata Hayashi conducted actual combat exercises every week. But among all these times, this was his first attempt to become a hunter, and he still failed. Chapter 14: The so-called combat talent. Ryusuke's Byakugan has the ability of illusion, which can confuse and control part of a person's nerves, which Hyuga Hayashi knows well. He has mastered the 3 body techniques, and is very proficient in the clone technique among the 3. The speed of seals is enough to deceive most people, which Hyuga Hayashi has also seen. But in this case, Ryusuke still used the means he knew to set up this situation, and almost hurt him. And what he used in this process was just his thoughts. Extremely meticulous combat talent, this is the evaluation given to Ryusuke by Hyuga Hayashi in this actual combat exercise, and it is also the highest evaluation in these actual combat exercises. The so-called combat talent does not mean how powerful the strength is or how fast the speed is. It means whether you can react to the battle situation in the first time during the battle and give the enemy the greatest damage in the battle. Today's battle made Hyuga Hayashi very pleased. Until the end of dinner, the smile on his face never faded, even if his performance today was a bit embarrassing. His reaction this time was very big, more intense than every time he discovered Ryusuke's extraordinariness. Even when Ryusuke learned the soft fist technique at once, it didn't bring him such a big surprise. Because there are too many ninjas in this world who have strength but can't use it, even Hyuga Hayashi himself is the same. As the head of a clan, he can see much more than many ordinary ninjas. Many ordinary ninjas believe that the number of ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, or chakra, physical fitness and other factors can determine a person's strength. So they desperately want to make achievements in exchange for the opportunity to learn powerful techniques. But in fact, many people at the top like Hyuga Hayashi know that the talent of practice is not that important in this world. The time required to learn or develop ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, the attributes of chakra, etc., these things that seem to determine a person's talent can only be said to be the foundation of being a ninja. Those who plant trees in the past will enjoy the shade in the future. Not to mention those small countries, the 5 major countries and 5 major ninja villages, basically every village has a complete teaching plan. For example, in Konoha, ordinary people can study in the ninja school for at least 6 years, and those with outstanding talents can complete all their studies in advance and apply for graduation through examinations. During this period, all prospective ninjas will learn all the knowledge that a ninja must have. After graduating from school, there will be a senior ninja leading the team to reduce the mortality rate of the junior ninjas. This period of time is very long. If you are in a period of truce, basically, the transition period from junior ninja to junior ninja is absolutely safe as long as there is no accident. Only when you reach junior ninja and master 1 or 2 ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu that are enough to save your life will you face real danger. With such a long training time, basically anyone who studies seriously can master the way to win in battle. But in fact, there are very few people who can apply all what they have learned to battle. Most ninjas can only use 5% to 10% of what they have learned in battle at the beginning. Then, this situation will improve with continuous fighting and accumulated combat experience, but the upper limit will not exceed 50%. Only those who are extremely talented in fighting can bring out what they have learned to more than 50%, or even 100%. Like the 4th generation, he is a fighting genius who, in the posture of a civilian, relies on his outstanding fighting talent to gradually walk out of his own path. This kind of fighting talent can only be born in most cases, and only a few people can be transformed and improve their upper limit through accumulated combat experience. Therefore, Hyuga Hayashi's reaction is so big. Ryusuke is likely to be a genius who is extremely talented in both practice and combat, a natural ninja. But soon, he calmed down again. As for whether Ryusuke is also talented in combat, he still needs actual testing. After all, his battle with Ryusuke can only be said to be a real-life exercise, a simulated battle, and not a real life and death fight. But when he thought that if he left the village, Ryusuke might encounter uncontrollable dangers and might die halfway on the road to growth, Hyuga Hayashi hesitated. As for what Hyuga Hayashi was thinking, Ryusuke didn't know. At this time, he was strolling around Konoha village with Hinata. The time for training is very boring. Although being boring doesn't mean that Ryusuke doesn't like it, he still needs to relax occasionally. Why do you have such a stern face? You scared the boss of the meatball stand. Ryusuke looked at Hinata, who was looking straight ahead with an expressionless face, helplessly. Since she left the house, her expression has always been like this, and she is taciturn. Although she used to talk very little, this time is completely different. However, every time she speaks, there is a shadow of the time when Ryusuke used illusion to control her body to speak, which is a bit cold, but she doesn't have the momentum of controlling the overall situation. She is learning and imitating herself at that time, and she wants to be that kind of person. Hearing Ryusuke's words, Hinata turned her head, and the expressionless face on her face eased a little. She whispered in his ear and explained, I don't know how to become a qualified head of the family, but I think my father is a qualified head of the family. There is no doubt that she attributed her original behavior to the fact that she was in a panic and subconsciously learned her father's behavior. Pretending to be a master without saying anything, that's fine. Ryusuke looked at her with a smile, but he still agreed to this method. This is indeed a good way. There are many ways to be a family head, but there is no doubt that they all require a strong momentum, whether it is fierce or cold momentum. If Hinata can find out what kind of family head she wants to be in this way, he will not interfere. Anyway, this is just her performance outside. When she is at home, her emotions are still quite normal, at least she will not be so stern and speak without emotion. Along the way, Hinata has attracted a lot of attention from people on the street, of course, because of her identity and her changes. What happened in the park before has been brought back home by many children, and they tell their parents as fun things in their spare time. And their parents, like the diners in the restaurant at the beginning, spread the topic again in the discussion of these big family children. However, a person's change cannot be felt by just one thing. It's almost time for the ninja school to finish school. We will also be enrolled next year. Maybe we can take this opportunity to go to the school to get familiar with it and take a look at the level of students in Niji's class and what it takes to be the top student in the grade. Looking at Hinata beside him, Ryusuke suggested. Chapter 15 She will try. Unlike Ryusuke's previous life, when school ended at around 5 o'clock and he even had to study in the evening. The ninja school ends very early, and the day's classes end at just 3 o'clock. However, the end of the class does not mean that there is no extra content. Just like in the previous world, many families who can afford the economic pressure will sign up their children for various cram schools after school. This situation also exists in this world. After 3 o'clock, it can be said that school is over, or it can be said that it is free time. Students who don't want to study or work hard can leave school at will, and the teachers in the school will no longer restrict them. For those who are willing to stay in school and continue to study, the teachers in the school will teach according to their actual situation. Which students are usually more hardworking or have a better relationship with them, they will guide those students. Therefore, even after school, there are still a large number of students working hard in the ninja school, including Hyuga Niji. This is very real. Even if the village leaders know this situation, they don't stop it too much, and don't try to make the environment in the school more fair, because this is also part of the ninja course. There is no absolute fairness in this world, not to mention that many factors will determine the future of ninjas in their pursuit of power, and these factors are also impossible to be fair. Of course, these things only apply to ordinary classes. For example, in the elite class where Hyuga Niji is, there is only excellent admission scores, so this situation will not occur. In this class, almost all of them are from families, and they don't need to please the teacher for better teaching resources. These children from families stay in school, more to take this opportunity to learn from other students in the same class and accumulate practical experience. To be honest, this is a bit different from what Ryusuke knows, but it was expected. In his previous life, he was in a world without magic, a very ordinary technological era, and there were various laws to maintain social order. But even so, many people worked so hard to have enough food and to get ahead. In this cruel ninja world, as long as you stop and relax, you are likely to pay your life when performing tasks in the future. In this atmosphere, who would treat the profession of ninja with a playful attitude, not to mention that children in this world are generally precocious. Perhaps only those who are isolated, excluded from the atmosphere, and do not feel any sense of urgency or crisis can play without any heart and soul. There is no rule that only students of this school can enter the school. After entering the school, they just asked a random student and the four of them easily found Hyuga Niji. He is indeed famous in the school. Standing at the edge of the huge training ground of the ninja school, Hyuga Hinata asked Niji next to her expressionlessly, "Brother Niji, can you introduce me to anyone in your class who is worth paying attention to?" She still remembered what Ryusuke said, that she wanted to find out what level it would take to become the first in the age group. Niji was stunned for a moment, and seemed to be a little surprised by Hinata's expression and tone, but he quickly replied, "Of course, Miss Hinata." And next to him, Ryusuke, who couldn't find the yellow-haired boy in the crowd of people in the training ground, withdrew his gaze with some disappointment and focused on the conversation between the two. In fact, the main point of coming to school this time was that he wanted to meet Naruto by chance. But maybe he hasn't enrolled yet, but according to reason, he should have failed to graduate twice. If in the original plot, he graduated at the same age as Sasuke and Hinata, then he should have enrolled 2 years earlier, but it seems, that didn't happen. 3 people from the Uchiha clan. As expected, among the messy crowd in the training ground, the first person Niji introduced was the Uchiha clan, a powerful clan with the same status as them in the village. 2 men and 1 woman, also standing at the edge of the training ground. All 3 of them were wearing dark blue tops with fan-shaped family emblems embroidered on their backs. At this time, they stood in the training ground, which was out of tune with the surrounding atmosphere. They glanced at the people on the playground with arrogant and indifferent eyes, and from time to time they looked at Ryusuke and the others, or more precisely, Hyuga Niji. Whether it's physical skills, ninjutsu, or genjutsu, they are all very proficient. What they like to do most every day is to defeat the people who come to challenge them one after another after school, so that they can satisfy their narrow vanity. Hyuga Niji introduced with disdain in his tone. "Then, has Brother Niji challenged them?" Hinata asked curiously, but her tone remained indifferent. She seemed to have hypnotized herself for a long time during this period, and imitated the original state for a long time. From going out to now, except for the break when talking to Ryusuke, she has maintained it very well. "I challenged them." Ningji raised his voice as if he was insulted. But after Ryusuke and the 2 guards behind him looked over, he quickly restrained his emotions. "They should challenge me. Whether it is practical or theoretical courses, I have maintained the first place in the grade." "Did Brother Niji win?" Hinata asked again. "Of course, although they are strong, I am still better," Hyuga Niji said proudly. "Since we are talking about Uchiha, Miss Hinata, there is one thing I need to remind you. In the past years of the ninja school, it was basically our Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan competing with each other, and my class has defeated them and won the first place, maintaining our Hyuga status. As the head of the family, you must not lose to the Uchiha of the same class. If you lose, it will be a loss of face for our Hyuga clan, and it will also bring shame to the clan leader and the royal family. Do you understand this? After saying that, he looked at Hinata very seriously. This time, the two guards behind Ryusuke did not look at Niji anymore, but at Hinata instead. As ninjas, they also experienced the competition between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans in their school days. If Hinata really can't compare to the Uchiha of their class, it will really make the whole Hyuga family embarrassed. After all, only the main family can bear the name of Hyuga. Suddenly, Hinata, who was expressionless and managed her facial expressions well, felt a little flustered. She felt the great pressure from the three people beside her. This was not the pressure of momentum, but the pressure of words and responsibility. When Hinata faced the three people, she was a little at a loss, and almost couldn't maintain her expression and mentality, and lowered her head again. Ryusuke stood up at the right time, protected her behind him, and looked at Niji with a smile. She will work hard. Chapter 16 Lock Lee. Staring at Ryusuke, this was the second time that Hyuga Niji saw this lucky guy. The first time was when he accompanied his father to the training ground that day and asked the clan leader to practice bagwazang. This time was the second time, but no matter which time they met, this guy did not bring him any threat or pressure except for his appearance. There was no news about his strength in the village, or even in the clan. The name Hyuga Ryusuke was not unfamiliar to the Hyuga clan. Many people, including him, knew that Ryusuke was taken in by the clan leader by chance because of his good talent and orphan. And in the case that the clan leader had only 2 daughters, he was lucky enough to be hired as a son-in-law, without having to be called a caged bird, and jumped from a branch family to the main family. But until now, Hyuga Ryusuke has not shown any signs of so-called good talent, and has not gained any good reputation, which seems extremely mediocre. To be honest, Hyuga Niji is a little jealous of this. If the father was not the brother of the clan leader, if their blood relationship was more distant, perhaps the person standing next to Miss Hinata now should be him. Hyuga Niji has always believed that only a genius like him is qualified to become the main family. Ryusuke is just a lucky branch family member, a branch family like him. Brother Niji can introduce other noteworthy people. Hinata will work hard on the Uchiha matter herself. Although he felt the hidden hostility in Niji's eyes, Ryusuke didn't care and smiled to change the topic for Hinata. It was too obvious. This time, without Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hayashi, Niji's inner thoughts were revealed. His straight eyes were almost like writing the 4 words "I'm jealous of you" on his forehead. The children in this world are very precocious, which Ryusuke has long felt. But precocity does not mean intelligence. This precocity is just a matter of course under the influence of the world background. As an outsider, with the thoughts of the previous world, he would think that the children in this world are precocious. But people in this world don't think these kids are that great, unless they can behave like Ryusuke in the eyes of Hyuga Hayashi, then maybe they'll be worth paying attention to. Hyuga Niji shook his head, turned his head and looked at Hinata and explained, "There's nothing else worth noting. The children of my generation are all mediocre." Ryusuke asked again, "What about the commoners?" Glancing at him, Niji still replied to Hinata, "There's one commoner I care about more, her name is Tenten. Although she's not from a ninja family, her family has been doing business for generations. They are a famous merchant family in the Land of Fire, and they control 80% of the ninja tool business in Konoha village. If we can make friends with her, we Hyuga can get a lot in terms of ninja tools' convenience." "Is this so?" "That makes sense." Hinata has been a little uneasy since she mentioned the fight between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan. She casually replied to Niji and pulled Ryusuke's hand. "Ryusuke, it's almost time for us to go back." Feeling her inner urgency, Ryusuke smiled and rubbed her hair. "You go back first, I have something to do." As he said, he turned his head and looked at Tsuji and Zinke behind him. "You go back with Hinata and protect her safety." But... Hinata hesitated and did not agree. Outsiders may not know, even Suji and the other two themselves do not know, but she has always understood that the two of them were actually assigned to her by her father to protect Ryusuke. She is just a cover to hide his importance to Ryusuke. Don't worry, I will go back soon, be obedient. Ryusuke smiled and waved at her, without giving her a chance to stay, turned around and walked towards the training ground. Just now, he seemed to see a figure worth noting and worth investing in advance. Lock Lee. After taking a look at Ryusuke's back, Niji turned around and said to Hinata, who looked embarrassed, Ms. Hinata, it's almost time for me to go back. I can go with you. No need. A cold voice sounded. Watching Ryusuke's back blend into the crowd and disappear, Hinata's expression suddenly became colder, as if layers of barriers rose around her, isolating everyone. She turned around and left directly. The words Niji just said to her put too much pressure on her and made her feel uncomfortable. Now she just wants to go home and practice well, at least, she can't lose to the next Uchiha. Watching Hinata leave in astonishment, Niji was a little stunned. He had never seen Hinata like this. At that moment, he felt a sense of inferiority when facing Hyuga Hayashi. As if being looked down upon and alienated. Frowning, this feeling did not make Niji feel unhappy, but instead a feeling of respect rose. This is the main family he protects and yearns for. On the other side, Ryusuke walked from the edge of the training ground to the center. The training ground is very large, much larger than the independent training ground of the Hyuga clan, and occupies almost 1/10 of the entire Konoha village. As the only ninja school in the village, the entire village's educational resources are poured into this school. The entire training ground is divided into the edge and the center. The edge is where Ryusuke and his friends were just now, and they can look down on everything in the training ground. Usually, the teachers in the school would observe the students in the edge area. The central area is divided into the first training ground, the second training ground, and the third training ground. There are 11 training grounds, forests, waterfalls, streams, and various different combat environments. The place where Ryusuke came to was the third training ground, which was a very ordinary wilderness flatland environment. Because there were no obstacles to avoid, the students who practiced actual combat here all wanted to have a fair and direct confrontation. And now, Rock Lee, who he noticed, was fighting with a person from the Inuzuka family, and there were many people around him. As for why he could tell that it was a person from the Inuzuka family, it was not because Ryusuke knew this person, but because he was fighting with a dog. Although not every ninja with a dog is from the Inuzuka clan, the fighting style of their clan is still very obvious. While using clones and substitutes to interfere with Rock Lee and consume his physical strength, the people of the Inuzuka clan persuaded him, Lee, your shortcomings are too obvious. You can't master the three-body technique and can't resist illusions. You can't become a real ninja. Even if you spend time and learn the three-body technique, your talent has already made you far behind others. It is very dangerous to become a ninja in this situation and face people from other villages. There was no ridicule or contempt. His tone was very sincere and it was a persuasion from the heart. The duel between the two was a bit like a cat playing with a mouse. Rock Lee was like a headless fly, being played around by several clones. It was hard to find the real body, but it was easily avoided by the substitute technique. I will succeed. But even so, Rock Lee's face was still full of determination. No matter how many clones there were, no matter every attack failed because of the substitute technique, he still insisted on taking the initiative to attack. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to hit it. It can be said that he is stubborn, but he just wants to be a ninja. Many onlookers sighed silently at this scene. They admired this spirit of perseverance, but as a ninja, if it is not suitable, it is not suitable. It is useless to force it, otherwise you may pay the price of your life. Chapter 17 People in the same situation. No one will make enemies for themselves casually, and no one will hate someone for no reason. Although the students in the same class as Rock Lee have only studied in the ninja school for 1 year, they have already had a gap with other children. Although they have lost their freedom and can no longer play lawlessly like before, the school rules constrain them while knowledge is also influencing and transforming them. There are many people like Rock Lee who have poor talent in practicing ninjutsu and illusion in the school, and almost every class has them. But there are too few people like Rock Lee who persist even if they know they have no chance to become a ninja, so few that there are almost none. Such a perseverant person will only make the classmates around him feel sorry and pity. The battle in the third training ground lasted for a long time, and Ryusuke was a spectator, watching the whole process quietly on the side. Compared with his opponent, Rock Lee is much stronger in physical fitness, whether it is speed or strength, he is faster than the people of the Inyazuka clan. Although the physical skills he used were just ordinary Konoha fluid skills taught in the ninja school, he was extremely skilled in using them. During the battle, even though he didn't know ninjutsu, his advantages in taijutsu and physical fitness made up for his shortcomings. But, it was not enough. I lost. Although Rock Lee's perseverance was very strong, he successfully supported the opponent's chakra until only a trace was left. Unfortunately, he also didn't have the ability to continue fighting. Although his opponent's chakra was insufficient, he still had physical strength. You are already very good, but you should think more about becoming a ninja. The people of the Inyazuka clan were satisfied with the reconciliation seal, and persuaded Rock Lee again, and then withdrew from the training ground. Rock Lee didn't say much, and silently withdrew from the training ground. Lee, do you want to continue the actual combat? Or, let's stop here today? Many people next to him couldn't wait to ask. Sorry, I can only stop here today. I have consumed a lot of physical strength. Rock Lee greeted these people apologetically. The others were obviously disappointed. People like Rock Lee, who were extremely skilled in physical skills but had no knowledge of ninjutsu, were almost the best training targets and could bring them a lot of practical experience. Therefore, his popularity in school was actually quite good. Many people would have actual combat training with him during this period after school. The sky was gradually getting dark. After standing quietly at the side of the training ground for a while and recovering a little strength, Rock Lee was ready to leave school and end today's study. Ryusuke did not go up to talk to him immediately. He walked behind him but did not hide himself. He did not speed up until he walked out of the school gate to catch up. The battle just now was very exciting. When he came to Rock Lee, Ryusuke found that his expression was a little gloomy. It seemed that he still cared about the defeat in the battle just now. He was not the Rock Lee who was braver and braver. He had not yet met the greatest luck in his life, that is, his mentor, Might Guy. You are, Hinata. Ryusuke's words made Rock Lee stop and be stunned for a moment. After seeing his appearance clearly, he quickly recognized his identity. My name is Hinata Ryusuke. Ryusuke smiled and said, your name is Rock Lee, right? I wrote it down. After watching the battle just now, I think you can become a very powerful ninja in the future. His tone was very gentle and friendly. Faced with his familiarity and his identity, Rock Lee replied a little at a loss, did you watch the whole battle just now? Of course, I was there from the beginning. Ryusuke nodded, are you in a hurry to go home? I can treat you to food, just as a reward for letting me see such a wonderful battle just now, and you can also replenish your physical strength by the way. No, no, no. No. Rock Lee waved his hands in panic, if you had watched the whole battle just now, you should know that I don't even have the qualifications to be a ninja, and I can't learn ninjutsu at all. This kind of enthusiasm made him very uncomfortable. Especially the admiration for him in Ryusuke's words, which made him very panic. Did you misunderstand something? I know you haven't learned the three-body technique yet, and even the extraction of chakra is a little difficult. Ryusuke said in a gentle voice, but you are really talented in physical skills. Just a simple Konoha fluid technique can bring out your own unique fighting style, which I care about very much. In the battle just now, you almost succeeded a few times, didn't you? It was just a little bit of speed and a little bit of strength that made him unable to use the substitute technique in time. If you can work harder, maybe next time, you will have a chance to defeat the person just now and become the winner. The stopped footsteps have unconsciously moved. And Rock Lee has been following him out of politeness. But if I only know physical skills, I can't become a ninja at all. It's difficult for me to even graduate at the most basic level. Rock Lee said distressedly. He didn't know why he suddenly started chatting with this stranger in front of him. Maybe it was because he usually heard words that told him to give up, but now someone suddenly told him that he could actually do it. This situation made Rock Lee want to refute Ryusuke with all kinds of reasons, and at the same time let himself see the reality clearly. Of course, part of the reason was because he had a sunny smile on his face, and he was a person of similar age. The graduation assessment of the ninja school is not so rigid. Special talents have special graduation channels. Ryusuke said casually as he walked forward. And there are ninjas like you who are only talented in physical skills, but ordinary or even bad in other aspects. Rock Lee stopped suddenly and stared at Ryusuke with wide eyes. Ryusuke also stopped, but he didn't continue to speak. Let's go here, Ichiraku Ramen, it seems to be quite famous. Looking at the small noodle stall with endless customers in front of him, Ryusuke lifted the curtain and walked in first. I have always wanted to try Ichiraku Ramen, which is very famous in this ninja world, but because I was busy practicing, I didn't have much chance to go out, so I delayed it for so many years. It was just right that he could try the ramen here, and by the way, see if he could catch up with that yellow-haired kid. Wait. Please explain clearly, is there anyone like me? Facing Ryusuke who was halfway through his words, Rock Lee hurriedly caught up, not caring about being polite, and not wanting to ask someone he met for the first time to pay for him. Of course, this world is so big, there are all kinds of people, although it can't be said that the situation is exactly the same, but it is not much different. Ryusuke answered while sitting on the platform in front of the noodle stall, a large portion of pork bone char siu ramen. Chapter 18 Guidance. Is there a ninja who only knows physical skills like me? As soon as he entered the noodle stall, Rock Lee asked impatiently, his face full of anxiety. He had heard too many denials, and he urgently needed a senior who only knew physical skills like him, but had successfully become a ninja. Of course he can't only know physical skills, but compared to ninjutsu and genjutsu, he can become a jonin more because of his achievements in physical skills. Ryusuke answered his question while eating noodles. Might Guy, a jonin, calls himself the proud blue beast of Konoha, and has very high attainments in physical skills. When he was young, he was like you, except for physical skills, he was mediocre in ninjutsu and genjutsu. But now, he has relied on his own efforts to become a famous jonin in Konoha village. Many ninjas of his generation are still chunin, and even it is the genin who is wandering around. Of course, there are also some who are no longer ninjas. Jonin. When mentioning this unattainable word, Rock Lee's eyes are full of yearning, but soon he becomes lost. But in other aspects except for physical skills, my talent is not mediocre, it should be said that it is poor. I think I will never learn ninjutsu in my life, and if I can't even learn the basic 3 body skills, it is only a luxury to want to become a ninja. If you haven't tried it, how can you know it's a luxury? Slurp a few big mouthfuls, and Ryusuke's bowl is already empty. It's not that the portion of this bowl of noodles is too small, but in this ninja world, training is a very physically demanding thing. Over time, people here will have a relatively large appetite, especially families like Hyuga, which are mainly based on physical skills. Boss, please give me another bowl of the same, how about you? Do you want another bowl? After ordering another bowl of ramen from the hand of Ichiraku Noodle House, Ryusuke looked at Rock Lee next to him. No thanks. Rock Lee was already embarrassed to be treated, so he waved his hand and got down to business. I've tried too many times. Since I knew I had no talent in other areas, I focused on physical skills. Every day I try to fight different people, no matter what the venue is, no matter whether they are in the same grade or not. I have challenged them, but I haven't won a single game so far. Every failure shakes my heart. Smiling, he took the bowl of ramen that he had just made, and Ryusuke asked doubtfully, then, have you ever thought about giving up? No. Rock Lee answered without thinking, but soon changed his words, not yet. I don't know if I can hold on and succeed if this continues. Then have you ever thought about finding a teacher for yourself? If you rely solely on your own exploration, your chances of success are not great, but if someone is willing to guide your practice, the progress will be completely different, and your chances of becoming a ninja will be much greater. Ryusuke suggested. The teachers at school can't teach me anything about physical skills. Wait, do you want me to find Might Guy, a senior ninja? Originally, Rock Lee was going to say that there were no teachers in the ninja school who were good at physical skills. They only knew the basic Konoha fluid technique and could not guide him. But when he thought of the senior ninja that Ryusuke just mentioned, he quickly realized something. Every morning, before the sun rises, Might Guy will practice for a while near the Death Forest to warm up, and then start the day's mission. Ryusuke looked at him with a smile, but the Death Forest is too dangerous for you now. There is an abandoned training ground next to it. You can wait for him there. As for Might Guy's specific appearance, it is a green tights and very thick eyebrows. He is not afraid that Might Guy will not accept Rock Lee as his apprentice because of his intervention. In addition to the personality he knows in the plot, Ryusuke has also collected the personality characteristics of all the senior ninjas in the village through the Hyuga intelligence chain in real life. Might Guy's character is relatively straightforward, and he is even more simple among ninjas. Of course, he is only simple to his companions. After meeting Rock Lee until now, Ryusuke believes that as long as he shows Might Guy the part of his character that is strong, Might Guy will most likely guide his training for the sake of being from the same village. It is only a matter of time before he becomes his disciple. Faced with the information he gave, Rock Lee hesitated for a moment. Why do you know so much? And why do you help me? This encounter this afternoon, the peer in front of him named Hyuga Ryusuke, gave him a very strange feeling, as if everything was under his firm control. Including the fact that he would come here with him to eat noodles, and that he would be interested in Might Guy, a jonin. Don't doubt it, our meeting is just an accident, maybe it's fate. Ryusuke seemed to see through his inner thoughts, and smiled and said, let me introduce myself again. My name is Hyuga Ryusuke, a member of the Hyuga clan and the man who will be the next head of the Hyuga family. The reason why I know so much about Might Guy is because I specially collected his information. I am very concerned about his achievements in physical skills. After all, our Hyuga clan is a family that focuses on physical skills. As for why I should help you. At this point, Ryusuke paused, it's just a simple friendship. I've said that I'm optimistic about your future. You may become a powerful ninja in the future. Although there are many candidates for investment in the village, Ryusuke's identity and age cannot contact many. Among them, most of the family members can be excluded, whether it is Ino Shikacha, Uchiha Suzuki, Inyazuka Kaiba, and Abarame Shino. These people have a considerable status in their respective families, and they are not lacking anything. Excessive close friendship and deliberate contact are not a good thing for the Hyuga clan, so Ryusuke did not get to know them. The more suitable candidate is only Rock Lee for the time being. He was born in a civilian family, and his talent is even more mediocre. In the eyes of others, he is so mediocre. It is better to send charcoal in the snow than to add icing on the cake. This is a good opportunity for investment. After finishing the meal, Ryusuke said goodbye to Rock Lee. Today, the contact with him ends here. If he is too enthusiastic, it will make people feel uncomfortable. When I got home, there was only Hyuga Hayashi in the house. Father. Ryusuke spoke respectfully. I heard from Hinata that you stayed alone in the ninja school? So, is there anyone you care about among the students of that class? Hyuga Hayashi asked tentatively. There is a good boy, I got to know him a little. Ryusuke nodded, and did not hide it. As for the fact that Ryusuke has not yet started school, but he calls the students who have already started school boys, Hyuga Hayashi did not care. In his heart, Ryusuke is no longer a child. If you need anything, you can tell me at any time. Hyuga Hayashi nodded, did not ask who the person Ryusuke cares about is, but took the price that might be paid for making friends with this person. Do you have any adverse reactions after the vaccine? I feel like I'm going to die. I've had diarrhea for 4 days. Chapter 19 Stupid. Summer nights are a bit chilly because of the large temperature difference between day and night. However, this temperature drop is not felt at all by people who are working hard to practice and whose blood circulation is fast. Walking into the dark training ground, Ryusuke saw Hinata, who was working hard to train her body in the dark. It seemed that what Niji said in the afternoon stimulated her. Her father said that after returning home and having dinner, she stayed in the training ground. Fortunately, today is a day off. She did not practice during the day, otherwise training at night would only affect her body. Do you remember what you told me at the beginning? Ryusuke walked over with a smile and shouted to her from a distance, because of age, the body has not yet fully developed, and excessive training will affect the body. Ryusuke. Stopping running, Hinata panted and smiled at Ryusuke, who was walking towards her. You're back. Why, do you care about what Niji said today? Ryusuke came to her side, and sat directly on a large rock nearby without feeling dirty. He's right. Hinata looked at Ryusuke seriously and said, as the head of the main family and the future head of the Hyuga clan, I can't lose to others. I should at least be like him and get the first place in the grade. But Ryusuke didn't encourage and support her as usual. Stupid, you should be very clear about your talent, otherwise your father will not be disappointed in you. It is very important to recognize your own level. This time, Ryusuke's tone was not gentle, but a very strict attitude. I suggest you better give up this idea. School life is just a very short period in your life. I said you will work hard, but I don't mean you can do it. You can't do this. I know it, and I hope you can know it too. Although I want you to be confident, I definitely don't want you to be conceited. Don't set your goals too high. There is no point in setting goals that you can't achieve. Hinata has changed a lot recently, but the changes in her personality and mentality do not mean that her talents can also be improved. The unique tempering method of the Hyuga clan is specially used to improve the physical fitness of seedlings that have not yet grown up. Generally, as long as the disciples of the clan are willing to work hard, they can at least be qualified to practice soft fist at the age of 6 or 7, which is about a year after entering the ninja school. But Hinata's progress has been very slow. As the head of the family, there are many resources poured into it, but she has only fully mastered the method of tempering this year. According to the current progress, her physical fitness to reach the standard of practicing soft fist may be the same as the most ordinary family disciples, that is, at the age of 7. With this talent, setting the goal of being the first in the grade is a bit overestimating. He doesn't want Hinata to become an arrogant person. Hearing Ryusuke's reprimand, Hinata's smile froze and clenched her fists. Are you unwilling? Ryusuke looked at Hinata's appearance and easily saw through her inner thoughts. But there is one thing worth praising, that is, even so, she did not lower her head and was not as cowardly as before, which is a good thing. In front of him, Hinata will not pretend to cover up everything in her heart with a cold attitude like she does outside. She was real in front of him, and her unwillingness was also real. She was really much stronger than before. Hinata opened her mouth to refute something, but for a long time, she couldn't say a word. If you are unwilling, you can also not listen to my advice. The stern expression on his face eased, and Ryusuke casually spread his hands and smiled. Since you want to be a qualified head of the family, the most important thing is that you need to have your own judgment. Didn't Hyuga Niji say that he hopes you can also become the first in the grade and suppress Uchiha? You have to do what he said. It's not that I suggest you give up this idea and change another goal now, you have to do what I say. If you always listen to others' words and live according to others' requirements, then Hinata, you will never become a qualified head of the family, you will only become a puppet called the head of the family. Hinata, who was still full of blood and a little unconvinced, slowly loosened her clenched fists. Ryusuke's gentle words were like a bucket of cold water, pouring all over her from head to toe, calming her down. He was right. If you think about it carefully, with her talent, it is basically impossible for her to reach the physical fitness of practicing soft fist before entering school. It is even more impossible to rely on soft fist to secure the first place in the grade. Setting such a high goal will only undermine your own confidence. But Ryusuke, if I can't suppress Uchiha, won't it bring shame to the Hyuga clan? Hinata's face looked a little disappointed. Father is already very disappointed in me. I think you are thinking too much. Father never thought you would be able to sit firmly on the first place in the grade. Ryusuke replied without a trace of euphemism. What's more, as a ninja, only force is not enough. Facing her puzzled look, Ryusuke explained softly, the assessment of the ninja school is not only about actual combat, but also theoretical examinations. Although most people focus on actual combat and think that the first place in actual combat is the real first place in the grade. But if you get the first place in the theoretical examination, it is not impossible to satisfy your father. At that time, the Hyuga clan will also have an excuse to refute other voices in the village. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to rub her hair. Strength is an indispensable factor for ninjas, but you can't let your head down. You are the future head of the Hyuga clan. Whether it is Genin, Chunin or even Jonin in the clan, you can command them at will after you officially become a ninja. By then, even if you don't have the strength yourself, you can still have the strength that only Jonin has, even in the multiple digits. You don't have to do it yourself. As the clan leader, you only need to consider the overall situation and plan the future and interests for Hyuga. Then you can convince the people and rest assured. Hinata widened her eyes and listened blankly. This was the first time she knew about it, and the first time someone mentioned it to her. She doesn't have to focus on pursuing power. You know, among the senior leaders of the village, there are positions such as military advisors and Hokage advisors. Ryusuke chuckled at her, unconsciously stretched out his other hand and pinched her cheek. Hinata nodded. The village's military advisor is currently held by Shikaku Jonin of the Nara clan, and the Hokage advisors are held by two old men of the same period as the Sandame, Midaman and Utane Koharu. Not bad. It seems that in addition to training blindly recently, you have also eavesdropped on a lot of things that my father and I discussed. Ryusuke looked at her with a smile, but didn't say much, just reminded that what they talked about should not be revealed to people outside the family. Since you know, you should know clearly what their work is. Strictly speaking, they are the same as you, except that they govern the entire village, plan for the benefit of the village, and live and die with the village. And you are the future head of the Hyuga clan, and you think for our clan, so you don't have to look down on yourself just because you have no talent in actual combat and practice. There are many ways to become a ninja. Some people specialize in illusion, some specialize in ninjutsu or physical skills. These are different paths. As a family head, there are many ways to manage and win people over. Your father's method may not be suitable for you. You have to find your own way. Under the bright night sky, Ryusuke and Hinata sat on a big stone in the training ground. One person spoke seriously, and the other listened seriously. Chapter 21 Year. Swoosh. Two black shadows, with the sound of breaking through the air, kept colliding and fighting on the flat ground of the Hyuga clan's training ground. 8 trigrams 2 palms. 2 different voices sounded as they clashed. And as the voices fell, Hyuga Ryusuk and Hyuga Hayashi formed the last seal in their mouths. The white pupils in their eyes locked on each other, and the chakra in their bodies surged, flowing freely in the meridians with the movements of the body, and finally gathered in the palms and condensed into shape. 4 palms. The same moves, the same techniques, but the fighting methods are different, and the order of the moves is also different. Every time they attack each other, they will be resolved and counterattacked. But because both of them are too familiar with the 8 trigrams palm, they have been deadlocked for a long time, and nearly 500 moves have not been able to point any acupoints in the other's body, cutting off the flow of chakra. The 8 trigrams palm in the secret technique of the Hyuga clan soft fist, has a total of 64 palms, and each palm represents an acupointment in the human body. Chakra flows through the meridians in the body, and acupuncture points are important hubs that connect the meridians. By hitting different acupuncture points with soft fists, the chakra flow of the human body can be staged, and various negative states of the human body can be induced, such as dizziness, or short-term unconsciousness, inability to move, etc. Ryusuk focused on this battle, which was not like the ninja combat in the past. There was no strategy to kill the enemy, just a simple head-on battle. But this battle made him feel more excited and enjoyable, but at the same time, his mind was extremely calm, dodging and parrying the attacks of Hinata Hayashi, and constantly looking for opportunities to counterattack. Whether it was him or the opposite Hinata Hayashi, they knew that with such proficiency in Bagwazang on both sides, as long as either side was a little lax, they would probably be firmly seized the opportunity, and one blow could cause the battle to collapse. 8 palms, 64 palms. Since the serious battle, Ryusuk, who had remained expressionless from beginning to end, narrowed his eyes and suddenly tried to change his moves and change his fighting style in the battle. At the same time, he directly played the complete Bagwa palm without any reservation. With the Byakugan turned on, it was such a high-intensity duel, which was a huge disadvantage for Ryusuk. Although his physical fitness was based on the blood of his ancestors, it was far superior to his peers. But compared with Hyuga Hayashi, it was still much worse. If the physical fitness did not keep up, then the amount of chakra would certainly be the same. Now that the battle has lasted for so long, Hyuga Hayashi has never been defeated. Although Ryusuk is not anxious at all, if he continues without making changes, it is equivalent to admitting defeat directly. It's a bold idea. Opposite him, Hyuga Hayashi quickly felt the change in Ryusuk's movements and praised him with appreciation. However, his movements did not loosen up at all because of opening his mouth, but became more vigilant. There is a flaw. Changing your fighting style in the battle also means that in this process, the Bagwa palm played by Ryusuk may have errors in the fluency. In less than 10 moves, Hyuga Hayashi found one of his loopholes, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he swung his palm towards the acupuncture points on his body. As long as this palm landed, the chakra mixed in his hand would block the chakra flow of Ryusuk's meridian, and his movements would become slow, and the outcome would be determined. But just as his palm was about to press on Ryusuk, in Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan, the chakra in Ryusuk's body suddenly burst out and surged. Kaiten. The chaotic moves suddenly changed, and the remaining chakra gushed out from the acupuncture points of Ryusuk's body, forming a spiral chakra cyclone, wrapping him tightly in it. Hyuga Hayashi, who had already observed this scene through the Byakugan, had already given up the palm just now, stepped back a few steps, and avoided Kaiten's counterattack. Ordinary ninjas can only transmit chakra through some parts of their bodies, such as hands or mouths and feet. But the Hyuga clan has Byakugan, knows all the major acupuncture points in the body, and can transmit chakra from any acupuncture point in the body at will. Kaiten is a secret technique passed down by word of mouth by the Hyuga clan. It can use the characteristics of the Byakugan to make the acupuncture points all over the body instantly spray chakra, forming a spiral cyclone around the body. While resisting the enemy's attack, it can rebound part of the attack. That's it, you don't have enough chakra to fight me, you lose. Hyuga Hayashi retracted his Byakugan, put his hands behind his back, and looked at Ryusuke, who was panting in front of him. Indeed, I no longer have the ability to fight. Ryusuke also smiled and retracted his Byakugan, and put away his fighting posture. I didn't think I could beat you, at least I don't have a chance at the moment. It has been a year since his physical fitness reached the standard and he officially practiced the soft fist method. In this year, Ryusuke has learned all the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan and mastered them. But based on his physical fitness, chakra volume, and chakra control level, he is still far behind Hyuga Hayashi. In actual combat, he has not had the opportunity to go all out. You can see your own strength clearly, very good, then let's stop here today. Hinata Hayashi nodded, turned around and left. But after walking a few steps, he paused again. Tomorrow you and Hinata will prepare for school, you two should rest early. After saying that, he slowly left the training ground, looking very calm. At this time, Hinata, who had been watching the battle silently at the edge of the training ground, came to Ryusuke with water and handed it to him. You are so awesome, Ryusuke. You can fight on par with your father. She looked at Ryusuke excitedly, her tone full of envy. You think too highly of me. There is still a big gap between me and my father. Ryusuke took the water with a smile and drank a big gulp. Now it's your turn to practice. I told you yesterday about the method of running the soft fist chakra. Are you proficient in it? Although Hinata had given up such an unrealistic goal after the chat, but she still had to work harder. Without damaging her body and affecting her development, she completed the physical training 1.5 years faster than expected. However, Ryusuke also helped her and corrected her reasons for practicing. Already, almost done. Faced with Ryusuke's inquiry, Hinata whispered, if you can guide me a few more times, I should be able to remember it. Chuckling, Ryusuke looked at her helplessly. I told you to draw it a few more times with paper and pen, so that your mind can remember it first. If you personally urge me and guide me with your fingers, it will be easier for me to get familiar with it. Hinata looked at him eagerly. Compared to repeatedly drawing on the picture, she felt that in the process of running chakra, letting Ryusuke slide his fingers on her body surface to guide her would make her feel more real. Okay, but I have to rest for a while. My current chakra volume makes it difficult to even maintain the Byakugan. Ryusuke looked at her lovingly and sat down cross-legged. His shortcomings are obvious, but it takes time to make up for them. Practicing is not a matter of a moment, but requires accumulation over time. Whether it is physical fitness, chakra volume, or chakra control, although it seems basic and easy to get started, the end of these roads is very far away, and each improvement process is not easy. Chapter 21 Enrollment. The number of ninjas in the ninja world is completely different from that in Ryusuke's previous life. Although there is no detailed census data, the approximate population of each country and the daimyo of each country have inaccurate statistics. Among them, the Fire Country, which has the largest population and the most suitable environment for survival, has a population of only tens of millions. The continuous wars and disputes have once reduced the population of this world to the lowest, not to mention the problems of fertility rate and population aging. No one will pay attention to these, and the people in this world do not seem to realize the importance of these issues. Besides, love is not very important in this world. Many people have never found their own partners in their lifetime. So in this case, the ninja school that Ryusuke has been looking forward to has not many people. At least it is completely different from the crowds he saw in his previous life. There is no crowd to pay fees, and there is no crying of various children. There are only about 100 children at the school gate. Under the eyes of their parents, they reluctantly fill out the form and enter the school alone. Hyuga Hayashi brought Ryusuke and Hinata to the school gate. They did not line up together, but stood under the tree, watching the children lining up for school. The two brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Suzuki also had cold faces and wore black stand-up collared long gowns and black shorts embroidered with round fan patterns. The father and son Akimichi Choza and Akimichi Koji looked fat in appearance, but they were actually very strong inside. The mother and son Inyazuka Tail and Inyazuka Kaiba, who looked fierce and brought their own ninja dogs. One by one, people worthy of attention appeared. Hyuga Hayashi had already shown them the relevant information about them before the start of school, including their family background. In addition to the information collected by the Hyuga clan, Ryusuke had more information in his mind than those materials. Because most of the students in this class are so-called plot characters. In the future, they will all become famous figures in this world. However, Ryusuke had no emotions and was not excited to see so many familiar people at once. In 5 years, he has integrated into this ninja world. When he saw Uchiha Suzuki and Uchiha Itachi, he felt very calm. Students of each class will be assigned to 2 ordinary classes and 1 elite class based on the average scores of the entrance exam. The entrance exam will begin 1 month after the start of school, and the results will determine the class your class will be in for the next few years. At this time, Hyuga Hayashi next to him spoke again, but this class is special. There is a special case who can enter the elite class directly without taking any tests. As he spoke, Ryusuke also saw the familiar yellow-haired kid. Golden hedgehog head, blue eyes like the sky Uzumaki Naruto, the original protagonist of this world, the child of destiny, the chosen one. Uzumaki Naruto stood there, so conspicuous that he was seen at a glance. In fact, he was extremely ordinary in both appearance and temperament. But because of the influence of other people around him, they were deliberately staying away from him and keeping a certain distance. No one paid attention to him, no one talked to him, and no one looked at him. Everyone treated him as if he didn't exist, but how could a person standing there not exist? So because of this treatment, his existence was extremely eye-catching. Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, is also the child of the 4th Hokage. He is the special case who can enter the elite class directly without taking the entrance test. Hinata Hayashi's calm voice sounded, "I have given you all the relevant information, and I have specially marked this child. Regarding the information I gave you, you too must not disclose it to other people in the village. During the process of studying in school, don't make close friends with him, and don't get too close to him. His existence is very sensitive in the eyes of Konoha's high-level officials. Do you understand?" "I understand." Ryusuke and Hinata answered in unison. Ryusuke actually didn't pay much attention to Hinata Hayashi's solemnity. He knew what to do. To be honest, the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him was a little different from the person in his mind. I thought he would be an optimistic and very familiar person. He was the kind of person who would shamelessly take the initiative to talk to others even if others ignored him. But perhaps the encouragement from the 3rd generation to him was not enough, and his temperament had not become so cheerful. "Almost everyone has gone in, it's time for you to go too." Seeing that the queue had shrunk by half and many children had already filled out the forms for admission, Hyuga Hayashi signaled that the 2 of them could go too. Ryusuke nodded and was about to take the hand of the girl next to him. But since leaving the house, Hinata, who had become expressionless, took the lead and walked to the gate. Her small figure looked very imposing. Following Hinata with a chuckle, Ryusuke was quite moved and pleased with her performance. As members of the Hyuga clan, their appearance attracted the attention of the parents who had not yet dispersed. Especially Uchiha Itachi, he looked at the 2 of them very seriously before retracting his gaze and turning away. However, Ryusuke noticed that his main attention was on Hinata, as if it was because of her cold look, which made people feel that she was not easy to mess with. Apart from getting some attention, nothing happened, and no one talked about anything. With the enthusiastic help of the two teachers, Ryusuke and the others filled out the forms and officially enrolled. Now, they need to gather in the small playground of the school and listen to the speech of the school principal, the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not only the shadow of this village, but also the head of the ninja school, just like his teacher Senju Tobirama. As for the content of the speech, Ryusuke had already guessed it. But the process should still be followed. No one from other families refused. If the Hyuga people did not follow, it would seem a bit maverick. The playground of the ninja school is not as large as the training ground, it is probably the size of 2 basketball courts. However, there are only about 100 children gathered together, so it doesn't seem crowded. With a cold face, head held high and chest puffed out, Hinata walked in front, looking very imposing with the blessing of those white eyes. Although she was the last to arrive, as soon as she approached the crowd, the other children consciously made way for her to walk to the front, in a row with Uchiha Sasuke. Ryusuke, who had originally planned to slack off in the last row, had no choice but to follow her and come to the front. But it was also good, everyone's eyes were on Hinata, and no one paid much attention to him, the wife-in-law. Hinata Ryusuke. Unfortunately, just as the thought came up, a voice suddenly sounded beside Ryusuke. Turning his head, he saw a face that was childish but delicate, and looked extremely brilliant in the sun. Yamanaka Ino. Chapter 22 The Beginning of Love. Ryusuke didn't enjoy the benefits of class and power in his last life, but he felt it clearly in this life. Whether it was the teacher who filled out the form at the gate just now or the teacher who led them after entering the school, they were all very enthusiastic and concerned. Now, after they came to the playground, they also received special treatment. And this treatment was not given by adults, but by these children. The seats in the playground were not distinguished by name, first come first served. But even so, those students who lined up earlier all sat quietly in the back seats, and only the children of Ryusuke's family would come directly to the front rows. Like now, the front row is the Hyuga, Uchiha, Sarutobi and other big clans. Then there are the Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi and other second-level clans. Next are some small families, or ninja families, and then ordinary civilians. Without the influence of adults, these precocious children consciously distinguish the levels. Hinata Ryusuke. A questioning voice sounded beside Ryusuke. Turning back, he saw Yamanaka Ino, whom he had met once in the park, sitting behind him. Hello. Ryusuke nodded politely in response to her question. He then looked away slightly and greeted Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji, and Harano Sakura beside her. This group of 4 seemed to have a good relationship. Even Harano Sakura, who came from an ordinary ninja family, joined them in the front row. Sitting next to him, Hinata was obviously more familiar with the 4 of them than Ryusuke, and also turned her head to greet them. I occasionally heard Hinata mention you, but except for that time in the park, I never had the chance to meet you or get to know you. Ino spoke cheerfully, very familiar. I'm sorry, the training plan my father made for me is always not completed on time, so I can only use my rest days to catch up. Ryusuke spoke casually and made up a reason. He has been hiding at home, and he doesn't often go out even on rest days when there are no training tasks. But Hinata is different. She occasionally goes out on her days off and wanders around the village. On the side, Shikamaru half squinted his lazy eyes and asked, You need to use your days off to catch up. The Hyuga clan leader must be very strict with you, right? Yes, my father is very strict with me. Ryusuke nodded and replied with a smile, he hopes that I can make up for Hinata's shortcomings and become a sword in her hand. Really? Shikamaru retracted his probing gaze. He is not unfamiliar with Ryusuke. The distant eye contact in the park left a deep impression on him, and he always felt that this person was not simple. Regarding the information given by the clan, Hyuga Ryusuke was chosen by Hyuga Hayashi to be a son-in-law because of his good talent. Ryusuke answered casually just now, and he thought this guy was trying to hide his shortcomings, but now it seems that he is too sensitive. Just a child, what can he hide? The smile on his face never changed. After answering Shikamaru's question, Ryusuke casually talked to other people, wanting to enhance the friendship between future classmates. Talk about some teachers at school and some plans after graduation. Hinata was beside them, occasionally interrupting. But more often, she kept silent and pretended to be a master. The family members around them were all talking, and they all started to talk and joined in the topic. Compared with their happy gathering, Uchiha Sasuke, who was only 1 seat away, seemed to be excluded and looked very lonely. He did not take the initiative to speak, and the others around him did not take the initiative to talk. On the way, Ryusuke took the time to observe. Sasuke, who was still a child, was obviously not used to such an atmosphere. Although he pretended to be cold, some subtle movements of his body were anxious. The Hokage is here. This atmosphere continued until someone shouted from the back, and the group of people who were discussing quietly around Ryusuke quieted down. Wearing red clothes, a white robe, and a Hokage hat, a somewhat hunched figure was walking from the entrance of the playground, walking up the steps step by step to the high platform in front of Ryusuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the wrinkled face covered with age spots, the cloudy eyes scanned the crowd below. 5 years after coming to this world, it was not the first time that Ryusuke saw Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the Hokage, he often attended various activities in the village and even occasionally visited the Hyuga family. But this was the first time he had observed Sarutobi Hiruzen up close in such a long time. To be honest, the first impression he gave Ryusuke was not that he was very imposing or powerful, but very old. Really, too old. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already in his 60s, was much older than many elderly people of the same age. The hunched body is a little thin because the various functions of the body have begun to age and degenerate. If Ryusuke hadn't understood the plot and knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen could at least live until his disciple Orochimaru came to kill him, he would have thought that this guy would die tomorrow. The pressure from this village has made him overdraw his life in advance. It is hard to imagine how he could live with such a body until Naruto graduated, until Orochimaru launched the invasion plan against Konoha, and even had the strength to fight Orochimaru. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha village, and also the principal of this school. A hoarse voice sounded, and the smile on his face was very kind. Sarutobi Hiruzen first introduced himself, and while speaking, his eyes scanned the crowd. Under Ryusuke's observation, he paused for a few seconds on Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, and Shikamaru, and then quickly moved to the back rows of the crowd. Naruto, come to the front. Without starting his speech directly, he suddenly opened his mouth and shouted to Naruto, who was alone in the last row of the crowd. The whole playground suddenly became quiet, and everyone turned their heads and looked at Uzumaki Naruto in the last row. These eyes were very complicated, some people were full of hatred, some were full of doubts, and more people were disdainful. And in the last row, Uzumaki Naruto seemed a little overwhelmed. Come sit in the front, you can hear more clearly in the front. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved at him kindly. Then, under the gazes of so many eyes, Uzumaki Naruto stood up in a panic, and with everyone's complicated eyes making way, he came to the front row with a chair and sat down next to Uchiha Sasuke. You should be behind me. In this situation, Uchiha Sasuke's focus was very strange, which Ryusuke did not expect. Thinking about competing for the first place at this time? Just a seat. But then, Ryusuke could clearly sense that Naruto's mood had changed. The two people's eyes met in the air. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were full of disdain and arrogance, while Naruto was puzzled. Then, his eyes moved to the side, scanning everyone in the front rows, and then he was stunned. Didn't you feel hatred and alienation from Uchiha Sasuke and us? Ryusuke guessed the reason for his daze. With the Uzumaki clan in his blood and the Nine Tails in his body, Naruto was born with a strong sense of perception and could detect the hostility of the people around him. Chapter 23 Will of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speaking to a group of children on the platform. Below, most students were so excited that they wanted to sacrifice themselves for the village and do something spectacular. Of course, these students who were excited definitely did not include Ryusuke. Although he seemed very focused and serious on the surface, he felt extremely bored in his heart. Regarding the development concept and ideas of Konoha village, he might know more detailed things than Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned above. Even if he went up to speak, he could also speak to the same effect as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Regardless of the past and present lives, this kind of speech that looks very solemn is actually nothing more than some words to inspire and gather people's hearts and share their own ideas. It is different from the words of the past life, those mighty words of studying for the rise of the country. The current political concept of Konoha village is the idea of the will of fire advocated by the first generation of Konoha Hokage and the second generation of Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The general concept is to abandon the unit of family and individual and focus on the village. No matter whether it is a big thing or a small thing, regardless of the country or the self, everything is for the development and future of the village. The reason for the emergence of this ideology is to solve the hidden dangers left by the hasty establishment of Konoha village. Konoha village was once a very complex force. In fact, whether it is Konoha village or the hidden cloud village and the hidden sand village in other countries, it is actually the same. During the Warring States period, although the entire ninja world was also based on countries, wars were more often carried out within countries. At that time, whether it was the land of fire, the land of water, or the land of earth, there was no so-called ninja village inside. All ninjas were based on families as military units, which also led to extremely serious disputes within each country. At the end of the Warring States period, the two most powerful tribes in the land of fire, the Uchiha and the Senju tribes, formed an alliance, established a village, and accepted countless families willing to surrender. Other countries followed suit and established their own ninja villages. From that time on, the Warring States period officially ended and entered the period of the five great powers. Wars have changed from being within each country to being against each other. Such a development process also means that the forces within Konoha village are not harmonious. Everyone used to be enemies, but now they are forcibly united by force and the situation. No one is willing to submit to anyone, and friction between the various families within the village can be said to be common. At that time, Konoha still maintained the idea of the Warring States period that the strong are respected. Therefore, when the war ended briefly and there was no external enemy to distract, the village saw the incident of Uchiha and Senju competing for the position of Hokage. At that time, the first generation Hokage had realized that the village could not develop with this idea of respecting the strong, otherwise it was likely that the village would fall apart due to internal fighting, but Uchiha Madara, who founded Konoha with him, was always stubborn. There was no way, they could only become enemies. After this incident, the first generation Hokage of Konoha died, and Senju Tobirama succeeded the second generation Hokage, and also inherited his brother's ideas. Uchiha Madara, the strongest of the Uchiha clan, had been solved by his brother. As the strongest man in the village, Senju Tobirama had the absolute right to promote this idea. It was also at this time that the will of fire truly appeared in Konoha village. This is the reason, origin, and development of the idea of the will of fire. Now, after decades, this idea has been firmly implemented by the Konoha high level, and many families have also given up the idea of using the clan as a unit. The most obvious one is the Senju clan. Nowadays, few people regard themselves as the Senju clan. One of the reasons is that most of the Senju clan died on the battlefield, but more of the reason is that they do not reject intermarriage with outsiders and give up their surnames. The Senju clan has been fully integrated into Konoha village. 10 years after the establishment of Konoha, the Senju clan set an example and gave up the so-called surname, reducing the vigilance between the clans. All the children of the Senju clan born after that year did not have the surname of Senju, including Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, and her younger brother Nawaka later. As direct relatives of Senju Hashirama, they did not regard themselves as Senju because they gave up their surnames. This information was learned by Ryusuke from the Hyuga clan's information after he came to this world. It was not recorded in the plot of the previous life. After talking for more than an hour, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally finished his long speech. However, he did not adjourn the meeting immediately. Instead, he asked Naruto, who was full of fighting spirit, what he wanted to do in the future after hearing these words. What to do? Perhaps the idea of becoming a Hokage was planted from this time. He did not speak to any student in particular. Except for Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen treated everyone else equally. After finishing the speech, the school teacher who had been waiting at the edge of the playground began to lead the students into the classroom. After arriving in the classroom, not choosing to sit by the window or in front, Ryusuke went straight to the last row and sat down. In order to prevent the students in the back row from having their vision blocked, the layout of the classroom is a ladder with 1 row of seats, presenting a hierarchical layout. The last row with a wide view is the highest place in the entire classroom. He can fully see the entire class and easily observe everyone in the class. You don't have to follow me all the time. You must make some friends during your study time here. Looking at Hinata sitting in the last row with him like a little wife, Ryusuke spoke softly. Okay. Turning her head to look at Ryusuke, Hinata thought for a moment, did not say the hesitant words, and agreed directly, went to the front, sat down among the girls, next to Ino. Hinata has to have her own ideas, and she always remembers every word of Ryusuke. If it is from a personal consideration, she wants to sit next to Ryusuke, because this has always been her habit. But considering her identity as the future head of the family, she should have some socializing and should build a good relationship with the future of these villages. Looking at Hinata, who is completely different from his memory, Ryusuke's face is full of a gratified smile. But soon, he turned his attention to other people, observing everyone who entered the class. Because the entrance test has not been conducted yet, the class is not specially divided, and the class is directly divided according to the order of the seats just now. But even so, people from Ryusuke's family were assigned together. Among them, there are several people from ninja families who are lucky enough to be assigned to the same class as them, such as Harano Sakura. If nothing unexpected happens, these are the people who will be in the elite class in the future. Unless there are really talented students like the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, in those ordinary classes. Can I sit here? A cautious questioning voice sounded next to him, and when Ryusuke turned around, he saw a somewhat uneasy face. Chapter 24 I Want to Become Hokage. In the last row of the classroom, after Hinata got up and left, only Ryusuke was left. Although there were many students, the classroom took up a large area, and the seats arranged could fully accommodate hundreds of people. Most of the students gathered in the front, huddled together. Of course, there were also people like Ryusuke who liked to sit in the back row, or like to sit alone in a row. For example, Uchiha Sasuke sat alone in the row by the window, unwilling to sit with others. Sit, you are welcome. Ryusuke smiled and looked at the uneasy face next to him, and replied casually. Uzumaki Naruto. I didn't expect him to come to the last row. But it's true, his personality now is a little different from the plot, and he hasn't become so cheerful and naughty. Now he is just an ordinary child who has been rejected by the outside world for a long time and is extremely bad at speaking. Thank you, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. He was very polite. Uzumaki Naruto thanked him, and after sitting down, he introduced himself first, and then waited for Ryusuke's reply with some curiosity. My name is Hyuga Ryusuke. Ryusuke nodded gently at him and also gave his own name, then lowered his head and picked up the ninja manual under each desk and flipped through it. Next to him, Uzumaki Naruto looked like he wanted to continue talking, but didn't dare. He didn't speak, and although Ryusuke could see that he had something in his mind, he didn't take the initiative to talk. It's not a good thing to have too much contact with Uzumaki Naruto. Since he came to sit next to him just now, Ryusuke could feel a sense of being watched and kept in the dark. As for why Ryusuke didn't refuse Naruto's seat and drive him to another place. Because there was no need. Before he had enough strength to guarantee his own safety, Ryusuke planned to hide. But hiding doesn't mean really turning himself into a pig in the eyes of others, nor does it mean that he has to avoid all dangerous people. This would be a bit too deliberate. Let it go, being a normal person in school is the best disguise. After holding it in for a long time, seeing that Ryusuke ignored his intention, Naruto finally couldn't help but speak. Don't you hate me? Hate you? Ryusuke stopped flipping through the book and turned his head in confusion. Why should I hate you? But his question made Naruto stunned. For a long time, he couldn't explain it. Yes, why should I hate myself? This question has often appeared in his mind since he could remember, but no one has ever given him an answer. Everyone's disgust and rejection of him seemed to have no reason or cause. But now, Naruto was very confused. The kind of rejection and disgust that almost everyone had towards him since he could remember disappeared, and disappeared from many people in this class. Among them, this desk mate with a very warm smile. Please be quiet. Just when Naruto was stunned, a young man wearing a Chunin forehead protector and a scar on his face walked in from outside the classroom. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Umino Irika, and I will be your theoretical teacher for the next month. Disgust, rejection, and even hatred. Naruto clearly felt the same feelings as many villagers from the teacher on the podium. Like him, I can feel that he hates me. Speaking again, Naruto's voice was very subtle, but full of confusion and grievance. But from you, Ryusuke, I don't feel that. Why do they hate me for no reason, but you don't? Staring at Ryusuke, there are many students in the classroom who have no ill will towards him. But for some reason, he went to Ryusuke. Perhaps it was because of the gentle smile on his face, which gave him a feeling of closeness and easy to talk to. I don't know. Ryusuke shook his head apologetically, but I suggest you ask the third generation. As the Hokage of this village, the third generation knows a lot of things in the village. I saw the third generation calling you on the playground just now. You should have a good relationship, right? You can go ask him. After saying that, he clearly felt that the consciousness that had been spying on him seemed to have some emotions. But Ryusuke didn't care at all. He had long guessed that the person who was secretly spying was Sarutobi Hiruzen. The village leaders all knew about Naruto's identity and origin. As the son of the fourth generation and the son of a hero, those who knew the truth would not reject him. In this classroom, there are many future heirs of various clans. They naturally know about this matter, so Naruto can't feel any malice from some students in this classroom. But Ryusuke certainly couldn't tell him that, and he didn't want to comfort him. He didn't want to mention his inner vigilance in the Konoha high level because of this matter. As for this matter, the cause planted by Konoha high level people like Sarutobi Hiruzen should be solved by themselves. Naruto nodded thoughtfully, and it seemed that he took this matter to heart. Standing on the podium, Umino Irika said to all the students very experiencedly, although some people may leave this class in a month due to test results, according to convention, please introduce yourselves together. Let's start from our seats, one by one. With a warm smile on his face, he signaled that everyone should not be nervous. Name, age, dream, you should start from these aspects. With his words, the first day of school officially began. The first person to introduce himself was a ninja from the Sarutobi clan sitting in the front row. His dream was to become a Hokage. After he introduced himself, Irika gave him affirmation and encouragement very gently. The second one was a ninja from the Mitarashi clan, followed by Kaiba Inyazuka and Shino Abarame. One after another, Ryusuke could clearly feel that as he got closer and closer, the subtle movements of Naruto beside him had exposed his inner nervousness. It's a very good dream. Medical ninja is also a very respectable profession. Then the next one is. On the podium, Irika smiled and recorded the information of the previous student. As soon as he turned his eyes to the next student, his smile suddenly withdrew and became expressionless. But Naruto was obviously used to this situation. He clenched his fists and stood up. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and my dream is to become a Hokage. Naruto was not the only one who spoke up about his dream of becoming a Hokage, but when he spoke up, it was particularly noticeable. In the class, those who didn't know the truth sneered. They didn't speak, but their laughter was extremely harsh. Really? Irika didn't stop these people from laughing, just muttered something casually, and didn't record it, and turned his eyes to Ryusuke. Without any encouragement or response, Naruto clenched his fists and sat down silently, lowered his head and didn't say anything more. My name is Hinata Ryusuke, and my dream is to become a great ninja. Without a particularly lofty goal, Ryusuke stood up and replied casually, then sat down again. Great ninja. Ryusuke's dream is very vague, and it seems that he doesn't know what he plans to do in the future. Irika returned to his gentle smile just now, teased, and recorded the information about Ryusuke. But then, he spoke again, the seats in the front are more suitable for listening to the class. Ryusuke, would you like to sit in the front? Suddenly, Ryusuke could feel Naruto's head lowered even lower beside him. No thanks, teacher. Ryusuke smiled and replied, I prefer the seat I chose myself. Chapter 25 Extraordinary. What is the dream? On the first day of school, there were not many courses in the school. Irika just asked them to introduce themselves and let them leave. When they returned home, Hyuga Hayashi asked about Ryusuke and Hinata's dreams as they did at school. Just like what they said at school, Hinata's dream is still to become a qualified clan leader. This is her true thought. Ryusuke's answer is different from the dream he said at school. My dream is to have enough power to protect myself and my family as soon as possible, and then improve myself in an ordinary way. Ryusuke smiled and said, this is his true thought. However, his answer obviously made Hyuga Hayashi very dissatisfied. Frowning, Hyuga Hayashi stood up from the chair and looked down at Ryusuke. This is your idea? Your goal? His tone was very harsh and questioning. He has given countless attention and high hopes to Ryusuke, and even in his heart, he has placed Ryusuke in a higher position than the family. If he had to choose between Ryusuke and Hyuga Hayashi might choose Ryusuke. The reason is that in his heart, the influence of Ryusuke's bloodline on him has surpassed the current Hyuga clan. Ryusuke alone is equivalent to the entire Hyuga clan. But now after hearing Ryusuke's ordinary dream, he is very dissatisfied. This should not be his dream. As the future of Hyuga, his dream should be greater and broader. Do you want to waste your ancestral bloodline? Hyuga Hayashi's face was more serious than ever before. Ryusuke, with your temperament, it is impossible for you to have only such a boring dream. Tell me your true thoughts. Obviously, he did not believe that this was Ryusuke's true thoughts. He felt that Ryusuke was hiding his incompetence again, hiding his incompetence from his father. And next to him, Hinata put her hands behind her back, tightly entangled. This is the first time that Ryusuke's father has been so strict with him since he came to this family. He was angry. This is my true thought. But Ryusuke always maintained an unchanging smile, with a calm posture, as if he did not feel Hyuga Hayashi's anger at all. Stupid! Hinata Hayashi slammed the table. The sound was so loud that the birds perched on the treetops in the yard spread their wings and fled. You know the history of our Hyuga. Since the Warring States period, although we claim to be a big clan, there has been no outstanding talent in the clan for a long time. When Konoha was first established, thanks to the high-strength perception ability of our bloodline boundary, our clan has a superior status in the village and has many conveniences. Even until today, although the Konoha high level is wary of our clan, their precautions are far less than those of Uchiha, but this does not make me happy at all, and even makes me feel ashamed. And as for the reason, I think you know Ryusuke. Hinata Hayashi was emotional, spitting everywhere. This unprecedented loss of composure scared Hyaga Hinata and made her take a step back, standing blankly by the side. But at this time, the two people in the study did not pay attention to her. I understand. Facing the out-of-control Hinata Hayashi, Ryusuke nodded calmly. Since you know, you should understand what you have to do. Hinata Hayashi stared at Ryusuke. When Konoha was first established, Uchiha had Uchiha Madara, Senju had Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, and I, Hyaga, could not produce anyone who could compete with them. Later, although Senju was no longer there and Uchiha Madara was missing, the name of Princess Tsunade was spread in the ninja world, and Uchiha had people like Uchiha Kagami. Although they were not from the same era, they also had the ability to carry the banner, and I, Hyaga, still could not produce any people in those two periods. Nowadays, the Senju clan has no successors, while the Uchiha clan is still strong, with people like Uchiha Itachi and Shunshin Shisui. This time, I, Hyaga, finally have someone who can carry the banner, Ryusuke. Your ambition should not be so short-sighted. Before you are not strong enough, I can allow you to hide your shortcomings, but you must never waste your talents and go with the flow. You should make achievements and spread the reputation of Hyaga. Clenched his fists and panted. They Hyaga have been waiting for this opportunity for too long. Konoha's defense against them is not as strong as Uchiha's, because they look down on them. For a long time, Hyaga has not had a capable person who can carry the banner, and everyone is relying on their past achievements, including Hyaga Hayashi himself. The soft fist secrets from 100 years ago are still the same today. The Byakugan from 100 years ago was still the same until Ryusuke appeared, and there was no difference from the long history of Hyaga. They insisted on preserving the purity of the Byakugan, and there was no so-called evolution. Without these Byakugan, they are nothing. For 100 years, they have not changed anything except relying on their past achievements. But other families are completely different. Regarding this point, all previous clan leaders were the same. Everyone was anxious, but being anxious did not change the status quo. But now it is different, the Byakugan recorded in history has appeared. Father, you are too excited. Facing Hyaga Hayashi, whose forehead veins bulged, as if he had opened his Byakugan state, Ryusuke looked at him calmly, but the smile on his face slowly faded and turned serious. It is not as easy and simple as you think to live peacefully in this world. He spoke slowly, and it is not something that can be accomplished overnight if you want to have the power to protect your family and yourself. In fact, after coming to this world, Ryusuke has thought about many goals. But in fact, no goal is more realistic than practicing peacefully and steadily. In his previous life, he was exposed to materialistic thoughts. It was an era without any practice, an era of technology. In such an era, when Ryusuke came to the ninja world, came into contact with practice, and came into contact with the so-called chakra, he felt that everything in practice was novel. Fighting for power and having 3,000 concubines could not be his dream at all. He could do such things in his previous life. Even compared to this world, the era of developed entertainment industry was far more comfortable than this world. So compared to these, Ryusuke is more interested in practice. As a reborn person who has built a complete worldview in a world without magic, no one can understand the shock and longing for the warmth all over his body when he extracted the first strand of chakra and felt it flowing through his body. Later, the white eyes and soft fists made him do many things that he had never dared to imagine. This is extraordinary power in the process of human beings trying to improve the level of life. If Ryusuke had not been reborn, but got a chakra extraction manual in modern times, He felt that he might not have the idea of showing off in front of others except hiding and studying the mystery. The moment he came into contact with cultivation and the extraordinary, his thoughts and level had become different. And this difference is something that people in this ninja world cannot feel, because they have not experienced the technological era without magic. Chapter 26. The timeline seemingly unchanged. Not easy? What's so difficult about living in this world? Hinata Hayashi obviously didn't understand what Ryusuke said. As a member of the Hyuga clan, with such a large number of branch families, who fought to the death to protect, even in the war, the main family could remain intact, not to mention the current peace. But soon, he seemed to have thought of something, and the anger on his face gradually stopped, followed by surprise, and then disbelief. What did you see again? Hyuga Hayashi asked in a low voice. Since Ryusuke said so, if he still didn't understand, he would be really confused. Is it not easy to live in this world? If other people say this, it may not be so important in Hyuga Hayashi's heart, but now that this sentence is spoken from Ryusuke's mouth, it has a great weight in Hyuga Hayashi's heart. He almost forgot that this kid's eyes can see the future. With Hyuga Ryusuke's current status in the Hyuga clan, he feels that living in the future is a difficult thing. It is conceivable how complicated the crisis will be in the world in the future. But now the whole ninja world has finally entered a peaceful period. Is the Fourth Ninja World War about to start again? So, how long can the current peace last? Just realizing this, doubts in Hyuga Hayashi's heart emerged one after another. With Konoha's status and power in the ninja world, there shouldn't be a force that can endanger Hyuga, right? At least the other 4 countries have not done so in such a long struggle. So, who will the enemy be? Looking at Hyuga Hayashi's doubtful face, Ryusuke smiled again and comforted him. A lot of trouble, but father, don't have to worry, everything is up to me. Can't you reveal it at all? Hyuga Hayashi asked unwillingly. But before Ryusuke smiled and opened his mouth, he asked himself again, I understand, after saying it, the future will change, and it will affect your and my judgment. He is already very familiar with this matter. Since he learned about Ryusuke's white eyes, he always talks to Ryusuke when there are more important things and decisions in the clan, hoping that he can reveal some future content. But unfortunately, every time, Ryusuke used this ability to work and not work, or he could not reveal too much to get by, and could only get some obscure answers. But in the general direction, these vague answers still gave Hyuga Hayashi a lot of help. But unfortunately, he didn't know that those suggestions were actually given by Ryusuke based on the actual situation, rather than seeing the so-called future. Okay, you guys go to bed early. Hyuga Hayashi gave up asking questions and gave up correcting Ryusuke's dreams and goals. He didn't understand what Ryusuke was facing, let alone what the family would face in the future. Then we'll say goodbye first, father, you should go to bed early too. Ryusuke smiled lightly, pulled up Hinata, who was silently acting as a transparent person next to him, and left the house. Since Hinata completed her physical training in advance through her own efforts and began to practice soft boxing, she officially participated in the conversation between Ryusuke and Hyuga Hayashi. Although she stood silently aside every time, didn't speak, and listened carefully. But Ryusuke always took her with him, and Hyuga Hayashi didn't let her leave. As the future head of the family, she should learn these and should know these. Looking at the backs of the 2 people leaving, Hyuga Hayashi was silent for a while, then sat back in the chair and closed his eyes. After calming down, he realized his loss of composure just now. But it's no wonder, it's really that Ryusuke's goal is too short-sighted. Without understanding the actual situation, his first reaction can only be to hate iron for steel. But now think about it, in fact, Ryusuke is too good, even if his goal is really like that, he is destined to be extraordinary. He has learned what should be taught and learned, whether as a ninja or as a member of the Hyuga clan, he has learned very well. Now Hyuga Hayashi is more about Ryusuke, so he can only give him some guidance in actual combat. But this progress is rapidly shortening, and every time a battle starts, Ryusuke can give him new surprises. If it weren't for his physical fitness and chakra volume and other reasons, Hyuga Hayashi felt that he might soon be surpassed by Ryusuke. Perhaps, the arrangement for him to face real combat and fighting should be put on the agenda. With this thought in mind, Hyuga Hayashi opened his eyes again and began to deal with the affairs of the clan. Then this class ends here, class dismissed. On the podium of the ninja school, Irika announced the end of this class, and then shouted to the yellow figure at the end of the row, "Naruto, follow me to the office." After that, he packed up his ninja bag and left the classroom. Sitting next to Ryusuke, Naruto fell limp on the desk after hearing Irika's words before leaving, and said irritably, "Ah! Teacher Irika must have asked me to recite the content of the class just now. Why is he so idle?" But in his irritable tone, there was still some happiness. "Who told you not to listen carefully in class? He wants you to remember this knowledge, so he can only give you a special lesson during the break. No one else has this opportunity." Ryusuke replied with a chuckle, waving his hand to signal him to go quickly. Naruto didn't delay any longer. After lying down for a while, he jumped up and left the classroom under the disgusted eyes of some people in the class. A week passed, and the study in the ninja school was much more boring than Ryusuke imagined. But he was very patient. These knowledge of practice were all new to him. Just like comparing the energy properties of chakra, a very common thing in the ninja world, with becoming a Hokage and being the head of a village, which is a great thing in the ninja world, Ryusuke would choose the former without hesitation. As long as it is related to practice, he can keep novelty and patience for a long time. In terms of communication, since he is a desk mate with Naruto, Ryusuke must not say nothing to him. Occasionally, they still have one or two words, although not much, but after a long time, they gradually become familiar with each other. This kind of thing is inevitable, but it is also very common, and it did not attract anyone's attention. It is worth mentioning that after the end of the first day of school, Naruto seemed to really follow Ryusuke's advice and went to the third-generation Hokage to ask something. I don't know what he was bewitched by. When he came to school the next morning, Ryusuke found that his whole personality had changed. He became positive and cheerful, and he was determined to become the Hokage. He kept shouting that he wanted everyone in the village to recognize his existence. On the first day of school, Irika, who had hated Naruto like some people in the village because of misunderstandings, seemed to be interviewed by the third generation and told part of the truth about Naruto's life. This incident made Irika's hatred instantly turn into guilt and sympathy. And this change also made him attach great importance to Naruto. As long as it was his course, Naruto would really master the knowledge and not let him slack off. After feeling Irika's kindness, Naruto slowly accepted him. Although he always disliked him, he cherished this importance in his heart. Everything seemed to have not changed because of the appearance of Hyuga Ryusuke, as if everything was turning according to the original history. But with a butterfly like him, how could the timeline be the same as before? Chapter 27 A Different Naruto. Inyazuka Kaiba. Weren't you very good at actual combat last time? Do you dare to do it again? Why not? Uchiha Sasuke, I want to challenge you. In this world where the strong are respected, the noisy break time after class is very long. Many people will take this opportunity to challenge in the school's unique training ground to vent the boredom brought to their hearts by theoretical courses. Whether it is Sasuke, who appears to be cold on the surface like Hinata, or the characters in the plot that Ryusuke is familiar with, no one rejects or retreats. As long as there is a challenge, almost everyone will accept it, and few people refuse. As for this kind of scene, which was called a fight in the school in the previous life, it is allowed in this world. The system of the ninja school tacitly accepts the existence of such a fight, and even appoints teachers to keep an eye on the battle situation in the training ground, so that there will be no children who are really angry and don't know how to deal with it, But even if there are many teachers watching, there will always be times when they can't catch up with the rescue. So there are students who stop school or even drop out because of serious injuries. In general, in this case, the school will mediate and ask the students who hit too hard to pay a certain degree of compensation, but will not persuade them to quit. Fighting will inevitably cause injuries, which is a very common thing in this world. But for this matter, Ryusuke, after my chakra is refined, why does it seem difficult to control it? Can you do it? Naruto sat next to Ryusuke in distress and complained to him. I can't. Ryusuke shook his head, replied briefly, and then turned his eyes back to the ninja manual in front of him. But he seemed to be reading a book, but in fact, he was thinking about one thing in his heart. That is why Naruto did not go to the training ground to fight with those hot-blooded and aggressive guys in the class, but followed him and stayed in the class to study like several girls in the class who pursued theoretical course grades. So far, most of the plots are still in line with the original timeline. There has been no huge change because of his appearance. But now, it seems that he thought too simply. As the destiny of this world, any slight change in Naruto will have a great impact on the future timeline of this world. Naruto, who should have been naughty and wanted to attract others' attention and make his presence felt through pranks, actually stayed in the classroom with Ryusuke, studying the ninja manual together and learning theoretical knowledge together. This change is really too big. Instead of the hot-blooded, innocent, and lively boy, this Naruto in front of him can also master his most powerful secret technique in the future, the mouth-to-mouth trick. But why? With this doubt in his heart, Ryusuke thought about everything he had done from the past to the present. To be honest, he didn't even have the opportunity to see Naruto before, and it was impossible for him to have any influence. The only possible thing is in school. Is it because he sits here and he becomes his desk mate, that this change has occurred? No, that's not right. Soon, when Ryusuke saw Haruno Sakura in front of him, who was talking to Hinata, he seemed to understand something. Ryusuke suddenly spoke up and asked Naruto, who was closing his eyes and struggling to control his chakra, Naruto, what do you think of Sakura? Originally, Naruto was trying to control his chakra in his body according to the contents of the ninja manual. But Ryusuke's question directly interrupted his concentration, and all the chakra that he barely controlled collapsed and dissipated in the meridians. What are you doing, Ryusuke? I almost succeeded in running a week. Naruto was so angry that he scratched his head, but because Ryusuke was his desk mate and had no ill will towards him, his tone was not so angry. Looking at his appearance, Ryusuke smiled apologetically and asked again, I suddenly had a question just now. What do you think of Sakura? Sakura. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and seemed to have not recovered from the name. Then, he reacted, oh, you mean Haruno Sakura? She's pretty good, second in the theory exam. Then, Naruto became curious again, why are you asking this? Nothing, you continue. Ryusuke waved his hand and lowered his head to read again, which made Naruto next to him a little puzzled. But there was no way, he didn't have many friends, almost none. For Ryusuke, who was willing to talk to him and didn't reject him, Naruto still cherished and tolerated him. So that's how it is. After confirming that in this world, in this new timeline, Naruto didn't have a love for Haruno Sakura, Ryusuke figured out what happened at once. Perhaps because of Hinata's change, she had a good relationship with Shikamaru and the other 4 people in the group, and they often had contact. So, Haruno Sakura missed the opportunity to save Naruto. And Naruto didn't fall in love with this pink-haired girl in the process of saving, and he didn't get jealous and make trouble because Haruno Sakura liked Uchiha Sasuke. A person's personality will change because of the people around him. Perhaps in Ryusuke's impression, Naruto inherited Kushina's personality, so he is carefree, active, and mischievous. But in fact, the reason why Naruto's personality can become like Kushina is largely because he met Haruno Sakura, and her violent side. Then, under the influence of his crush, Haruno Sakura, he became active and outgoing, and began to get to know people like Shikamaru, and had a good relationship with Inuzuka Kaiba among them. Inuzuka Kaiba's personality is similar to that of Haruno Sakura, but it is more obvious, carefree and lawless. So after the two of them became friends, they often skipped classes together in the original timeline. And later, Iruka taught him tolerance. These people all had the right influence on the character formation of young Naruto in the right time period. But now, Naruto has not been influenced by Haruno Sakura, let alone become friends with Shikamaru and others. In other words, except for the fact that he was positive and cheerful about becoming a Hokage under the influence of the third Hokage, he is still the same personality in other things. That is, lonely and introverted. And such a Naruto, can he still be as sunny as the original work and become a little sun? With this question in mind, Ryusuke turned his head and stared at Naruto, who was beside him, with his eyes closed, practicing hard to become Hokage. He looked at the rest of the class, paying special attention to the rejection and disgust in some people's eyes. He smiled brightly, and he was looking forward to Naruto's growth, and whether this little guy would become the silly boy who was willing to give silently without asking for anything in return. Chapter 28 Destiny. Naruto in Ryusuke's timeline was not affected by some outgoing and optimistic people. He was so well behaved that it was scary. Although Naruto didn't know how to make the villagers agree with him, he knew what kind of person could become a Hokage, that is, a powerful and great ninja. Therefore, he didn't compete with Uchiha Sasuke for the first place, and didn't fight with other classmates. Understanding his own problems and finding ways to solve them are the characteristics that Ryusuke found in this Naruto. This also made him appreciate Naruto more and more. He found his own shadow in this guy. They were both orphans, and they were also so strong and worked hard silently. Ryusuke, do you know how to control the chakra in my body? Naruto seemed to be able to feel Ryusuke's attention and appreciation, and became closer and closer to him. Although on the surface, Ryusuke didn't pay much attention to him, but just answered every question. Regarding chakra control, there is relevant content in the Ninja Learning Manual. I think you have read it. Looking at the distressed Naruto beside him, Ryusuke smiled and explained, chakra control is a necessary condition for becoming a ninja. Even if you extract chakra, if you don't have the ability to use it, you can't use ninjutsu, so. I know this, I just want to know how to control it. Why can you all do it, but I can't? Naruto scratched his head, it's obviously very smooth to extract chakra. I even feel that my chakra amount is thicker than many classmates in the class. But every time I use chakra, I can feel that most of the chakra is lost during the operation, as if it is pulled deeper into the body. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm and unconsciously touched his abdomen. Every time, most of the chakra was lost here. He didn't know where the chakra went, and he couldn't find out. I don't know about these things. There is no explanation in the ninja manual, but I think you can try to ask the third generation. Ryusuke had a smile on his face as always, and inadvertently guided him to find Sarutobi Hiruzen again to ask the truth. There are many things that he can't tell Naruto. Naruto's identity is very sensitive, and his existence is also very sensitive. As a war weapon, he can have such a relatively free life, which is completely protected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen values him very much and is very vigilant. He has always sent many ninjas to secretly monitor Naruto, and even uses the telescope technique from time to time to spy on Naruto's life. With such a premise, although Ryusuke admires Naruto, he cannot teach and guide Naruto openly. He can only be a guide hidden in the dark. Sarutobi Hiruzen hopes to control Naruto in his hands, let him inherit the will of fire, and become a ninja like Namikaze Minato. Then Ryusuke will go with the flow and push Naruto in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In general, Sarutobi Hiruzen will never hurt Naruto, at least not before he officially becomes a ninja. But whether he can maintain his consciousness and judgment under Sarutobi Hiruzen's constant indoctrination depends on the ability of this somewhat lonely and introverted Naruto. Although the third generation is very good to you, everyone is different. If you want to become a real Hokage and want to be recognized by others, you can't just follow his path. After school, before leaving school, Ryusuke stood up and whispered to Naruto, "Otherwise, everyone in the village can only recognize you because of what Sarutobi Hiruzen did, not because of your efforts." Ryusuke. Naruto stared at his smile in a daze, a little confused. "See you tomorrow." Ryusuke nodded at him and left the classroom with Hinata next to him. After he left, because of class time, the Anbu ninja who had briefly ended the surveillance appeared nearby again. Thanks to the perception ability brought by this pair of powerful white eyes, every time someone who was monitoring Naruto appeared around, or when Sarutobi Hiruzen spied on Naruto through the telescope technique, Ryusuke could avoid it in advance. "Ryusuke, you seem to be very optimistic about Uzumaki Naruto. Father said that you can't have too much contact with him." On the way home, there were only Ryusuke and Hinata. As if she noticed Ryusuke's different attitude towards Naruto, she spoke in a low voice. "I don't have much contact with Naruto. Although we are desk mates, we have spoken no more than 20 times since the beginning of school for almost a month." Ryusuke replied casually, while walking, his hands slid in the void, his fingertips lightly tapping, as if there was a huge piano in front of him. "But..." Hinata hesitated a little. She always felt that the relationship between Ryusuke and Naruto was not that simple. "You know, Hinata." But before she could say the doubt in her heart, Ryusuke spoke again. "In this world, there is an argument called destiny. It means that everyone's fate is predetermined from the moment they are born to the moment they die. What do you think of this view?" His tone seemed indifferent and calm, not as gentle as before. And his face was also without a smile, with a kind of calmness that looked down on everything from a high position. After thinking about this question seriously, Hinata replied, "I can't accept it. It's normal. No one wants everything to be arranged for them." Ryusuke's fingertips were still tapping in the air, but Hinata didn't feel strange at all, thinking that he was like a crazy patient. So, it wasn't a piano. In front of Ryusuke, a chessboard suddenly appeared, and his fingers that had been tapping were actually pressing on the chess pieces on the chessboard, moving their positions. This was an illusion, and Hinata realized it immediately. After all, the appearance of this chessboard was too abrupt. But she didn't use the chakra in her body to break free from the illusion. She wanted to know what Ryusuke was doing. "If this chessboard is compared to what I call fate, and these chess pieces are those people," Ryusuke explained softly, "then every time these chess pieces turn around and move from where they were supposed to step, I will be very interested. I really want to know what these chess pieces that have deviated from their original fate will become, and in this process, I don't mind pushing them 1 or 2 steps to make them move faster." Ryusuke. Hinata's eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. She felt a great pressure from Ryusuke. It was like standing alone on the beach, facing the surging waves. This pressure made her unable to speak and finish the rest. She was trembling all over. Even though she was much stronger than before, she couldn't suppress the fear that rose from the bottom of her heart. Sorry. Realizing that Hinata was not right, Ryusuke quickly suppressed the restless chakra in his body, stretched out his hand to hold her little hand tightly, and comforted her. Just now, he seemed to have entered a very subtle state. It was as if he could really see everything that would happen in the future, instead of just relying on the plot in his mind to make inferences. It was a state where everything was operating in his mind, including the survival of this planet. But after waking up from that state, he seemed to have seen nothing and remembered nothing. Thanks to book friends Xiu and Sizuwang and Li Tongming for their rewards and support. Chapter 29 The Real Role of Eyes. Under the cold moonlight, Ryusuke lay in the room, looking up at the starry sky through the skylight. His palm gently stroked his cheek, and his fingers felt the touch from his pupils, just like stroking a slightly hard ball. Looking back on what happened on the road after school in the afternoon, his mind was a mess, and he could not remember the specific content he saw at that time. This is very unusual. You know, Ryusuke has a very good memory. Even in his previous life, he could still have a relatively clear memory of some small things that happened in his childhood, not to mention what happened in the afternoon. But the current situation is that he can't remember everything that happened at that time, only impressions, very vague impressions. The previous fragment of the memory was saying goodbye to Naruto and coming out of the classroom with Hinata. And then, Hinata looked at him trembling all over, as if facing some vicious devil. Every movement and expression on her face was full of fear. So, what about the middle part? On Liang Ji's expressionless face, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the fingers placed on the edge of his eye sockets tapped his eyelids unconsciously. He was sure that he would not forget this part, but there was no situation of being possessed or taking over, so there was only one possibility. That is, he could not bear it. Although he had no memory and could not remember what he saw at that time, Liang Ji still had the feeling at that time. That was a kind of omnipotent power. It was as if the gods who were high above, sitting in the sky, looked down at the mortals on the ground who were constantly fighting because of their desires. His eyes and any random movements could bring endless blood and rain to the world. In this feeling, he saw a lot of unbearable things and lost this part of the memory. Could it be the ability brought by these eyes? Liang Ji analyzed this situation. Now it has been 5 years since he came to this world. Another 3 years is about to expire, and the experience bar in his mind, which is the source of his white eyes and blood evolution, is gradually approaching the end. Last time, this experience bar reached 100%, which gave him an optimization of his bloodline, allowing him to have a Byakugan that surpassed ordinary Hyuga, and his Byakugan had some of the power of the ancient Otsutsuki clan. So he analyzed that it might be because this experience bar was about to reach completion, so it stimulated the ability of his Byakugan. And as long as he waited until he was 6 years old, when the 6 years since he came to this world were up, his bloodline and Byakugan would go a step further, and he would get more abilities of the Otsutsuki clan. For example, seeing through the future. While thinking, Ryusuke's Byakugan had already opened unconsciously. Under the moonlight, on his face, the pair of pupils that were no different from ordinary Byakugan revealed a trace of crystal. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan were actually the abilities of the ancient Otsutsuki clan, and the two clans were originally of the same origin. The Sharingan that runs through the entire future timeline of the ninja world will evolve as long as certain conditions are met, and become the Samsara Eye possessed by the Six Paths Sage, which has extremely powerful power. The same is true for the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. As long as the purity is sufficient, and the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan is injected, it can evolve into the Samsara Eye, which has the same power as the Samsara Eye. However, this does not mean that the Byakugan is not as good as the Samsara Eye. It also does not mean that the Sharingan is not as good as the Samsara Eye. All things in the world may have inherent strengths and weaknesses, but innate deficiencies can also be made up for by acquired factors. This is the path that Ryusuke has always believed in since his previous life. There is no absolute power, but it depends on how powerful the person who uses the power is. Before the Manjiki, the Sharingan will slowly awaken the 3 abilities of insight, replication, and hypnosis with the number of Megatama, and after opening the Manjiki, according to the loopholes in the heart, awaken its own unique abilities, which is the eye of the soul. And the Byakugan, after awakening through training, can have the 3 abilities of insight and perspective, and improved vision. This is the ordinary Byakugan, which is the Byakugan after the degeneration of thousands of years. But the real Byakugan has far more than these abilities. The experience bar reaches the maximum value, breaking the limit and evolving the bloodline. In fact, it is more like giving Ryusuke a key, allowing him to ignore the degeneration of thousands of years and try to touch the real Byakugan, the Byakugan of thousands of years ago. Although the illusion ability of his Byakugan is obtained by bloodline evolution, it is not actually available at the moment of awakening, but Ryusuke tried to develop it himself. As a reborn person, he knows very well what kind of power the real Byakugan will have. Illusion is just one part of it. Just like the samsara eye, releasing one's own momentum to form pressure is also one of them. There is even a space-time ninjutsu like Uchiha Obito's Kamui, which can virtualize oneself and transfer oneself between the other world and the real world, see through the hearts of others, see through the fate of others. These powerful abilities are actually what the real Byakugan should have. Of course, it is also possible that it is an ability developed by the people of the Otsutsuki clan. The previous generation planted trees, and the next generation enjoyed the shade. Just like it took Minato Namikaze several years to develop the Raise Nan, but it only took Naruto half a month to learn it. As long as you know what the result is and try to restore and learn it, you don't need to directly develop such complicated energy. But after all, it is a pupil technique, which is already a ninjutsu at the bloodline limit level. So even if Ryusuke knows the final result, it is not easy to develop these abilities. At least until now, he is still in a confused stage. Now, Ryusuke has only developed two abilities, illusion and pressure. Among them, illusion is already fully proficient, while pressure like the samsara eye needs to be improved. Normally, he cannot use it at will. Only in certain circumstances, when it matches his own emotions, can he release substantial pressure through the Byakugan and affect reality. However, today's unknown change has given Ryusuke a new understanding and experience of the ability of pressure. The reason is the feeling of being high above and looking down on everything. Pressure is the ability to reach the extreme of mental power, and then use the Byakugan as a medium to launch substantial damage to the surroundings. This is the conclusion that Ryusuke draws through the results he knows. And under this conclusion, he keeps trying to develop. It is easy to perceive mental power, and it is also easy to control mental power. The condensation of chakra is the combination of spiritual power and physical power, so Ryusuke can do both easily. The difficult part is how to release the spiritual power in the body through the Byakugan. There are two difficulties in this process, which troubled Ryusuke for nearly a year. The first is that when the spiritual power is condensed near the eye socket, it will be absorbed by the Byakugan and become pupil power, making him more sensitive in the use of other abilities. But this is not what he wants to release this power. The second is that Ryusuke's spiritual power is not that strong. Although he has lived two lives, he is far superior to his peers in terms of spirit, but this spiritual power is also not enough for him to release it and become a substantial force to have a huge impact on the real world. These two problems are fatal, and they are also the reason why Ryusuke has not been able to master new abilities. Thanks to the book friend Zingzi233 for the reward support. Chapter 30 The Truth Finally Known. The pressure that the Byakugan can cause may not focus on the output of spiritual energy. This is the reason that Ryusuke suddenly remembered after feeling the godlike power. All along, because he only knew the result, he knew that the Byakugan could release substantial pressure around like the samsara eye, but he didn't know how Kagaya Otsutsuki did it. Therefore, in the process of thinking, he often boldly tried various methods, not limited to one way. Through spiritual energy, using the Byakugan as a medium, to cause pressure on the body, this situation requires extremely huge energy as a foundation to achieve. Kagaya Otsutsuki may have this ability, but Ryusuke does not have it at present, that is to say, if he wants to use this ability, his Byakugan needs to have an amplifying effect on this spiritual energy. But this is another problem. The extension of one problem after another, and many attempts, made Ryusuke stagnate on this problem for a long time. But now, he has a new direction, that is, momentum. This elusive, but no matter in the past and present lives, there are many records of the ethereal theory. The word momentum is very illusory. A more scientific statement is that momentum is roughly equal to the magnetic field generated by the person himself. Because everyone has experienced different things, the magnetic field of each person is also different. Those who have experienced more things, have a higher status, or are very capable, their magnetic field and momentum have been nurtured for a long time and have a very strong influence. As long as they stand there, they can unconsciously attract other people's attention. And those who have always been ordinary and go with the flow, their magnetic field matches the public. The result of this situation is that the momentum seems to be there and not there, and people have no sense of existence. In Liangji's previous life, the statement of momentum and magnetic field was actually verified by relevant experiments, but after all, he was not a professional in this field, so he didn't know much. However, taking this opportunity, he really felt what those theories said, and it was a personal experience. At that time, did he increase the amount of chakra, or the pupil power, or the physical strength? No. Liangji was very sure that he had not improved in all the known strengths in that state at that time. If nothing was improved, why would there be an illusion that he became stronger? Is it a wrong perception caused by emotions such as self-confidence, arrogance, and arrogance? No, that's not right. Ryusuk knew very well that it was a substantial strength. Although there was no improvement in all aspects, it changed from another level and affected the people around, causing Hinata to feel fear at that time. It was an invisible and illusory change, just like momentum. It was not easy to return to the state at that time. Without memory, Ryusuk didn't know what happened and what he saw at that time. He could only remember the feeling at that time. Wanting to be here, Ryusuk, who was lying flat on the bed and looking at the vast starry sky through the skylight, had a different look in his eyes. Various emotions slowly disappeared from his eyes and his body. He was trying to enter the state at that time, to feel the so-called momentum and learn to use it. Then integrate this ability into the white eyes, becoming the so-called prestige and substantial power. But this is not easy. It turns out, I am a monster. For a whole morning, Ryusuk's 5 senses, which were more sensitive than ordinary people, allowed him to clearly hear Naruto's almost silent whisper beside him. Did Sarutobi Hiruzen finally tell him clearly about the 9 tails? He quickly judged what happened from Naruto's murmurs. Now, it has been more than a month since the start of school. The entrance test has ended and the class division has been completed. As Ryusuk expected at the beginning, there is almost no change in the students in this class. Except for the last few children from ordinary ninja families who were overtaken by the top students of other classes who came later and left this class, there was almost no change, and all the family members were there. And Naruto, who was beside him, had been insisting on this matter day and night since he pestered him to ask about chakra control that day, but was guided by him to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the beginning, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly did not tell Naruto the truth, and did not tell him that his chakra could not be well controlled because there was another force and consciousness in his body interfering. Relying on his title as a ninjutsu doctor, he told Naruto a lot of theoretical knowledge, which confused him. But after all, the current Naruto is different from the mischievous and study-averse person in the original timeline. There are no pranks, and he will not challenge others casually. Based on his identity, no one challenges him. In this way, being excluded by most people, the lonely Naruto can only spend a lot of time on studying, so his theoretical knowledge is very solid, and he even ranks 3rd in the class, second only to Hinata and Haruno Sakura. Therefore, it is not so easy for Sarutobi Hiruzen to fool Naruto about chakra control. In just over a week, Ryusuk saw Sarutobi Hiruzen give up. But even if he heard Naruto's murmur, Ryusuk did not take the initiative to talk to Naruto. Almost every time, he waited for Naruto to talk to him. He believed that this time, Naruto would ask him about the monster. The lunch break was very peaceful. After eating lunch with Hinata, he took a short break and started the afternoon class. Most of the day passed, and Naruto had been sitting in his seat, motionless. But in the end, he spoke as Ryusuk expected. Ryusuk. There was still a little time before school was over, and Irika was still talking about the theoretical knowledge of how to make poison on the podium. Taking this opportunity, Naruto spoke in a low voice, and the sound reached the ears of Ryusuke, who was listening carefully. "What's wrong?" Ryusuke turned his head in confusion. "You said, if." "Forget it, I seem to know the specific reason why people in the village hate me." Originally, he was thinking of some euphemistic and probing questions, but after facing Ryusuke's gentle eyes, Naruto suddenly put away this idea and mustered up the courage to speak out his own problems. Hearing his straightforward question, Ryusuke asked casually with a smile on his face, "So, what is it?" Opening his mouth, Naruto swallowed the words that came to his lips. He didn't know how to describe it, and was at a loss and a little anxious. But soon, he seemed to have thought of how to express it, pointed his finger at his abdomen, and said to Ryusuke seriously, "There is a big fox living in my body. A fox that is very large and makes me feel very evil." Chapter 31 The Path the Sandame wants Naruto to take. Is that so? Everyone else in the classroom was listening quietly, and no one paid any attention to the situation in the last row. Even Irika, who had always paid close attention to Naruto, seemed to have temporarily forgotten his existence. You know." Ryusuke's calm answer and expression stunned the nervous and tangled Naruto. But after a while, he seemed to remember something. "Yes, you are from the Hyuga clan, you should know, but..." From his third-generation grandfather, he learned about the origin of the fox in his body, the tailed beast. The tailed beast is a very destructive beast, the god among beasts. In the ninja world, there are a total of 9 tailed beasts, distinguished by the number of tails, and the fox in his body is called the 9-tailed demon fox, the most powerful existence among the tailed beasts, the god of the beasts. Because the power of the tailed beasts is too strong, in order to prevent the ninja world from suffering a disaster, the first generation of Hokage suppressed the 9-tailed beasts and evenly distributed them to the major ninja villages to maintain the balance of the ninja world. The 9-tailed demon fox is the tailed beast that the Fire Country got. And he is the container of the tailed beast in this generation. But why is it him, and why Ryusuke knows about this, but has been hiding it from him, and why did the third-generation grandfather not explain it to him until now? Many questions emerged in Naruto's mind, like big hands, stirring his restless heart since yesterday. "We haven't known each other for a long time, but in my impression, you are a relatively rational person." Naruto didn't finish his words, but Ryusuke understood what he meant and explained softly, "Although you can think calmly about most things, you are particularly susceptible to emotions and make some wrong judgments on certain issues. Are you afraid that I will react greatly after I know about this? Will it affect the village?" Naruto interrupted Ryusuke's words, and his fists, which were clenched because of nervousness, clenched even tighter, and the chakra in his body was surging with emotions. To be honest, he has been very excited since he heard the truth. It was as if there was a fire burning in his body, destroying all his rationality. He knew he should be calm, but he could not suppress this fire by himself. There were no other friends around him. He could only ask for help from his desk mate, the seemingly gentle Ryusuke. "I'm not afraid that you will affect the village. You have no chance." Seeing his excitement, Ryusuke didn't care. He shook his head calmly, "You have no ability to affect the village, even if you have that fox in your stomach. Since the fox will be locked in your body, it means that the village has no shortage of means to control him. I'm mainly afraid that after you know this, you will do something that you will regret in the future." Ryusuke's tone was calm. Although there was no illusion, it made Naruto feel a little more at ease. His clenched fists relaxed a little. Naruto didn't quite understand what Ryusuke meant. "First of all, do you think you are an alien?" Ryusuke asked again. His face seemed casual and gentle, but his heart was already full of vigilance. Since Naruto went to school today, there has been a prying gaze lingering around them. Unlike the previous peeping at a distance, this time, Ryusuke can feel that the peeping is very close. It is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Others may not know, but Ryusuke knows very well who the owner of this gaze is. The telescope technique is a technique performed with the help of special ninja tools. The principle is that as long as the chakra characteristics of the character are mastered, remote monitoring can be carried out directly. Although the range is limited, this technique can definitely be called a perception ninjutsu above level A. And since it is a ninjutsu, there must be traces of chakra. The reason why Ryusuke can detect Sarutobi Hiruzen nearby is partly because of the blessing of the Byakugan for perception ability, but also partly because he has been used to Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra in the past month. Therefore, he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was right beside them, hiding in the dark and observing them, or rather, observing Naruto. Perhaps since yesterday, he was entangled by Naruto and had no choice but to tell Naruto the truth. He has been following him secretly until now. If Naruto's emotions became uncontrollable because of the truth during this process, and he was bewitched by the 9 tails in his body, perhaps he would directly suppress it. Alien. Naruto laughed bitterly, am I not? It's like this, am I not an alien? When this sentence was said, Ryusuke could clearly sense that Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing outside the closed classroom door, most likely leaning against the wall, listening to the conversation here. His breath leaked a little because of Naruto's words, allowing Ryusuke, who could only sense his existence but didn't know the specific location, to sense where he was hiding. It doesn't matter what others think of you. The key is how you think of yourself. Ryusuke retracted that calm attitude, with a warm smile on his face. First of all, you must be a person with independent ideas, not some fierce beast, some god among beasts. You can think of yourself as a prison, a tool to imprison this brutal beast, but you can also think of yourself as a hero, shouldering this responsibility for others. Hero, hero. Naruto seemed to have never thought of this title, and was a little bit unbelievable. He didn't think this title could be applied to him. He was rejected by the villagers since he was a child. If he were a hero, he should be loved by everyone like the 3rd-generation grandfather, right? I said, the key is how you identify yourself and how you position yourself. Ryusuke continued to speak, as if explaining his inner thoughts. I remember, your dream is to become a Hokage. All of a sudden, Naruto's originally more confused and tangled heart seemed to understand something. And outside the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen's originally somewhat uneasy breath seemed to stabilize with Naruto's emotions and Ryusuke's words. Compared to other people in the village who have lived a life of mediocrity and have never made any contributions to the village, you have been carrying the mission of protecting the village since you were born. The tailed beast in your body is indeed a very powerful existence. Any violent riot may directly destroy a small country, but since you have been the prison that holds it, our village has not suffered any losses. This is what you have done. Ryusuke stretched out his finger and pointed at Naruto. And the current situation is that those villagers don't know what you are carrying. They don't understand what the tailed beast is, because this matter is confidential. I think the 3rd generation has also reminded you that your existence is very important to the village. They are laughing at your dream because of their ignorance, thinking that this is an impossible thing to accomplish, but what if one day they understand it? If they understand the facts you are carrying one day, will they agree to let you become Hokage? Me. A few words directly touched Naruto's heart. His originally dull eyes became brighter, and he felt his blood boiling. He couldn't wait to see that day, to see the scene of everyone surrounding him in the sun. At the same time, these words made Sarutobi Hiruzen outside the door have deeper thoughts. Chapter 32 Ryusuke wants Naruto to choose. Looking at Naruto, whose eyes were burning like a blazing fire in his heart, Ryusuke chuckled and shook his head. In his perception, Sarutobi Hiruzen had left the classroom after he said that. Perhaps in his heart, he thought that Naruto would not change for the time being, but he might have become interested in himself, a little son-in-law of the Hyuga clan who was originally unknown. Although he didn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen's original idea was, Ryusuke felt that the idea he gave him should be a good one. Regardless of the plot he saw in his previous life or the information he collected in this life, he could clearly tell that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to support Naruto to become Hokage. Although he didn't know what kind of psychology this was, perhaps it was guilt for the fourth generation, or for the stability of his own faction, but this was an unchanging fact. Ryusuke believed that although the third generation didn't know too much about what he had done all along, he should still know more or less. He has been pushing Naruto, who most people think is a war machine, towards the third generation, and today he gave him such an idea. He should be able to see the goodwill of the Hyuga clan. This is what Ryusuke wants Sarutobi Hiruzen to think of as a goodwill. Naruto. What are you doing? Listen to the class carefully. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, the classroom returned to its usual state. And Irika on the podium also abruptly realized that he seemed to have been ignoring Naruto today. When he looked over, he found that the boy had stood up at some point, smiling, and seemed to be talking to Ryusuke, who was sitting at the same table. Sorry, Teacher Irika. Naruto seemed to have just remembered that he was in class. After smiling apologetically, he sat back down and listened to the class seriously. He had more concentration and motivation than before. And Ryusuke next to him kept a smile on his face and looked at this scene calmly. Everyone in the class, except Ryusuke who was a classmate and Naruto took the initiative to talk, did not notice anything unusual. No one noticed that most of the time today, Naruto in the last row was ignored. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is known as a ninjutsu doctor, is really amazing. Because the Hyuga clan is a physical family, this is the first time that Ryusuke has seen such a powerful illusion in all these years. Using illusion, Sarutobi Hiruzen blocked almost everyone in the classroom from seeing Naruto, and after the illusion ended, he did not feel any discomfort. Is this the strength of the shadow of a village? Ryusuke's vigilance against other ninjas increased again, and he also had a deeper affirmation of what he had just done. It was a decision that Ryusuke and Hyuga Hayashi discussed to show goodwill to Sarutobi's Hokage faction. The Hyuga clan's current status in the village is temporarily embarrassing. They are in the same position as the Uchiha clan, which is almost isolated by the entire village, and they compete for the position of the largest clan in Konoha. But in some cases, they are also checking and balancing each other to prevent one family from dominating. If Ryusuke thinks positively about what happened to Hyuga Hayashi in the original timeline, it means that Sarutobi Hiruzen is old and does not have the courage to face the war when he was young. He is just an old man who hopes to keep the peace of the village and spend his old age in peace. But if he thinks negatively, it may be that Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to take this opportunity to knock and test the Hyuga clan to see if they will give in, or just take his orders and go against his will like the Uchiha clan. After all, Ryusuke has not yet seen through people's hearts. Although the incident of Hyuga Hayashi did not happen in this timeline, there are some things he has to guard against. He is about to be 6 years old, and the progress bar in his mind is about to be full, and he is starting to transform again. And Sasuke, who is in the same class with him, is also about to be 6 years old. This means that the Uchiha clan will be gone, and their enemies in Hyuga will be gone. By then, the Hyuga clan will be the largest clan in the village, and this title is well deserved. But in this way, their clan will become a new thorn in the eyes of others. In the timeline without Hyuga Hayashi's sacrifice, Ryusuke could not guarantee whether the Hyuga clan would spend the rest of their lives in peace and tranquility as before. Although they, the Hyuga clan, can become the best scout ninjas on the battlefield because of their Byakugan, they will not be easily swept away by the village, and they will not make the village as wary as the Uchiha clan. But after all, they are still a large clan, and they have always maintained independent thinking. If they do not integrate into the village, they will definitely be excluded and isolated. Showing goodwill to the Hokage faction is a good way for the Hyuga clan to maintain a stable path in the future. It was already afternoon, and after talking to Naruto, they did not actually have a long class and ended today's class. Unlike the usual deadness, Naruto seemed very excited after school today. He even planned to go to the trial field once to compete with others and vent his inner excitement. It doesn't matter even if he will be beaten badly. Anyway, the powerful self-healing ability brought by the fox in his body will solve his injuries well. You seem very excited about what I told you this afternoon. Seeing Naruto was about to pack up the table and leave, Ryusuke whispered something as they passed by. Naruto, who was originally in a hurry to leave, stopped. Remember what I told you? He chuckled and looked at Naruto, who turned back and was a little confused. The point is, how do you see yourself in your heart, remember? Naruto's eyes were even more confused. He didn't understand what Ryusuke meant. In the afternoon, he did hear such a sentence. Becoming the goal of Hokage, is it really your own choice? But then, Ryusuke's other words made Naruto's excited expression freeze directly. When I said that to you in the afternoon, I heard that there were more than just you. I said this, do you understand what I mean? Ryusuke continued to speak, and the white eyes on his face had quietly opened without knowing when. After school, there were not many students in the classroom. Except for Hinata, who was still waiting for him, there was no one who paid attention to them. And the ninjas who used to monitor Naruto were gone, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had just left. This moment may be the freest time in Naruto's first half of his life. Naruto was a little at a loss. He wanted to ask something, but he couldn't speak at all. Under the gaze of Ryusuke, his mouth was tightly closed, unable to ask a single question. Even if you have that big fox in your belly, the village also has ways to control him. You should still remember what I said, right? Ryusuke continued, his face no longer smiling, and he returned to his initial calmness. The invisible momentum rose from him, making Naruto somewhat afraid to look directly at him. After a month of contact, I think you are very good. Hide yourself well and find the path you really want to take, Naruto. Quietly taking a step forward, Ryusuke looked down from above, slightly bent down and leaned close to his ear, and whispered, I wish you can always stay calm and rational. If you are found out, please forget what I said just now. I don't want others to find me. The moment the words fell, the whiteness in his pupils seemed to light up a little, but it soon dimmed. I'm going to take a leave recently. I hope you'll be better the next time I see you. Just like the day not long ago, Ryusuke left Naruto's heart with a great shock, and then silently took Hinata out of the classroom, leaving him alone in a daze. On the way home, Ryusuke was in a very happy mood, inexplicably happy. This kind of emotion, except for practice, rarely reacts to other things. Why do you say this? From that day on, although Ryusuke didn't know what he saw specifically, his original idea of not wanting to contact these dangerous people too much seemed to have changed. His heart told him that he could try to contact them. As for why he said this to Naruto, it can only be said that compared to forcibly arranging a path for Naruto like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Ryusuke hopes that Naruto can find a way by himself. At least, he doesn't want Naruto to be the silly boy who shouts from beginning to end that I want to be Hokage. He thought of seeing different content. Chapter 33 about update. I only updated once in the past 2 days, because I changed some content and didn't save any drafts, spreading my hands. But I will try to keep updating twice in the future, because recently, the word count of this book has almost reached the limit, and it will be recommended, starting next week. Except for the first trial work, this account has written 2 million word books, and I can be considered an old author. Although I understand that as an author, I should not be affected by some external things, and I should be firm in my creative passion and style. But in fact, this is impossible to do. The results will affect the hearts of many authors, and good results will make people more passionate about creation. So, everyone, keep following the reading, this is really important for the new book period. The effect of the recommendation depends on the number of readers, and has little to do with the collection. If there are many readers, the recommendation will be better, and if the recommendation is good, the exposure will be higher, and the results will be better. Thanks to Zyajagig for the reward support. Chapter 34, Valley of the End. It is both high and deep. The turbulent waterfall is like a rolling wave, rushing down from the sky, violently colliding with the river at the bottom of the valley, stirring up the flow rate. In the outskirts of Konoha village, in the Valley of the End, Ryusuke and his two guards, Tsuji and Zinke, stood on the surface of the rapid water, staring at the two huge, godlike sculptures. The first generation of Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The strongest clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. The valley is very deep. From the surface of the water where Ryusuke and the others are standing, looking up along the waterfall, it is like being trapped in a deep abyss without light, swallowed by darkness. On both sides of the canyon, the stone walls carved with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara appear lifelike under the scouring of the water. Their faces are at the top of the canyon. Looking up from the bottom, it seems to be in the clouds. The postures and looks of the two people seem to have not given up their respective beliefs and conclusions until the last moment of the battle. At the moment of their lives ending, they still maintained the movements before them, turning into two statues, arguing that their theories were correct. No matter how many times you see it, it is so spectacular. Just as Ryusuke was quietly looking at the two statues in front of him, Hyagasuji behind him said with some emotion, "Master Ryusuke, you may not know that our generation often came to visit the Valley of the End when we were students. And every time we come, the Uchiha in each class will always be more arrogant." Hyagazinke also followed up with a conversation, "It's ridiculous that the entire Uchiha clan abandoned Uchiha Madara and supported Senju Hashirama's theory. I didn't expect that the descendants would actually start to regard themselves as the honor that Uchiha Madara had. But if Uchiha Madara had become Hokage back then, perhaps the ninja world would not have ushered in a peaceful era, but would only have been in war for years." Tsuji began to express his own views again. The two expressed their own opinions and chatted about the Uchiha issue. Ryusuke did not speak up and followed them, but listened quietly to their narration, while looking forward to the traces left by the great battle in the past on the Valley of the End. Many rock walls in the valley have traces of being burned by high concentration fire. It should be caused by Uchiha Madara's fire escape. Similarly, there are many traces left by Senju Hashirama. Most of them are fist and palm prints. These fist and palm prints are not made by hand, and they appear small in front of the huge canyon. Instead, they are the big pits bombarded by the huge Guanyin statue condensed by Senju Hashirama's wood escape ninjutsu, the top Buddha in the true thousand-hand state. Even the huge cracks in the Valley of the End were caused by the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara at that time. Is this really the impact of the battle between ninjas? With trembling palms, Ryusuke stroked the potholes on the rock walls expressionlessly, feeling the cruelty and fierceness of the battle at that time. Decades have passed, and the traces left by the battle are still there. It can be seen that the scale of the battle was so shocking. Ryusuke's heart was surging. There were few things that could make him so excited. It was like he got a book of immortal cultivation in modern times. He had just refined his body and built his foundation, and he was complacent because of his extraordinariness. But during an accidental trip, he suddenly saw the traces left by the ancient Yuan Shen crossing tribulation cultivators. Suddenly, it was like opening another door, a vast and solemn door. This road has been walked by someone. The journey on this road made him even more excited. Normally, Ryusuke's battle with Hinata Hayashi seemed to be a battle between ninjas, and he had a power beyond mortals. But now, when he came to this deep valley, he understood what is truly extraordinary. The more turbulent his heart is, the calmer his surface is. Expressionless is the most relaxed state of Ryusuke, and also the most excited state. Only smiling is between the two, and it is when he is most vigilant. Closing his eyes, Ryusuke took a deep breath to calm his inner excitement. Slowly exhaling the foul air, when he opened his eyes again, the surging in Ryusuk's eyes had dissipated, and what was left was the heart to face this ninja world calmly. Tsuji, Zinkai, it's time to go. A calm voice sounded. He slowly turned around, smiled and walked out of the canyon. Since he came to the valley of the end and the edge of Konoha, it means Ryusuke can finally leave the village. In 5 years, he stepped out of that small village for the first time, ready to see the style of this ninja world. The long-awaited opportunity for actual combat has finally come. In the heart of Hinata Hayashi, Ryusuke's status is very high, equal to or even superior to that of the family. So even though he realized that he could not teach Ryusuke anything, he still suppressed it and did not let Ryusuke try to get in touch with real combat. On the one hand, of course, there was no opportunity, and on the other hand, he was reluctant. But now, Ryusuke finally found an opportunity to leave the village. This time, his mission was to visit the daimyo of the Land of Fire, which was a routine for the Hyuga clan every year. However, in previous years, it was done by the branch family. This year, Hyuga Hayashi planned to take this opportunity to arrange a not-so-difficult mission for Ryusuke to go out of the village, and let him expand his horizons. You can't stay in this village all the time and be a frog in the well. The Hyuga clan attaches great importance to the mission of visiting the daimyo, and the word daimyo does not have a deep impression on Ryusuke. Or in other words, this kind of people are not outstanding in the plot line of Naruto, and there is almost no chance to show their faces. But that is the world of comics after all, and Ryusuke is in the real Naruto world. The two are naturally different. If you want to live in this ninja world, you must never underestimate these so-called daimyo and nobles. Even if they don't have the power of ninjas, they have much more than ninjas. As for where there are more, that is the human heart. Is the population of this world large? Compared with Ryusuke's previous life, of course not many. Are there many ninjas in this world? Many, after all, it is the world of ninjas, and there are still many ninjas with extraordinary powers. So, in terms of the overall population, are there more ninjas or more ordinary people? Without a doubt, of course there are more ordinary people. The majority of the population in the ninja world is occupied by ordinary people, and only a small number of people have the talent to become ninjas. Ryusuke had expected the difference in numbers between ordinary people and ninjas. But Ryusuke was surprised that the daimyo and nobles who were just ordinary people in power in this ninja world were the ones who really had real power. Originally, he thought that with the power of ninjas, the daimyo and nobles of various countries should be more like puppets, helping ninjas manage this ninja world and helping them control those ordinary people. But what surprised Ryusuke was that the daimyo and nobles have always been the actual rulers of each country, and they hold the lifeline of their own countries. Chapter 35 Kyoto City. The lifeblood of a country is affected by many aspects. Economy, education, military, production, technology and other directions are the foundation of a country and the shell of the word country, and the most important one is economy. Only when the above aspects are perfect, stable, and have sufficient economic strength can a country operate steadily. And only those who are capable of being in power can prevent the country from causing public outrage or even coups in the process of development. The ability here does not refer to military force, but management ability, which refers to excellence in cultural and ideological levels. However, these things are the framework of the Fire Country, not Konoha. Nowadays, the operating mode of the major countries in the ninja world is carried out in a very delicate state. Just like the Fire Country and Konoha, although Konoha is considered the military force of the Fire Country. But in fact, Konoha is also a country within the Fire Country, with a separate power framework and system, and is based on strength and military exploits, which is completely opposite to the management system of the Fire Country itself. In other words, the people in power in the Land of Fire, such as the daimyo and the nobles, manage the ordinary people in the Land of Fire. They guide them to engage in production, technology, education, businessmen, and other issues, so that they can export and import economy for the country. They talk about ideas, culture, strategy, and management. In Konoha, the people in power are the Hokage, the elders and the consultants. They manage the ninjas of Konoha and the ninjas of the Land of Fire, restrain all those with extraordinary abilities, and do not make trouble for ordinary people. Moreover, in the process of restraint, Konoha will develop steadily with the support of the daimyo and the nobles of the Land of Fire, become the garrison force of the country, and resist the invasion of foreign forces. One outside and one inside, one civil and one military, is the stable path for the common development of the Land of Fire and Konoha formulated by the first generation of Hokage and the daimyo at that time. And this path is currently being emulated by other countries in the ninja world, and they are all trying to develop in this direction. Therefore, in this ninja world, the daimyo and the nobles are not puppets launched by the ninja. Although they have no power, they have wisdom. They controlled the hearts of ordinary people who were like them and had no talent to become ninjas, and gathered this loose power into a rolling river. Isn't this the democratic system established by literati and warlords? The journey was smooth and there was no fighting incident. Ryusuke and his team arrived in Kyoto City safely. Looking at the bustling crowd coming and going, he was quite moved. On the way from Konoha to Kyoto Prefecture, he saw a lot of things, and also saw many things that could not be seen in the Hyuga clan's intelligence chain. The current situation in the Land of Fire can be described by the 4 words peaceful country and peaceful people. Literati, that is, daimyo and nobles. Although they are proud of their talents and knowledge, they dare not go against the will of the people and stand on the opposite side of the masses with the power of ninjas watching them. Serving the people, considering the interests of the people, and developing and strengthening this country are the price they pay for their power and status. Because of this, after the Third Ninja World War, in just less than 10 years, the country had completely stabilized under their management and arrangements, and its national strength had reached a new level. It's ridiculous that Konoha, a village with extraordinary abilities, is already corrupt and in constant conflict. On the contrary, the Fire Country, under the system where ordinary people manage ordinary people, has developed so rapidly and peacefully. Ryusuke casually put his hands behind his back, secretly judging everything in front of him, with a little adult's momentum. However, his inner self was not small. The 3 of them walked and stopped along the way, admiring the prosperity of this largest city. Soon, they stopped at the city gate. Kyoto City is the central city of the Fire Country. It covers a large area and is divided into the inner city and the outer city. Although Ryusuke and his team entered Kyoto City just now, they were in the outer city. And the inner city is only accessible to some people, and they need some qualifications, such as identity. We are ninjas from the Hyuga clan. The soldiers guarding the gate of the inner city just stepped forward, and Tsuji, who had been behind Ryusuke, stepped forward and opened his byakugan to show their identities. So you are the ninjas from the Hyuga clan, please come in. The sergeant who blocked the road said very respectfully, and quickly signaled his men to make way. There is no need to verify the identity, the byakugan that Hyuga Tsuji opened when he spoke is the best proof of entry into the city. Ryusuke did not speak the whole time, nodded to the sergeant very kindly, and after saying hello, he took the 2 into the city. The situation in the inner city is still very different from that in the outer city. Because of the soldiers blocking the road, there are no street vendors, and those who can do business in the inner city are all large-scale merchant families in the Land of Fire. And these families, however, will not sell directly on the street like ordinary small vendors, but have their own stores. So, when Ryusuke stood at the entrance of the city and looked at it, he had only 2 comments in his heart. Clean and rigorous. Because there are no small vendors, there are not many strolling and crowded pedestrians. Although the whole street seemed empty and lacked the atmosphere of fireworks, it was not dead. Nobles, government officials who managed major institutions of the Land of Fire, ninjas hired from Konoha, and the servants and carriages of these famous scholars were often seen on the streets of the inner city. It was much quieter in general. Are you, ninjas from the Hyuga clan? Originally, Ryusuke planned to stroll around the inner city first to understand the overall environment and roots of this place and check it out. But before he and Soji could walk a few more steps, a carriage stopped in front of them. An elegant middle-aged man dressed in a kimono robe and dressed as a scholar got off the carriage and revealed their identities as soon as he opened his mouth. However, given the special appearance of the Hyuga clan, this was not surprising. Who are you? Soji stepped forward again and asked in front of Ryusuke. I am the retainer of the daimyo, Nagahirano. The elegant middle-aged man first briefly introduced himself, and then said kindly, the daimyo is already waiting for the three of you at the mansion. While speaking, his eyes unconsciously drifted behind Hyuga Tsuji and then to Ryusuke. As a large family, the Hyuga clan wants to provide for the entire family economy. In addition to the clan members doing tasks in the village, there must be some additional sources of funds. Clans like the Inoshikajo and the Uchiha clan also have other businesses in the Land of Fire to earn funds to maintain the operation of the family. And most of the Hyuga clan's business is provided by the nobles of the Land of Fire. Chapter 36 This is my kingdom. The magnificent and vast daimyo's mansion was like the magnificent buildings of ancient China that Ryusuke had seen in his previous life. This architectural style is different from the low-rise bungalows commonly seen in the ninja world, and it is even taller and more magnificent than the Hokage office building in Konoha village. Following Naganodera's lead, Ryusuke and his companions entered the tall building. The entire daimyo's mansion looked very solemn, and all the servants moved quietly, fearing that they would make too much noise and disturb the daimyo and a group of nobles who worked here. Under the respectful greetings of many retainers and servants, Ryusuke and his companions walked up the stairs to the tall building. Noticing the gazes of the three people, Naganotera, who was leading the way, stopped, turned around and asked with a chuckle, "Three ninjas, which one is stronger, this daimyo's mansion or Konoha's Hokage building?" Somewhat surprised by his words, Ryusuke glanced at him casually. The daimyo's mansion is of course magnificent and magnificent. In this comparison, our Konoha's Hokage building is like a thatched hut, unbearable to the eyes. Thank you, thank you. Naganotera nodded with satisfaction, but tried to pretend to be very humble. Unfortunately, this gesture with completely inadequate facial expression management was full of mistakes in Ryusuke's eyes. Modest, Mr. Nagano. He continued to smile. After all, we ninjas live a life of licking blood on the tip of a knife and defending the country. We don't have time to do these leisurely and elegant jobs. And we are all rough people, and we can't appreciate it. How could you? Naganotera nodded happily, and was about to say something more modest. But as soon as he thought about it, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with what Ryusuke said. Looking at his half-smile, these words sounded a little harsh. The life of the daimyo is really luxurious. Seeing that Naganohira stopped talking, Ryusuke continued to speak, casually turning his eyes to the lamps hanging on the nearby walls and ceilings, beautiful women and delicious food, bright lights all over the building. On this way, there are countless cooks and servants. I don't know if the daily expenses of this daimyo's mansion can be compared with the monthly expenses of my Hyuga clan. Ahem. The daimyo is usually very simple. Today, it is mainly to welcome the arrival of the three adults. Naganohira coughed dryly, and after explaining, he didn't dare to talk again. Three ninja adults, please wait here for a while, I will go and invite the adults to come. After leading Ryusuke and others to one of the luxuriously and elegantly decorated rooms, Naganohira explained and hurriedly left the room, fearing that Ryusuke would say something harsh again. This daimyo really knows how to enjoy himself. After Naganohira left, Tsuji, who had been silent since entering the daimyo's mansion, spoke in a low voice, but soon covered his mouth again. Because the entire daimyo's mansion was very quiet, even the sound changed in this environment, and it seemed very ethereal and loud. Nervous incense has the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the mind. It requires a variety of precious medicinal materials that are in short supply to be refined. Sniffing her nose, Xingke sniffed the fragrance in the air and explained to Ryusuke, I just noticed along the way, and almost every room has the smell of burning incense. I estimate that the incense consumption of this daimyo's mansion in one day is enough for the expenses of our entire Hyuga clan for one day. Ryusuke chuckled and did not speak. No matter how extravagant it is, it can't bring any waves to his heart. After his career was successful in his previous life, he had enjoyed it. But compared to practice and self-improvement, what does all this count for? It's just some self-consolation for ordinary people. Oh, maybe there are still some things here that can make Ryusuke feel a little bit excited. Coming to the window, he casually opened the window. The sound of the wind blew, and a slight chill came towards him. But what made Ryusuke's heart stir was not the cool breeze, but everything in front of him. Most of the buildings in the ninja world are bungalows, and there are only a few high-rise buildings like the daimyo mansion. This also makes the daimyo mansion stand out among the many bungalows in the Land of Fire, and it is very eye-catching. On the other hand, in this case where there is no shelter to block the view, standing on the daimyo castle, you can see all the territories in all directions. Especially Ryusuke has white eyes, and his vision is far superior to that of ordinary people, so this sense of looking down on the world is even more obvious. The smile on his face slowly converged and turned into calmness. The people coming and going on the street, the shouting and greetings of the vendors, the carriage drivers driving the carriages, the wheels sliding on the road, making a clanging sound, all these things were seen by Ryusuke. Although, his perception range was not that wide, and he could not hear those voices. But when he saw the picture, his mind automatically brought into the mind what he saw, heard, felt and heard when he entered the city just now. This feeling was very familiar, making him feel like he had returned to the past, to that day. The three of the Hyuga family, I have been waiting for a long time. And at this moment, a deep voice sounded from the door. Retracting his downward gaze, Ryusuke looked back. In front of Naganohira, a sturdy, tall and burly man was nodding at them kindly, and his main gaze was of course on Ryusuke. Are you the new head of the Hyuga branch family of this generation, Hyuga Niji? Welcome to your arrival. He asked in a very gentle tone. But in the gentleness, Ryusuke heard a hint of arrogance. Compared with the same attitude, this daimyo naturally put himself in a higher position, after all, the status is different. Sorry, Tokugawa daimyo, I am Hyuga Ryusuke of the Hyuga clan, not Hyuga Niji. Ryusuke chuckled and stepped forward a few steps to him. Clan. And the originally very gentle Tokugawa daimyo looked a little surprised. In previous years, people from the Hyuga branch family came to him to discuss some business matters. But I didn't expect that this year, it was actually someone from the main family. Tokugawa daimyo hesitated. Yes. Is there anything that needs to be changed in the agreement between the Hyuga clan and us? After knowing Ryusuke's identity, his tone changed. If it was a Hyuga clan, then the attitudes of both parties would be almost the same. Although in a sense, he and the Hokage of Konoha are people of the same class, and even if the Hokage wants to change someone, he still needs to report to him. But in fact, his actual status as a daimyo is far inferior to that of a Hokage. Even for big clans like Hyuga and Uchiha, he can only be barely comparable. Military force is still the main theme of this world. Although these people are proud of their talents and act very arrogant, everyone knows that this is only when ordinary people stick together to enjoy a happy life in peace. If you really show your displeasure to these ninjas, it will be a very dangerous thing. Chapter 37 Taking Private Jobs. After hearing that Ryusuke was a member of the Hyuga clan, Tokugawa Shijima changed not only his tone and posture, but also his mood. Don't stand for now, sit down. Although Tokugawa Shijima was in a bad mood, he was much better at pretending than Nagano Tera. While motioning for Ryusuke and the others to sit down, he looked at Naganohira with a cold face. Young Master Ryusuke came all the way to Kyoto City, and you let them stand there like this. Why don't you prepare tea and snacks, and call someone to play music next to you? No need for music, I'm still young. After Ryusuke sat down with a chuckle, he waved his hand. As for snacks and tea, I'm still looking forward to it, after all, they are made by famous chefs. Tokugawa Shijima didn't force the arrangement. After motioning for Naganohira to go quickly, he suggested, young Master Ryusuke should stay in the daimyo's mansion tonight. I will hold a banquet tonight, so that the surrounding nobles can also come to see the style of the Hyuga clan. Ryusuke didn't refuse, and nodded, Your Highness Tokugawa is willing to introduce more people to me, then we will obey your order. Very good, very good. It just so happens that during this period of time, the heads of various villages and towns come to report their work, and young Master Ryusuke can also meet them. Tokugawa Shijima nodded with a fake smile, looking very satisfied. Then, he asked about the physical condition of Hyuga Hayashi and talked about some family matters. From time to time, he would mix some questions about the internal situation of the Hyuga clan into the topic. In this way, he was polite and probing. Although Ryusuke was a young child, Tokugawa Shijima had no intention of looking down on him. Children from a ninja family cannot be measured by age. After all, they were a group of ruthless people who dared to fight on the battlefield at a young age. Ryusuke always maintained a calm attitude, but did not take the initiative to control the rhythm of the conversation. He answered whatever Tokugawa Shijima asked. Of course, Ryusuke said some vague words about some important things in the clan, which made people confused. And Tokugawa Shijima's words always had the meaning of probing whether the purpose of their visit this time was the same as in previous years. But every time Ryusuke wanted to answer directly, he quickly avoided it, as if he was unwilling to put the problem on the surface, lest it be irreversible. Since Tokugawa Shijima was not in a hurry, Ryusuke was even less anxious. He seemed respectful, but in fact he answered his questions casually. And Suji and Zinke stood behind him, straightened their backs, holding plates to eat to replenish their energy. They went back and forth like this until the sun was about to set. Tokugawa Shijima finally couldn't stand Ryusuke's flawless answer, laughed, and planned to ask directly, although Ryusuke is young, he is quite knowledgeable. Chatting with you, I almost forgot that you are still a child. As he said this, he laughed heartily. And Ryusuke sat opposite him, without being modest, just smiling and accompanying him. I almost forgot the business after talking for so long. I wonder if Ryusuke came here on behalf of the Hyuga clan this time. Is there anything you want to change about the rules that we have set with us in the past? Tokugawa Shijima finally asked the purpose of Ryusuke's coming here on behalf of the Hyuga clan this time. He half squinted his eyes, and although the gentle smile on his face did not change, there was no smile in his eyes. Tokugawa Daimyo has misunderstood. Although I am here to see you this time, the rules remain unchanged. Facing the hesitation of the Fire Country Daimyo, Tokugawa Shijima, Ryusuke chuckled and explained, Our clan is still very satisfied with this matter and attaches great importance to it, especially since there has been a lot of fresh blood injected into the clan recently, and the expenses have become particularly huge. So we attach more importance to cooperation with the nobles in the country. His words were sincere and genuine. But the meaning of his words made Tokugawa Shijima, who was sitting opposite him, feel depressed. With just a few words, he understood what Ryusuke meant. The clan's expenses are higher than before, doesn't that mean they are going to raise the price? Just now, he didn't dare to ask directly because he was afraid of this situation. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. If he doesn't respond to Ryusuke's almost explicit answer, it will inevitably make the Hyuga clan lose face. How is it, Lord Tokugawa? Ryusuke looked at the silent Tokugawa Shijima. In the past, our clan offered you a price 5% less than the commission issued by the village, but the number of tasks you gave was not very large. In the past, our clan had low expenses and few tasks, but we could get by tightening our belts. But now, life is not easy. This phenomenon of taking private work is not uncommon in major countries and ninja villages. If you put aside the village as an intermediary and take the task directly from the client, you can get more commission money. But only families with a good reputation like the Hyuga clan have such an opportunity. Most small families, based on their ability and reputation, can only honestly rely on the reputation of the village to take tasks, but once there is an opportunity, many people do not mind this behavior. However, this kind of private work, except for the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, other clans in the village have been rapidly decreasing in recent years. The reason is that the village is using some systems to prevent such things from happening. In Konoha village, those families that have been completely assimilated by the will of fire and become true members of the village will not do such things as taking private jobs and damaging the interests of the village. In order for each family to develop continuously, Konoha has given them some suitable resources. For example, the Akimichi family runs a barbecue restaurant. Under some channel arrangements of Konoha, the barbecue restaurant run by their family is very famous throughout the Land of Fire, forming a complete industrial chain and brand. This way of making money is both formal and legal, allowing many small families that originally had no ability to see the benefits and also move closer to the will of fire and actively assimilate with the village. This also leads to the increasingly embarrassing status of relatively independent families such as Hyuga and Uchiha in the village. In fact, the Uchiha clan has also sent people to give opinions on this matter. Tokugawa Shijimao looked embarrassed, but his heart was unusually calm. Since just now, when he learned about Ryusuke's identity as a royal family, he has been delaying time, while testing his purpose, and thinking about any excuses. This afternoon of chatting was not really spent on family matters. The ninja world is so chaotic, and sometimes we have to go abroad for business trips, so it's inevitable to ask for some ninja protection. As he explained, he shook his head regretfully, but you know, Master Ryusuke, we only have so many people, and there are only so many tasks that can be entrusted every year. Occasionally, there are some sudden tasks, and I will give them to your Hyuga clan first. But recently, their Uchiha clan also came to give opinions, saying that the number of tasks is not enough, and their clan is not making ends meet, and they want to raise the price, but how is this possible? If it really reaches that price, then we might as well go to Konoha to officially announce the commission. Thanks to book friends Alan92 and Wiawale for their reward support. Chapter 38 I Can Hardly Afford to Eat. Uchiha. When Ryusuke heard that Tokugawa Shijima was going to use Uchiha to prevaricate this negotiation, he felt very strange. Others may not know, but he knows very well. Now the relationship between Uchiha and the village is incompatible. Since the Nine-Tailed Rebellion, the high-level officials have been vigilant against Uchiha again and again, and now it has reached the extreme. If he, this little butterfly, had not fluttered his wings and changed something, this competitor might be gone in less than half a year. No one could have guessed that the Uchiha, a powerful blood boundary family that has maintained a long-lasting prosperity since the Warring States period, would be almost exterminated, and only a few kittens were left to fight among themselves. However, Ryusuke has no plans to intervene too much in this matter for the time being. After all, there is still a long time. The important thing now is to fight with the daimyo for their share of the expansion of interests. Looking at Tokugawa Shijima, who had a bitter face and said that the country had no money, Ryusuke asked softly, "Your Highness Tokugawa, I wonder if the Hidden Cloud Village visited you when it was on a diplomatic mission to the Land of Fire some time ago." The Hidden Cloud Village. Tokugawa Shijima, who was still pretending, was stunned for a moment and nodded, "I did come here, and brought some gifts from the daimyo of the Land of Thunder." He didn't quite understand what Ryusuke meant by this. Gift? That's quite elegant. Ryusuke smiled and looked at Tokugawa Shijima. Actually, they also prepared a gift for our Konoha village, planning to raid our Hyuga clan at night to kidnap people and take away our bloodline for research, but we caught them red-handed. Night raid. Tokugawa Shijima's bitter face suddenly became ugly, and his stern black face was different from before. It was definitely from the heart, not pretended. Because he had not heard from Sarutobi Hiruzen about this matter. The Hokage of Konoha and the daimyo of the Land of Fire are two different power institutions. In most cases, they benefit each other and do not interfere in small matters. Only when they have agreed on major matters internally will they inform each other. And matters like this involving war, Sarutobi Hiruzen should report to him, but the actual situation is that this old guy did not inform him. Could it be that this old guy is old and confused, and really thinks that if a fight breaks out, ordinary people like them don't need to prepare in advance? The anger in Tokugawa Shijima's heart rushed straight to his forehead. But things still have to be asked clearly. He forced himself to calm down and asked solemnly about the war. Is there going to be a war again? This kind of thing happened, and he was caught on the spot. It must be going to fight again. He was very angry. How long has it been since the situation in the country was finally stabilized by them, and the war is going to start again? Why can't this group of ninjas be quiet? The third Hokage asked us, the Hyuga clan, not to start a war, and hoped to resolve this peacefully. Smiling, he picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. As a condition, we will strive for some benefits as compensation for the Hyuga clan. At present, the village's advisory elders are negotiating the specific compensation with the Hidden Cloud village. And peacefully resolved. Tokugawa Shijima was stunned again, and then he was happy. Sarutobi is quite reasonable this time. He knows that the national strength of the Fire Country can no longer support the continuation of the war. He thought that this group of barbaric ninjas would start a war again after being provoked casually. But now it seems okay, Sarutobi Hiruzen can still distinguish the situation. But the old guy is old after all. If someone broke into the village and caused damage in the past, he would definitely send troops to fight back. Just one sentence, Tokugawa Shijima heard too much. Including the changes in the thoughts and goals of the third Hokage with age. Do you understand the situation? Ryusuke stared at him. So the daimyo also thinks that when others come to bully us, we still take the initiative to seek a peaceful solution. Is this a manifestation of understanding the situation? His tone was not gentle at the right time. The address also changed. This. Tokugawa Shige recovered from the joy and remembered that the representative of the biggest victim in this incident was still in front of him. Ahem. I don't think so. I also think this is too aggrieved. He coughed lightly and simply expressed his opinion. Does Tokugawa-sama think so too? Your thoughts coincide with those of most of our Hyuga clan. When Ryusuke heard this, he stood up with a snap. You are so right, this is too aggrieved. Perhaps, we should hurry back now and persuade the third-generation lord to withdraw this self-humiliating idea, mobilize troops and assemble the ninja army, and start to... No, Ryusuke, don't get excited. The heart that had just settled down was lifted up again. Tokugawa Shijima quickly stood up and came to Hyuga Ryusuke and whispered to comfort him, although I feel aggrieved, you also know that our current national strength of the Fire Country really can't support another war. But they are the Lightning Country, they are the Hidden Cloud Village, they are bullying our Fire Country and our Konoha. Ryusuke stretched out his hand and excitedly held the hand that Tokugawa Shijima was about to pat on his shoulder. We, the Fire Country, have never retreated a step. Even if we are no longer as strong as we were in the past, I think our spirit cannot be lost. From Konoha to Kyoto, all along the way, what I have seen and heard is that all the people are proud to be the citizens of this country, but now the enemy country is so aggressive, do we have to hold back this breath, or even take the initiative to negotiate? Behind Ryusuke, Tsuji and Zinke, who were still eating, were stunned. It was the first time they saw the always gentle and smiling Master Ryusuke so excited. But the words in his words really ignited the fire in their hearts. Suji swiped the snack in his hand and threw it on the expensive carpet. Yes. Master Ryusuke, the hidden cloud village is bullying too much. Let's go back to the village now and let the clan leader come out to persuade the Hokage to withdraw the previous decision. Think carefully, the group of ninjas from the hidden cloud village are here to kidnap the eldest daughter of their Hyuga clan, that's the main family. Even if it's a young child, it represents the word Hyuga. This kind of thing is handled lightly, and there have been many dissatisfied voices in the clan. If the support of the daimyo can be obtained this time, perhaps the third Hokage can really change his decision. No, you all calm down. Tokugawa Shijima looked at the dirty carpet, and then looked at the three people in front of him who were extremely excited. He wished that time could go back so that he could withdraw the words that seemed to be standing in line just now. And I heard that the consultant who went to Kumigakure to discuss compensation didn't seem to get a good result. They kept delaying and didn't give a definite answer. But at this time, Ryusuke spoke again. It's ridiculous that our Hyuga family is so big, everyone is working hard to defend the country, but now they are treated unfairly. Some people in our family can't even afford to eat. You know, Your Highness Tokugawa. I can't even afford to eat. As he spoke, he pulled Tokugawa Shijima's hand. The emotional expression, tension and the line skills made Tokugawa Shijima stunned. Although he felt something was wrong, he couldn't tell what was wrong for a while. Chapter 39 Preparing to return to the village. Master Ryusuke, I really believed it a few days ago. The reason you came to meet with the daimyo this time was that the clan leader wanted to persuade the third generation to withdraw his previous decision and start with the daimyo. When Ryusuke and the other two left Kyoto City, it was already noon on the fifth day. As soon as he walked out of the city gate, Hyuga Suji, who was standing behind him, couldn't wait to speak. And next to Suji, Hyuga Zinke also nodded, indicating that she also believed in his words yesterday. A few days ago, Ryusuke excitedly gave a theory about national spirit and dignity to Tokugawa Shijima in the daimyo's mansion. The strong ability of incitement directly made Tokugawa Shijima sign some treaties that would help the development of their Hyuga clan. For example, in the next few years, in terms of private work, the amount of money given when hiring will be appropriately increased. For another example, give their Hyuga clan a position as a guardian ninja. Regarding these concessions of interests, Tokugawa Shijima clearly stated that this was the Fire Country's way of compensating their Hyuga clan for their sacrifice this time. Even if he realized that this might be Ryusuke's trick, he didn't want to bet on this possibility. This group of ninjas had done these things before, knowing that they couldn't do it. Spending money to avoid disaster, as long as they can maintain the current stable situation and let them enjoy the good life happily, giving up a piece of the cake is nothing. If it were ordinary officials, this matter would give them a way out. Under the pressure of the situation and force, they would agree without hesitation. After all, these literati are good at saving face. Ryusuke was no longer as excited as when he met Tokugawa Shijima at that time, and his emotions were very calm. But a person in power like His Highness Tokugawa, although he grew up under the influence and teaching of literati and scholars since childhood, he has been holding the supreme power for a long time, and he is inevitably stained with some greedy psychology that only businessmen have. No ordinary method can make him willingly give up his own interests, so I can only use the other party's lack of intelligence to cause him some psychological pressure. Although it is a physical family, because of its outstanding ability, the Hyuga clan can also be regarded as a powerful perception family. For these reasons, the intelligence chain within their clan is very complete. Often, as soon as the Hokage's office makes a decision, the Hyuga clan will be able to learn about the situation first. Therefore, Ryusuke, a member of the clan, can obtain a lot of information and can access the top intelligence and information of the Land of Fire and Konoha. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not yet informed Tokugawa Shijima of this matter. It seems that because of the face issue, the Konoha high-level officials did not intend to inform the Land of Fire high-level officials. They plan to make this matter a small matter, and after the corresponding compensation is in place, Konoha and Kumigakure will sign a confidentiality agreement to prevent this matter from leaking out. And this also gave Ryusuke an opportunity. The plan to gain more benefits from the daimyo's mansion this time was formulated by him and Hyaga Hayashi together. Although they avoided this matter in advance under Ryusuke's foreknowledge, they had already anticipated the attitude of the village, and they were not so depressed in their hearts and emotions. But since the village intends to fight for their interests, why not just take one more copy? In this way, Ryusuke had the opportunity to go out of the village to experience and see the ninja world. Because only the royal family can represent Hyaga, so he just happened to complete this task. But it was a pity that he did not encounter any emergencies on the way here because the itinerary was relatively secretive, and there was no opportunity for him to accumulate experience in actual combat. But, the way back was different. Master Ryusuke, the life of the daimyo is so enjoyable, why don't we stay for a few more days? As soon as he left the scope of Kyoto City, Tsuji asked with some doubts. They stayed in Kyoto City for a total of 5 days, including the journey, which was less than half a month. There was still a long time before Hyaga Hayashi gave them a month for the mission. After entering the city, except for the first day to discuss practical issues, the second and third days, they were all entertained by the daimyo and many nobles, and lived a luxurious and beautiful life with them comfortably. To be honest, this kind of decadent life is still easy for people to sink into. At least these days, Tsuji enjoyed the feeling of being served from the moment he woke up in the morning to the moment he closed his eyes and fell asleep at night. I was originally planning to leave the next day, but I delayed a few more days to have more fun on our way back. Ryusuke chuckled and turned back. Looking at Tsuji's look, he knew that this guy enjoyed the life of an aristocrat. But Ryusuke didn't want to care. Everyone has their own goals and choices. Hyaga Tsuji's goal is to live this kind of decadent and luxurious life, which is not bad. Not to mention that this kind of life is really beautiful. After experiencing these few days, Ryusuke took back the idea that no matter how luxurious and decadent the life in this world is, it is not as comfortable as in the previous life. This relatively feudal lord life is still very beautiful, especially when standing at the top. The degree of happiness is completely comparable to the era of the explosion of entertainment information in the previous life. But, again, compared to practice, this kind of thing really can't give Ryusuke too much satisfaction. Fun. Tsuji and Zinke obviously caught the key points in Ryusuke's words, and their relaxed expressions suddenly became alert. The chakra in their bodies flowed faster, sensing and confirming the situation around them. It seems that the enjoyment of the past few days has not made you forget that you are a ninja. Ryusuke turned around with a smile and continued to walk forward along the predetermined route. Don't worry, no trace of the enemy has been found yet. But the next journey will not be peaceful. I hope you too can be vigilant. If you really want to continue enjoying, you should go back to the village. Have you received any news, Master Ryusuke? Although Zinke is a woman, she is calmer and more mature than Tsuji, and can always catch some small details. No news, just my guess. Ryusuke shook his head. Do you remember that day, His Highness Tokugawa said that in addition to us, has any other family mentioned the matter of increasing the mission reward? You mean, the Uchiha clan? Zinke frowned. It's just a guess, but there's a high probability that they'll attack us. Ryusuke's voice was as usual, calm and gentle, without any worries about this matter. After all, he had thought about this matter long ago. His first task on this trip was to negotiate with Tokugawa Shige and use the Cloud Village incident to gain benefits. This matter was very important to the family. The second thing was his actual combat mission, which was very important to him personally. Thanks to the book friend Wei Huilei for his reward and support. Chapter 40 Hunter and Prey. The climate of the Land of Fire is similar to the country where Ryusuke lived in his previous life. And because there are not many real estate owners developing it, green forests occupy 50% of the land area of the Land of Fire, which also provides a good fighting environment for the battles between ninjas. In the dark and deep dense forest that is almost not exposed to sunlight, 3 figures quickly passed between the trees, like a group of agile wildcats. The 3 Hyuga guys just left Orange Town yesterday. Judging from the route, the next target should be Nagano Temple. Pay more attention along the way to avoid missing those 3 guys. The leader of the 3 people said while jumping flexibly between the branches. The clan leader said that this matter is very important. Before these 3 people return to the village, they must be killed and the relevant contract scrolls must be returned to Kyoto to meet the daimyo and mess up what they have agreed on. His voice was very cold and subtle, but it was clearly heard by his companions beside him. But, this doesn't seem to be a mission issued by the clan leader, but... Faced with this cold voice, one of his 2 companions was about to speak. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. I said it was the clan leader, and it was the clan leader who said it. The man who spoke at the beginning severely rebuked his companion. The relationship between our clan and the village has become increasingly severe. Clan leader Fugaku is indecisive and has always been unwilling to give orders, but those of us in charge have to accumulate strength in advance and share his worries. I believe that the day of the coup and the day when we take over Konoha village are not far away. This time, the content we have won from the daimyo can increase our chances of success. We must do it perfectly. Do you hear me? Yes. There was no more hesitation, and the companions around him answered in unison. Without much communication, they hurried on their way while carefully exploring the situation in the forest. Make sure no traces are left or missed. But what they didn't know was that their whereabouts had already been clearly seen by the 3 people, who were lying on the cliffs and looking down from a high place, farther away, outside the dense forest. Even the content of the conversation was detected by Zinkei's perception ninjutsu. The 3 people were wearing masks and had no forehead protectors to show their bodies, but there was no doubt that the 3 of them were ninjas of the Uchiha clan. And judging from the way they acted, they were at least at the level of Chunin. Whether they were talking or exploring along the way, they did not slow down the flow of chakra in their bodies. The chakra in their bodies was very stable during the entire movement process, which can only be achieved by having a deep attainment in chakra control. Preliminary judgment, it may be 2 Chunin and 1 Jonin, which is the highest evaluation. Based on the situation detected by the Byakugan, Zinkei calmly analyzed the strength of the 3 people, but it may also be 3 Chunin, and the specific situation requires actual fighting to determine. After speaking, she turned her head and looked at Ryusuke, waiting for his reply. Ryusuke did not speak immediately, and continued to silently observe the 3 people who were approaching this side quickly in the dense forest with his Byakugan. It's not easy to leave the village for a mission. If nothing happens, it will become a spring outing. Besides, it's not his style to sharpen the sword before the battle. Although he wants to live a peaceful and quiet life to improve his strength, fighting is an indispensable element in this world. Escape blindly is not wise, but a manifestation of cowardice. Practice and research blindly will only make people have strength but don't know how to use it best to fight the enemy. Therefore, before facing the real difficult to solve the danger, accumulating practical experience through some small problems is Ryusuke's current idea. He can't hide all the time, do boring practice, and then face those difficult to face strong enemies in the plot. This is unrealistic. As for the attack of Uchiha, it is a possibility that Ryusuke expected. Hyuga and Uchiha are competitors, so when Ryusuke heard that the Uchiha people also wanted to raise some prices here with the daimyo and seek more benefits, he expected that there might be some conflicts. The news that he, a member of the Hyuga clan, went out of the village to visit the daimyo was definitely not a simple matter. I believe that the Uchiha will soon guess that the Hyuga is planning the same thing as them. If nothing unexpected happens, they will also send people to sabotage, so Ryusuke deliberately stayed in Kyoto for a few more days, waiting for their actions. And now, as he expected, they are here. Let's withdraw. Treat the Chunin as an object of training. During the ambush, there may be deviations beyond the plan. On the cliff, seeing that Ryusuke didn't speak, Suji and Zinke looked at each other and began to persuade, although we all know that Master Ryusuke's strength has long reached the level of genin, but prepare for action. But before they finished speaking, Ryusuke had slowly stood up and issued an ambush order. On his face, the gentle smile of the past has returned to calm. Unlike the life-saving drills of Hyuga Hayashi, strictly speaking, this is his first actual combat and the first time he has encountered a battle where he may die. Ryusuke needs to face all this in the most relaxed state. Father should have told you that I have the right to command during the mission. Ryusuke turned his head and looked at the two calmly without taking action immediately. The decision I made was based on the possibility of the greatest deviation. Even if there are two Jonin among them, and both of them have opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, we can handle it. Confidence is a crucial point in a battle. In the words of Suji and Zinke, Ryusuke has already felt the timidity and retreat of the two. This is a very bad emotion, and he needs to correct it. Facing the two people's puzzled eyes, he continued, "You two should pay attention. Although the movements of these 3 Uchiha are careful, they reveal murderous intentions. They are careful because they are afraid that we will detect their whereabouts and give us the possibility of escape, rather than being cautious about this attack." Speaking of this, Ryusuke paused, waiting for the two of them to observe, and then continued, "I believe that before they came here, they have fully understood the strength of the two of you, and the strength of me, the burden. They are very confident about this mission and don't think there will be any mistakes in this mission. Even, they didn't think that we would try to ambush and counterattack after noticing their whereabouts. They positioned themselves as hunters, and they didn't have the slightest idea of becoming prey. We can completely get rid of a Chunin or a Jonin before they react and open their Sharingan." Chapter 41 Raid. The situation of the Uchiha clan and the village is very awkward now. It can be said that since the Nine Tails Rebellion, the existing contradictions have been repeatedly expanded, and now it has become irreversible. Many high-level officials in the village believe that the Nine Tails riot was a trick played by the Uchiha clan behind the scenes. After all, most people saw how the Nine Tails was controlled. Therefore, nowadays, some relatively outstanding ninjas of the Uchiha clan are basically watched by the village more or less. And ninjas at the level of Jonin are even more so. Generally, as long as they leave the clan, there will be people from the Anbu or the route following them in secret. It is also because of this that Ryusuke is more assured to decide on this actual battle. He believes that the Uchiha people will not be so cautious and spare so many people to deal with a kid like him who has not even graduated from the ninja school. However, out of caution, Ryusuke still took Suji and Zinke to hide all the way, wanting to actually confirm the strength of the Uchiha people before making plans. Now, after confirming the number of attackers and their approximate strength, he planned to take action. No trace at all. Have they already reached Nagano Temple? In the dense forest, the 3 Uchiha people were very annoyed because they could not find any trace of Ryusuke and his group no matter how hard they searched. They temporarily slowed down their rush and walked instead. It is also tiring to keep chakra running for a long time and attach it to the body to improve mobility. Before they feel a little tired, they will stop like this, resting while walking, to ensure that they can attack directly in the best sneak attack state as soon as they see the target. Logically, they should take this route. Another person spoke impatiently, "Are they taking the official road? As dignified ninjas, they will not really take the road where ordinary people seek shelter, right?" Moving slowly, they did not have too many hidden conversations now. "We have just looked around here, and there is no trace left, as if the 3 people have evaporated from the face of the earth. If they are rushing normally, they will not leave no trace like them, unless they did not take this road. It's unlikely." With the conspicuous appearance of the Hyuga clan, if they take the official road, they will definitely attract attention. The one with more say among the three spoke coldly, denying this guess, and from the whereabouts of the previous few towns, they all walked through the wild, so they wouldn't turn to the official road just when we were about to attack. Besides, didn't we find their footprints entering the forest just now? But one of them just opened his mouth and was about to discuss something. Suddenly, by the trees near him, Ryusuke and the other two who had been waiting for a long time attacked the ninja who spoke from three directions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of breaking through the air sounded like thunder in the silent dense forest. Be careful! At the moment when the three exposed their bodies, the one who was suspected to have the strength of a jonin among the three Uchiha and was the leader reacted immediately. While shouting to remind his companions, he threw out his shuriken neatly, trying to stop their actions. But unfortunately, Ryusuke and the other two, who had been lying in ambush for a long time and made a careful plan for this moment of surprise attack, were faster than him. Judging from the amount of chakra and the level of control, the Uchiha who was attacked should be the weakest among the three. Before he could react, they had already arrived beside him. One on the left and one on the right. Tsuji and Zinkai swung a palm from both sides, cutting off the chakra flowing in his body. In Ryusuke's hand, the sharp kunai with a cold light had already cut his neck. Blood flowed out of the wound like a fountain, and a fresh life passed away just like that. This Uchiha may not even figure out who the three people are, and he has already lost his voice. At this time, the shuriken swung by the suspected Uchiha Jonin came late, and was easily knocked down by Tsuji with a kunai. The remaining Uchiha Chunin among the three instinctively retreated to join the Jonin. The whole process lasted less than a minute. Ryusuke and the other two had already distanced themselves from the remaining two Uchiha and watched their movements vigilantly. Waste. Facing the limp body of his dead companion, the suspected Jonin cursed in a low voice and stood with the remaining Chunin, also on guard against Ryusuke and the others. How is it? After the sneak attack succeeded and distanced themselves from the Uchiha, Zinkai asked in a low voice. It's okay, continue. With a calm look in his eyes, Ryusuke briefly replied, and the three of them started to move again, not intending to give the remaining two Uchiha a chance to speak. Originally, according to the plan, they did not have this distance-keeping link. Instead, after succeeding, they directly attacked the remaining Chunin and left the suspected Jonin to the end. But because it was Ryusuke's first time to kill someone, in order to avoid emotional reactions affecting the battle, Tsuji suggested to take some time to rest. Ryusuke also agreed to his suggestion. But what he himself did not expect was that although it was his first time, his movements were neat and decisive, and the stroke of his neck was steady and without any hesitation. During the whole process, he did not have any physical reaction or resistance. The death of such a life did not bring any burden to his heart. If you want to kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed. Ryusuke did not think this was bad, it was indifferent and cold-blooded. You. Before he finished speaking, Ryusuke and the other two had already rushed up and wanted to get close to them. Knowing clearly how powerful the physical skills of the Hyuga clan were, the remaining two Uchiha did not hesitate at all and fled directly, intending to find an opportunity to attack after keeping a distance. The sudden sneak attack had already caused them to lose a companion and made them feel that their lives were threatened. Next, they would not have any contempt for the three people. Sharingan is open. The white eyes clearly noticed the two people who fled in a flash, and the chakra flow in the body gathered in the eye sockets, and Zinkai reminded them. However, for the next battle, the three of them were confident that they could keep them. The worst plan was that there were two senior ninjas among the three Uchiha. But at present, there is only one suspected one, and the remaining one is obviously only a Chunin. He lacks combat experience and is not even as good as Tsuji and Zinkai. In the previous raid, the remaining Uchiha could only retreat instinctively due to his lack of experience and psychological quality, and could not make a calm judgment on the battle situation. Be careful not to look at their eyes. The stage of their Sharingan is our only blind spot. Ryusuke also reminded the two people beside him, the Uchiha clan is as powerful as us. When the Sharingan is activated, its strength is far superior to that of ninjas of the same level. Thanks to the book friend Ziu and Suzuwang for his reward support. Chapter 42, Change of Identity. In the dense forest, the identities of hunters and prey have been alternating. The Uchiha, who was suddenly attacked and lost a companion, suddenly changed from a cat to a mouse. Wearing black vests and masks to conceal their identities, the two Uchiha people were like two clever wild cats, stretching their bodies in the forest, and their speed increased again and again. They did not hesitate to consume more chakra in order to achieve faster speed and explosive power to escape from the close attack range of Ryusuke and others. They wanted to quickly distance themselves and launched a counterattack without much concealment. Both Ryusuke and Tsuji could see it. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Wind escape, wind-blowing willow. The Uchiha, who was suspected to be a Jonin, quickly formed a seal in his hand, and while pulling away, he suddenly turned his head and spit out a huge fireball like a boulder from Ryusuke and the other two chasing behind him. And beside him, without any prior communication. Relying on combat experience alone, the remaining Uchiha Chunin also formed a seal, and chakra flowed in his body, forming a storm under a special operation mode and spewing out of his mouth. The strong wind was like a huge wave in the ocean, sweeping the fireball to burn with a hotter temperature, and crashing towards Ryusuke and the other two. The fireball, which was originally a boulder, instantly turned into a sea of fire under the blowing of the strong wind. The high temperature mixed in the sea of fire made the air, which was already a bit sultry under the scorching sun, even hotter. The close physical skills of the Hyuga clan, even the arrogant Uchiha, were not sure to resist, so they could only run away and keep their distance. Sometimes enemies and competitors know you better than you know yourself. As a competitor, Uchiha has not fought against the Hyuga clan before, whether it is the Hyuga clan who are still studying in the ninja school, or the Hyuga who have graduated and officially become ninjas, they have fought. So the two Uchiha knew very well that the physical skills of the Hyuga clan combined with the horror of the white eyes. If all factors are equal in most cases, they will be completely defeated in close combat. As long as they have the ability to open the Byakugan and are talented enough to master the soft fist technique, the Hyuga clan is almost invincible in close combat. Only through ninjutsu or illusion can they have a chance to defeat them. 8 trigrams empty palm. Ryusuke stopped chasing with a calm face. Beside him, Tsuji and Zinke had already swung their palms one after another, and the highly concentrated chakra gushed out from the acupuncture points in their palms and blasted towards the sea of fire in front of them. Their Byakugan had already seen through the flow of chakra in the bodies of these two Uchiha. They had already taken precautions long before they formed the seal. Boom! The nearly invisible highly concentrated chakra collided with the sea of fire in the air, making a dull and huge roar. Then, the invisible concentrated chakra was engulfed by the sea of fire. That Uchiha Jonin had a high level of attainment in the transformation of chakra properties. He only had a C-level fire ninjutsu, but he used a power that was close to that of an A-level ninjutsu. Even under the influence of that Uchiha Chunin's wind ninjutsu, the originally limited range was expanded, making up for the shortcoming that the great fireball technique was difficult to hit people. There was no way to put out the sea of fire with just the 8 trigrams palm. Fortunately, these two palms blocked the attack of this compound ninjutsu, causing it to explode in mid-air. Wow! The wind was whistling, and sparks flew around with the wind, with the explosion as the center. The dense forest in dry weather was flammable. In the explosion caused by the sea of fire, the trees became fuel for the fire in the blink of an eye, and the raging fire surrounded Ryusuke and the other two. In front of the thick smoke and fire, Ryusuke and the other two looked calm. The two Uchiha who were temporarily trapped in the sea of fire and hidden outside the circle of fire quickly moved around the range of the circle of fire. Rustle, rustle. In the dense forest, countless shurikens shot out from all directions like water drops. The iron weapons emitting cold light passed through the hot flames and rushed towards Ryusuke and the others. But unfortunately, with the Byakugan, Ryusuke and the others had already seen the movements and whereabouts of the two. Even if their shuriken throwing skills were very exquisite and were a unique technique of the Uchiha clan, they still could not avoid the insight of the Byakugan. You two don't have to worry about me. Follow the plan to chase and entangle them, force them to consume chakra, keep a distance to avoid close combat, and I will catch up as soon as possible. Ryusuke spoke softly to remind them. This is an order. He then emphasized. Based on the amount of chakra and physical fitness, it is not easy for him to keep up with the speed of this kind of battle above Chunin, not to mention that the two Uchiha people did not hesitate to consume chakra to speed up. Not to let yourself become a burden in this battle is the key to victory. Yes. Tsuji and Zinke did not hesitate for long. After answering in unison, chakra gushed out from the acupuncture points all over their bodies, as if a layer of protective film was wrapped around their bodies. Under the blazing fire, they jumped up and chased after the two black shadows in the dense forest. Although Kaiten is a secret that only the clan can learn. But some Hyuga clan members with good talents can also comprehend some techniques from some clues. And the method used by Tsuji and his friends just now is a simplified version of Kaiten. Although the condensed chakra shield is not as hard as the real Kaiten and cannot bear the name of absolute defense, it can still play a role in temporarily avoiding the burning of the fire. Seeing the four people occasionally fighting and the figures going away, Ryusuke turned his head and looked at the raging fire around him. He also used chakra to condense a chakra shield on his body surface and left the sea of fire. Such forest fires caused by battles often occur in ninjutsu duels, but there is definitely no way to distract yourself in the battle to solve them. You can only come back after the battle is over to finish them. Now, after the four people left one after another, Ryusuke has returned from the open to the dark. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan does not have the perspective ability of the Hyuga clan. They can't keep blocking the enemy, so Ryusuke has changed from a burden to a surprise soldier. It can play a decisive role in the battle. Even, as long as he didn't appear in the sight of the two Uchiha, they would always have psychological pressure and dare not counterattack against Tsuji and the others too recklessly. Even though, he was just a young child. Next, it's time for the real battle. Leaping alone in the forest, hanging far behind several people, Ryusuke's heart was burning. There are many factors that can affect the final result of the battle between ninjas: strategy, strength, environment. All the previous plans were just to make the strength of both sides relatively equal, to ensure that the battle was always under control. At the same time, Ryusuke was trying to change himself from a paper-talking player to a general who was both civil and military in a real life-and-death battle. And now, the attempt at strategy has ended, and the next is the attempt of strength. Chapter 43 Where is the head? Although there is not much description about the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan in the original story, the fact that the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan have been in competition since the founding of Konoha village undoubtedly shows that the blood boundary difference between the two is not large. Even in actual combat, the ability of the Byakugan is much more applicable than the Sharingan. Especially in some wars, it can play a decisive role, so the village's attitude towards the Hyuga is also much better. The inside eye can observe the changes in the environment seen in the eyes very subtle. The telescopic eye can see things in a farther range, and as long as you work hard enough, you can continuously improve the telescopic distance. The perspective eye can see through objects. In addition to seeing through the human meridians, bones, and acupuncture points, it can also penetrate most objects, such as trees, houses, and other shelters. The combination of these three also means that as long as you have the blood of the Hyuga and have good talents, you have the ability to open the Byakugan and bring the abilities of these three to the extreme. Then in a battle, no matter how the enemy hides, no matter how they cast spells to try to hide, they will be exposed to the eyes of the Hyuga clan without any blind spots and locked, and there is no possibility of avoiding perception. Mastering all the whereabouts of the enemy, even when to cast ninjutsu, how much chakra is consumed in the body, everything is exposed to the vision of the Hyuga clan. How to lose in this situation? Even if you really can't beat it, you definitely have the ability to avoid it in advance. In this case, not to mention that the Byakugan has other powerful abilities to be developed. Therefore, the reason why the Hyuga clan has not been outstanding for a long time is not because the ability brought by the bloodline is not strong enough, but because there is a lack of geniuses who can develop abilities. But now, this genius has it. Fire escape, Ha-Long fire technique. The flames that roll like a real dragon spew out from the mouth of the Uchiha ninja, rushing through the dense forest, and no obstacles can stop its footsteps. The powerful destructive power of B-level ninjutsu is fully demonstrated under his precise chakra control and chakra nature changes. But unfortunately, just like the compound ninjutsu just now, this fire dragon was intercepted by the 8 trigrams palm wielded by Suji and Zinke, and exploded in mid-air, bringing another sea of fire to the dense forest. As a secret technique passed down by the Hyuga for thousands of years, the 8 trigrams palm is no less powerful than the ordinary 5 elements escape technique. The power depends on the amount of concentrated chakra. In the thick fog produced by the explosion, the figures of the 2 Uchiha flashed quickly. The distance has been pulled away, and they tried to counterattack again. Illusion, Shiranui. The Byakugan means a strong perception ability that can firmly lock the enemy's location. But at the same time, the effect brought by the Byakugan also makes the Hyuga clan particularly easy to be confused by visual illusions. Suji and Zinke, who had been chasing closely, stopped their moving figures between the branches. They did not have time to close their Byakugan at the moment when the illusion was cast. The Uchiha Chunin, who was originally ordinary and had always been protected by his companions, actually had a 3-Magatama Sharingan under the mask. They realized this when they felt the mental confusion and loss brought by the illusion. The illusion of Shiranui was only a C-level visual illusion, which could never make the 2 experienced Chunins fall for it. Only when it was amplified by the hypnotic ability of the 3-Magatama Sharingan could it have such a powerful ability to confuse people. It takes time to remove the illusion. The powerful part of Uchiha's Sharingan is the ability to copy the enemy's actions, ninjutsu, illusions and even physical skills. But when they face the blood boundary family like Hyuga, who have learned almost all the secret techniques, the copy eye is almost useless. The only thing that can produce more effects in battle is the hypnotic eye. At the moment when Uchiha Chunin cast the illusion, the Uchiha Jonin had already quickly formed a seal. Fire escape, Great Dragon Fire Technique. He cast a B-level ninjutsu again, and the fire dragon he spit out was more powerful than before. The first time he cast the Great Dragon Fire Technique was to create a sea of fire and explosion. If, in the fog just now, these 2 Hyuga realized that they would cast illusions and closed their Byakugan to avoid them, they would have taken advantage of the thick fog to launch their offensive. But if these 2 Hyuga didn't realize that they would cast illusions and were not prepared, then, illusions and this second Great Dragon Fire Technique would be the real killer moves. As for the Hyuga clan hiding in the dark, although it can be seen from the fight just now that the little guy is a little genius, he has the strength of a genin at a young age. But genin is a genin after all. Under such a killer move, even if he hides in the dark, he can't stop this counterattack. They think so. 8 trigrams empty palm. But what these 2 Uchiha didn't expect was that in front of them, Hyuga Suji and Zinke, who should have been confused by the illusion, were like nothing happened, and once again swung out highly concentrated chakra palm strikes, once again interrupting the Great Dragon Fire Technique. The counterattack failed, and the 2 Uchiha fled again. Once again, the process of one chasing and one escaping begins. I will stay behind to cover the retreat. This mission is abandoned. You need to go back alive and tell the Fugaku clan leader everything here. If I can't go back, please treat my family well. Very decisively, the Uchiha ninja who had not spoken a word directly announced that he would give up the action when the two Hyuga ignored the illusion they cast. Although I don't know what happened, it's the fact. There was absolutely no problem with the illusion cast by the companions, and the two Hyuga had already entered a confused state. But there seemed to be some reason that allowed them to get rid of the illusion in a very short time. But this is impossible. With the power of the hypnotic eye, the illusion they cast is definitely not something that ordinary ninjas can easily touch. Repeated blows have made the proud heart of this ninja fall to the bottom. He no longer considers how to successfully complete this mission, but how to return to the village alive. Captain. Hearing the captain's order, the Uchiha ninja was a little confused. Sudden attack, running away, trying to counterattack, and running away again after the counterattack failed. Although the whole process seemed long, it actually took less than 10 minutes. His brain was still buzzing. They were the ones who came to kill, and the three Hyuga guys were the targets. How could it suddenly become like this? They had an absolute advantage. How could the two Hyuga chunins, who were carrying a burden, suddenly become like this, with them running away and the other side chasing them? You are more talented than me. You have opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan at a young age. What you lack is just enough combat experience. Before the Uchiha Chunin finished speaking, the Jonin interrupted him, "Leave quickly, I will hold them back. You have to go back alive. Your future will be more useful than mine." Captain. The emotion of being moved surged in his heart. The fear and panic of the Uchiha Chunin seemed to be forcibly suppressed. "I can't leave. I have to accompany." Under the influence of his inner emotions, all his rationality was thrown away. He was about to say something like he was unwilling to abandon his companions. But the next moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then he saw a familiar figure in front of him. That was his body. But now, this body was headless. Where's the head? Chapter 44. This is a test I set for myself. Dong dong. The head, like a watermelon, splashed bright red juice while falling heavily to the ground, making a dull sound. Without the head, the body of the Uchiha Chunin continued to run forward due to the inertia of rapid movement. Even before the nerves realized that they were dead, the muscles were still exerting force. But after a few steps, the body nerves seemed to find that the brain that issued instructions to it had been disconnected, and gradually slowed down its movements and finally fell to the ground. Plop! The body had no support and the sound of heavy hitting the ground was heard. The whole process happened very abruptly. Neither the dead Uchiha Chunin himself, nor the Hyuga Suji and Zinke who were chasing behind realized what happened. They all passed by the fallen body in confusion and continued to chase the fleeing Uchiha Jonin. And this time, even the Uchiha Jonin who had always been able to react immediately to any special situation in the battle froze. His hands and feet were running unconsciously according to his body's instincts, and behind the mask, his expression was full of fear that could not be concealed. He didn't see clearly what had just happened. Although he only had a 2 Magatama Sharingan, his insight was not as good as that of a 3 Magatama Sharingan. But over the years, the combat experience that allowed him to grow into a Jonin was no longer comparable to a transformation of the Sharingan, but even so, he still didn't notice anything wrong just now. There was no sound of wind, no trace of chakra, and even no killing intent. In the absence of anything, his companion suddenly lost his life and was beheaded under his nose. What on earth was going on? Since the surprise attack, one unexpected thing after another has long broken the Jonin's calm heart. That Hyuga clan member is wrong. He quickly realized this, and he saw the confusion on the faces of the 2 Hyuga Chunins chasing behind him. They also didn't know what was going on. The only one who could have caused all this was that Hyuga clan member. The Uchiha Jonin felt that he seemed to have grasped something important, but now he had only one thought in his mind. Run, run quickly. Since his companions were dead, there was no need for him to stay behind. He had to rush back to Konoha as soon as possible to report the matter to the clan leader. But unfortunately, before he could run a few more steps, his body instinctively sensed the crisis, stopped moving forward, and threw a kunao directly into the air in front of him. Ding! The sound of metal collision was very clear in the rumbling fire. Originally, a figure suddenly appeared in the empty air. The kunao thrown by the Uchiha Jonin was knocked down by the kunao in Ryusuke's hand. "Is it you?" The moment he saw Ryusuke, the Uchiha Jonin could no longer suppress his emotions and exclaimed, "Illusion!" Under the mask, the pupils in the pupils had been operating the Sharingan to the extreme since the beginning of the battle. The two Megatama in the pupils spun rapidly like a wheel, until finally, the third Megatama appeared. The Sharingan, which already had powerful insight, became clearer because of this transformation. The surrounding scene changed slightly. The current scene was very familiar. The reason why they had been running for so long and never left the dense forest was because they had been wandering around in this forest all the time. Not far away, the Hyuga clan member stood there calmly with a kunao in his hand. On that young and immature face, the white eyes seemed different from those of ordinary Hyuga. They seemed brighter than those of ordinary Hyuga. "So that's how it is, so that's how it is." The Uchiha Jonin clenched his fists and screamed. The two Hyuga easily lifted the illusion amplified by the hypnotic eye, and his companions inexplicably passed away in front of him. The crisis he felt just now. Everything, after seeing these eyes, he already understood what was going on. The pressure of life and death, the death of his companions, and the eyes he saw in front of him made the Uchiha Jonin's heart like a raging sea. "Hinata, Hinata! What a Hinata!" he roared as he rushed towards the calm figure in front of him. At this moment, he gave up the idea of not getting close to Hinata. Years of experience told him that he could no longer escape. The moment he saw those eyes, he had no chance to leave the dense forest. Because the eyes he saw might be the biggest secret of the Hyuga clan for thousands of years. "I've been waiting for this moment." Facing the Uchiha Jonin who was rushing towards him, Ryusuke didn't feel any fear in his heart, but was eager to try. However, this did not mean that he was complacent enough to think that he could face the Jonin head-on. At the moment when the Uchiha Jonin rushed towards him, Tsuji and Zinkai, who had been vigilant against him since the beginning, also caught up. Rather than saying that the Uchiha Jonin was charging towards Ryusuke, it would be better to say that he was surrounded by three people. However, Tsuji and Zinkai did not take action immediately, but were vigilant on the side. Facing the figure who had been acting calmly since the beginning of the battle, they suddenly remembered what Ryusuke said before the battle began. "This is a test I arranged for myself." His words echoed in their minds. After seeing the embarrassed look of the Uchiha Jonin in front of them, they seemed to understand why Ryusuke had acted so calmly and confidently before. "Fire escape, Phoenix fire technique." The voice of gnashing teeth sounded. After such a long period of high-intensity fighting, the chakra in the body of this Uchiha Jonin was almost gone. He could no longer use that powerful B-level ninjutsu. Return to heaven. Chakra flowed out from the acupuncture points of Ryusuke's body at the same time, forming a spiral chakra shield around him. While blocking these flying flames, he also turned their direction accurately, making them fly back to the Uchiha people. The Uchiha Jonin cleverly avoided his own ninjutsu, and he didn't think his ninjutsu would be effective. He consumed chakra in this situation just to prevent Ryusuke from having a chance to dodge and move. Escape, there is no way to escape, he just wants to use his life to leave something on Ryusuke. Ignoring Ryusuke who was wrapped in the chakra shield in front of him, the kunao in the hands of Uchiha Jonin was repeatedly washed by chakra, becoming sharper and more penetrating. As a Jonin, of course it is impossible to master only one kind of chakra nature change. In addition to Uchiha's unique fire escape, he also studied the wind attribute chakra. Although Kaiten claims to be an absolute defense, nothing in this world is absolute. Various factors such as chakra amount and chakra control will affect the actual use of katan. So, die. In Ryusuke's calm eyes, the Uchiha Jonin who was galloping in front of him roared and threw out the sharp kunao in his hand that condensed the powerful wind attribute chakra. Whoosh! The sharp sound of breaking through the air was extremely harsh. A plain kunao, under the use of this Jonin, was given powerful penetrating and destructive power. It was like an ordinary toy gun bullet that turned into a special sniper bullet, and it directly penetrated the katan that Ryusuke used, piercing through the chakra shield. But unfortunately, he had already anticipated it and did not have full confidence in the defensive power of the katan he used, so he knew it first and avoided the unabated kunao. 8 trigrams. Ryusuke's expression did not change at all because of the impact of the battle. At this time, he was like a sophisticated machine, calculating all possible events and launching a counterattack. 64 palms. Chapter 45 The End. Palms rained down on the Uchiha Jonin. Why is the Hyuga clan's close combat the strongest? It's because the soft fist technique and the white eyes allow them to block the flow of chakra in the enemy's body, and even stimulate the acupoints to cause various negative effects on the enemy. In close combat, in a pure physical duel, some small body stagnation, or even numbness, may have a great impact on the outcome. At the beginning, the Uchiha Jonin could still block Ryusuke's attack and prevent him from cutting off the flow of chakra in his body. But soon, the sequelae of the previous high-intensity battle appeared, and physical strength and chakra began to be insufficient. Mentally, fatigue and weakness came to his mind again and again. When he wanted to give up a little bit in his heart, when Ryusuke's palm wrapped in soft fist chakra hit his acupoints, this high-intensity battle that lasted for nearly half an hour finally came to an end. Thick smoke surrounded the dense forest. Next to Ryusuke was the Uchiha Jonin who had fallen to the ground. You are not determined enough. Looking at the Uchiha Jonin who was unable to move and gradually lost his voice, he shook his head. If you really want to fight to the death, even if your body has no chakra and your limbs are broken, you have to bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh with your teeth, right? When Ryusuke said this, he felt a little regretful. Perhaps, we should have started earlier. This Uchiha Jonin should have more chakra and physical strength, so that he can accompany him more in the face of strength tests. Master Ryusuke, he has been confirmed dead. After vigilantly checking the Uchiha Jonin, and confirming with his Byakugan that there was no sound, Tsuji reported respectfully. His attitude was much stronger than usual, and there was also a bit of respect. Hurry up and finish it. Tiredly closing his Byakugan, Ryusuke rubbed his eye sockets. Remember to use the scrolls you bought in Kyoto City to collect the bodies of the 3 Uchiha, and don't do anything to damage their bodies. Understood. Soji and Zinke nodded obediently, and left in an instant to deal with the fire in the dense forest and collect the bodies of the other 2 Uchiha. While resting and recovering the chakra consumed in this battle, Ryusuke reviewed and sorted out this battle. Is the Jonin very strong? Of course, there are only a few Jonin in a village. The fact that a Jonin appeared in this Uchiha attack was beyond Ryusuke's imagination. However, it only surprised him a little. He planned this battle. From the beginning, he took all the possibilities into consideration, including the appearance of Jonin and the possibility of the awakening of 3 Megatama among the Uchiha. Battle, although it seems to be a very complicated thing. But in fact, it is nothing more than one sentence, making the advantages more advantageous and making up for the disadvantages. In this battle, the biggest advantage of Ryusuke and his team is that they knew in advance that Uchiha might launch a sneak attack, which turned them from prey in the open to hunters in the dark. The disadvantages are the number of people, overall strength, and him as a burden. But these disadvantages have been made up by Ryusuke little by little in the battle that lasted more than 20 minutes just now, and even gradually turned into advantages. In terms of number, although there are 3 people, if calculated according to the tickets of the amusement park, there should be 2.5 people on their side, and 1 is a child. Obviously, Ryusuke's strength is relatively behind in this battle. If he fights head-on with a Chunin in his prime, he is not guaranteed to win. From the battle just now, it can be seen that even if it is a lingering Jonin with little chakra, he needs some effort to deal with it. The so-called absolute defense Kaiten is not skilled enough in his hands and is not worthy of such a name. Most of the 8 diagrams' 64 palms were blocked. If the Jonin's physical strength and chakra had not been almost exhausted, he would have had no chance to hit the opponent and end the battle. Therefore, at the beginning of this battle, Ryusuke directly joined forces with 3 people to sneak attack the weakest Uchiha. While ensuring the probability of success, reduce the disadvantage in number and overall strength. Hyaga Suji and Hyaga Hoji are the helpers assigned to him by Hyaga Hayashi. With Hyaga Hayashi's attention to him, these 2 helpers are naturally not weak. Although they have always played the role of guards and nannies in the village, in fact, both of them have participated in the late stage of the Third Ninja World War, and are experienced Chunin who have really been on the battlefield. After getting rid of an Uchiha, the number of people and overall strength changed. Originally, the Uchiha side was 1 + 1 + 2 = 4. And their side was 1 + 1 + 0.5 = 2.5. But when the Uchiha lost one person, their gap was only 0.5 disadvantage. Finally, when Ryusuke went from the open to the dark again, his 0.5 became 1.5, because while he became a surprise soldier, he also possessed the Byakugan that the Uchiha were not aware of. All of a sudden, the battle situation became clear. The only pity is that this is always a battle between ninjas. Although planning and calculation are also an important factor in fighting, Ryusuke doesn't like this feeling. Knowing the plot, he knows the future and how dangerous this ninja world is. And at that time, the real strength will determine the outcome of each battle. This kind of battle that relies on strategy to gain an advantage is relatively rare. At that time, many battles have actually gone beyond the scope of ninjas, and can be said to be like a battle between gods. Many strategies will only be crushed like an ant in front of real power. But this battle is not without any gains. After all, the steps have to be taken step by step. After resting and recovering his physical strength and chakra, Ryusuke stood up again. When he smiled again, his inner self had become different. His hands were already stained with blood, and he was no longer the inferior ninja before. Becoming a qualified ninja is his temporary goal. As for the earth-shaking battles in the future, he believes that he will be able to participate in them. After all, you should know what to do about these eyes, right? Looking at Tsuji and Hoshike who hurried back after finishing the work, Ryusuke smiled and said, "Don't tell anyone, including your family." "Yes." They replied in unison. Tsuji and Hoshike looked at Ryusuke with only submission in their eyes. Chapter 46 After the War. The scorching hot wind of summer gradually dissipated, and time has unknowingly entered autumn. In the evening, the sun has not completely set. The red afterglow bloomed in the sky, like a sea of fire, just like the forest fire a few days ago. It's comfortable to travel in this kind of weather and temperature. Think about when we left the village before, we were wet from head to toe and sweating every day. With a small backpack loaded with outdoor supplies on his back, Tsuji's pace was leisurely and comfortable. Next to him, Hinata Zinke was the same, with unconcealable joy and happiness on her face. Since the battle ended that day, the two of them have been in high spirits and excitement, and they have never stopped. "Master Ryusuke, do you want some water?" Zinke enthusiastically handed the kettle filled with spring water to Ryusuke. Ryusuke chuckled and declined her kindness. "No, thank you." "Do you want to eat, Master Ryusuke? We only rested for a while at noon today. Shouldn't you eat something to replenish your energy?" Tsuji also smiled flatteringly and handed over some edible wild fruits that tasted good. "No need for this either." Ryusuke continued to politely decline. Then, Tsuji was about to speak and continued to take something else from his small backpack. "Ryusuke, who had been walking in the front, stopped and turned around to look at the two people with smiles on their faces. He said helplessly, "Can you two be a little more normal? Have you been a little too enthusiastic about me recently?" In the past, they were dedicated to being a branch family, abiding by the mission of protecting the main family and accompanying him. But since they knew about their white eyes, this attitude has changed all of a sudden. Although their attitude was also respectful before, it was more because of the family system and the politeness and humility of the bird in the cage. Now, there is a little more respect in their respectful attitude. It is no longer because of the system, but from the heart. The difference between the two was so big that Ryusuke was a little uncomfortable. No, this is what we should do." Looking at Ryusuke, who was looking at him, Tsuji took a step back and scratched his head and said, "You are a member of the royal family, and you have such unique eyes. You will become a figure like Uchiha Madara in the future. We are already very satisfied to have the opportunity to assist you for a while. Please give us this opportunity." And Zinke, who was next to him, also nodded in approval of his words. When they saw those eyes and felt the difference in Ryusuke's eyes, they had already understood too many things in their hearts. Including why the clan leader arranged for the two Chunins to act as guards, and why Master Ryusuke had the opportunity to marry into the royal family, etc. It turns out that their Hyaga's Byakugan can really transform like Uchiha's Sharingan and have more powerful abilities. Could it be that the era of their Hyaga clan is finally coming? Assist. Ryusuke muttered the word, laughed and shook his head. "Since I will show my ability in front of you, I have a certain degree of consideration and trust in you. So you don't have to be so enthusiastic. After returning to the village, your attitude will make me very conspicuous and expose my existence. I'm very sorry." As soon as he said this, Tsuji and Zinke in front of him had already stepped back in panic and bowed to apologize. They were afraid that their existence would affect the future of the Hyaga clan. "You really don't have to be like this. Just face me with the same attitude as before." Ryusuke looked at them in distress. "As for my ability, I believe you have guessed that it has always been the most confidential thing in the clan. The fewer people who know about it, the better. At least, before I grow up, this matter will become the biggest secret of our Hyaga." Hearing his words, Tsuji and Zinke quickly assured, "Master Ryusuke, don't worry, we will never reveal a word to others, including our family. We have known each other for such a long time, of course I believe what you say." Nodding gently at them, Ryusuke continued, "As for my affairs, the only people in the village who know about it now are my father, the clan leader, the clan elders, and Hinata. And you, as the fourth and fifth people, including the head of the branch family, that is, my uncle Hisashi, do not know about this matter." These words that seemed to be spoken from the heart made Tsuji and Zinke clench their fists and feel excited. This feeling of being trusted by Ryusuke was too hard for them to hide their emotions. "After I go back, Tsuji, I will propose to my father that we should assign you the quota of guardian ninja of the daimyo's mansion that we won from the daimyo. By then, you will become an important hub between our Hyaga and those nobles, and many communications will be completed by you. At the same time, the people of the branch family should pay more attention to you, and those more radical people may win you over and do things for them. I hope that by that time, you can still stand by me and work with me to rectify this fragmented Hyaga." After pouring out his heart, Ryusuke stared at Tsuji again, with a smile on his face. This is a habit of his, especially in such a relatively important conversation environment. The more important the conversation, the more sincere and kind he will smile. Nodding with joy, Hyaga Tsuji once again assured, "I will never let you down. The Byakugan you master is the future of our Hyaga. Those radical people in the branch family don't understand the intentions of the clan at all." "Very good." Ryusuke nodded with satisfaction. In fact, long before he exposed his abilities in front of the two of them, he had already made plans in his mind. Although he needs to hide himself in the process of growing up and can't let too many people know his abilities. But it only needs to limit this number of people. After all, Ryusuke can't do everything himself. He always needs some available people to share some things for him. Otherwise, he will do everything himself. Every time he takes action, if he needs to consider hiding himself, he must clear the scene before doing things, or clear the scene after doing things, so as not to expose his abilities. But this kind of thing is possible once or twice, but if it happens too many times, it is difficult to guarantee that it will not be leaked. Therefore, Ryusuke needs to train some trustworthy subordinates to become his right-hand men. People like Tsuji and Hashusai, who have always been friendly to the royal family in the Hyuga branch and have been friends with Ryusuke for some time, are undoubtedly the most suitable candidates. Sorry, I have a lot of things to do at work today, so there is only one update. Chapter 47 – Return to the Village. Disputes are the theme that cannot be avoided in any world. Unless all living and dead souls in the world have no emotions and abandon their own emotions, it is possible to create a peaceful and beautiful eternal kingdom. But this is impossible. Without emotions, one cannot be called a complete person. Therefore, whether it is the ninja world, or each country or village, there are actually internal disputes. This is a common problem that will occur as long as the number of people in a group reaches a certain level, but there is no perfect management system. In this regard, the various major clans in Konoha are the same. Whether it is the Hyuga clan, or the Uchiha clan, the Akimichi clan, etc., when the population grows to a certain base number and each individual has a relatively independent thinking, many different voices will appear inside. And these voices will become more and more harsh and radical as time goes by. This situation is a bit similar to the contention of 100 schools of thought, but in fact it is not so high-sounding. Like the Hyuga clan where Ryusuke is, not only the royal family and the branch family are in dire straits, but even the branch family itself has various factions. There are few people in the royal family, and they are a single-line family, so there are not many things they can do. However, there are many people in the branch family, and they are responsible for the large and small affairs assigned to Hyuga in the village. Under the influence of the number of people and power affairs, the internal relations are extremely complicated. Among them, there are radical elements who hate the Hyuga royal family. Because they are like birds in a cage, they cannot directly attack the royal family in the open, so they can only use some small tricks in secret to embezzle some of the royal family's interests. This kind of people are very hidden, and the royal family has never had a specific list of candidates. In addition to radical people, there are also stable people like Tsuji and Zinke who can accept the mission they have determined since birth and live for the royal family. Of course, there are also some neutral people who are between radicals and stable people. They don't live entirely to protect the royal family, but more for the future of Hyuga. These many people with different thoughts and different ideas expressed their own opinions in the clan, making Hyuga divided. Even because Hinata, the future head of the family, was not outstanding in all aspects, it was difficult for the people of the branch family to surrender, so the dispute became more and more intense and became a little difficult to deal with. When Ryusuke and the other two returned to the village, it was just around noon. The family that was responsible for the gatekeeping this month was a small family in the village, the Midaman family. The scale of this family is very small. At the beginning, it was just an ordinary ninja family, but since Midaman Yan served as the Hokage's advisor, this ninja family began to transform into a family, began to branch out, and had its own clan land. It was very simple to confirm the identity information. The Chuyunin from the Midaman family kindly let Ryusuke and the other three enter the village without any conflict. The Hyuga clan land is in the center of Konoha village, a long distance away from the village entrance. Walking on the streets of Konoha, Ryusuke looked at this familiar scene and listened to the familiar hawking. He felt inexplicably relaxed and quite emotional. After leaving the village for a month, he realized that he had unconsciously regarded himself as a member of this village. The prosperity and tranquility of Konoha village were the same as before, and there was no change because of the month they were away. When passing by the food street, Ryusuke remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to bring some gifts for Hinata. Perhaps, he could only make amends with some food. But think about it carefully, it is still school time, and she should still be in school. If I buy it now, the taste may change when she goes home. It is better to wait until school picks her up after school and take her out for a big meal. With this thought, Ryusuke slowed down his pace and returned to his previous speed. It took about half an hour for Ryusuke and the others to arrive at the gate of the Hyuga clan. From a distance, they saw Hyuga Hayashi standing at the gate of the clan, holding a broom and sweeping the floor, but looking at his expression, it was obvious that he was waiting for them. "You're back." When Ryusuke and the other two approached, Hyuga Hayashi raised his head as if he had just discovered them. In front of outsiders, his face was as stern as usual, but his eyes looked up and down at Ryusuke to make sure he was okay. "I'm back, father." Ryusuke smiled stiffly, and his smile was not as familiar as usual. To be honest, facing such a scene, he was a little overwhelmed. He could really feel the warmth and concern in Hyuga Hayashi's eyes. But it was this kind of warmth like family that made him not know how to respond. If he was pretending, he could certainly make it look real, but facing such a scene, he couldn't pretend, and he was not good at it. After carefully looking at Ryusuke, after feeling the obvious different aura on him, Hyuga Hayashi's serious face eased and nodded with satisfaction. "It's my first time going out far away, and I've grown a lot. Let's go in and talk, father." Ryusuke smiled gracefully. This was the first time he felt pressure from Hyuga Hayashi after coming to this world for so long. The look he gave him made Ryusuke feel that he had been out of the village for not just a month, but for several years. To be honest, he is really not good at these warm scenes of wanderers returning home. For his reaction, Hyuga Hayashi didn't think much, and nodded after thinking for a while. It was at this time that he finally had time to move his eyes from Ryusuke to Tsuji and Zinke behind him. "Thank you too for your hard work on this mission." Faced with Hyuga Hayashi's polite words, Tsuji and Zinke quickly waved their hands and replied respectfully, "This is what we should do. Master Ryusuke is the main force for the successful completion of this mission." Hyuga Hayashi noticed the respect in their words and looked at the two more. He didn't continue to chat here, turned around and walked towards the clan land first. In this way, the group headed towards the center of the Hyuga clan land, the area where the clan was located. Along the way, many clan members bowed to Hyuga Hayashi after seeing a few people, and their eyes were full of curiosity and scrutiny for Ryusuke. Because he was well protected, Ryusuke had no special information whether in Konoha or in the Hyuga clan. He himself is also very low-key. Although his grades in school are among the top few, he has never won the first place and is in the upper middle class. Such an ordinary life experience seems very ordinary compared to the genius Hyuga Niji. Many people in the clan believe that Ryusuke is an extremely mediocre person like Hinata. It is because the clan leader made a mistake and chose him as a son-in-law to become Hinata's future right-hand man. However, neither Hyuga Hayashi nor Ryusuke paid attention to these remarks and looks. Among them, Hyuga Hayashi believed that with the existence of a bird in a cage, although there are some small disputes within their family, there will be no major impact. Ryusuke, on the other hand, doesn't care at all. He has seen too many plots like this in his previous life. When he has enough strength to support and can expose his abilities, these voices will quiet down. Since the result is already determined, there is no need to care too much about some small fights in the process. Thanks to book friends Enyi Gaime, Kia Fanda Luki, and book friend 20210313112141995 for their rewards and support. Chapter 48 The So-Called Power Holder. After returning home, Ryusuke completely let go of his vigilance. He first went to see Hanabi, who was already babbling and learning to walk, and then went to the study with Hyuga Hayashi. Let Suji and Hoshika come along. Seeing Suji and Hoshika stop at the door, Ryusuke smiled and invited them to come along. Although Hyuga Hayashi was a little confused, he did not refuse his invitation and signaled that they could enter the study. He knew that Ryusuke had his own intentions in doing this. He also understood that perhaps Suji and Hoshika had learned something. Tell me what you saw this time you went out. Without directly asking Ryusuke about their mission this time, Hyuga Hayashi sat down and talked about unrelated things. I saw a lot, and what surprised me was the status of the daimyo and the nobles in this country, or in other words, in this ninja world. Ryusuke was also not in a hurry and talked about what he saw and felt on the road this time. I originally thought that as ordinary people, these daimyo and nobles were just puppets pushed out by us ninjas to handle political affairs, but I didn't expect that they actually had real power. This time, your idea was too one-sided. After finally having the opportunity to show off in front of his son-in-law, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't wait to speak. Since ancient times, it is not the person with the strongest personal power who will become the lord. You should have seen the power required to become the lord, right? Without thinking too much, Ryusuke nodded and uttered two words, people's hearts. Yes, it's the people's hearts. Hyuga Hayashi laughed dumbly. I have to say that those nobles have a very good grasp of this aspect, and sometimes it is a headache for us ninjas. Although he is an ordinary person, but he has conquered many people, including many powerful ninjas, with his extraordinary thoughts and ideas. A few years ago, the guardian ninja of the daimyo's mansion went to our Konoha village to assassinate the third generation despite the daimyo's dissuasion. They wanted to make the daimyo the only king of this country. But unfortunately, they did not succeed. Although our Hyuga clan has not received any definite news about this matter, I think the story behind this matter is not that simple. Relaxing his back and leaning back on the chair, Ryusuke also laughed. As an ordinary person, can you drive a ninja with extraordinary power? It sounds bold and powerful. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the cultural history of thousands of years in the country where he lived in his previous life. This makes many people in later generations wonder why those talented and unrivaled literati and generals would obey the emperor's orders and do some loyal things. But in fact, it is nothing more than one point, that is, excellence in thought. Regardless of whether the decisions made by the emperors of any era are right or wrong under the test of time, it is undeniable that they are all people at the top of the thought and philosophy of that era. When the emperor makes a decision, he does not represent an individual, but the majority of the country. The country is actually like a company, and the emperor is the final decision maker for choosing various options. Although he can deny many options and has many rights, he has to listen to everyone's opinions and choose the best. If he ignores anyone and insists on doing whatever he wants, then this emperor will only be overthrown and voted out by the company's board of directors. At the beginning, the reason why Ryusuke did not think about this was because the nature of the world was different. This world is different from the world before. This world has extraordinary power and illusions. Just like Uchiha Obito controlled the Mizu cage through illusions to control the entire Kirigakure, he initially thought that these daimyo were also under the control of ninjas and issued various orders. But this time he went out and found out that he was wrong. They control public opinion. Unless we have no other choice, we ninjas will not attack the nobles. Hinata Hayashi reminded Ryusuke, although there are illusions, illusions cannot control everyone, and there is no way to make them make the choices they should have made under the control of illusions. These nobles are very smart. As long as a person in power makes a wrong choice under our illusions, other people in power in the land of fire can easily see it. At that time, they will lead a wave of anti-ninja enthusiasm. Although we ninjas have extraordinary power, we cannot fight against the millions of ordinary people in this world, because we can't kill them all. Hinata Hayashi didn't say anything more at this point, but Ryusuke understood what he meant. It seems that next, we'd better make friends with these nobles, maintain good relations, and support each other. Ryusuke fumbled with his fingers, chuckled and made a decision. It just so happens that the result of this mission exceeded our imagination. The daimyo not only gave us a lot of resources, but also was willing to give us Hyaga a place as a guardian ninja. With this place, we will have more opportunities to socialize with those nobles. If we build good relationships, maybe we won't have to worry about funding and other aspects in the future. Guardian Ninja. Hinata Hayashi was also a little surprised, but soon realized something. He pulled out a stiff smile on his stern face and asked, "Did you scare him?" Ryusuke shook his head. "I just revealed some recent events in the village to him. What I said was the truth and it will not affect the subsequent communication. Are you taking advantage of the power of others?" Hinata Hayashi nodded, understood what Ryusuke had done, and asked again, "What do you plan to do about the quota of the Guardian Ninja?" He didn't ask for more specific details, nor did he talk about the tedious content, and went straight to the next point. Since Ryusuke spoke, he believed that Ryusuke could handle this matter properly. Standing behind Ryusuke, Tsuji and Zinkai silently watched the way the father and son sat opposite each other and talked. They didn't speak up, but they felt very novel in their hearts. Especially since Master Ryusuke is still so young. But when they thought about their life outside the village with Ryusuke this month, they also felt it was natural. This time in Kyoto, Tsuji got along well with those nobles, so I plan to give him this quota. Ryusuke didn't waste any words and directly said what he was thinking, but for a guardian ninja, he must at least be at the level of a jonin. You can discuss with the village in a while and arrange a jonin assessment for Tsuji. After thinking for a while, he added, if possible, arrange one for Zinkai as well. There is no problem with the arrangement, but the jonin assessment is not something that can be passed casually. Seeing that Ryusuke trusted the two so much, Hyaga Hayashi looked more at the two people standing behind him. During this period, I will take the time to guide you too, but whether you can pass the assessment depends on you. And I want to remind you that the assessment tasks that Chunin needs to complete to promote to Jonin are very dangerous. 70% of the Chunin in the village dare not apply for the exam because of the extremely high mortality rate. Don't worry, clan leader, we will never let Master Ryusuke down. Tsuji and Zinkai quickly assured. Thanks to book friends Fenjiun Chuivyu and Huomuhua for their rewards and support. Chapter 49 Family Concern. The time spent in the study was not long, just half an hour, and Ryusuke made it clear about the mission this time. Father, I won't eat at home tonight. Getting up from the chair, Ryusuke explained before leaving, I forgot to bring some gifts for Hinata this time. I'll pick her up from school and take her out for dinner to make up for it. If this sentence was put in the previous life, it might be strange for a child who hasn't even started elementary school to say it. But in this world, it's quite normal. Across from him, Hyaga Hayashi hesitated for a moment and persuaded, the food made by the chef at home is no worse than that outside. But you can eat at any time at home, but if you eat outside, you will feel like a gift or a surprise. Ryusuke replied with a chuckle, pushing the chair under the table and placing it. Okay, but before you leave, go to the kitchen and tell Aoyang not to cook too much tonight. Hyaga Hayashi didn't persuade him anymore, and nodded to indicate that he could leave. After saying goodbye to Hyaga Hayashi, Ryusuke took Tsuji and Zinkai out of the study. Just arrived at the yard, the hesitant Tsuji couldn't help but ask, Master Ryusuke, did you miss something? Beside him, Zinkai was also a little confused. I will find time to report to my father about the Uchiha matter. Ryusuke chuckled and said without much explanation, but do you know if there are any clan members in the clan who have made achievements in medical treatment? I need someone who is kind to the clan members. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, please give me the scroll. Zinkai should know more about this matter. She has also learned some medical ninjutsu. Tsuji took out the scroll containing the corpses of the 3 Uchiha in his backpack and handed it to Ryusuke. Medical ninja? Zinkai pondered for a moment and replied apologetically, I'm sorry, Master Ryusuke. I can't think of anyone in the clan who is more successful in medical treatment. Can you give me some time to think about it carefully? Of course. Ryusuk put away the scroll. Think about it during this period of time. Are there any candidates who are more suitable in terms of ability and character, not limited to one person, and make a list for me? Zinke nodded. Okay, Master Ryusuk. Then you go back and rest first. You have been out for so many days, and it's time to go home. Ryusuk smiled and signaled the two that they could end the escort mission. I am still quite safe in the village. Even if there is danger, I have the ability to deal with it. Now, you should go back and have a good rest to prepare for the special training your father will give you tomorrow. Yes. The two who had originally planned to carry out the escort mission to the end until Ryusuk finished his trip today didn't want to stay any longer after hearing what he said. They really need to have a good rest to prepare for tomorrow's special training and the Jonin assessment in a while. Standing in the courtyard, watching the two people leave. It was not until they disappeared from the gate that Ryusuk slowly turned around and walked towards his room with the scroll. He did not plan to report to his father about the Uchiha sneak attack for the time being. Hyuga Hayashi's concern for him was beyond Ryusuk's imagination. He could guess that if his father knew about this matter, knew about this trip, and knew about such a dangerous test he arranged for himself, he would undoubtedly control him again. It is very likely that he will not have the opportunity to leave the village before the Chunin. The wanderer who goes out will always report good news to his family, not bad news. As for asking Zinke about medical ninjas, of course, he has to study these 3 pairs of Sharingan. Because of their blood relationship, the Hyuga clan is extremely accurate in chakra control, and everyone has a good talent in medical treatment. So he knows that there are some talents in the clan who have achieved some achievements in medical treatment. But intelligence is just intelligence after all. Ryusuk did not actually get to know some people, so he could not actually judge whether he was suitable to contact them. After putting the scroll in the room, Ryusuk left the room. It was almost time to pick up Hinata from school. Yeah. As soon as he arrived at the door of Hanabi's room, Ryusuk heard the sound of babbling from inside. Although Hanabi could speak and walk, she always didn't speak clearly, and used some strange and incomprehensible language to express her meaning. However, his purpose of coming here was not to play with Hanabi, but to meet the housekeeper Yang who was in charge of the housework. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the room, Ryusuk saw a strong middle-aged woman teasing Hanabi, teaching her to read and playing with her. Ryusuk, yeah. A figure appeared at the door and quickly attracted the attention of the two people in the room. Hanabi, who was lying on the ground, jumped up and ran towards Ryusuk with her radish-like legs. Be careful! Ryusuk smiled softly and reached out to support her. Ryusuk, where's your sister? The question was asked in a childish voice, and Hanabi looked outside. She still remembered that when Ryusuk first came back, he told her that he was going to pick up her sister from school. I'll take Hanabi with me to pick up my sister from school, and then we'll go eat together. Lifting her up gently, Ryusuk walked towards the middle-aged woman. Auntie Yang, we won't eat at home tonight. I'll take them out to eat. Okay, Master Ryusuk. Butler Yang nodded respectfully, but after thinking about it, he asked with some regret, the master just came over and asked to prepare more delicious food tonight. Look at this time, the kitchen is probably already cooking. If we remove it now, wouldn't it be a bit of a waste? Did father order it? Take away the little hand that Hanabi pressed on his face. Ryusuk stood there hesitantly, then let's eat at home tonight and go out tomorrow. No wonder Hinata Hayashi looked like he had something to say just now. Thinking carefully, he hasn't been home for so long, and it's really not appropriate to go out to eat on the first day he returns home. Hearing his change of heart, the housekeeper Yang smiled kindly. Okay, then I'll ask the kitchen to prepare a few more dishes, and it will definitely not be inferior to eating out. Thank you. Ryusuk replied politely, and put down the firefly in his arms. Since we are going to eat at home, then Firefly will wait for us at home. She didn't make a fuss like an ordinary naughty child to follow, and Firefly replied obediently, then Ryusuke must bring my sister back quickly. Got it. Ryusuke gently pinched her cheek and said goodbye to the housekeeper Yang. In addition to the people of Hyuga, there are many ordinary people working in the Hyuga tribe. Like Yang, she is an ordinary woman. So, she didn't call Hyuga Hayashi the chief of the tribe like the Hyuga tribe, but called him master. Thanks to the book friend Xianyun Yi, Bird for the reward support. Chapter 51. Come on. Get down. The sunset glow spread across the sky. The ninja school after school was just like usual. Beyond the wall, outside was a peaceful street. But inside, it was like a gladiatorial arena filled with the smell of sweat and blood. Noise and roars came from the school. The venue, the audience, the passion, the battle, all the elements of a gladiatorial arena were fully reflected in the training ground after school. Those who stayed in the training ground after school were all those who wanted to become ninjas and were willing to throw away everything to fight, while those who avoided fighting and had reservations had already left school early. Although there was a teacher at the level of Chunin, he was always on standby nearby, ready to rescue at any time. But a real battle is not something that can be stopped casually. Many real ninjas can't do it, let alone just a group of children. Although it is stipulated that detonating tags and lethal ninjutsu cannot be used, it is still difficult to control one's behavior at this vigorous age when real fire is really produced. After entering the school, Ryusuke came to the high platform of the training ground with ease, and looked down at the various training grounds below. At the first glance, his sight passed through the crowd and saw Hinata, who was extremely eye-catching and dazzling, surrounded by a group of girls. Cold and indifferent. Her whole body was filled with a gesture of keeping strangers away. This is why Ryusuke could recognize Hinata from this dense crowd at first sight. The girl grew up a lot during the time he was away. It seems that because she had been pretending for too long, the cold feeling on her body has been completely integrated into her aura, and she has gradually become accustomed to showing this face to others. Although the expression on her face and the posture of her body were resisting the crowd. But the girls around her were endless, and they were like flowers competing for beauty, clustering around Hinata. From time to time, someone would take the initiative to talk to Hinata. But her reaction was very cold, and her lips only opened and closed once or twice. Even more often, she ignored it, or even replied with a slight hum or two, but Ryusuke was too far away to hear it. Has she become the big sister? This strange scene made Ryusuke feel very interesting. The girl looked completely different from what he had seen before, but this feeling was not bad, at least this cold attitude was much better than the timid look before. This kind of personality may be more suitable for survival in this ninja world. Ryusuke was more looking forward to Hinata's current combat power. Although the gender gap between men and women is not serious in the ninja world because of the existence of chakra. Under the same level, many powerful female ninjas are not inferior to men at all. But in the school's training ground, this situation is still quite obvious. Girls like Hinata gathered together for actual combat, and boys also gathered in groups. The two did not interfere with each other, and there was rarely any challenge to each other. Gently jumping down from the high platform, Ryusuke entered the training ground. He began to walk towards the training ground with a stream as the environment where Hinata was. Along the way, many classmates recognized Ryusuke and greeted him kindly, and he responded one by one. Only Uchiha Suzuki still had that stinky face. Even if he saw him, he didn't react at all to his nod, pretending not to know him. But he was really unfamiliar. Except for Naruto, who approached actively, Uchiha Suzuki was the second most dangerous person in this elite class, and Ryusuke had never spoken to him, and they had no intersection. Speaking of which, Naruto still didn't appear in the training ground, and it seemed that he was still out of tune with the other people in the class. "Hinata, are you really going to fight that Inyazuka Kaiba tomorrow? That guy looks so fierce, and it's hard to mess with him at first glance." As soon as he walked into the group of girls, Ryusuke heard someone whispering to Hinata. "I will win." Hinata didn't say much. She just uttered 4 words calmly and didn't continue. She looked quite confident. Ryusuke's smile became even bigger. Many girls recognized his identity and began to remind Hinata quietly. Obviously, Ryusuke could feel that Hinata's body trembled after hearing the reminders from others around her. She turned her head quickly, and the moment she met his eyes, the coldness on her face and the indifference in her eyes gradually faded, and she had spirit and charm. "Ryusuke." Blinking and staring at Ryusuke, Hinata walked out of the crowd, and others made way for her tactfully. "You're back." The girl took a short step and came to him step by step. The childish voice and tone of her speech were the same as before, as if the cold and distant girl that Ryusuke had seen just now was just an illusion. And her appearance surprised the others around her. They all looked at the scene in front of them with unbelievable eyes. "I just got back this afternoon. I thought you should be done with school, so I came to pick you up." Ryusuke nodded and turned his gaze to the crowd behind her. "You should be done here, right? It's almost time to go home for dinner. Hanabi missed you?" he asked hesitantly, not knowing what had happened in the past month. But it seemed that the girl who planned to get the first place in theoretical knowledge also had the courage to fight with others, and seemed to have performed well and was very popular in the training ground. And his reminder made Hinata suddenly remember that her disguise seemed to have just been disconnected. However, she did not panic like before, but calmly changed her expression in a few seconds, then turned her head and said calmly to her companions behind her. "I'm leaving first, see you tomorrow." It seems that a lot of things have happened in this month. Walking home with Hinata, this scene has not happened for a long time, which makes Ryusuke miss it very much. As a ninja, you can't be without practical experience. Hinata replied in a low voice, looking very well behaved. "Indeed, it seems that you are quite popular. Your actual combat ranking should not be low among your peers, right?" Ryusuke said with a chuckle, "But it's a pity that I didn't see you fight today. If it's the girls' group, I'll be ranked first." Although Hinata tried very hard to maintain the pride in her tone, she couldn't suppress her inner joy. First. It seems that Hinata is working hard. Ryusuke was generous with his praise, but he had expected this. As a taijutsu family, she has a taijutsu level far beyond her peers. And before everyone grew up, when everyone was a child, chakra was a common problem for most people. Mastering powerful taijutsu, as long as Hinata can muster up the courage, in fact, not only the girls' group, but also some of the boys' group, she can easily defeat them. Thanks to the book friend named Faye for the reward support. Chapter 51, Dedicated Hinata. The family had a happy dinner. Hyuga Hayashi was quite happy to know that they would not go out to eat today. Although he still looked serious on the surface, Ryusuke could feel from his emotional fluctuations and body language that he cared about the feeling of family reunion. However, the warm scene of the family drinking tea and chatting together after dinner would not appear in the Hyuga family. As before, after dinner, Hyuga Hayashi got up and returned to the study to busy himself with work. Ryusuke and Hinata also started their evening practice and homework. But now there is a little change, that is, Hanabi has grown up, can walk, jump and hop, and is at the age where she can't stay still. In the past, there were only Ryusuke and Hinata in the quiet practice field, but now there is an additional Hanabi watching the game. "Come on, sister." Under the distant lights, the little Hanabi sat on a bench, eating snacks and shouting like watching a play. The training ground was no longer as dark as before. In order for Hanabi to see their movements clearly and not to be afraid, the lights around the training ground were turned on. "I also want little Hanabi to cheer me up." Ryusuke pretended to be distressed and looked at Hinata in front of him. "Hee hee. Hinata hummed proudly at her sister's cheering. In front of outsiders, she would appear to be more indifferent, but in front of Ryusuke and Hanabi, she took off her disguise and protection. And because of several active actual combats, she ranked first in the girls' group of the same grade. After regaining her self-confidence, she became much more cheerful. Looking at Hinata's eager posture with satisfaction, Ryusuke stretched his body, smiled and waved at her, "Then start now, attack me with all your strength." For a month, he didn't meet his future wife, so what would he look forward to most after meeting her? Ryusuke didn't know what others thought, but he had only one idea, that is, to test whether Hinata's strength had really improved. He was not surprised that she could overwhelm the girls of the same grade. As the future head of the Hyuga family, this was what she should do. In fact, she should set her goal on the entire grade, not just the girls. "Can I really attack casually?" "Ryusuke-kun." Hinata quickly replied, also stretching her body to prepare for the next battle. When looking at her posture strangely, Ryusuke had just started to answer when the girl in front of him rushed towards him. This familiar scene made his smile even bigger. Easily avoiding Hinata's sneak attack, Ryusuke casually pushed out a palm behind him to block the real attack. This scene seemed familiar. Wasn't it the little trick he played when his father tested him more than a year ago? But unfortunately, your intention is too obvious, and this inferior method will have a big loophole in the face of a real fight. Easily blocking Hinata's attack, Ryusuke's chakra condensed under his feet, away from her attack range, and gently instructed, "You just need to understand that real fighting is unscrupulous, that's all. I thought, you wouldn't avoid my first palm." Although the attack was easily avoided, Hinata did not stop, and launched a fierce attack on Ryusuke immediately afterwards. But unfortunately, Ryusuke didn't even plan to block the palm strikes that followed. He put his hands behind his back and shook his body wantonly. No matter how hard Hinata tried to stare at Ryusuke, there was no way for her to have a chance to hit his acupoints. "So, those are all inferior means, just like when I faced my father's test, I took advantage of his willingness to show mercy and underestimate me." While dodging her attack leisurely, Ryusuke continued, "In a real battle, the enemy will not show mercy, and in most cases will not underestimate you. Although I guessed your battle thinking, I don't know what stage your level has improved to in this month, and I don't know what new techniques and moves you have mastered. But now it seems that you have mastered the shadow clone technique." As he said, his body jumped high with a very strange amplitude, once again pulling away from Hinata. And where he was originally standing, another Hinata swung his palm in the air. Two Hinatas appeared on the field. One of them was a shadow clone with a physical body, which was different from the illusion caused by the ordinary clone technique. If he was careless in the first palm just now and confidently thought it was just a clone, he should have been hit by Hinata's palm now, and some of the acupoints would be sealed. After all, Ryusuke didn't use his eyes during the fight, he just relied on his eyes and senses to dodge. You are really amazing, Ryusuke." Under the high-intensity attack, no palm was effective, which made Hinata a little breathless, but she kept a firm look on her face. "No matter how hard I try, I can only see your back. In this month, I thought I could finally stand next to you, but now it seems that I was too optimistic." In the past, she often practiced with Ryusuke, although she lost every time, but at that time she had no idea of Ryusuke's strength. Now, she is already the first in the girls' group of the same grade in the actual combat, but she can't leave any trace on Ryusuke, which makes her clearly feel the gap between her and Ryusuke. Or rather, the gap between Ryusuke and their peers. Maybe even the always arrogant Uchiha Sasuke will be like her, and will never be able to touch Ryusuke. After all, Hinata has observed Uchiha Sasuke's battles. Although she is not sure that she can beat him, she can still fight back and forth. "Remember what I told you? Don't set too high a goal for yourself." Ryusuke replied gently, "You are already very good. Compared with the original you, you have improved a lot, which is beyond my expectation. But I still can't touch you, right? Hinata bit her lower lip tightly, feeling very unwilling. Shaking his head helplessly, Ryusuke continued to comfort him. When I picked you up from school this afternoon, I heard you say that you were going to fight with Inuzuka Kaiba tomorrow. Although the Inuzuka clan is not weak in physical skills, more secret skills need to be carried out in conjunction with ninja dogs. Kaiba's Akamaru has not grown up yet. With your current speed and strength, as long as you keep a stable mentality, there is no problem in defeating him. You can start to challenge the boys' group. Your progress is really beyond my imagination. But I still can't keep up with you. Not being distracted by the comforting voice, Hinata still looked at Ryusuke very persistently. At least. I have to touch you at least. White eyes, open. Along with this stubbornness, the chakra in her body surged and gathered beside her eye sockets. For this battle, Ryusuke, who has always been very casual, looked at her with some surprise. It turns out, in this month, she has opened her eyes. Chapter 52 The Growing Girl. There are many people in the Hyuga clan, but not everyone has the ability to open the Byakugan. To awaken the blood in your body and open the Byakugan is related to the intensity of each person's practice and the purity of the Byakugan. The use of the soft fist does not necessarily require the Byakugan. The Byakugan plays an auxiliary role in the use of the soft fist. In fact, the strength of the soft fist mainly depends on the familiarity of the acupoints and meridians, the control of chakra and the force-generating skills. The human body is very complex, and there are countless meridians and acupoints. Without the Byakugan, relying only on the naked eye and the familiarity of the human body, although it is also possible to intercept chakra and acupoints, this is difficult to do without certain talent and effort. And even if it can be done, most Hyuga people can only use incomplete soft fists and cannot exert their full strength. The existence of the Byakugan is the shortcut for the Hyuga clan to master the soft fist. Originally, Hinata was very familiar with the meridians and acupoints of the human body under the one-on-one guidance of Ryusuke, and could use incomplete soft fists without relying on the Byakugan. And now, she has awakened her bloodline. Knowing that Hinata actually opened her Byakugan during the time he was away, Ryusuke was very relieved, but he still had no intention of letting her go. With his hands behind his back, he nimbly dodged Hinata's attacks, and from time to time, he gave some advice. After opening the Byakugan, your insight has improved, and your speed and strength have also improved, but your desire to fight is not strong enough, and you have not yet formed your own fighting consciousness. Unfortunately, although your eyes can see my movements and transmit them to your brain, it is still too slow for the brain to respond in a short time and give feedback to your hands and feet for attack. In this way, you will always be one step behind me. Byakugan and soft fist are just means of attack, tools, and you are the one who uses the tools. Thinking about how to use these powers is the most important thing. After Hinata opened her Byakugan, it meant that she would have a more thorough understanding of Ryusuke's body acupuncture points and meridians. If he was touched, it is very likely that his chakra would be cut off, followed by a barrage of semi-finished bagua 32 palms. Although the 32 palms is only a semi-finished bagua 64 palms, as long as it is used properly, it can also make him lose the chakra boost to his body in a short period of time. But unfortunately, Hinata couldn't hit it no matter what she did, just like when she didn't open the Byakugan just now. Even Ryusuke couldn't touch the corner of her clothes. Come on! Come on, sister! In the distance, under the lights, Hanabi was still cheering for Hinata happily. She was young and couldn't understand the advantages and disadvantages of this battle, let alone what her sister Hinata was facing now. Your chakra is almost exhausted. Ryusuke reminded softly, with your chakra amount, it is already very difficult to use high-level ninjutsu such as Shadow Clone. After opening the Byakugan, your chakra consumption is even greater. Let's stop here for today's practice. He didn't open the Byakugan, but from Hinata's increasingly slow movements and heavy breathing, it can be seen that her current situation is extremely reluctant. However, Hinata ignored his words and gritted her teeth to keep swinging her palms. But unfortunately, this effort was in vain. As the chakra quickly drained away, her speed, strength and other values began to decline, and her Byakugan was already very unstable, and she might quit at any time. Slow steps, slow swings. Since the chakra was not enough to maintain the Byakugan and increase her physical fitness, she relied on her pure physical fitness to persist. As a member of a physical training family, Hinata's physical fitness was very good. She persisted for a long time. How long was it? It was difficult for Ryusuke to be distracted in the battle to judge the approximate flow rate of time. The Hyuga clan's territory was very large, and they could not feel the prosperity of Konoha village at night in the center of the Hyuga clan. This training ground was extremely quiet from the beginning. Under the night sky, they could not feel the passage of time even more. Time passed little by little. Hinata did not give up, and Ryusuke did not continue to persuade her to accompany her to carry out this test. Until the end, her movements were almost as slow as a turtle, and the tired look on her face almost made her lose consciousness. She gritted her teeth and didn't speak, and Ryusuke didn't let her touch her at all. Even now, Hinata no longer has the ability to use soft fists. Her palm strikes have become weak fists, but he always takes it seriously. But even if he takes it seriously, the gap between the two is too big. Ryusuke has always regarded this battle as a test for Hinata. Miss Hinata, Master Ryusuke, I will take Miss Hanabi back first. In the end, it was the housekeeper Aoyang who came to the training ground to break the stalemate. Because of her young age, Hanabi had already fallen asleep on the chair at some point. That is to say, the physical fitness of people in this world is generally superior, otherwise, she will probably catch a cold tomorrow. After all, it is already autumn now. Let's stop here today. Ryusuke looked at Hinata, who stopped moving, and spoke again in a gentle voice. Her face was full of reluctance, but Hinata's body had reached its limit. Her trembling body had no extra strength to continue the test. Can you still walk? Ryusuke chuckled and walked over to help her. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer, Hinata suddenly used her last bit of strength to pounce forward. Plop dash! She fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Even at the last moment, Ryusuke did not let down his guard and easily dodged. Damn it! Lying on the ground unwillingly, Hinata was no longer able to get up. Tell me, should I say that you are very competitive, or should I praise your strong character? Ryusuke shook his head helplessly, walked over to help her up, and this time, facing Hinata reaching out to grab his collar, he did not dodge. Take a leave tomorrow. In your current state, you may not be able to resume normal activities tomorrow, or even the day after tomorrow. It will be troublesome to face Inyazuka Kaiba. Helping her sit down on a chair to rest, Ryusuke said gently, Inyazuka Kaiba, he will not be like me, just dodge and not fight back. Ryusuke. Is my talent really that bad? Hinata pursed her lips and leaned weakly on Ryusuke, looking very lost. The confidence accumulated during this period was destroyed overnight. It's not a shame to lose to me. Ryusuke's expression was a little subtle. He was afraid that Hinata would have this kind of situation, setting the goal too high and failing to achieve it, and then hitting herself. What level do you think I am now? While asking Hinata, he pulled up her delicate arm and kneaded it to help her relieve the soreness and pain in her muscles. Ryusuke is very powerful, the most powerful person I have ever seen. Her answer was very subtle. For some reason, Ryusuke felt that Hinata's body trembled more. So who do you think is better, me, Kaiba Inyazuka, or Sasuke Uchiha? Because it was a bit awkward to massage her while sitting, Ryusuke simply stood up and stood behind her, stimulating her back and unblocking her meridians through the acupuncture technique of the soft fist. You know, stimulating acupuncture points and unblocking meridians are also one of the common methods of medical ninjas, and almost everyone in the Hyuga clan knows this. Of course, Ryusuke is better. It seems that unblocking meridians through chakra and relieving fatigue made Hinata feel uncomfortable, and her voice was intermittent. That's it, if I want to be better than them, shouldn't you set your sights on them first, and then challenge me, the strongest one, after defeating them? Ryusuke's tone was very gentle. Hinata's persistence and hard work made him like this girl more and more. Chapter 53, Husband and Wife Relationship. Under the night sky, beside the bright lights. While muttering, Ryusuke used chakra to relieve Hinata's fatigue and soreness after the high-intensity battle. The acupuncture points and meridians are very fragile. It is normal to have a certain amount of pain through the stimulation and dredging of chakra. You were not very adaptable before, why are you shaking so badly now? This technique is extremely challenging to control chakra and master the soft fist. In the past, every time Ryusuke helped Hinata practice, he used this method to make himself proficient in the use of chakra. Although this way of practice is alternative, it is much more complicated than the basic climbing trees and treading water. By the way, you can also help her review the acupuncture points and meridians of the human body in this process. It is also with the assistance of such an excellent teacher that Hinata can learn the skills of soft fist in such a short time. Although the soft fist is not fully mastered, her talent has exceeded the goal. Even if she has no talent in fighting, if she has a good teacher, she can still make up for some shortcomings in practice and take fewer detours. Seeing that the time was almost up, at least tomorrow, Hinata would not be unable to move due to excessive practice. Ryusuke patted her shoulder and walked to her. Let's stop here for today. After a while, I think I can start learning some of the follow-up content of Bagwazang. You. He just opened his mouth to say something, but when his eyes swept across Hinata's face, his voice stopped. Biting her lower lip tightly, her two little hands were placed on her legs, tightly entangled together. Hinata's eyes were unconsciously looking forward, and she didn't notice that he had come to her. On her delicate and cute face, the snow-white skin brought by the blood of the Hyuga clan had been stained with a blush. Is this, dizzy? Ryusuke waved his hand in front of her with some uncertainty. The scene in front of him was really strange. Logically speaking, Hinata now should not have the shy personality in the original book. That personality has not been deeply rooted yet, but he has already removed it. But what is the situation now? Hinata! Hinata! Ryusuke called softly, but unfortunately it didn't work at all. Helplessly, he could only raise the volume. And this voice finally woke up Hinata, who was in an unconscious state. Her body trembled violently as if frightened, and then she stared at Ryusuke in front of her with wide eyes, and stood up quickly. What happened to me just now? I was going to ask you what happened to you. Ryusuke looked at her strangely. Whether it was her face or her delicate neck, every part of her skin was faintly flushed. But it was obvious that from her movements and posture when she just got up, she didn't look sick, nor was she injured in the battle just now. Since the change, Hinata, who had always been bold and confident, opened her mouth, but quickly closed it, pursed her lips and didn't speak. What happened? Has your body, did anything change? Do you feel uncomfortable? Ryusuke asked with a frown, and directly opened his Byakugan to scan her body. Whether it was chakra or the situation inside her body, it was very stable. The only thing worth paying attention to was that her heartbeat was a little intense. But it was normal that she had just fought a high-intensity battle, and it was normal that she could not recover for a while. But it was obvious that Hinata's performance was very abnormal, so the more normal her body was, the more complicated the situation was. Ryusuke had to doubt whether Hinata's blood had also returned to her ancestors. After all, although her fighting talent was not very good, she had an absolute advantage in the Byakugan and blood. This was also an important reason why she awakened the Byakugan at this age. Even if ordinary Hyuga had the pressure, desire, and effort to become stronger, they could not awaken their pupil skills at such a young age. Ryusuke, actually I. Finally, in Ryusuke's nervous eyes, Hinata mustered up the courage to speak and looked at him seriously. Actually, I have understood what a husband and wife is, and what obligations I should fulfill as your wife. Her tone was very solemn, with unprecedented seriousness. Opposite her, Ryusuke's nervous expression froze. Is that all? After hearing Hinata's words, this was the first thought in his mind. He thought something big had happened, but he didn't expect it to be like this. But soon, Ryusuke realized that this idea was just his personal opinion. Marriage is not a very important thing for the ninja world and ninjas. Many powerful ninjas do not have their own partners and live alone. Although it is not very important, it is also a thing worth devoting energy to in life. Especially for Hinata, who has not experienced cruel battles and is relatively immature in thought, although she is precocious, this may be a very important thing. I remember that Ryusuke asked me at the beginning, do I know what a husband is, do I know what kind of relationship between you and me is? At that time, I was still ignorant and didn't understand these. Regardless of Ryusuke's frozen expression, Hinata continued, at that time, Ryusuke told me that if I knew what kind of relationship we had, I would tell you clearly. Now, I understand. Although the school taught me a lot of skills to become a ninja, it also taught me a lot of knowledge beyond ninja. The relationship between me and Ryusuke is that of husband and wife. We will live together in the future, fight together, face death together, support each other, and share life and death. Facing such a serious and solemn Hinata, Ryusuke stood in front of her, and his thoughts were more subtle. After all, the person in front of him, although his wife, was a little girl who was less than 10 years old. In this world, everyone is very precocious, and there is no rule and standard that people are considered adults after the age of 18 in the previous life. Like Naruto and Sasuke, they are all very young, only 16 or 17 years old, and they have become saviors and heroes who save the world. If this happened in the previous life, what could a 16 or 17-year-old child do? Probably still in school, working hard for those few grades. Here, it is common to go to the battlefield in your teens and experience cruel wars. Even for talented ninjas. There are cases of going to the battlefield at a few years old. Age does not have a particularly big influence in this world, and talented people can completely ignore this. As for marriage, there are no special restrictions in this world, such as age. But generally speaking, considering the physical development, most families will consider marriage at the age of 12 or 13, the age of graduating from the ninja school. This is similar to the situation in ancient times in Ryusuke's previous life. But although there are no restrictions, Ryusuke's values were developed in another world after all, which are somewhat different from this world. Chapter 54 I Do. There was no sound in the silent training ground. There were two figures, one tall and one short, next to the towering street lamp. The bright yellow light was like fluorescent powder, falling on the two people. Although Ryusuke's thoughts were complicated, in fact, less than a minute had passed. Facing the serious Hinata, he asked gently, do you really understand what a real husband-wife relationship is? I know. In addition to what the teacher taught me, Ino also told me a lot. Staring eagerly, Hinata nodded with a red face, After we get married, we must trust and rely on each other, and we must give birth to a baby like Hanabi, and we must do. Okay, I know you understand. Interrupting her words, Ryusuke didn't let her continue. It seems that the precocity of this world is not only manifested in behavior and thinking, but also in sex. But it is also true that there are many girls in the class who have been fighting openly and secretly for Uchiha Sasuke, including Yamanaka Ino and Harano Sakura. Hinata occasionally hangs out with them, so it's normal for her to know about this. And in the class, if it weren't for the fact that Ryusuke and Hinata were already engaged, there might be a lot of girls around him. After all, his grades in school are not bad, and although his appearance is different from that of ordinary people, he is also unusually handsome. Such a high-quality boy is very attractive to those girls. However, for these love affairs, they are childish in this world. Many ninjas usually only have the strong desire for love at this stage in school. Once they graduate and receive the baptism of cruel battles, these comfortable emotions will gradually fade, replaced by the desire for strength. In fact, a long time ago, I knew the true meaning of husband and wife, and I also knew what my future life with you would be like. Looking at Hinata, who was quietly waiting for a response, Ryusuke whispered, "I hope you can explain to me, because I hope you can also understand what it means if we become husband and wife." His voice was very gentle and subtle. But in this quiet training ground, it could be clearly heard by Hinata. "This relationship between you and me was decided by my father. He hopes that I can marry into the royal family and become your husband, but..." Ryusuke paused, "But I hope that the relationship between you and me is not achieved by my father's forced interference, but by your own choice. Emotions are mutual. If you exclude your father's arrangement and there is no long-established relationship, Hinata, will you still choose to accept me? Are you still willing to stay by my side? This is something I have been hesitating about. I don't want you to regret this relationship in the future. You need a reason to like someone, and rational emotions can last. Otherwise, liking is more of an impulse, a feeling. And when it comes to lifelong companionship such as marriage, it is even more worth spending time to consider." Hinata was obviously stunned by Ryusuke's question. She was a little at a loss. After learning the meaning of the word husband and wife, she had never thought about this question. If there was no arrangement by her father, would she and Ryusuke still be like now? I like Ryusuke very much, because he is very gentle and treats me very well." Hinata blurted out without much hesitation, "I feel very safe when Ryusuke is around. During the time you were away, I was very scared and insecure. Although I have been trying to overcome it, and although I have begun to adapt to going to school alone and facing my classmates alone, I still miss the time when Ryusuke was around." Because she didn't know how to answer, she could only show all her inner feelings to him completely. She told him what they had done together, every word Ryusuke said to her, and her true feelings. But more importantly, it was the changes in her heart over the past month. "I have always known that Ryusuke is very good, much better than everyone else in school. When I know the meaning of husband and wife, and the word accompany each other, I really don't want to stand behind you, I want to stand beside you. I have worked very hard during this period, not only to become a qualified clan leader, but also to satisfy you and make you agree that I stand beside you. I am afraid that after explaining the meaning of husband and wife to you, you will abandon this useless me." She tried her best to explain her inner thoughts, waving her palms from time to time to express her thoughts. The blush on her body, the shy state, began to slowly dissipate with the serious emotion, and her skin turned white again, but her expression became more and more serious. As for this scene, Ryusuke did not interrupt, and listened to her every word quietly with an expressionless face. Until the end, when she stopped talking, stared at herself eagerly, waiting for a reply, she smiled again. The smile on his face was different from the usual self-disguise. This was the same as when he was expressionless, an emotional expression from the heart. He almost forgot that a smile from the heart felt like this. "Is that so? Is this your choice?" Ryusuke's smile was relaxed, but also complicated. With the same solemn tone, he took a step forward and approached Hinata, slightly bent down, gently resting his forehead on hers, and stretched out his hand to press on her hair. In front of him was Hinata's flustered eyes. The fine hairs swayed gently on her skin. Feeling her breath, Hinata's body had a very faint smell in addition to the sweat smell after the high-intensity battle. It can't be said to be a fragrance, but this smell has a fatal attraction to Ryusuke, making him unable to help but move his nose and sniff deeply. I can't make too many promises, but I will try my best to be a good husband and try my best to protect this family. Calmly looking at Hinata in front of him and looking directly into her eyes, Ryusuke said seriously, "It's not the Hyuga family, but you, me, father and Hanabi's family, I will protect it seriously." This kind of promise, whether in the past life or this life, is the first time Ryusuke has spoken. He is an orphan and knows the feeling of being abandoned. In his previous life, he was very firm about marriage. He would not give any guarantee if he was not sure whether it was really suitable. So, he has always been alone. But in this world, he felt the warmth of home that he had never felt before. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, but he also enjoyed it. "From today, Hyuga Hinata, are you willing to be my wife?" He looked directly into Hinata's eyes and asked. Facing his question, Hinata, who had been panicking because of the closeness, calmed down inexplicably and said in a firm tone, "I do." Thanks to the book friend Xianyun Yi, Bald, Bird for the reward and support. Chapter 55, Cunning Little Fox. Ryusuke. Early in the morning, Ryusuke was just about to go to school after a long absence. But when he came to the door after breakfast, Hinata, who had not been seen since he got up, hurriedly ran over from the courtyard with her short legs, holding a black square box in her hand. "Run slower, you were so tired from practicing last night, you should have rested more." Without asking, just smelling the subtle fragrance, Ryusuke knew that it was probably a lunch box prepared for him. "It's all what you like to eat." Hinata handed him the lunch box with both hands, and then stood there eagerly, as if waiting for something. "Thank you Hinata for the lunch box." Ryusuke smiled gently, took the lunch box she handed over, and gently stroked her hair with his other palm. "Rest well at home today, and try to go to school tomorrow, so that I can see a good battle." "Yet," Hinata said seriously, half closed her eyes comfortably, shook her head unconsciously, and rubbed Ryusuke's palm, like a kitten. Since the first time she was touched on the head like this a year ago, she has enjoyed the feeling of being caressed. She can feel Ryusuke's tenderness from this action. Especially last night, after she heard such words that made people feel safe, this action made her feel even warmer. Time passed by bit, Ryusuke did not speak again, and Hinata was reluctant to speak. The two stood like this, keeping this action for a while. "Ryusuke, you haven't gone to school yet." But at this moment, a very abrupt voice sounded, waking Hinata, who was immersed in a beautiful dream. It was Hanabi. Because she ate slowly, she happened to see this scene when she left the yard. "Ah!" She took a step back suddenly, as if she just remembered something, and looked at Ryusuke in front of her in a panic. "Ryusuke, you're going to be late." "I know, you have a good rest." Ryusuke smiled and retracted his palm that was suspended in the air, and greeted Hanabi behind him, and then left the house. The scene just now was very beautiful. Although he knew that he was going to be late, he didn't want to break the atmosphere. He himself also enjoyed it. When he arrived at school, the first theoretical course was almost over. Although he was late in the end, Irika didn't blame Ryusuke too much. This was the preferential treatment for good students. During the noisy class break, only the last row was relatively quiet. After a month, some people in the class have not changed at all, but some have changed greatly. For example, Naruto. He stood straight, put his hands together on the table, and had a relaxed smile on his face. Although his appearance has not changed, Naruto's temperament and posture have changed in this month. "Hinata, are you taking a day off today?" he asked with a smile. "Why, so familiar?" Nodding casually, although Ryusuke felt a little strange about his change, he still replied gently, "I was too tired from training last night, I may need to rest for a day or two." "Really, what a pity." Naruto stretched, I am a little looking forward to her fight with Inuzuka Kaiba. The more he spoke, the more strange Ryusuke felt. This feeling was too familiar, whether it was the tone of speech, movements, or even smile, they were too similar to himself. He felt that the changes in Naruto's behavior in the past month made him move closer to him. Forcibly suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, Ryusuke asked softly, "Did you go to the training ground too? After all, I will become a ninja in the future, and accumulating combat experience is still a very important thing." Naruto nodded. "Although no one is willing to practice with me, they didn't say anything if I occasionally went to watch the fight." When he said this, the expression on his face did not have the previous loss and bitterness. Always maintain a relaxed and sunny smile, as if he didn't care about this matter anymore. Without continuing to talk, Ryusuke quietly watched Naruto's expression. Although he had cast an illusion on Naruto before he left. If Naruto did something out of line and was captured by the third generation or other high-ranking officials in the village, he would forget some of the processes when he came into contact with Ryusuke, so as to avoid being confessed when his memory was searched. But the details still need to be confirmed. After a while, Ryusuke felt that the illusion he cast on Naruto through the Byakugan was still there, so he said calmly, "They are not here." He did not specify who they were, but both Ryusuke and Naruto now understood. Is it because of the Byakugan that Ryusuke can detect them? The moment he heard his words, Naruto's expression relaxed. However, although it was a little loose, it was actually not much different from before. It seems that after that conversation, he understood that some people were secretly monitoring him, and he also realized that his position in this village was quite special. As long as I am willing to be the Hokage and protect this village, Grandpa Sandai will teach me a lot of things. Seeing that Ryusuke did not answer his question, Naruto did not continue to ask, and continued to speak. Recently, he has been teaching me to control my chakra, and I have been working hard for a long time. That fox in my body has a great impact on my chakra. I have never been able to master ninjutsu before, and this is a big reason. And recently, after my chakra control has improved, his influence on me is also slowly decreasing. With a subtle expression, Ryusuke smiled. If the third generation knows that you already know something and are approaching him with the intention of deliberately pleasing him and gaining his trust, you are in danger. In the past month, Naruto has grown a little faster. Although my identity in the village is more sensitive because of this fox. Naruto put his hand on his abdomen, but the third generation grandfather is really good to me, and I don't want to lie to him, but I hope to have my own power faster. If he can't trust me, he won't teach me so many things. Why tell me this? Ryusuke asked, his interest in his heart growing stronger and stronger. Because you teach me so many things, I choose to believe you. Naruto chuckled and replied, the smile on his face is almost exactly the same as Ryusuke's. It's just that the emotional investment is not so deep, this smile is a bit fake and not sincere. I teach you? I don't remember what I taught you. The smile on Ryusuke's face has made his eyes form a crescent. Before a person's three views are fully developed, they will change rapidly due to their social circles and experiences. But this change in Naruto makes him feel very interesting. You ask me to go to Grandpa Sandai for everything, right? With a few whiskers on his cheeks, Naruto is now like a cunning little fox. Actually, I can understand monitoring me and isolating me. After all, if this guy really runs out of my body, most of Konoha will be severely damaged, and many people will die. Although I don't like this village very much at the moment, but, after all, this is the home where I was born and raised, and there are a few people I care about, so I am really willing to protect it. I didn't lie to Grandpa Sandai about this. Chapter 56 I did it. Naruto's change has brought some fun to Ryusuke's dull life. Apart from training, there are not many things that can interest him now. Even the contact with the future pillars of Konoha in the class did not arouse his interest. Compared with Naruto, who was influenced by him and was exposed to the dark side in advance, Other people, including Suzuki, seemed a little too naive. Whether in terms of strength, personality, or behavior, they are a little childish. Of course, this childishness is still relative to this world. However, although he was interested, Ryusuke always kept a distance from Naruto. And Naruto, after realizing the significance of his existence to the village, also began to keep a distance from him and no longer took the initiative to contact him like before. He knew that if he was too close to Ryusuke, it would hurt him. Because he is the head family of Hyuga, representing the Hyuga clan. However, keeping a distance from each other does not mean that there will be no contact all the time. Sometimes it is a day, sometimes it is a week. Naruto always finds an opportunity to confide in Ryusuke and share his progress with him. Ryusuke can see that he is really too lonely. Compared to the carefree Naruto in the original book who would shamelessly get close to the crowd, this Naruto is obviously unwilling to put too much energy on socializing. He pays more attention to self-improvement. And this means that until now, his only friend has always been Ryusuke. Of course, because of Ryusuke, Hinata is also pretty good to him. This time, Hinata should win. In the noisy and sweaty training ground, there is only one place where no one is close. Ryusuke relies on the benefits brought by Naruto and does not have to squeeze with a lot of people. And in a farther place, with the flat ground as the fighting environment, Hinata and Inuzuka Kaiba stand opposite each other. If Inuzuka Kaiba is still the same as last time, without any progress, he will lose. Ryusuke crossed his arms, smiled and stared at Hinata on the battlefield, while answering Naruto's questions. Although theoretically, Hinata's strength is much stronger than Inuzuka Kaiba, after all, she has mastered the soft fist and awakened the white eyes, and is superior to her peers in various physical qualities and chakra. But, real battles are not just talk on paper. Ryusuke's combat experience is not rich, and there is no way to directly judge the victory or defeat from a short confrontation. A few months have passed since he returned to the village, and Hinata has begun to challenge boys of the same grade. She did not choose those children from ordinary ninja families. Her goal was placed on the children of the family from the beginning. However, Ryusuke did not stop this. This goal was correct. With her ability, she would never gain or make any progress in the battle against those ordinary children. But unfortunately, she did not easily win her first battle in the boys' group as Ryusuke thought. She was entangled with the first target, Inuzuka Kaiba, for several months. Fortunately, because of Hinata's strong character, she was not discouraged. She fought and lost repeatedly, and fought again and again. Battle. Start. The student who acted as the referee beside him gave the order. Hinata opened her white eyes directly and rushed towards Inuzuka Kaiba. Inuzuka Kaiba was not afraid of a close combat with Hinata, and rushed forward like a sharp sword, even running a few points faster than Hinata. The two figures soon crossed in the center of the field, and the rain-like palm strikes and fierce claw strikes collided with each other. The strong wind from the fists and feet whistled, blowing up the nearby dust. Facing the claw strikes that hit her body from time to time, Hinata suppressed the pain and fought back expressionlessly. Although the two people in front of her fought back and forth, this was the result of Hinata's hard work in the past few months. You know, when she first challenged Inuzuka Kaiba, she was knocked down in a few rounds, and the soft fist had no place to use. It looks good, the technique is getting more and more skilled, and it is getting more and more calm to deal with it. Ryusuke chuckled at her movements and nodded with satisfaction. In the past few months, he felt that Hinata's gains might be much more than several years of hard training. Inuzuka Kaiba is not as weak as imagined, although due to his age, he has not mastered any family secrets, and even his ninja dog has not grown up. But as a family, his strength and background are not much worse than Hinata. The Inuzuka clan is a family that raises ninja dogs and fights with them. But this does not mean that their single strength is weak. When they fight with ninja dogs, sometimes they can't be regarded as one person and one beast, but should be said to be, 2 beasts. Perhaps because they have been with the ferocious canine beasts for a long time, their clan has the same innate advantages as beasts in terms of physique. Whether it is strength or speed, they are stronger than ordinary people, especially in terms of 5 senses, which are almost the same as beasts, and the most powerful one is the sense of smell. However, these factors are not the reason why Inyazuka Kaiba can defeat Hinata in these few months. The most important point is that their clan has the intuition of beasts. Their fighting method is mostly based on this intuition. Driven by instinct, Inyazuka Kaiba can avoid most of the soft fist attacks and win by using the fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries. His beast-like fighting instinct is exactly what Hinata lacks. Her nerve reaction speed is very slow, and she can never react quickly to the enemy's counterattack. This lack of ninja and fighting talent makes Hinata unable to exert her strength in battle, so she can only rely on her own efforts and sweat to make her muscles form instinctive reactions and adapt her body to the battle. This is a particularly stupid way. It is also the way most ordinary people would use. Without talent, you can only rely on sweat to make up for it. However, this process is of course effective. Her own foundation and ability are not worse than Inyazuka Kaiba. What Hinata lacks is only the way to exert her strength. And these dozens of challenges in the past few months have made her adapt to Inyazuka Kaiba's fighting rhythm. After each battle, she could launch more counterattacks little by little in the next battle. She tried hard to persist until now and could fight back and forth with Inyazuka Kaiba, and even 8 trigrams, 2 palms. 8 trigrams, 4 palms. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. High-intensity, fast-paced battles are the specialty of the Inyazuka clan, and Hinata has memorized their rhythm with her muscles. When she keeps up with this rhythm, when Inyazuka Kaiba has not made great progress and has no new fighting methods, he can only lose. When Inyazuka Kaiba was not careful and was successfully entangled by Hinata's soft fist, and he had no time to change his injuries, he had already lost. The soft fist's palm strike fell on him fiercely, and the soft fist chakra burst out from Hinata's hand, entering his body through various acupuncture points and invading his meridians. At first, his chakra was cut off. Then, his body began to become stiff and slow. When the chakra and speed changed, the outcome of this battle was determined. Plop! A dull crash sounded. Even though he had been biting his teeth and not admitting defeat, the stiffness of his body made Inyazuka Kaiba fall to the ground helplessly. In this battle, Hinata won. At the cost of several months, she grew up. Standing on the training ground panting, Hinata, who won the victory, did not enjoy the fruits of being a winner. Ignoring the cheers and congratulations of the people around her, she turned around and looked directly through the crowd to find Ryusuke standing at the back with Naruto. The 4 eyes met. Neither of them spoke, but they smiled at the same time. "I did it, Ryusuke." It seemed that through this smile, Ryusuke heard Hinata's voice. Thanks to the book friends 4 Days of Sunset and Shark Dinner for their support. Chapter 57 Completed Secret Technique. The days were ordinary. Almost every day was spent in practice. Whether it was Hinata or Naruto, they all became different from the original timeline under the influence of Ryusuke's arrival, and had more powerful abilities and relatively mature minds. While they had made progress, Ryusuke certainly could not stand still. It had been several months since he left Konoha for Kyoto to meet the daimyo. In these months, almost most of the time, Ryusuke took leave to practice alone at home. Only from time to time would he go to school to observe other people's actual combat. After all, he originally planned to go to school just to make friends with the children of other families in the village. But later he found that Hinata could do this well. Although she had always been cold in front of outsiders, due to her identity, her momentum and attitude were extremely intimidating and attractive in the eyes of others. Many people were willing to take the initiative to talk to her and make friends with the Hyuga she represented. As for the contact with other people, Hinata will not be as unkind as Sasuke, who is arrogant and cold. For everyone who is willing to take the initiative to contact and talk enthusiastically, although she is cold, she will give corresponding courtesy and respect. So in terms of strength, although Hinata has some defects for the time being, judging from the momentum and the head of a family, she has already formed a relatively complete prototype. Her change has made the people in the family who were originally dissatisfied with their personalities begin to change a little. As long as she can grow smoothly, she will undoubtedly become a qualified head of the family. This is a training for Hinata. So, Ryusuke didn't care about these things anymore, but let Hinata do it. Sunny morning. Ryusuke, who had just sent Hinata to school, came home and went directly to the training ground. This time, he took a month's vacation. The secondary reason is that the pressure he has been studying hard has finally come to fruition. Ryusuke closed his eyes and stood quietly in an open space in the forest, with dense and majestic towering ancient trees nearby. Veins popped up beside his eye sockets. Although his eyelids were closed, all the images around him were clearly reflected in his eyes and appeared in his mind. The playful birds jumped and glided between the branches. The insects in the soil twisted their smooth bodies hard to get out of the ground. The morning dew dripped on the leaves, and the texture of the leaves was clearly visible. These images were like dynamic wallpapers on the computer screen, beautiful and peaceful. The chakra in Liangji's body surged wildly and gathered near his eye sockets. The picture in his eyes was clearer, and the range he could see was farther, and the perception range covered 1/6 of the forest area. The huge information chain brought by the wide perception range made his mind turn quickly, processing various senses conveyed by the outside world. Momentum. Recalling the feelings in the past, the changes caused by the accidental success a few days ago and the feelings at that time were all filtered through his mind. Liangji's spirit and energy were raised to the extreme at this moment. The arm that was unconsciously drooping suddenly exerted force at this moment, and the palm of his hand clenched into a fist. His tightly closed eyes opened, and a glimmer of light flashed in his blue-white pupils. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The next second, everything changed dramatically in front of his eyes. Boom! Dull sounds came from all directions. Within the range that Ryusuke could see, gravity seemed to change out of thin air, making all objects, including living things, feel pressure and stagnated after the vibration. Nearby, the birds and beasts that were originally playing happily seemed to be awakened, and they all fled quickly with their little hooves. Even if some birds could not fly, they ran with their branch-like feet, as if there were some flood beasts in this forest. The scattered birds and beasts in the forest brought a lot of movement to this training ground. Only the trees hardly changed. But some relatively fragile and subtle life forms, such as insects, lost their voices directly under this vibration. Invisibly, Ryusuke deprived many lives. The chakra in his body was almost drained out instantly, and several parts of his body could not bear this pressure and transmitted tingling pain. Lying directly on the ground, Ryusuke stretched his limbs to make himself more comfortable, and his mouth and nose emitted heavy gasps. But this feeling of fatigue did not make Ryusuke feel any discomfort, but made him extremely excited. Because he succeeded. While outputting chakra, he used the Byakugan as a carrier and the invisible momentum as a transfer interface to launch indiscriminate substantial pressure in all directions. And compared with the pressure that was sometimes effective and sometimes not in the past, he successfully used it through his own consciousness this time. Although the preparation process took a while and there was no way to use it in battle for the time being, Ryusuke believed that this would be solved soon. As for the power, it was entirely because Ryusuke just stretched his perception range as much as possible in order not to cause too much noise. Under the influence of the range, the power would become relatively weak. If this range is compressed, the power will also increase accordingly. It's not easy. After a short rest, the chakra in his body recovered a little, and Ryusuke straightened up and sat up from the lawn. In a year, knowing that the result is 1, the process of exploring from 0 to 1 is really complicated. But after all, This is a secret technique based on the bloodline limit, and the difficulty of development is much more difficult than ordinary ninjutsu. However, just like the raised nan that Minato Namikaze spent several years developing, Ryusuke doesn't know whether the pressure used by Kagaya Otsutsuki is the same as his, but he knows very well that his pressure is still just an embryo. He still has many ideas to extend the secret technique he developed, to make this embryo grow and become a more powerful secret technique. It's time for lunch. The joy brought by this practice is still high, but Ryusuke's physical emptiness makes him forcefully suppress the idea of continuing to familiarize himself with the secret technique. The chakra is almost exhausted. Although he has the physical strength to move after a rest, he still needs to replenish some food and rest. After all, he is still very dangerous during this period. He took such a long leave from school, and the secondary aspect is to familiarize himself with his secret technique, so there must be a main reason. The main reason is that the progress bar in his mind is about to reach its peak. Although it has been hovering at the 99% stage, it is possible to break through to 100% at any time. He cannot predict what will happen at that time. Therefore, he tried his best to keep his body in a relatively stable state without any excessive situation. Thanks to the book friend 150503132855107 for his reward support. Chapter 58 The Second Transformation. The progress bar in his mind is the biggest foundation for Ryusuke's future development. The first progress bar was completed, which brought him the evolution of bloodline, making him have the Byakugan that is closer to the Otsutsuki clan. Now 3 years have passed, and in these 3 long years, Ryusuke has experienced a lot of things. Improve his own abilities and develop the secret technique of bloodline limit. Let his father look at him with new eyes, trust and value him. In the middle of last year, when he was 5 years old, he went to ninja school with Hinata and raised his own wife. On the way to school, Naruto's character was slightly affected. Near the end of the year, he completed a task given by the clan, and arranged a real combat test for himself. It seems not much, but in fact, the completion of each task took him a lot of time. And now, at the age of 6, he is finally about to usher in the second transformation. The research on this progress bar has always been in my mind. But whether it is starting from the diet, or strengthening the intensity of practice, or even really treating this progress bar as an experience bar and killing enemies to improve, it has not shown a trend of growth. It was as if this experience bar was more like a timer, which would only grow as time went by. So later on, Ryusuke didn't pay too much attention to it, but would check what stage this progress had reached after getting up every day. And recently, this progress has finally reached near perfection. In order to prevent his transformation from being completed in the classroom or in the outside world, exposing his own differences, Ryusuke took a month off and waited for the transformation to come at home. Father, there is something more important that I need to explain to you in advance. After lunch, Ryusuke called him when Hinata Hayashi just got up and was about to go back to the study to work. Come to the study. Hinata Hayashi's footsteps paused for a moment, turned his head to look at him, and after leaving a word, he started again. After he left, only Ryusuke and Hanabi were left in the cafeteria. Ryusuke looked at Hanabi, who was sitting on a special high chair at the dining table, and was stuffing food into her mouth with a small spoon. Hanabi, eat slowly. Auntie Liang will come to accompany you later. Hanabi's cheeks were bulging with rice stuffed in her mouth, like a hamster. She could only nod obediently, and her mouth was no longer able to speak back. He picked up a tissue with a smile and helped her wipe the rice grains from her mouth. Then Ryusuke left the dining room. First, he came to the kitchen and called the housekeeper Liang to accompany Hanabi, and then he walked towards the study. Dong dong dong. Knocked on the wooden door of the study, and the voice of Hinata Hayashi came from inside. He opened the door and walked in. His father was already sitting at the desk, waiting for him to come. As soon as he sat down, Hinata Hayashi across from him asked impatiently, "Is it about training?" Although he didn't know the details, he could more or less guess a little from the fact that Ryusuke asked for leave. Yes. Ryusuke nodded, actually. I have had some problems with my health recently. Instantly, the moment this sentence came out, he could clearly feel the strong emotional fluctuations in his father. What's going on? He frowned and asked in a deep voice. I can feel that my body will change in the near future, just like my Byakugan changed a few years ago. Ryusuke explained with a chuckle, but this is not necessarily bad news. Change. Hinata Hayashi frowned and was stunned. You mean, regressing to the ancestors again? But soon, he denied this idea, but your Byakugan is already at the same level as the founder of the Hyuga clan in the history of the Hyuga records. Although it has not yet fully grown up and possessed the devastating power in the records, you can already see through the future. If it is a regress again, then perhaps it should not be called regress, but evolution. Hinata Hayashi's expression suddenly became enthusiastic. Regression is a change that occurs when the bloodline is extremely superior, and regains the abilities that only ancestors once possessed. But now, Ryusuke's situation should not be said to be reversion. In terms of ability, he is likely to surpass his ancestors and get further evolution. Maybe. Ryusuke's smile was a little awkward. In fact, strictly speaking, his current Byakugan is slightly inferior to the real Otsutsuki. After all, in fact, he has not yet mastered the ability to see through the future. This is just Ryusuke's nonsense to make up for his understanding of the plot and fool his father. But this is not important. For the time being, he himself does not know what kind of changes his transformation will bring to his body. Big, about what time? Hyuga Hayashi suppressed his excitement and asked in a low voice. But his words still couldn't help trembling. It was really this kind of thing that made him too excited. As the contemporary patriarch of the Hyuga clan, it was too difficult for him to suppress his emotions to have a younger generation like Ryusuke who brought him surprises from time to time. Ryusuke's bloodline evolved and transformed again and again, which meant that his daughter and his offspring in the future would have the possibility of inheriting this talent. The rise of the Hyuga clan will begin with his generation. I can't predict this. Ryusuke said helplessly, so I took leave recently to stay at home, just to avoid the situation where I am outside when problems arise. Then stay at home. Going to school doesn't make any sense for you anyway. You can teach Hinata to do the things you said. She has indeed made a lot of progress recently. Hyuga Hayashi's tone became a little strange when he mentioned Hinata. His daughter, whom he looked down on, had the possibility of rising after losing his control, which made him doubt his own educational methods. The main reason I came to you today is that I may have a certain degree of abnormality in the process of change, so I informed you in advance to avoid you worrying at that time. Ryusuke said the purpose of this explanation. When he transformed for the first time, he was a person who was not paid attention to, so it didn't matter. But now for the second time, his identity is already a member of the Hyuga clan, and he is the son-in-law that Hyuga Hayashi cares about the most. If he is in the clan area and his body is abnormal, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of Hyuga Hayashi. So Ryusuke needs to report the possible situation in advance, so as not to. Just when he thought of this, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, and the chakra in his body was like hot magma, boiling in his body. With almost no hesitation, he closed his eyes. And he didn't know when, the progress bar in his mind had reached 100%. Transformation began at this moment. Chapter 59 3 days. Thump, thump. The violent beating of the heart inside sounded in Ryusuke's ears. In addition to the heartbeat, he could even hear the sound of blood flowing in his body like a rolling Yangtze River. The sound of bones creaking. The sound of internal organs gurgling. These extremely subtle sounds that only exist inside the body were infinitely magnified in his mind. This abrupt physical change made Ryusuke unable to say anything before he was covered by the uncontrollable pain. What's wrong? Ryusuke. In the blurred vision, Ryusuke could see Hinata Hayashi across a desk, and he appeared beside him in just a blink of an eye. His expression was very flustered, and his tone was full of worry. And the chair he was sitting on seemed to be directly shaken away by the huge movement, and directly smashed on the wall behind, and scattered into several pieces of wood and wooden boards. No wonder Ryusuke could perceive the surrounding environment so well while enduring severe pain. I don't know when, his white eyes had opened involuntarily at the moment when his body changed. Even if he didn't want to notice the surrounding environment, he just wanted to face the changes in his body with all his heart, but there was no way. All the situations were like pieces of data code, forcibly input into his mind, forcing him to divide some of his mind to deal with it. Lying on the ground, Ryusuke clenched his fists and curled up into a ball. Beside him, the usually old-fashioned and serious Hyuga Hayashi had disappeared, replaced by a face full of tension. He squatted beside him, a little at a loss. The Byakugan had already opened, and he could see the terrible situation in Ryusuke's body, but he was powerless. His two arms were stagnant in mid-air. He didn't know whether he should find a medical ninja to come over, but he was afraid of disturbing Ryusuke, so he didn't dare to move at all. This was the first time that Hyuga Hayashi saw Ryusuke showing this expression. Usually, this precocious and reassuring child always had a calm smile. This situation in front of him made him feel a little tormented. After all, this was the child he watched grow up. Although he was not his own child, he was also his son-in-law. Moreover, the weight that Ryusuke holds in his heart is no less than Hinata and the family, and even more. Come on, Ryusuke. Without being able to do anything, Hyuga Hayashi could only squat silently beside him and cheer Ryusuke up. And Ryusuke, he is in pain now. It is completely different from the first transformation. When the progress bar reached the maximum value for the first time, his pain was more in his eyes, and it did not last long. The transformation process was over in less than half a day. But this time was different. This time, not only his eyes were swollen and painful as if they were about to burst, but his whole body was experiencing tearing pain. Not only around the eye sockets, the veins were exposed because of the opening of the white eyes, but also in many places on his body, the veins were exposed because of excessive force. Sweat had already soaked his clothes, and his pale hair was like seaweed floating on the water. But Ryusuke did not release the pain in his heart by shouting, but gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Although part of his mind was affected by the surrounding environment, most of his thoughts were still paying attention to the changes in his body. As time passed and the pain intensified, the changes in his body caused by this transformation became more and more obvious. The strength of the mind and body was increasing. The flexibility and strength of the limbs were also changing. The ability of the Byakugan was improved, and it was more significant than the last time, and the range of perception was significantly expanded. If there was any emotion that could make Ryusuke ignore the pain in such severe pain, it was the excitement of watching his strength increase rapidly in a short period of time. The joy and excitement were high, and Ryusuke clearly felt the changes in himself, and he suddenly felt that the pain was reduced a lot. He was not a person with special hobbies, but if this kind of pain could bring about an increase in strength, he didn't mind. Originally, in the eyes of Hinata Hayashi, Ryusuke, who looked painful and seemed to be suffering from unbearable pain, seemed to have signs of improvement. Although he still clenched his fists, as if he was fighting this change with all his strength, the emotion in his eyes was obviously different from the pain just now. When the situation in Ryusuke's body stabilized, 3 days had passed. Time passed quickly. Although he didn't know the exact time, the interweaving of day and night in the outside world still made him understand how many days had passed. During these 3 days, his father was almost always by his side. No one was allowed to enter the study, including Hinata and Hanabi. Every time it was time to eat, he would use the shadow clone to deliver food to the room. Although Ryusuke didn't have the ability to eat every time, the food never stopped, and each time it was more abundant than the last. In short, how long it took for Ryusuke to transform, how long Hinata Hayashi stayed with him, almost never leaving, and his body was even more tense, so that he could respond to emergencies at any time, without relaxing a bit. It seemed, it was over. Ryusuke's curled up body began to slowly stretch out. In the eyes of Hinata Hayashi, he struggled to get up from the ground little by little. Half squatting in a horse stance, with his hands on his knees, he straightened his back little by little. Drops of sweat as big as beans slid down Ryusuke's cheeks and dripped onto the ground. But his face returned to his usual smile, and this time his smile was brighter than any other time. "I seem to have become much stronger." A hoarse voice with a dry throat sounded from Ryusuke's mouth. Although the pain still had residual power, the huge changes in his body were slowly subsiding, and the organs began to resume their usual functions, and the blood flow also became slow. Everything in his body was slowly returning to calm. "Do you want to eat? I'll go get you a glass of water." Hinata Hayashi asked nervously. "Thank you, father, I'm a little hungry." Ryusuke nodded gratefully. After 3 days without eating, even ordinary people would feel hungry, not to mention that he had experienced a transformation that broke through the limit in the process. "Call me if you have anything, I'll go find Aoyang to prepare it for you." Hinata Hayashi said quickly, and the person had disappeared in the house. He even used the instant body technique to move, covering the soles of his feet with chakra to increase his speed. The love and care that Hinata Hayashi originally didn't know how to express, or was too embarrassed to express, had been completely worn out in these 3 days. This feeling of being cared for was very comfortable, and Ryusuke relaxed his body. While talking, the changes in his body had completely stabilized. And in his mind, the progress bar had once again returned to 0. If nothing unexpected happened, the next transformation should be 3 years later, that is, when he was 9 years old. Chapter 60 Hard Work Pays Off. The transformation ended at noon. After a while of eating and drinking, Ryusuke took a comfortable bath and then came to the training ground. And Hyuga Hayashi also took advantage of this short time to rest for a while. These days, he didn't even blink for a few seconds, just sitting in the study, guarding Ryusuke. Afternoon. In the training ground exclusively occupied by the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi had been waiting for a long time. With a pair of dark circles under his eyes, although he was mentally exhausted, his tone was full of impatience and asked, "How is it? Are there any changes in your body?" Hyuga Hayashi was the one who witnessed the whole process of Ryusuke's transformation, and he was still in the state of opening his white eyes. To be honest, this process is very wonderful. There is no process of training, but under this change, every organ of Ryusuke's body seems to have independent consciousness and begins to improve itself. Almost every second, he can feel that Ryusuke's physical strength is changing. But specifically, Hyuga Hayashi still wants to hear Ryusuke's feelings. "I'll give you an answer through actual actions," Ryusuke said with a chuckle, and in the next second, his body disappeared from Hyuga Hayashi's sight. With almost no hesitation, Hyuga Hayashi opened his Byakugan, and only then could he see Ryusuke's figure from a few dozen meters away. Pure physical speed. He soon saw what Ryusuke called a change. He didn't use the amplification of chakra, but his pure physical speed now has the same level as when the chakra was amplified. The next moment, when the chakra in Ryusuke's body surged and flowed through his body, and began to amplify various functions of his body, his speed increased again. His figure once again disappeared from Hyuga Hayashi's sight. With a frown, he poured more chakra into his Byakugan. When the range of Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan's insight expanded several times, reaching the limit that his eyes could bear, he once again captured Ryusuke's figure. This means that in the next actual combat training with Ryusuke, he must exert 100% of his strength and face the battle seriously to ensure that he will not lose in the process of fighting. Boom! At this moment, in the dense forest of the training ground. A towering ancient tree was directly broken from the trunk like a warning sign that was pushed down. Dust flew, and among the scattered birds and beasts, Ryusuke slowly retracted his slightly numb shoulders. In this attack, he also relied on pure physical strength. Each of these ancient trees has a history of more than 100 years, and its hardness is far beyond the comparison of those seedlings. But it was so easy, he directly broke the tree trunk with pure physical strength, without the help of chakra or any ninjutsu power. Slowly twisting his shoulders, Ryusuke could feel how huge the recoil force brought by the collision just now was. In the previous attack, he did not use fists or elbows, which are relatively strong parts of the human body. Instead, he tested the strength of the body while testing the strength. He directly relied on his body to hit the tree trunk, and did not use any force techniques in the process. In this case, only some traces were left on the surface of his body, and the internal muscles, bones, and meridians were not affected too much, just slightly numb. Speed and strength have been improved, and the strength of the body is the same. Ryusuke stretched his body. Unlike the first transformation, when only the white eyes and blood changed, this time, not only his eyes changed, but also his body changed to a great extent. Next is, the white eyes. Turning back, Ryusuke's white eyes directly penetrated the woods in front of him and saw Hyuga Hayashi outside the forest. Looking at each other, he nodded gently, opened his mouth and said something silently. "Please step back." In the distance, facing his words, Hyuga Hayashi was obviously stunned for a moment, and then stepped back 100 meters and entered a state of combat readiness to deal with emergencies. In his field of vision, Ryusuke closed his eyes after seeing him ready. Boom! Before Hyuga Hayashi could figure out what he wanted to do, the roar was deafening. The nearby birds and beasts fled in all directions amid the roar. With Ryusuke as the center, all the trees and land within a radius of 100 meters seemed to be crushed by a meteorite falling from the sky, and they were half a meter shorter. And all the living things in this area, whether hares, insects, or even birds in the sky, were turned into pools of bloody mud in an instant. God, miracle! Hyuga Hayashi stared at everything in front of him with his eyes wide open. It all happened too fast, with almost no signs, and he didn't even have time to observe the changes in Ryusuke's chakra. Such power is like the kind of destructive power that only ancient ninjas possessed in Hyuga history. Such godlike power has only been possessed by the two brothers Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in recent years. Sure enough, Uchiha and Senju have it, so how could they Hyuga not have it? Hinata Hayashi looked at Ryusuke with eager eyes. In the forest, Ryusuke opened his eyes and saw the devastation in front of him. He raised his hands and looked at his palms. There was still some chakra left in his body, and everything in front of him was the power after compressing the range of perception. However, the pressure is more fluent, is it? Am I really on the same path as Kagaya Otsutsuki? Ryusuke frowned, feeling a little confused. He had expected that his eyes would change after the transformation. But the improvement was in the proficiency of the abilities he had already mastered, which really surprised him. Now, whether it is illusion or pressure, it is smoother than before, as if it has been running in for a long time. No, that's not right, these transformations have nothing to do with Kagaya Otsutsuki. But soon, Ryusuke denied this idea. How could it be so coincidental that he just thought about it and walked on Kagaya Otsutsuki's old path, and it was two different techniques of illusion and pressure. In this case, the progress bar in his mind may not be aimed at his own bloodline, but at his own abilities. Perhaps, just as he thought at the beginning, this progress bar is more like a limiter. After reaching the limit, it will help him unlock a certain degree of restrictions. Or the improvement of blood, or the skills he mastered, or the strength of his body. But the actual ability needs to be mastered by himself. For example, illusion and coercion, he spent time and energy to develop them, so after the transformation, his use of these two skills has been improved. Even the strength of his body has been improved. On the other hand, when he first transformed, he had not experienced high-intensity training, but only paid special attention to the pupil technique, so he transformed and got the improvement of blood and the Byakugan closer to Otsutsuki. Thanks to the book friends Yuzu Meng and the author Hishua Taishui, I think so too, for their rewards and support. Chapter 61 Uchiha is gone. 3 years is a cumulative process. And the efforts made in the cumulative process will determine the final result. This is a progress bar that can only be rewarded with efforts. If you don't work hard, the possible transformation will be very small. This is the second transformation, and Ryusuke speculates about the progress bar in his mind. Of course, whether it is actually true or not, we have to wait for the third transformation to draw a conclusion. And this time, Ryusuke will pay attention to the direction of his efforts and the direction he has not spent his mind on during these 3 years of practice, to see if the gap between the two will be large at that time. How do you feel? Seeing Ryusuke coming out of the dead forest, Hyuga Hayashi hurried forward and asked, "Will the technique just now put a great burden on the body? Any use of power will have a certain price." According to the history of Hyuga, during the Warring States period, Uchiha Madara was blind for a period of time after awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. It is suspected that after awakening the Manjiki, the body could not bear the burden of consumption. Although it is not known how he solved this problem later, Hyuga Hayashi is very afraid that Ryusuke will encounter such a thing. After all, it took thousands of years for the Byakugan to evolve and acquire new abilities, and only Ryusuke in the Hyuga clan could do it. "Father, don't worry, I feel very good. Apart from the consumption of chakra, my body has no other burden." Ryusuke chuckled and replied. Although he was very powerful just now, in fact, the chakra in his body has not been completely consumed. In other words, even if he does it again now, he can do it completely. In this transformation, both the body and the spirit have been upgraded, and the ability of the Byakugan has also been increased, which means that the amount of chakra has also been improved. Ryusuke's current chakra amount is about 3 times that of the past, which has surpassed the level of ordinary ninjas. You should pay more attention when using the Byakugan. But Hyuga Hayashi was obviously not at ease with this. Many diseases caused by bloodline boundaries are accumulated in some small details. You should pay more attention. If those subtle burdens accumulate and explode one day, I'm afraid your body can't bear it. Ryusuke nodded, "I understand." He may know better than Hyuga Hayashi how terrible the so-called bloodline disease is. Whether it is the corpse vein, ice release, or the Sharingan, samsara eye, etc., there are obvious sequelae of bloodline. So Hyuga Hayashi doesn't need to say more, he will pay attention to it. In the past, every time he trained, he was very careful about the changes in his body when using the Byakugan, but when the chakra was sufficient, using the Byakugan did not bring any burden to his body. Whether it was vision or body. "Go back first, it's almost time to rest." Hyuga Hayashi scanned Ryusuke up and down with the Byakugan again, and after confirming that there was no problem, he closed the Byakugan. "These days, I'm the same as you, I haven't closed my eyes. You should go back and rest quickly, there is still some time before dinner." Ryusuke nodded and retracted his Byakugan. One tall and one short, 2 figures slowly walked out of the training ground. As for the commotion caused by Ryusuke just now, someone will naturally come to clean it up. "I won't have dinner. I have to get up to deal with some things that have accumulated recently. I may have to stay up all night tonight. I'll eat after I get up." Hinata Hayashi looked very tired, and his walking posture was not as straight as before, but a little loose. "Let's get up tomorrow to deal with it." Ryusuke looked at him worriedly, dealing with these things consumes energy. If you don't get enough rest, it will have a great impact on your body. If it's just some ordinary trivial matters, I can put it off until tomorrow. Hinata Hayashi's tired expression slowly returned to seriousness. He turned his head to look at Ryusuke, just in the few days when you transformed, the Uchiha clan was exterminated, and you will never guess who the murderer is. Uchiha Itachi. The smile on Ryusuke's face was restrained, but he spit out a name without hesitation. As for this, Hyuga Hayashi, who wanted to keep it a secret, paused, but soon smiled helplessly. Yes, your eyes can see it, but why don't you try to stop it from happening? Although the Uchiha are our long-term rivals, their extermination may not be a good thing for us. But it may not be a bad thing. Ryusuke smiled and replied, we Hyuga should not get involved in this matter. Father, you should go to bed early and get up tomorrow to deal with those matters. Unknowingly, they have come to the door of their home from the training ground. Okay, I'll listen to you. Hinata Hayashi hesitated for a moment and nodded, but I want to remind you that the story behind this is not that simple. There may be other people in the village involved. The intelligence materials sent by the tribesmen about this matter are all in my study. You can go and have a look. In the future, you don't have to report to me about the things in the study. You can read them at will. There is a secret door at the innermost of the third bookshelf, the highest row. There are some more important information inside. You should pay special attention to the red and black volumes. Okay. Ryusuke nodded. After entering the house, Hyuga Hayashi went back to his room to rest. And he was not tired mentally or physically because of the torture during this period of time, but was full of energy because of the transformation. Hinata had not returned home yet. He thought about it, but did not go to play with Hanabi, but went directly to the study. Following his father's instructions, Ryusuke found the secret door on the third bookshelf. Inside the secret door, there were several scrolls of different colors. There were no other colors, so he directly took out the black scroll and the red scroll that his father mentioned. He came down from the elevated ladder and came to the desk. He sat down where his father used to sit and turned on the desk lamp. First, he spread out the red scroll and put it on the table. At first glance, Ryusuke saw the 4 big characters Sarutobi Hiruzen. The smile on his face became even bigger. Sure enough, the information about some high-level people in the village was definitely not as simple as Ryusuke had come into contact with before. What he had read through the intelligence chain before were all well-known trivial matters. This scroll records everything about the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, from studying in the ninja school, to graduating from the school and becoming the second Hokage, and then becoming the third Hokage, and so on. Regarding this record, the first editor was Ryusuke's grandfather in the strict sense, that is, Hinata Hayashi's father. The content of these records is very messy, mixed with some views and opinions of the 2 editors. However, these views and opinions have been changing all the time. Sometimes they think Sarutobi Hiruzen is a hero who is willing to give everything for the village, but sometimes, he will become a selfish hypocrite. Thank you for your reward support from the book friend Du Napian Tiana. Chapter 62, The Observer's Perspective. There is no absolute right or wrong in the world, there are only different standpoints. Under the light, Ryusuke sat at the table where his father usually worked, his fingers pressed on the scroll, and slid down as he read. I don't know when he started to look at things from the perspective of a bystander, so that he can understand the essence of things more clearly and make corresponding correct judgments based on his own situation. As the Hokage of the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen made many decisions, some of which were good and some were bad. He made the decision to sacrifice the lives of a few people in exchange for victory in the war. There were also cases where he led the village to fight a desperate battle, and even left a suicide note in advance, ready to sacrifice himself. But if you look at his decisions from the perspective of a bystander, from a perspective where you don't know the results, in fact, most of the time they are for the benefit of the village. Although these decisions may not be good for Hyuga. However, these records are not complete. The victory or defeat of many battlefields always lacks an important part at a critical moment, lacking a little bit of chips that can determine the situation. A Wonderful Life. Ryusuke read very quickly. After reading word by word, less than half an hour had passed. The amount of information was very rich, but he had memorized it completely. Then what happened next? He set his eyes on the black scroll. In fact, he didn't need to open it to know who the person on this scroll was. After opening it, there was almost no surprise that the name on this scroll was Shimura Danzo. This is a name that only a few people in the village remember. When most people mention this name, their first reaction is that they don't know him. But if we talk about the history of Konoha village in detail and talk about the strong men who galloped on the battlefield in the past, some people will probably remember his name and what he did. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is a conservative person who considers problems from the perspective of the village, then Shimura Danzo is definitely a radical person who is willing to put the village in an extremely dangerous environment in exchange for greater benefits for the village. He is a very capable person, but also an extremely dangerous person. On the other side of the desk is the recent extermination of the Uchiha clan. As someone who knows the future, Ryusuke knows very well that Shimura Danzo is behind this matter. As a major force in the village, Uchiha is unstable in the absence of the main force in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen will try to consider the best of both worlds. But Shimura Danzo will not, he will not tolerate anything that is not good for the village. Since this force is unstable, it is very likely that Konoha will turn the tables when Konoha is in danger, so just take advantage of the current Konoha and clean it up directly. This Shimura Danzo does not seem to care about the impact on Konoha after losing this power. From his past performance and what he may do in the future, Ryusuke thinks he may have a mentality. That is, as long as he is there, Konoha will not be in trouble. But he does have the capital to be arrogant. Reading Shimura Danzo's past carefully, Ryusuke can compare his intelligence information with many missing parts in Sarutobi Hiruzen's information. From the late period of the First Ninja World War, when Sarutobi Hiruzen took office as the third Hokage, to the Second Ninja World War and the Third Ninja World War, there were hundreds of battles of all sizes in these three wars that affected the entire ninja world. Among them, there were many battles that Konoha should have lost, but they won inexplicably. These processes determined the battle situation as an important bargaining chip, but Ryusuke did not see it in Sarutobi Hiruzen's record scroll. But he learned a lot in Shimura Danzo's record scroll, but many of them were disgraceful. In the late period of the First Ninja World War, after the sacrifice of the second-generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen took up the banner and joined his contemporary partners Shimura Danzo, Mito Kato-en, Yuditen Koharu, Akimichi Tofu, and Uchiha Kagami to counterattack the Hidden Cloud village. In the end, he won the battle and established his position and the short-term stability of Konoha village. During this war, Shimura Danzo used the lives and materials of some Konoha ninjas to alienate the Mist Shadow and Uegakuer, so that they had no time to attack Konoha while they were fighting the Kumigakuer. This was a strategy, but it was an ignominious one, so he did not receive any awards or merits. The victory and end of the Second Ninja World War and the Third Ninja World War all had his shadow behind them. He was like the dark side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, shouldering all the negatives. So, he was indeed capable of being arrogant. However, compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who lived in the sun, Shimura Danzo had very little information. Even the intelligence chain of the two generations of the Hyuga clan was only collected a little bit, so Ryusuke actually didn't know much, and couldn't be sure that his guess was right. This is the real ninja world. Compared to the memory, when he looked at the world from the perspective of the cheerful Naruto, what Ryusuke saw now was more comprehensive and more real. The saying that those who play politics are dirty is not just a casual remark. Perhaps from the perspective of the common people in Konoha village, or those who are on the same path as Sarutobi Hiruzen and are willing to sacrifice everything for the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a very good leader. His existence protects the interests of the majority of people and allows the majority of people to live in a relatively stable environment. But for those whose interests have been violated or even endangered, he is a complete hypocrite. He is a person who only smiles in front of the majority. However, Ryusuke can understand this point. After all, many things cannot be completed to take into account everyone. As a leader, he can only choose the majority. It's much more complicated than I thought. Fortunately, I didn't get involved in this matter. After learning about these things in front of him, Ryusuke became more and more sure of his decision. Anyway, he is not familiar with Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi has not met him a few times, and Uchiha Sasuke gives him a bad face every day. Even if Uchiha is no longer a threat to the village, he does not intend to contact Uchiha Sasuke, the orphan. As for, originally he and Hyuga Hayashi had been worried about whether the Hyuga family would be suspected of being the only one without the Uchiha as a check and balance, but now Ryusuke is not worried at all. I don't know if it's because he has been considering more and more things recently, but Ryusuke has become more and more familiar with looking at things from the perspective of an observer. Those things that he used to worry about, when he looked at them without the identity of the Hyuga clan's royal family, suddenly felt less complicated. For example, the current status of their Hyuga clan in the village. Chapter 63 Hinata's situation. Uchiha is a strong destabilizing factor, and the clan is even plotting a coup to return to the power center of Konoha. For such things, Shimura Danzo, who can't tolerate the slightest bit of sand in his eyes, can't tolerate it, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is the third-generation Hokage, can't tolerate it either. So, although he didn't want Konoha to lose such a powerful fighting force, he was always hesitant. But he undoubtedly acquiesced to Danzo's behavior. In this village, there are ANBU everywhere, and his spies are everywhere. Some more important people, such as who Naruto contacts every day, he knows everything, not to mention Danzo, who is more important than Naruto. You must know that in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, although he relies on Danzo, he is also wary of Danzo. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen can tolerate Danzo's attack on Uchiha, but it doesn't mean that he can tolerate the decline of the only remaining I-Technique family in the village Hyuga. When Ryusuke looked at Hyuga and Konoha from the perspective of an observer, he found that the situation of the Hyuga clan was not as complicated as he and his father imagined. The outside world is full of countries that have been eyeing the Fire Country with eager eyes. However, Konoha has been consuming its fighting power. Whether it is the death of the fourth Hokage or the extermination of the Uchiha clan, it has had a significant impact on the village. The Hyuga clan is different from the Uchiha clan. Although they are proud of their outstanding talents, they are still relatively low-key and easygoing when they come into contact with people in the village. Although the Hyuga clan also has the idea of invading the power center of the village, they have always hidden it well. As for the people of the branch family, they cannot have free thoughts like the Uchiha clan because they are crowned as birds in a cage. When Hyuga Hayashi gave the order and requirement to treat other people in the village kindly, they could only do it. Under such circumstances, the image of the Hyuga clan in the village is well maintained. It is also for this reason that they were not driven to the periphery of the village like the Uchiha clan, but have always been in the center of the village and respected by many villagers. Not to mention the attitude of the civilians in the village towards Hyuga, even many ninjas in the village have received favors from Hyuga. You should know that the role of the Byakugan on the battlefield is very huge and can play a decisive role in the battle. Many ninjas have been saved by Hyuga, and many victories are also due to Hyuga's perception ability. As a powerful family in the village, if the Uchiha clan is exterminated, everyone may applaud, but if something happens to the Hyuga, most people are still worried. Hyuga is equivalent to the eyes of Konoha. Without this pair of eyes, the future battlefield will lose a lot of advantages. So in this situation of external and internal troubles, the status of their clan is still relatively high. As long as they maintain the previous stability and kindness, Konoha will be afraid of them, but in fact they will not take action against them, because there is no reason. Konoha village is not intolerant of geniuses or strong people, but intolerant of those unstable factors and those who want to engage in individualism instead of considering the interests of the group. Even if there is one, it can only be Shimura Danzo, because Sarutobi Hiruzen is confident that he can control him. Under the desk lamp, Ryusuke's face was expressionless and his eyes were a little cold. When all the intelligence data gathered in his mind and he was thinking about and sorting out these situations, he needed to maintain absolute rationality. Only when there is no personal emotion, standing at any angle, and not considering that he is a Hyuga, can he make the most favorable judgment. Dong dong dong. The high-speed thinking was interrupted, and Ryusuke suddenly opened his white eyes. His cold eyes directly penetrated the wooden door and saw the situation outside the house. Then, his cold eyes slowly converged and became soft. "Here we come!" Ryusuke loudly signaled to the people outside the house, and he heard it. He quickly put away the two scrolls and put them back to their original place. He turned off the desk lamp and came to the door. Gently turning the door handle, Ryusuke opened the door. Outside the house, the girl's lavender long hair floated with the airflow when the door opened. Hinata's eyes widened, and she raised her head high to look at Ryusuke's face. "Ryusuke! Ryusuke, you've grown taller." As if she had a natural alertness to the study, her voice became very soft and her tone was extremely cautious. Although it was only 3 days, it seemed that a long time had passed since they last saw each other. "Yeah, something happened recently, and I've grown a lot taller." Ryusuke lowered his head, looked at Hinata, who was a head shorter, and smiled and replied, reaching out to pat her little head. Then, he turned his gaze to the dark night outside the house. "So it's already night." The study had no windows, and only the table lamp provided light in the dim room. He was immersed in his thoughts and did not develop his perception. He didn't realize that it had been so long just now. With half-closed eyes, Hinata enjoyed the touch like a kitten. "Auntie Aoyang said you have come out once, let me ask you if you want to have dinner." "Of course." Ryusuke nodded, took back the palm on her head and walked outside. Behind him, Hinata seemed to be in a good mood, jumping and following him. "What have you been doing recently? Father won't let us see you, and won't tell us why. Hanabi and I are very worried about you. Because the training has reached a relatively important stage, I need a relatively quiet environment to do some enlightenment. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you in advance and made you worry." "It's okay. But during the time you were away, a lot of things happened in the school. That Uzumaki Naruto turned out to be so powerful. He won the first place in the recent practical course. I can't beat him. But it's mainly because Uchiha Sasuke didn't attend the class. Something seems to have happened in his family." While chatting and listening to Hinata telling about interesting things in school, they walked towards the cafeteria. "Did Naruto get first place?" Ryusuke was a little surprised. After all, he had never fought with Naruto, let alone seen him take action. His impression of him was temporarily limited to the last place in the original work and the top 3 in the theoretical course in the current timeline. Although he knew that Naruto had a big change in personality compared to the original timeline, he didn't know his actual strength. Unconsciously, he asked a few more questions. "The main reason is that Naruto's wind ninjutsu is very powerful." Hinata said distressedly, "I haven't learned the 8 trigrams palm yet. I can't get close to him just by relying on the soft fist. And his chakras seems to be abundant. I can't save the situation if he uses various ninjutsu continuously. Even if I see his skills through the Byakugan, I can't respond well. In addition, his physical skills are not weak, and his physical fitness is much better than ordinary people. It sounds like his strength is very comprehensive." Listening to Hinata's narration, Ryusuke was a little surprised, but thinking about it carefully, the difference between the current Naruto and the original is still quite large. Under his guidance, Naruto now often entangles the third Hokage. Although there is no formal apprenticeship, in fact, the guidance of the third Hokage to him is no different from that of a personal disciple. Naruto himself has good talent, but because of the influence of the Nine Tails chakra, he is very poor in control and cannot use ninjutsu well. Now, with the guidance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a ninjutsu doctor, his strength surpassing his peers is like an inevitable event. I would like to thank my book friends Xiao Hualuojin and Dagu Ao Tang for their support and rewards. I have been promoted to the next level through recommendation. I would like to thank my friends Chu Chu for their support, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, and rewards. If all goes well, you can see me in Sanjiang in 3 weeks. Chapter 64 Apply for Graduation. I have submitted my application and I am ready to graduate early. After his transformation, Ryusuke looked more mature in both appearance and body shape. In order to avoid too much physical change and arouse suspicion from others, even though his second transformation was complete, he continued to stay at home and took a full month off before returning to school. This time, he soon discovered the difference around him. Originally, those who would monitor Naruto nearby disappeared, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen did not pay attention to Naruto and observe him with the telescope technique for a whole day. And when school was over, Naruto, who had not spoken to him, suddenly turned around and spoke. Ah! For a moment, Ryusuke was a little unresponsive and tilted his head to look at him strangely. Although the peaceful life in school is very good, I have accumulated a lot of theoretical knowledge and practical experience. Naruto explained with a smile, but unfortunately, school learning is always limited. During the practical test a few days ago, I realized that I had become much stronger than most people without realizing it. It's time for me to leave school and get in touch with the outside world. Although there are not many opportunities for actual combat because no one is willing to fight with him. But standing next to the training ground after school every day to observe and learn has taught him a lot. It seems that because of the 9-tailed fox in his body, his chakra amount is much more than that of ordinary people. With the ability to skillfully use the ninjutsu taught by his grandfather, he is invincible in almost every actual combat. Nowadays, no student in the school has the ability to match him in chakra amount. In battle, he is like a mobile turret, crushing everyone except Ryusuke and Sasuke who asked for leave at the same time, but this is the only thing that makes him feel sorry. Ryusuke, can I fight with you? Naruto asked with some anticipation. He knew very well that Ryusuke's strength was not as ordinary as he showed in school, and he was very likely the strongest one in the whole grade. But because he knew that his identity was sensitive, he never dared to contact Ryusuke too much, so as not to affect him. But now Naruto can feel that it seems that because of the improvement of his strength, the third-generation grandfather has been more confident in him, thinking that he can control the 9 tails, so he has withdrawn a lot of surveillance. Now, it should be. I won't fight with you. But Ryusuke directly rejected Naruto's proposal. You go find Uchiha Sasuke, he is your opponent with the same strength, you can learn a lot from him. There is no point in bullying a child, let alone such a dazzling child. Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer very wary of Naruto, and Ryusuke does not intend to fight him. But Naruto hesitated for a moment and was about to say something. But Ryusuke had already stood up. It can be seen that a practical assessment has made you feel so inflated that you have forgotten how to calm down and think. His face was restrained, and Naruto kept a smiling look in front of him, making him feel like he was looking in the mirror. I advise you that arrogance is the biggest taboo for ninjas, and it will make you fail in the execution of the mission. He looked down at Naruto, his white eyes had been opened unconsciously, and the momentum on his body had locked him invisibly. I always think you are a good person, I hope you will not disappoint me in your future growth. The tone was indifferent, as if he was indifferent to everything in the world. Opposite him, Naruto sat on a chair, cold sweat visibly oozing from his forehead, and the smile on his face froze directly. This feeling of being locked reminded him of a long, long time ago, when it was also such a time after school. At that time, he was like now, unable to move his body, unable to open his mouth to say a word, and unable to mobilize the chakra in his body. What kind of power is this? Naruto has not figured it out until now. In this situation, can he really fight with Ryusuke? Indeed, He has been a little arrogant recently. The date for the application test is coming, remember to remind me, and when you become a genin, I will treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Looking at Naruto's stunned look, Ryusuke retracted his eyes, left a word and turned around and walked out of the classroom. Hinata was still waiting for him at the training ground. Wait! Without the suppression of that strange power, Naruto finally had the opportunity to speak. Ryusuke stopped and turned back in confusion. Since you won't give me a chance to challenge, can you take me to see Uchiha Sasuke? Naruto stood up seriously, without the smile that he always imitated Ryusuke on his face. I can't just go into Konoha Hospital with my identity, and I'm not sure if they can help me find Sasuke with my identity. I don't know how long that guy will have to stay in the hospital, but I heard that his body has recovered, but he just can't accept that thing mentally. I don't have extra time to wait for him to return to school. After applying in the next few days, I will leave school. It's not good to bully students in the school as a genin. After thinking for a few seconds, Ryusuke quickly made a judgment, okay. Walking openly on the streets of Konoha, Ryusuke followed Hinata and Naruto. He was Naruto's only friend in school, and I believe that Konoha's high-ranking officials such as Sarutobi Hiruzen had known it long ago. But this contact was the result of Naruto's active approach, and they had no way to interfere. And in the process of contact, Ryusuke always kept the proper distance, which they also knew. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen might be very satisfied with his performance, and was very happy that Ryusuke kept pushing Naruto to his side, so he didn't have any talks with Hyuga Hayashi. Therefore, except that the actual battle might expose Ryusuke's long-term hiding. He now has no big relationship with Naruto in daily life, so he did not refuse this request. It always feels strange. Holding Ryusuke's hand and following him obediently, Hinata spoke in a low voice. Pedestrians on the street, whether ordinary people or ninjas, consciously avoided the three of them. Even if some people were crowded and the road was more prosperous, after they appeared, the crowd would quickly make way for them. This gave her an illusion of being the only one in the world. This was the authority that she, as a member of the Hyuga clan, had never had. When Naruto heard her words, his face was a little bitter. The Konoha hospital is in front. I'll wait at the door for you to ask about Sasuke's ward before going over. He stopped and looked at Ryusuke. No, just go in. Ryusuke smiled and shook his head, it's just visiting a patient. You have a reason and evidence. What are you afraid of? Thanks to book friends 2020512514475890 and book friend 2021020816242795 for their rewards and support. Chapter 65 Battle. When he led the two people to Konoha Hospital, Ryusuke could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the hall suddenly solidified. Time seemed to be stopped. Almost everyone was looking at the door, and they just walked in. The big guys in the hall didn't speak, but the indifference and hatred in their eyes clearly conveyed their emotions. With so many people watching, Hinata's disguise was a little bit difficult to maintain. Her palm was holding Ryusuke's hand nervously, and she almost lowered her head. This kind of gaze and atmosphere really made her feel flustered. Excuse me. Where is Uchiha Sasuke's room? But Ryusuke turned a blind eye to the scene in front of him, as if he didn't notice the strange looks of these people, and strode to the counter of the service center with Hinata. And Hinata felt a lot more at ease after feeling the force of the hand being held back. Room 4. Room 405. The middle-aged woman who was responsible for recording the ward files at the counter was a little hesitant at first, but under the gaze of Ryusuke's white eyes, she still dutifully told the location of the ward. After taking another look at the hospital's internal introduction map and confirming the ward where Uchiha Sasuke was, Ryusuke nodded and said thank you, and turned to leave with the two of them. And it was only after they walked into the corridor that the atmosphere in the hall returned to the state it was before they came in. Why are the eldest lady and young master of the Hyuga family with that person? Look at the beard on his face, maybe. Stop talking, it's bad luck. Thanks to his powerful perception ability, the whispered discussions reached Ryusuke's ears, but did not change his expression at all. Ryusuke is really amazing. Naruto, who had been silent since entering the hospital, finally spoke. His voice was no longer as indifferent as usual, and became a little bitter. I can actually deal with those people without changing my expression. Ryusuke did not reply. Although Naruto learned from him and learned well, he was still just a child in his mind. In two lives, there are many things and many people that Ryusuke really has no interest in paying attention to, or in other words, he does not want to focus his energy on insignificant people or things. But Naruto couldn't not care at all, he cared too much. That's why he would learn from Ryusuke and make himself a gentle person. He was trying to integrate into the group and let everyone recognize his existence. 405. They arrived at ward number 5 on the 4th floor of the hospital without any obstacles. At this time, Ryusuke could clearly feel that Sarutobi Hiruzan's perception had fallen on them for the first time in a long time. It seemed that their visit to Uchiha Sasuke had been reported. Swish! After knocking twice, Ryusuke opened the door of the ward. The ward was not big, just an ordinary single compartment. On the bed, Uchiha Sasuke, who had not been seen for a long time, sat with his back against the bedboard, looking out the window with lifeless eyes. He didn't even seem to notice Ryusuke and the others coming in. Sorry to bother you. Regardless of the fact that Uchiha Sasuke ignored him, Ryusuke was still polite. As he spoke, he led Naruto and the others into the house and closed the door of the ward. It was at this time that Uchiha Sasuke slowly turned his head, and his lifeless eyes moved to look at Ryusuke and the others. Then, after he saw Ryusuke and Hinata, a cold flash flashed in his eyes. Why are you from the Hyuga family here? Are you here to laugh at me? His tone was full of murderous intent, and Sasuke seemed to be venting the fire that had accumulated in his heart during this period. However, it seemed that the mental damage caused by Uchiha attack had been restored by more than half, and what was left was only a thick shadow. Don't get me wrong, we are just leading the way. Ryusuke ignored his appearance and pulled Hinata to sit on a chair beside him. Although he had brought people here, he was not in a hurry to leave. I came to find you, Uchiha Sasuke. Under Uchiha Sasuke's puzzled eyes, Naruto stepped forward and came to Sasuke. I want to challenge you. He smiled and said the purpose of coming here this time. Challenge me? Facing his smile and words, Sasuke frowned and felt it was harsh. He turned his head and glared at Ryusuke and the other man sitting on the chair. Did you bring this guy here to humiliate me? It can be seen that he didn't know what happened in the school recently. When you asked for leave, Naruto won the first place in the grade with the first place in actual combat and the third place in theory. Ryusuke didn't get angry and explained with a smile. First place. Sasuke turned his head in surprise and looked at the yellow-haired boy in front of him who was grinning and hated no matter how he looked at him. How can such a guy who doesn't even dare to fight in actual combat get the first place? In his eyes, Naruto watched other people's battles in the training ground every day after school. He didn't think that no one was willing to practice with Naruto, but that he didn't have the courage to fight. Actually, I have submitted an application for early graduation assessment. Naruto explained with a smile, no matter what, I don't want to leave regrets in my school life, so I asked Ryusuke to take me to you. The title of the first in the grade can only be deserved if I defeat you. He never mentioned Ryusuke's strength. He knew that Ryusuke wanted to hide his ability, just like he himself had hidden a lot. Graduate early? Just because of you. It seemed that the word graduation early stimulated Sasuke. He clenched his fists. You only studied for 1 year, do you have the qualifications to pass the assessment? Ridiculous. As he said this, he got up from the bed. I accept your challenge. I remember your name is Naruto? Haha, I will let you know what it means to be the real first in the grade and what it means to be a ninja. Ninja, those embroidered pillows can't become. As he said this, he also glanced at Ryusuke and the others with a meaningful look. However, Ryusuke always had a smile on his face, while Hinata always had a blank expression. Naruto hesitated. Let's make another appointment. Your body. Even in the hospital, I haven't forgotten my daily exercise. Sasuke interrupted Naruto's words with a cold look. This is an off-campus appointment. Since you want to challenge, you must be prepared to be killed. Are you mentally prepared? The fact that he applied for the graduation examination after only 1 year of study in the ninja school really stimulated him too much. Naruto's posture and actions reminded him of someone. The man who always kept a gentle smile in front of him, but at the same time made him hate him deeply. If it's convenient, can we watch the game? But at this moment, Ryusuke's voice interrupted his thoughts. Sasuke turned around, looked at the man and woman who stood up, and snorted disdainfully, whatever. Thanks to the book friends NBN Bookworm and God Killer Jiao Shuangzi for their rewards and support. Chapter 66 Sarutobi's Test. There is a vast lawn outside the Konoha village. Under the dim sunset, the sound of the waterfall is very noisy. But compared to the sound of the rushing water, the huge collision sound from time to time nearby is more eye-catching. On the vast lawn, 2 black shadows chased each other and crossed each other. Fire escape, flame bomb. With the flow of seals and chakra in the body, 3 hot fireballs were spit out from Uchiha Sasuke's mouth one after another, shooting towards Naruto. The roar of the fireballs sounded like a cannonball, clearly in this peaceful environment. And Naruto dodged these fireballs without panic, and then in the gap of dodging, he also made a seal, wind escape, wind cutting technique. The nearly invisible wind escape technique turned the hurricane into a sharp blade that could harvest lives, flew out from the gap between several fireballs, and slashed towards Uchiha Sasuke. But there was no accident, Naruto's ninjutsu was also easily dodged by Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke now no longer has the arrogance and contempt he had when he first accepted the challenge. At the beginning of the battle, when he saw Naruto's speed and ninjutsu, he had already put those emotions behind him and took the battle seriously. Wind escape, big breakthrough. A strong hurricane rose from around Naruto and swept towards Uchiha Sasuke. And this momentum directly brought up a lot of weeds that were not rooted in the soil. Those weeds also had a slight lethality under this hurricane. Without hesitation, Uchiha Sasuke retreated nimbly and withdrew from the range affected by the ninjutsu. While he was running and dodging Naruto's pursuit, he was thinking about how to fight back. Naruto's chakra was stronger than he thought. A little further away, Ryusuke and Hinata stood quietly on a giant tree, opened their Byakugan and looked down at the battle. Wow, so amazing! With this level of ninjutsu, Uchiha Sasuke was able to react and retreat in the first time. Hinata widened her eyes and watched the battle. From time to time, she also praised out loud, her tone full of envy. Under Ryusuke's guidance, she knew very well what her shortcomings were. In the battle, she always lacked the corresponding reaction power, and she always had no way to exert her own strength. But in this battle, she felt that both of them had extremely extraordinary fighting talents. They were like natural ninjas, with extremely sharp fighting intuition and nerve reaction speed. You can do it in the future, as long as you work hard. Ryusuke said with a chuckle, and just wanted to reach out and touch Hinata's hair to comfort her. But the perception brought by the white eyes has stopped him. Little Hinata wants to target them too, it's not easy to catch up with them. A hoarse but kind voice sounded beside the two. I don't know when, an old man in a white robe and a hat has come to their side and stood on the giant tree with them. Third generation grandfather. Ryusuke first pretended to be surprised and took a step back, and then asked politely, why are you here? And Hinata next to him also called out obediently. Good boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded, his face full of age spots wrinkled into a ball. Naruto's application for graduation assessment has been passed. I went to his house but didn't find anyone. I heard the noise and came to see, only to find that they were fighting privately here. Naruto just wants to get the first place in the grade before graduation, not by taking shortcuts. Don't blame him. Ryusuke explained. He didn't have the smiling face he always had, nor did he have the expressionless face when he was relaxed, and he didn't pretend to be nervous for Naruto. His performance was very ordinary, as if he just mentioned it casually. He didn't believe a word of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. You know, since they met Uchiha Sasuke, the surrounding peeping has never stopped. Rather than saying that Sarutobi Hiruzen came to inform Naruto, it would be better to say that he came to monitor the battle to avoid accidents. I won't blame him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied with Ryusuke's casual attitude. I often heard Naruto talk about you. He said you are his only friends in school. After all, we are desk mates. Besides, I know his situation. My father has mentioned it to Hinata and me. Ryusuke turned his attention to the battle below. He shouldn't be in that situation. He is the son of a hero. Naruto, it's pitiful. Hinata also briefly expressed her opinion, but he works hard and is very strong. Yet, when mentioning this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen's original smile was restrained. He sighed helplessly, but did not explain much. He also turned around and looked at the figure fighting hard below. His eyes were very complicated. The battle below was still going on, and the atmosphere on the giant tree was a little quiet. Ryusuke did not take the initiative to talk to Hinata, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak. As time passed, the battle situation below began to change from being evenly matched. Uchiha Sasuke's physical strength began to decline, and the amount of chakra was even insufficient. He is still able to keep fighting now, relying entirely on what he has learned and his talent. If it were an ordinary ninja, perhaps he would have lost the battle by now because of the changes in the battle situation. But because of his inner pride, he always insisted on not admitting defeat. It looks like it's over. But persistence is just persistence after all. As bystanders, the three of them knew that the outcome of the battle was already decided. And it was at this time that Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. Naruto's strength is under my guidance. I am still very confident about his graduation assessment, but I am more hesitant about what kind of companions should be assigned to him after he officially becomes a ninja. I don't know what kind of companions can accept him. Little Ryusuke, have you considered applying for graduation early? Like an old man who was worried about whether his grandson would be bullied on the first day of kindergarten, he wanted to find a suitable teammate for Naruto. But his words made Ryusuke alert. I need to accompany Hinata. She is the future head of the family. Protecting her growth is very important to our family. This is also what my father meant. He chuckled and replied. He had expected that Sarutobi Hiruzen would notice that his strength had been concealed. Even without the insight and perspective of the Byakugan, a person's strength can still be judged based on other aspects. But it is more difficult to detect the specific level. So Ryusuke is not worried that Sarutobi Hiruzen will be more suspicious of them, the Hyuga, because of his talent. Because at this time, Hinata's identity and the rules of the Hyuga will become his umbrella of protection. Really? That's a pity. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a little disappointed. He took out a scroll from his arms and handed it to Ryusuke. After they finish fighting, give this scroll to Naruto and tell him to take the graduation test tomorrow. Chapter 67 Little Rabbit. Sarutobi Hiruzen left. And the battle came to an end. Although the outcome was already decided. But the result was certainly not that the proud Uchiha Sasuke would voluntarily admit defeat, but that Naruto, with his bruised and swollen pig head, would pin Sasuke to the ground and not let him get up. He was forced to give up resistance in this shameful posture. He really didn't want the two Hyuga family members in the distance to watch him for a long time in this embarrassing state. You are very powerful. After standing up, Naruto approached with a playful smile and stretched out his arm to pull him up. But Sasuke had a cold face, slapped his palm away, and stood up by himself. I'm not so bad at losing. You are indeed much better than me. You can take the title of the first in the grade. Then he paused and spoke again, but I will catch up with you soon. When the time comes, I will let you see why the Uchiha clan is really powerful. From the moment the battle began, he knew that he had underestimated this guy who had never had a sense of presence in the class. He admitted that this guy named Uzumaki Naruto was very powerful, as he could learn so many ninjutsu and had a huge chakra foundation. But this was normal. After all, he became the new top student in the grade after he asked for leave. It was understandable that he had such strength. I hope that day will not be too far away. Naruto smiled and nodded. In this battle, he found that Uchiha Sasuke was also a person who had no ill will towards him. Although in school, the other party gave him the impression of being an impolite person. But in actual contact, he was not so annoying. Let's go. After taking a deep look at Naruto, Sasuke dragged his heavy body and turned away. Although he didn't want to admit it, Naruto was really much stronger than him, both in terms of physique and the number of ninjutsu he mastered. The battle just now had exhausted him, and it was too difficult for him to even stand. On the other hand, Naruto looked very calm, as if nothing had happened. But such a powerful guy actually hid for a year in silence, and only began to emerge when he had the strength to apply for graduation. He was indeed an opponent worthy of attention. Whether it was his character or his ability. It seems that there is no need to stay in school any longer. Thinking silently in his heart, Sasuke dragged his heavy steps towards the village. When he passed by Ryusuke and the others, he unconsciously looked up at the two people standing on the treetops. Coincidentally, he met Ryusuke's smiling eyes. Are you laughing at me? Ryusuke's eyes reminded Sasuke of his arrogant performance before the battle. His face, which was already red due to the high-intensity battle, was even hotter. But soon, he suddenly thought of a question. Since even Naruto is hiding, then this Ryusuke looks good, not as impulsive as I imagined. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke's eyes when he left, Ryusuke chuckled and jumped down from the treetops. It seems that as long as it doesn't involve that man, he can still control his emotions. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, the feeling of being spied on had disappeared. The Uchiha clan has a pupil technique called the Eye of Soul Reflection, and their abilities evolve and change with the changes in their emotions and souls, so this clan is often more extreme in expressing and releasing emotions. Their emotions are more complex and more difficult to control than those of ordinary people, and the process of emotional changes will be infinitely magnified. This is also the reason why the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama has always believed that the Uchiha clan is uncontrollable and may have a great impact on the village. Although they are powerful, they are unstable, so this strength is actually their flaw. Uchiha Sasuke has always been cold in school. I thought he was paralyzed. Hinata also jumped down from the tree and landed lightly on the ground. Sakura and Ino like him so much, but he has no reaction at all, just like a wooden man. And there are so many inner dramas and rich emotional changes. After all, she is going to be the head of the family, and she has slowly learned to observe everyone around her under the influence of her father and Ryusuke. To be honest, the Uchiha Sasuke I usually see in school is very different from the Uchiha Sasuke in the ward, during the battle, and after the battle. The two are like two different people. You still have the nerve to say that about others. Hearing her mumbling, Ryusuke couldn't help laughing. You are also cold-faced outside, pretending to be difficult to mess with, but when you get home, you are as well behaved as a little rabbit. SHH. Hinata put her finger on her lips with a pout, indicating that Ryusuke should stop talking if he can't speak. Her appearance made Ryusuke stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed helplessly. This is the first time Hinata has shown such a little emotion since they met. Although she can now maintain a very cold attitude outside, and even make an appointment with male classmates, but the inner self under the disguise has not changed much. In the past, whether in the process of training or in life, she was silently bullied. No matter whether it was her father or Ryusuke herself, if any of them said something harsh that made her feel wronged, tired or suffering, she would never express her inner thoughts easily, but would keep them in her heart. So every time, he would wait for Ryusuke to notice that her mood was not right, and then comfort her. But now, as her grades got better and better, she began to become more and more confident, as if she had slowly changed and learned to show some dissatisfaction in her heart. Looking at Ryusuke's eyes, Hinata seemed to have noticed that her performance was different from before. She put down her hands with a red face, and put her hands behind her back, feeling a little overwhelmed. "You've turned into a little rabbit again." Looking at her with a chuckle, Ryusuke gently stretched out his palm. "Let's go and tell Naruto that he can graduate tomorrow." Yet, Hinata, who was still a little emotional just now, held Ryusuke's hand very well. The two walked towards Naruto, who was resting in the distance. Ryusuke could clearly feel that Hinata's steps beside him were bouncing, and it seemed that she had changed from a quiet little rabbit to a lively little rabbit. "Ryusuke, it seems that I underestimated Uchiha Sasuke." As soon as he approached, Naruto stood up from the ground after seeing the two of them and said to Ryusuke, "Actually, I thought I would win easily. After all, my ninjutsu was taught by my third-generation grandfather. And Sasuke has not awakened the Uchiha bloodline, and does not have the ability to master the Sharingan, so his strength is greatly reduced. But even so, I didn't win easily. He didn't rely on the Sharingan to stand on top of the grade, whether it was theoretical knowledge or ninjutsu. The art and physical skills are all achieved by his own efforts." Ryusuke smiled and threw the scroll left by Sarutobi Hiruzen over. "Don't use the 3 words Uchiha to cover up his sweat and talent. This is the assessment application left by the 3rd generation. He just came to watch the game, but left early at the end, but he asked me to give you this application that has been passed. If everything goes well, you should be able to become a real ninja tomorrow." Thanks to the book friends Second Pig, Love Book Love Reading, and 7 days and 8 stars for their rewards and support. Chapter 68. When the elders lecture you, just say yes. You don't want to graduate early, do you? Hinata seemed a little silent all the way home. Ryusuke could see what she was thinking at a glance. Hey! Hinata looked up and was about to hide something, but faced with Ryusuke's eyes, she smiled awkwardly. "Don't think about it, it's impossible." She was about to scold her harshly, but under this smile, Ryusuke changed his words to "The graduation assessment that you applied for on your own initiative is different from the group assessment arranged by the school. Besides, your father won't agree to it. You should give up." "Oh." Hinata puffed up her face and muttered, feeling a little unwilling. But soon, she regained her good mood and jumped up. It was just a momentary impulse. She knew that she was still a long way from Sasuke and Naruto. Ryusuke shook his head helplessly, but after her reminder, he seemed to understand why Naruto in the original book failed to graduate twice. There are 2 ways to graduate from the ninja school. One is that the school teacher confirms that most of the students of the same level have the ability to graduate, and then starts the group assessment. This assessment does not distinguish between elite classes and ordinary classes, so it usually takes a long time. Generally, the group graduation assessment is held between the ages of 10 and 12. The content of the assessment is just some very basic theoretical knowledge, or the 3-body technique. But as the first village to propose ninja education, Konoha certainly cannot have only the time-consuming way of outputting talents such as group graduation. This is only for ordinary ninjas. The other is the graduation assessment of self-application, which is for geniuses with ninja talent, so this kind of difficulty will be greater. In general, this kind of difficult self-application for graduation will let the village's genin act as test questions and fight with the applicants. Regardless of whether they are defeated or not, the examiners will score according to the actual performance in the battle, and those who pass the score will graduate successfully. Therefore, the ninjas who can successfully complete graduation through the second path are all extremely talented ninjas without exception. Like Hitaki Kakashi, who entered school at the age of 5, graduated in the same year, and became a chunin at the age of 6, and Uchiha Itachi, who entered school at the age of 6 and graduated at the age of 7, each of them is a gifted child with all kinds of talents. In the original work, Naruto was very likely to apply for early graduation in order to gain attention, but failed twice, which led to him graduating in the same class and year with Uchiha Sasuke and others after failing to graduate twice. However, Naruto in this timeline is very strong, and he should be able to become a genin smoothly tomorrow, as long as the third Hokage does not embarrass him and secretly arranges an opponent with the strength of a jonin but wearing a genin forward protector for him. Click. Hinata suddenly stopped and pulled Ryusuke out of his thoughts. He turned his head in confusion and looked at the girl next to him who was restraining her smile and pretending to be cool. Master Ryusuke, Miss Hinata. At this time, a voice sounded in the distance. Turning his eyes to the direction of the Hyuga clan, Ryusuke found that there was a figure standing at the gate of the clan, waiting for them. Promotion successful. Approaching this person, looking at her forward protector and ninja protective gear that were different from before, Ryusuke chuckled and said, "Congratulations." In front of him was Hyuga Hoshike, who had accepted the Jonin assessment mission some time ago and ventured out of the village. Whether it was Hoshike or Tsuji, they themselves had strength and character that were not inferior to Jonin. They had been on the battlefield and stayed at the level of Chunin for a long time, so it was natural for them to pass this assessment. "Thank you for your praise, Master Ryusuke." Hyuga Hoshike said politely, and handed over another list. "This is what you asked me to do before. I recorded it in this scroll while I was on the mission. Thank you for your hard work." Ryusuke took the scroll silently, but did not start to check it immediately. "What are your plans for the recent period? Do you want to continue to be the bodyguard of Hinata and me?" He looked at Hyuga Hoshike and asked. "Of course." Hyuga Hoshike nodded happily. Ryusuke chuckled at her. "That's it, I may occasionally give you something troublesome to do. Just tell me." Hinata Zinke replied without hesitation, "But, what about that boy Tsuji? He won't fail, right? He has completed his mission some time ago and returned, but now he has left Konoha and gone to Kyoto to take up the post of Guardian Ninja." Ryusuke explained, "Let's go back first." "Yes. Father, I need you to help me find a few people." After dinner, Ryusuke hesitated and came to the study. Sitting at the desk, under the dim light, Hyuga Hayashi raised his head, waiting for his next words in confusion. "These are the people I circled in this list." Ryusuke handed over a scroll with both hands. "These clansmen are all proficient in medical ninjutsu, and they don't have much malice towards our clan." "Medical ninja? Is there something wrong with your body? Is it related to the Byakugan?" When it comes to medical treatment, Hyuga Hayashi frowned, revealing a lot of worry in his expression. "No, it's not my body, it's actually like this." Unable to bear this kind of warm family affection, Ryusuke smiled awkwardly and talked about what happened on the way back from Kyoto with some entanglement. To be honest, the reason why he kept this matter secret from Hyuga Hayashi was not only because he was afraid of being grounded, but also because he was a little unwilling to face Hyuga Hayashi after hearing about this matter. Bang! Not surprisingly, after listening to him telling about the murder of Uchiha with a gloomy face, Hyuga Hayashi directly slapped the desk in half. The scrolls, pens, and papers on the desk were scattered all over the floor. The desk lamp fell directly to the ground, losing its already weak light. The study room without lights suddenly lost all light. But even in the dark, Ryusuke and the others could clearly see each other with their white eyes. "Nonsense!" Hinata Hayashi gritted his teeth and said, "I asked you to go out and train so that you could see the world, not to arrange some tests for yourself and put yourself in trouble." I was wondering why there was such a long gap between the time you left Kyoto City and the time you returned to the village. Well, it turns out that you are just having fun? Or are you kidding yourself with your life? But I have arranged everything. Ryusuke replied weakly. Just you? Can you guarantee that you have made no omissions? What if the people who attacked you were not 1 jonin and 2 chunins, but 3 jonin? Then we retreated while observing on the cliff. I will not fight a battle without any chance of winning. What if they found the traces before you? You won't even have a chance to resist. We have Byakugan and guessed in advance that the other party might attack, so we slowed down all the way and took turns to use Byakugan to explore the surrounding situation, just to be able to see their traces in advance. You. Hinata Hayashi was so angry that his clenched fists were shaking. Do you know the danger of doing this? I have already estimated the possible dangers and ways to deal with them in advance, and I have planned the evacuation route. If we really can't win, we are sure to leave. Boom! There was another roar, and every word was refuted by Ryusuke. Hinata Hayashi was so angry that he kicked the lamp. The lamp, which had already lost its light, was directly kicked to pieces by this kick. Thanks to Book Friends 20210614003435145 and Zionuniai for their rewards and support. Chapter 69. This wave of pretending to be awesome and getting slapped in the face failed. Calm down. If Hinata and Hanabi hear the noise and come over and see this, they might think we are fighting in the study. The dark room was in a mess, with papers and scrolls scattered all over the floor, and countless tiny glass tube fragments. This was the remnant of the desk lamp that was originally used for lighting, which was kicked away. It was rare to see Hyuga Hayashi panting heavily and showing such an angry expression, but Ryusuke didn't think of appreciating it for a few more minutes at this time. He shook his arms and tried to comfort her. Through his white eyes, he could clearly see that Hinata, who was playing with Hanabi on the other side of the main house, had already noticed the movement here. But fortunately, she didn't come over, but her expression was a little confused. You dare to put yourself in such a dangerous situation the first time you go out of the village. How can I calm down and dare to let you go out of the village again? Hyuga Hayashi panted heavily, and his state of mind for many years was like being fed to a dog. However, he also noticed that his daughter seemed to be affected by the noise here, so he didn't smash things to vent his anger. To be honest, he hasn't been this angry for many years. But he couldn't bear to hit Ryusuke. After hesitating for a while, Ryusuke couldn't help but continue to refute, "Father, with my current strength, there is no ninja who can stop me." Still so arrogant. Hinata Hayashi glared at him and was about to continue to worry about something. But thinking carefully about Ryusuke's strength after the last transformation, he was silent again. "Don't worry, father. I have my own considerations for every matter." Seeing him open his mouth but unable to speak, Ryusuke gave him a way out at the right time. "If it's not a particularly urgent matter, I can handle it myself and won't bother you with everything. I need to learn to grow up and be independent. In fact, it's the same for me, Hinata, and Hanabi in the future." "Okay, do you mean I don't care about you? Are you tired of me as a father?" In the darkness, Hyuga Hayashi took a few deep breaths to calm down. "So, if you don't need me to help you find these tribesmen, you plan to keep this matter secret from me and pretend that nothing happened, right?" Ryusuke was speechless for a moment, and replied with a wry smile, I'm thinking, there's no need to bother you." When he said this, his mood was inexplicably subtle. In fact, not only Hinata changed because of his arrival, but even he himself was changing unconsciously because of coming to this family. As usual, it is absolutely impossible to speak in this tone, but now. Humph! Hinata Hayashi snorted coldly, looking down at Ryusuke, who was only half a head shorter than him. "Tell me clearly, what are you going to do with the bodies of these 3 Uchiha? The word Uchiha is very sensitive in the village now. Once it is discovered, the consequences will be disastrous. Ryusuke scratched his head. I understand, so I specially selected these trustworthy clansmen, but it is not appropriate for me to call them over. After saying this, he closed his mouth and did not speak again. The atmosphere was a little silent. Neither of them spoke again. After waiting for no reply, Hinata Hayashi looked at Ryusuke deeply. As he avoided answering the question of what he planned to do with the Uchiha clan, he did not continue to ask, and said in a cold voice, I will call you tomorrow, but you have to stay in the village for the time being until you two graduate. Ryusuke panicked and quickly explained, No, you know, my current strength is not weaker than that of an ordinary jonin, you don't have to worry about me so much. This is what he fears the most, that after Hinata Hayashi knows about this, he will directly put him under house arrest. To be honest, if he had just come to this world, he might not care what Hinata Hayashi thinks, and he would leave the village when he should leave. But now, he has to worry about his father's thoughts. No room for negotiation. But Hyuga Hayashi interrupted him directly, I can't control you when you go out, but you have to listen to me in the village. Even if you are very strong now, not weaker than ordinary jonin, what if you meet an extraordinary jonin, or even a ninja who is stronger than jonin? You, unless you have the strength to defeat me and I can't control you, I won't agree to let you go out of the village and do anything dangerous. His tone was very stern, with the tone of no room for negotiation. But it was this request that made Ryusuke dumbfounded. Okay. He hesitated for a moment and replied. But thinking about whether such a bland tone seemed to be too contemptuous of his father, he quickly added, Is there really no room for negotiation? No room for negotiation. Clenching his fists, Hyuga Hayashi repeated again, If you came to me just for this matter, then you can go. By the way, help me find Aoyang and ask her to find a few people to help me clean up the house. Okay then. Ryusuke nodded helplessly and quietly left the study. He kept his face frozen until he reached the courtyard, then he couldn't help laughing, You are obviously confident in my ability, why are you so stubborn and unwilling to let me leave? Hinata Hayashi's attitude towards him was too obvious. He walked to the other side of the house while laughing. The housekeeper Aoyang was now playing with Hanabi with Hinata, and Ryusuke needed to find them now. In the dark study, as Ryusuke left, it fell into silence. After a long time, a helpless sigh sounded from the darkness, It's not that I don't want to stop him, wait until he grows up completely before giving him freedom, it's that I don't have the ability to stop him. The next day, when Ryusuke and the others came to school, almost the entire grade was discussing Naruto's early graduation. In the elite class, those who have seen Naruto's actual combat assessment performance are convinced, and they are not surprised that he will apply for graduation. But the people in the ordinary class have never seen Naruto take action, and they themselves have a lot of malice towards Naruto, so there are mostly laughs about his application for graduation. Naruto, who has been unknown for a year and rose overnight, is a complete script of the useless male protagonist's counterattack. At present, it seems that the plot has developed to the stage where the male protagonist is about to explode and a group of spectators are brainlessly mocking. In other words, now all that is left is for Naruto to pass the graduation exam and slap the face of these mockers with the truth, and the script will be over. But at this moment, before this slap in the face link appeared, another piece of news came out. Uchiha Sasuke returned to school, acknowledged Uzumaki Naruto's strength, and also admitted that he lost the first place in the grade to him, and he also wants to apply for early graduation, and after officially becoming a ninja, he will compete with Uzumaki Naruto. Thanks to the book friend Sheng Zuxiang for the reward support. Chapter 70 Sasuke. Sasuke is also going to apply for graduation? Ryusuke really didn't expect that because of his existence as an anomaly, the entire timeline would collapse all of a sudden. The two male protagonists graduated 6 years earlier, and he could no longer predict what kind of changes this would cause to the subsequent plot. You know, the main plot timeline of the original work is only 4 or 5 years. From the time Naruto graduated at the age of 12 until the fourth Ninja World outbreak stabilized, they were only 15 or 16 years old. Now the entire timeline has been disrupted, and Ryusuke may not be able to predict the future, unless his Byakugan can develop new abilities. But for the fact that the unpredictable future has become even more unpredictable, Ryusuke's mood has not been affected at all, but even more happy. During lunch break, Ryusuke and Hinata were on the rooftop together to enjoy the cool breeze. The gentle and warm smile on his face has never changed from beginning to end. Ryusuke's disguise of this smile is like Hinata's pretended indifference in front of others, but it is more skilled and natural. You seem to be in a good mood. Little Hinata can always catch some subtle changes in Ryusuke. Even if the smile on his face remains unchanged, she can occasionally detect when he is really smiling and when it is fake. Part of the reason for this is that she has seen Ryusuke's real smile. Because of some interesting things. Ryusuke chuckled and turned his head. Based on what I saw when I watched the game, Uchiha Sasuke's strength should also graduate smoothly. But just like what I said to you at the beginning, every time someone breaks away from his own destiny and moves in a temporarily unpredictable direction, it makes me feel that my existence is real. Blinking, Hinata looked like she didn't understand. Forget it, you will understand later. Ryusuke shook his head helplessly and was about to continue saying something. But the chakra in his body suddenly flowed violently and gathered uncontrollably towards the edge of his eye sockets. The changes in his body made him suddenly stop talking, his eyes became confused and at a loss, and under the stimulation of this chakra, he turned on the state of white eyes. Help! Help! Hurry up and save people! Save people! Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Why can't it be extinguished? What's going on with this black flame? Noise and crying sounded in my ears. It was like the beginning of a dream, trance, and confusion. Without an introduction or background introduction, the scene in front of Ryusuke had become different. The last second, he and Hinata were taking a nap on the rooftop where they were studying ninja. And the next second, he was already in a disaster like a hell of fire. The black flames were like flowers, blooming in all directions with Ryusuke as the center. Debris and ruins were everywhere, and the ninjas who were rushing back and forth seemed to be unable to see his existence, rushing towards the ruins and rescuing the villagers buried in the collapsed houses. Although the scene in front of him was different from his memory, there was no doubt that Ryusuke could still see that he was in Konoha village from the fact that only half of the Ichiraku ramen sign was left next to him. Is it an illusion? He had an idea at the first moment, but soon shook his head. The smell of blood, the choking dust of the ruins, everything so real, it doesn't seem like an illusion at all, it's more like a lucid dream. Sasuke! An angry roar sounded from behind. Ryusuke turned around and found that in the distance, a huge purple giant was holding a long sword condensed by chakra, intending to chop it down at the Hokage building. Through the white eyes, he could also see that inside the purple giant, Uchiha Sasuke had a very cold expression on his face, and his eyes were full of hatred, a deep hatred for the village. Blood and tears flowed from his eyes. This Uchiha Sasuke was different from the one Ryusuke knew. Not only was he more mature in appearance, but he also had a deep scar on his cheek. And that roar! When Ryusuke was about to look in the direction of the sound, everything was interrupted. There were only scenes flashing quickly, like a slideshow. What's wrong, Ryusuke? The sudden change on Ryusuke's face made Hinata stand up from the chair vigilantly. She also opened her Byakugan and was alert to the situation around her. But for a long time, Hinata did not find any abnormal situation. In the classroom below, some students were still taking a lunch break, and there were people in the training ground downstairs who were also arranging for actual combat. Everything was the same as before, without any changes. There were only 2 of them near the rooftop. Retracting her Byakugan, Hinata turned her head in confusion and looked at Ryusuke who was sitting on the chair, still maintaining the previous posture. At this time, Ryusuke seemed to wake up suddenly, shivered all over and recovered from the state just now, and his whole body was already wet with cold sweat. 58 seconds. A number quickly emerged in his mind, which was the time he was immersed in that state just now. Since that time, he has been waiting for the arrival of such a state, and he is always preparing. Ryusuke. A worried voice sounded in his ears. Looking up, Ryusuke looked at Hinata's face, suppressing his inner doubts and shock, and he showed an ugly smile. "It's okay, I just saw something strange." Pursing her lips, Hinata didn't ask any more questions, and sat down again obediently. Seemingly aware that something happened to Ryusuke, she didn't disturb him, but just stayed quietly. As for Hinata's understanding, Ryusuke felt warm in his heart, but his attention was quickly attracted by the picture flashing in his eyes just now. The state just now was a bit like the feeling that he used all living beings as chess pieces and looked down on the world. But compared to that time, he couldn't remember anything after it ended. This time, Ryusuke clearly remembered everything he saw in his eyes when he was in that state just now. The ability to see through the future? The Byakugan has the possibility of seeing through the future. This ability has appeared in people of the Otsutsuki clan. But compared to the substantial ways of illusion and coercion, this unfathomable and very empty ability makes Ryusuke unable to start. It is also for this reason that he has never started to develop this ability, which can be said to be the most powerful ability of the Byakugan. But now, he seems to have passively triggered this ability, because the long river of fate has experienced a huge shock not long ago. However, the triggering of this ability did not bring any good news to Ryusuke, but rather very bad news. Although the age cannot be seen, it should have happened in the past few years. The roar was not Naruto. Naruto's voice is not like that, but it is not ruled out that the voice has changed due to age. He will attack the village. He should know the truth about the genocide, but the Sharingan in his eyes does not seem to have grown into the eternal Mangeki. Chapter 71. I have not tried it, but I have experienced many battles. If that is Konoha a few years later, where am I? Although he has the ability to see through and perceive with his Byakugan, Ryusuke was unable to see all the situations in Konoha with the ability to see through the future. This includes himself. This time, he only learned that Uchiha Sasuke would grow up quickly, and he might learn the truth about the extermination of the Uchiha clan in a few years. And relying on a pair of incompletely evolved Mangeki, he turned the entire Konoha village upside down. But Ryusuke did not see the specific process and more content. He is not familiar with the ability to see through the future, and he has not even caught a little clue of how to use it. However, he is very clear about the consumption of this ability. The chakra in his body is still full, without any signs of consumption, but Ryusuke can clearly feel the weakness of his body. It seems that the ability to see through the future is based on the consumption of vitality and the power of the soul. However, Ryusuke is not worried about this. If it's consumed, it's consumed. The world today is not the world without magic in the previous life. The means of immortality and life extension exist in this world. As long as he doesn't overuse this ability, it won't have much impact in the future. The premise is that he can master the method of use. Ryusuke, lunch break is over. Immersed in the thoughts of seeing through the future this time, time passed quickly, and Ryusuke didn't get out of his thoughts until Hinata's whispered reminder sounded next to him. When he came back to his senses, he realized that a long time had passed. Turning his head, he met Hinata's worried eyes. Ryusuke smiled and stood up. "Don't worry, I'm really fine. But, this is the first time I see your smile so bitter." She was referring to the smile that Ryusuke gave her after he just came out of that stiff state. "Suddenly saw something, and I was a little worried for a while, but then I thought about it carefully, it's not that important." Ryusuke smiled and stretched out his fingers to gently pinch her cheek. "But you seem to have gained some weight recently. Although you have a big appetite, it would be better to limit yourself." "No. Hinata, who was originally worried, was immediately taken by the rhythm. She stood up angrily and slapped Ryusuke's hand away. Although I eat a lot, I also consume a lot. Ryusuke smiled and took his hand back. He took a step back first, and then spoke again. The main reason is that you can eat so much that our family can hardly afford to support you. Damn it! Hinata was furious and leaned forward to grab Ryusuke. But unfortunately, he dodged it flexibly. Class is about to start. We have to go back to the classroom. Ryusuke teased her while leaving the rooftop and running down the stairs. Although Hinata was chasing behind, she soon had to restrain her movements because she was back indoors and there were outsiders. She stared at Ryusuke fiercely and ran away. I'm not fat. Hinata waited until Ryusuke disappeared before mumbling softly and pinching her cheek with her palm. Then, her movements suddenly froze. It seems, a little fat. When Ryusuke returned to the classroom, Naruto, who had not been seen all morning, had returned to his seat. And on his forehead, there was a ninja forehead protector, which seemed to have successfully passed the graduation assessment and became a ninja. Walking into the classroom from the front door, Ryusuke could hear many people in the class whispering about Naruto. From time to time, someone would turn around and look at him, which was rare in the past. In the past, Naruto was more like a small transparent person, and even if he later won the first place in the grade, he did not get much attention. But now, he can be said to have really become a celebrity. Because in recent years, no one has successfully passed their personal graduation application. How does it feel? As soon as he sat down, Ryusuke asked casually. His eyes scanned the classroom, but he could not find Uchiha Sasuke. Not bad, admiration and envy, these are two emotions that I have never felt before. Naruto smiled brightly and seemed to be in a good mood. But he thought about it and asked curiously, but Ryusuke doesn't plan to graduate early? When I left the assessment site just now, I saw Uchiha Sasuke also applied. If the genin who is sparring with him in the graduation assessment is the same person as me, he should be able to graduate successfully. Speaking of this, he was a little excited again. Our Konoha genin classes are usually divided into groups of 3. If you also apply for graduation now, we are likely to be in the same group. At that time, Sasuke and I will be the main force in the group, and Ryusuke will assist from the side, even if there is no jonin leading the team. I won't graduate early. Ryusuke shook his head helplessly. I have to wait for Hinata to come together. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the Uchiha Orphans, and the Hyuga clan, these 3 forces together, Ryusuke thinks it is unlikely. Unless he becomes a Hyuga orphan, in which case it is possible to be in the same class. Ryusuke, although you have always given me a very powerful feeling, I still have something to remind you. Looking at Hinata, who walked slowly into the classroom with a cold face at the door of the classroom, Naruto said to Ryusuke seriously, women will only affect the speed of your becoming stronger. We are still young now, and there is no need to be bound by those complicated emotions. Becoming strong is the path we should take now. Like those people in the class who focus on love, you should know whether their strength has improved or regressed since they entered school. His tone was very serious, but it didn't taste good to Ryusuke. If I hadn't appeared, you would have become the fool you said, bound by all kinds of love and complex emotions. Our Hyuga family is different from other families, and Hinata is the future head of the family. As her future husband, I should assist her. Resisting the speechlessness in his heart, Ryusuke once again called Hinata out as an excuse. He had discussed this matter with Hinata a long time ago, and she didn't mind standing in the open to help him shelter from the wind and rain. Is that so? That's a pity, you're so great. Naruto looked at Ryusuke with some pity. He felt that Ryusuke was being dragged down. But in fact, in Ryusuke's eyes, Naruto was like a single dog who had been single since birth. Although he didn't understand the beauty of love, he kept persuading others that love was a prison and marriage was a grave. And at this moment, a student in the front row screamed. "Sasuke is back!" Chapter 72, No Nesting Dolls Allowed. The noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. With a stinky face, Uchiha Sasuke entered the classroom with a cold attitude as usual, but every bit of his expression told Ryusuke. His graduation application failed. What's the matter? The third-generation grandfather should have seen Sasuke's strength. There is no reason to reject his graduation application. Naruto also saw Sasuke's subtle expression and was full of doubts. Maybe, it's because of that thing. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke thoughtfully, Ryusuke's heart was a little complicated. The reason was that a few hours ago, he just saw this guy's future and saw his appearance and strength when he grew up. Before those curious people asked Uchiha Sasuke whether his application was successful, Domino Irika came in from outside the classroom with a scroll with a smile. "Everyone, be quiet, it's time for class." Although he is a good old man, Irika is also a strict teacher. After he spoke, those who had stood up with curiosity in their eyes could only hold back their thoughts and return to their seats. "Before class, there are 2 things I want to explain to you." Irika did not start class immediately. He stood on the podium and looked at the students below with a smile. Finally, he stopped his gaze on Naruto. "I believe everyone knows what happened today. Naruto Uzumaki in our class applied for his personal graduation assessment in advance yesterday, and successfully passed it today, and was officially awarded the qualification of genin. Although we have only been together for a short year, I hope everyone can congratulate him on taking the first step on the road to becoming a ninja." After saying that, he was the first to applaud and congratulate Naruto. "Congratulations!" As a desk mate, Ryusuke certainly had no reason to refuse, and he also applauded. However, the attitudes of others were relatively cold. Except for Hinata and Shikamaru, who knew Naruto's life experience like him, no one else paid attention to Irika's leadership. It is worth mentioning that Sasuke, who had been sitting alone by the window, also congratulated Naruto on his graduation. Although only a few people in the whole class congratulated him, Naruto was quite happy about this scene. "It seems that many people have recognized me because of my ability." His tone was full of joy, not fake, which surprised Ryusuke. But thinking about it carefully, it seems natural. This is Naruto, although his personality has changed due to various factors. But in essence, he is still a person who yearns for sunshine, but perhaps there is also a part of the influence of Ashura Chakra. However, Naruto was not discouraged, but Irika, who was standing on the podium, was a little embarrassed. He felt that he seemed to have done something wrong. So he quickly stopped applauding and started talking about the second topic. As for the second thing, it is also about the graduation assessment. Because we are now in a relatively peaceful period, different from the previous war-torn period, the village has decided to reform some of the school's systems. One of the more important contents is to implement it in the graduation assessment. The school has decided to raise the application standards for individual graduation assessments. Only students who get the first place in the grade are eligible to apply for graduation. Moreover, the school plans to increase the difficulty of the assessment from the original Genin sparring assessment to the Chunin sparring assessment, but it is still the same as before. Regardless of victory or defeat, it is judged by the actual score obtained in the battle. The new practical assessment and theoretical examination have not yet begun, and the old assessment has not been taken because of family affairs. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have not met the application standards, so his request was rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Ryusuke was still quite skeptical about this. He even thought that this system might be adjusted because of Uchiha Sasuke, in order to prevent him from graduating early and suppress his growth. You have to know that the growth of the Uchiha clan can only be stimulated by a real life and death battle in most cases. So Ryusuke guessed that perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Konoha high-level officials arranged such a wall for him by virtue of their promise to Uchiha Itachi, that is, to protect Sasuke. That is, to keep him safely inside the wall, and to limit his growth, so that he would not become the out-of-control Uchiha before. I thought I could be assigned to the same class with Uchiha Sasuke, but now it seems I can only be with two teammates I don't know. Naruto looked a little disappointed, and he didn't know if the two of them had developed feelings for each other because of the battle that day. Anyway, before that, they didn't have much intersection, and they might not even have spoken. It doesn't necessarily mean there is no chance. Ryusuke thought for a while and replied with an ambiguous word. You don't think he can graduate successfully under the hands of Chunin? Naruto was a little surprised. To be honest, if I hadn't graduated, I might not be able to graduate even if I faced Chunin. After all, most Chunin have been on the battlefield. Who knows? Ryusuke didn't explain this question in detail. Take this last class seriously. I believe that after becoming a ninja, you will miss this time in school. Looking up, Iruka, who had already started the lecture, did not talk to Naruto anymore and took out the ninja manual from under the desk. Although Naruto was puzzled, he saw that Ryusuke did not want to continue the conversation, so he did not ask any more questions. Flipping through the ninja manual casually, Ryusuke glanced at Uchiha Sasuke by the window, but quickly retracted his gaze and stopped paying attention. According to the future he saw, Uchiha Sasuke would definitely not be bound by this reformed system and would definitely graduate smoothly in advance. Otherwise, he would not be able to awaken the Mangeki at that age. After all, in school, with the protection promised by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would not be in any danger. But how he graduated and why he had such a big grudge against the village, Ryusuke did not know. But just like what he had always said to his father, when he saw the future, it also meant that the timeline would change. The future he saw was not necessarily what would really happen. When there is such a picture and fragment in his mind, even if Ryusuke deliberately maintains the same life and rhythm as before, there is no way to guarantee that everything will be the same as the future seen by the white eye. Unless, in the timeline when Uchiha Sasuke resented the village, the people he came into contact with during his growth had nothing to do with Ryusuke. Otherwise, everything will definitely change. But this is impossible. Ryusuke cannot avoid all the people Uchiha Sasuke came into contact with during his growth. And because he knew this, he did not change much because of what he saw. Although at the beginning, he was quite emotional after seeing those pictures. But after calming down, Ryusuke found that what he saw actually had no meaning, because the time span was too long, and there were too many changes in this process. Unless the future he saw through is something that will happen within a few seconds, or even an inevitable event that will happen within a few minutes, otherwise this uncontrollable ability will not help him for the time being. Thanks to the book friends Miao and Xianyunyi for their rewards and support. Chapter 73 I'm not floating, please read, collect, recommend, vote, monthly ticket, whatever yo. The scorching sun shines through the forest. The noisy cicadas are extremely harsh in the summer. Spring passed unnoticed, and more than a month has passed since Naruto graduated. Boom! A huge roar sounded in the forest. In the training ground, Ryusuke hit the void with one palm after another, just like before he practiced the soft fist. Although the movements are similar, in fact, whether it is the internal force generating skills or the force transmitted by the body itself, it is much stronger than before. So that although there is no target in front of him, the sound transmitted by the whirring palm wind is extremely huge. The force that seems to tear the air is strong and penetrating. Without using chakra, Ryusuke is trying to use the physical skills he has learned with pure physical strength. Naruto's graduation made Ryusuke a little disappointed. After all, he is the only person in the class who makes him feel good. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who may turn evil in the future and grow up very fast, is not in his eyes now. When Hinata took over the social power and was able to communicate with the future heirs of other clans in the village alone, Ryusuke's purpose of staying in school had changed. So after Naruto graduated, he simply stopped going to school. Anyway, it was easy for him to ask for leave with his identity. But although he said he was asking for leave, he actually stayed at home to practice alone. The goal that Hyuga Hayashi gave Ryusuke was that as long as he defeated him, he would no longer restrict Ryusuke's freedom. But because there was nothing worth going out, he did not challenge Hyuga Hayashi, but practiced silently alone. Master Ryusuke. Ryusuke, who was still silently mastering the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan in order to master them faster, stopped because of a shout. The dark blue lion head gathered in his hand slowly dissipated, and he turned around and looked at the entrance of the training ground. As expected, Hyuga Zinke was holding a scroll and waving at him. After taking a few deep breaths to calm the blood and chakra that surged during the training, Ryusuke slowly walked towards the door. "What's wrong?" he asked in confusion. "There's news from Tsuji, saying that the daimyo is going to give us a share of the benefits according to the original agreement." Zinke did not step into the training ground, but quietly stopped at the door, waiting for Ryusuke to come over, and then handed him the scroll in his hand. "The benefit they gave up is a small vassal state of the Fire Country. They are willing to hand over all the material output and population of this small country to us for jurisdiction. The clan leader said that this benefit was fought for by you, so you make the decision, whether to accept or not." Small country. Ryusuke took the scroll casually and spread it out directly. His eyes, which were already extremely perceptive, only took a few glances, and he understood all the contents of the scroll. They are generous this time. It seems that because of the decline of Uchiha, they can take back a lot of things they gave up. When he spoke, his eyes were full of interest. Since coming to this ninja world, there haven't been many things that can interest Ryusuke. But this time is different, because the name of this vassal country is called Wave Country. Rather than a small country, it's better to say it's a fishing village. Hinata Zinke introduced the information she had collected to Ryusuke. The population of Wave Country is only 1,000 people, and it is on an island with a very small area. This is a country without the protection of a ninja village. Because of its geographical location connected to the Fire Country, it often establishes diplomatic relations with us and pays tribute to us with many treasures. In exchange, as long as we encounter difficulties, we will occasionally provide assistance. Speaking of this, she paused, but I heard that recently, the king of Wave Country died of a serious illness, and even many ministers died with him. Although there is no relevant information about the specific cause of the disease, if it is an infectious disease, then this country with less than 1,000 people is basically ruined. We accept this compensation from the daimyo, which is a bit too bad. Hinata Zinke expressed some of her views on this matter. Maybe it's not because of the disease. Ryusuke pondered, let's send some tribesmen to explore the situation first. Since the daimyo has not given a time limit, we are not in a hurry to make a decision. According to the original timeline, the country of waves will be safe for the next 10 years. It should not be destroyed by infectious diseases. But Ryusuke is not a person who relies heavily on the plot. Besides, the original timeline has basically collapsed under his changes. It is hard to say whether the country of waves will change for unknown reasons. However, anyway, I may have to go out of the village. Ryusuke felt helpless when he thought of this. Only 1 month has passed, and he is going to break the goal set by his father? To be honest, he has not challenged it. In addition to there being no important things to go out of the village, there is also a part of him not wanting to embarrass his father. After so many years of getting along, Ryusuke still knows the character of Hinata Hayashi. He is a person who wants to save face. But think about it carefully, am I a little too confident? Leave the training ground and walk towards the main house. Ryusuke followed Zinke, but he did not take the initiative to talk to her or ask for more details about the land of waves. Instead, he suddenly realized a problem. It seemed that, since he knew this goal, he had never felt any pressure and felt that he would not be able to beat his father. Instead, he felt that his father was giving him a break and deliberately giving him freedom. Realizing this problem, Ryusuke quickly analyzed the strength between the two. But as he analyzed more, he felt more and more relaxed. Although because of the second transformation, his various ability indexes have grown by leaps and bounds, and his strength is getting stronger day by day. But, he actually has no pride. But is continuously and perseveringly immersed in boring practice. As for the reason why he did not feel pressure because of the goal given by his father, it was because he no longer regarded him as a goal in his subconscious mind. It may be a bit arrogant to say this, after all, Hyuga Hayashi is the head of the clan, and he is also a jonin. But it is precisely because he is the head of the clan that Ryusuke constantly reduces the pressure on him in his heart. The reason is nothing else, it is because among being a ninja and a politician, Hyuga Hayashi's focus is constantly moving towards the profession of a politician. This is an image that he has slowly formed in Ryusuke's mind after such a long time of contact. Thanks to book friends Hao Jiming, book friends 1608091547333739, and I Love Tomatoes for their rewards and support. Has been promoted again, and will be on the 6th channel next week, one step away from Sanjiang. I stopped at this place when I last wrote the book, and I hope I can step out this time. Chapter 74, A Loving Father and a Filial Son. The Hyuga clan was well protected because of the system. Although they would go to the battlefield, it was only under extremely special circumstances. As a ninja, Hyuga Hayashi had of course also gone to the battlefield when he was young. And his overall contribution to the war made him qualified as a jonin. But, from the middle of the Third Ninja World War to now, he has not really been to the battlefield for a long time, and he has not even left the village a few times, being dragged down by various government affairs. Guns that are not often sharpened will rust, and the same is true for ninjas. Gradually focusing on the family, he abandoned personal improvement and focused on coordinating the rights and interests of the family and his status in the village. These things consumed his energy and his strength. Although Ryusuke was young, he had become strong and healthy after 2 transformations, and he was constantly improving. Although Hyuga Hayashi was older and more experienced, he was constantly reducing his strength. In comparison, the gap brought by age was constantly narrowing. Ryusuke knew this, and Hyuga Hayashi knew it too. Have you made up your mind to challenge me? Sitting on the porch in the courtyard, Hinata Hayashi was drinking tea while watching the red glow brought by the sunset. Because of the matter of Wave Country, Ryusuke told Hinata Hayashi about challenging him as soon as he returned home. Without hesitation, Ryusuke replied seriously, because I am likely to go to Wave Country, so I need to have the qualifications to leave the village. I guessed that you would not settle down, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Hinata Hayashi seemed to have expected it, and put the teacup in his hand on the plate next to him. Okay, but you need to wait for me for a while. He shifted his gaze from the sunset to Ryusuke. To be honest, being challenged so soon made him feel despised. After a pause, Ryusuke didn't understand what he meant. You mean, we still need to make an appointment? Of course, I need to spend some time preparing. Hinata Hayashi nodded, a stiff smile on his serious face. I haven't really taken action for a long time, my body is almost rusty. Since I told you, I will only allow you to leave the village if you defeat me. Then you must defeat me as a jonin, not as the head of the Hyuga clan. Although the titles of the positions are different, Ryusuke now understands what he means. How long do you need? He asked after a moment of hesitation. Because he was not sure when the clan members sent to the Land of Waves would be able to get the news back, he hoped to let his father be completely assured of him as soon as possible. 1 week. Hinata Hayashi stretched out a finger. Since I told you about this, I have been adjusting my body, and now it is almost ready. Although I can't play to my full strength when I was fighting on the battlefield, from the perspective of the ninja position, I can already play to the level of a jonin. I am looking forward to fighting with you. Facing the serious Hinata Hayashi, Ryusuke also smiled. About our battle, let's not tell Hinata and the others, so as not to worry them. For this father who is so stubborn, he can only try his best to cooperate. Okay. Hinata Hayashi nodded pretentiously. The father and son smiled at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Although the Wave Country is a vassal state of the Fire Country, it is on the border of the Fire Country after all. If you want to reach the border from Konoha village and start at full speed, it will take a long time. Ryusuke can still wait for just 1 week. But, it's not really waiting. Under the serious attitude of Hinata Hayashi, he couldn't help but feel pressure in his heart. He had already come into contact with the strength of the Jonin in the previous battle. In Konoha village, there are 3 levels of ninjas: Genin, Chunin, and Jonin. The rules for distinguishing these 3 levels are not based on simple strength, but on overall comprehensive qualities. Most of the genin are ninjas who have just graduated, similar to the so-called interns. They have neither strength nor rich combat experience, nor a relatively perfect state of mind, and are easily affected by many unexpected events. So at this stage, ninjas are mostly in groups of 3, led by a veteran jonin to perform tasks. And Chunin is a formal ninja who has left the internship stage. At this stage, every ninja has already possessed a certain strength and combat experience, and the most important thing is to have a certain ability to make independent judgments when performing tasks. As for the village, in addition to the position of Kage, the highest ninja level jonin needs to have the ability to complete tasks independently. Most of the time, jonins accept and complete tasks independently. They can face most emergencies without companions. Rich combat experience and perfect combat awareness make the jonin have extremely sharp thinking in combat. They can have combat intuition similar to the 6th sense and avoid a lot of trouble and harm. Just like when Ryusuke faced the jonin of Uchiha. Whether it was a surprise attack or a subsequent attack with Zinke and others, this jonin always responded to the enemy with extremely fast reaction. If it weren't for the 2 companions dragging him down and affecting his state of mind again and again, it would be difficult for Ryusuke and his team to catch him alone, and he would probably escape. That time, Ryusuke had 2 ninja helpers, Zinke and Tsuji, who were close to the level of jonin, but their levels were temporarily at the Chunin stage due to the assessment. But this time, he will face a jonin alone. Although this jonin's spear has not seen blood for a long time and is rusty, according to his father's words, he has begun to polish it to let the rust fall off. But, he certainly still has a chance. After all, the current Ryusuke is completely different from the Ryusuke at that time in terms of overall strength. The inner chakra began to surge, and the blue-white eyes on his face became more and more transparent. When he thought that he was going to face a jonin head-on, Ryusuke couldn't help but feel a little excited and couldn't suppress his excitement. Boom! Accompanied by the surging emotions, the pressure that has been practiced is compressed to the extreme. The ground within a meter around Ryusuke forms a circle of circular gullies amidst the huge roar. Standing on a tiny rock pillar, Ryusuke scanned the deep gullies under his feet. It can be used at the first time. If the chakra is sufficient, this can almost replace the kaiten and become a new absolute defense. The gully is about a few meters deep. The pressure has compressed the range to the extreme. It is the maximum power he can exert at present. Chapter 75 Genin Naruto. Ryusuke, Naruto is here. Ryusuke was still practicing hard to prepare for the upcoming battle. But suddenly, Hinata's shout interrupted his movements. But when he turned around, he didn't see Naruto beside her. Walking quickly forward, Ryusuke asked in confusion, "Naruto is here." He remembered that he hadn't seen this guy for more than a month. He didn't know what happened to Naruto after he became a genin, and what kind of teammates and guiding jonin he was assigned to. Yes, he was waiting at the gate of the clan. Hinata explained, "After school, Naruto came to the school to find you, but you asked for leave. Thinking that you seemed to care about him, I invited him home. But at the gate, because I remembered that you and father were very cautious when treating him before, I didn't dare to let him enter the clan directly. I found an excuse, saying that outsiders cannot enter the clan at will, and asked him to wait at the gate. I came back to ask about the situation. He didn't think it was wrong. Ryusuke nodded. Naruto hadn't become a formal ninja before, and the village's high-level officials had been considering him. And now that the village has let him graduate early and granted him the status of a ninja, it means that the high-level officials have gradually let down their vigilance against him. In the future, there is actually no need to treat him as strictly as in school, as long as, don't casually reveal to him things he shouldn't know. He explained while leading Hinata to the gate of the clan. He didn't hide it from Hinata because she was young. In this ninja world, age doesn't mean anything. Besides, she will become the leader of the clan in the future, and she will definitely face these things in the future. Hinata listened silently on the side and carefully remembered every word of Ryusuke. The gap between people is very large. Since she was 4 years old, when she saw Ryusuke could beat her most afraid father with one palm, she knew that Ryusuke was a very powerful person. So from that time on, she has been learning from Ryusuke silently, trying to make her cowardly self change. It is the same in terms of personality and how to deal with things. Under the red clouds, the gate of the clan is not quiet, and many clansmen who have gone out have returned home. And most people will glance at the lonely figure when passing by the gate. Although they are very confused about why this person will appear here, no one will talk to him, or drive him away and stop him from standing at the gate of the clan. It took a while to get to the gate of the clan from the main house. But from a distance, Ryusuke can still see Naruto standing there with his back straight, not at all relaxed because of waiting too long. It's been a long time since we last met, Naruto. Under the strange gazes of many Hyuga clan members, Ryusuke chuckled and took a few steps forward. Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time, please come in. Long time no see, Ryusuke. With Ryusuke's invitation, Naruto, who had been standing at the door, smiled and stepped through the door. It's my problem. I came to visit without an appointment in advance. It's mainly because so many things have happened in the past month that I can't help but want to share with you. After all, you are one of my few friends. Although the Hyuga around were strange, they didn't stop him because of Ryusuke and Hinata's status as royal family members. It was obvious that the smile on Naruto's face was different from the one he used to imitate himself. It was a kind of happiness from the heart. Ryusuke tentatively said, "It seems that the life of a genin is very good." Naruto has been imitating himself, he knows it very well. Whether it is behavior or some opinions, he is imitating. Not learning, but imitating, wanting to be the same person as himself, but that was when he was in school. Yeah, very good. Naruto stood on the left of Ryusuke, and on the other side was Hinata. The three of them walked side by side towards the main house. Although it's boring, the feeling of being self-sufficient is great. As Naruto walked, he talked about his life as a genin for the past month, and I found, there are actually quite a few people in the village who are friendly to me, during the execution of the mission. You may not know that becoming a ninja does not mean that you will be assigned to a very dangerous mission at the first time. The levels of commission tasks are divided into S, A, B, C, and D, and rookies like me who have just become genin can only perform D-level tasks. These tasks are very simple, mostly tasks commissioned by ordinary people, such as weeding, cleaning up garbage, and even helping to build a house. After Naruto graduated, he was assigned to Kakashi by the third Hokage just like in the original work. After all, in the original timeline, Kakashi withdrew from the Anbu at about this time, and with the help of Might Guy and others, he became the Jonin in the village responsible for leading and guiding the genin. However, because Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke did not graduate, his two teammates were of course different from the original timeline. So big! Amazing! Standing in front of the Hyuga main house, Naruto widened his eyes and exclaimed. Don't be restrained. Although our family has many rules, if it is at home, it is not so strict. Ryusuke and Hinata stood at the door, welcoming Naruto to their home. Leading the people to the living room, Hinata left to play with Hanabi, leaving the place for the two of them. Please. The two sat opposite each other on both sides of the wooden table. The housekeeper Aoyang brought afternoon tea and snacks, and Ryusuke signaled Naruto to be at his leisure. Is this a big family? Although I know it's powerful, this is my first time seeing it. Since Naruto saw the main house of the Hyuga family, the curiosity in his eyes has never stopped. But is my uncle at home? Will he be embarrassed by my sudden visit? He asked about the situation of Hyuga Hayashi. Father has been busy with training recently and is rarely at home. Even if he is at home, he will welcome your arrival. Ryusuke replied with a chuckle, let's continue talking about you. How are your two teammates? They are all very good to me, especially Rin. Speaking of the two teammates, Naruto's smile rose again unconsciously. Rin is a member of the clan of the third-generation grandfather. He is very powerful, but he takes good care of us and has a good personality. The test arranged by teacher Kakashi was coordinated by him. We were able to get the bell successfully. And Shang Shan, although he is a ninja who graduated from the ordinary class through the collective assessment, he has a unique insight into medical ninjutsu. Although my recovery ability is good, my injuries can heal faster with him. It seems that seeing Ryusuke after a long time makes him very happy. On the way home, he basically never stopped talking. Judging from the words, he gets along well with his companions. Since he is a teammate arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen for Naruto, he will naturally not have any malice towards him like other people in the village. Thanks to Book Friends Wasteland Law and 202010292027244102 for their reward support.